The harsh screech of brakes, the thunderous sound of impact, the cacophony of chaos. Ouyang Sun lay in agony within the twisted confines of the vehicle, struggling to maintain a semblance of clarity. The sound of dripping blood resonated starkly amidst the turmoil, as time trickled away like grains of sand. After an indeterminate period, Ouyang Sun could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Information scanning complete, confirmation successful. Binding in progress. With great effort, Ouyang Sun pried his eyes open, encountering ethereal blue orbs floating before him. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped by a vast expanse of starry sky. Several muscles in his body involuntarily twitched, the pain from the accident lingering like a distant echo. In disbelief, he examined his unharmed body, as if the car crash had merely been a fleeting nightmare. Transformation system binding successful. What is this? A transformation system? Ouyang Sun inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. Could it be? As he feared? Such a fantastical occurrence. Surely it could not befall him. Greetings, host. Assistant 0419 is at your service. A dry, mechanical voice interrupted Ouyang Sun's wandering thoughts, devoid of any emotional resonance. This single utterance shattered Ouyang Sun's illusions with merciless swiftness. Must the reality strike so swiftly so? He slowly rose to his feet. That 0419, come forth and provide an explanation. No sooner had he spoken than a plump metallic sphere materialized before Ouyang Sun, delivering its message in a straightforward manner. May I inquire what the host requires 0419 to elucidate? The transformation system necessitates that the host traverse various worlds to alter the life of a certain individual within those realms, enabling them to fulfill their aspirations. The system has been irrevocably bound. Isn't this akin to coercive sales? Ouyang Sun rolled his eyes, preparing to retort when he heard 0419 earnestly addressing his earlier complaint. The binding was enforced due to the host's near-death condition, and we ask for your understanding. The host's physical state has now stabilized, please rest assured. And what if I fail my mission? Erasure. A chill coursed through Ouyang Sun. He distinctly felt the ominous threat embedded within 0419's 2 words. Please prepare yourself. Transmission will commence in 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. 3, 2, 1. Transmission beginning. When Ouyang Sun regained consciousness, he found himself seated upon a disheveled bed. The expansive room was in utter disarray, with nearly every movable object strewn across the floor, shards of shattered glass scattered everywhere, and clothing haphazardly piled around him. The overwhelming stench of alcohol mingled with the acrid scent of smoke, creating an assault on the senses. This was information pertaining to Ouyang Sun's current identity. The original protagonist, Lin Yuan, hails from a well-to-do family in City B of Z country. The Lin family began its ascent to prominence during the era of Lin Yuan's grandfather, establishing itself through the medical equipment and pharmaceutical industries. Although their wealth is sufficient to place them on par with several prominent families, it pales in comparison to the deeply rooted lineage of older aristocracies. Consequently, the Lin family imposes strict discipline on its younger generations, and each heir is marked with a large tattoo crafted from a special pigment, extending from the left side of the waist to the left cheek, symbolizing their status as heirs of the Lin family. Lin Yuan stands as one of the contenders for this current heirship. Bearing the title of a potential heir, Lin Yuan grew up under the envious and jealous gazes of numerous relatives and acquaintances. Despite facing an unrelenting series of obstacles, he persevered with determination, bolstered by the unwavering support of his parents. Unlike other privileged young masters born with silver spoons, Lin Yuan chose to conceal his familial background. He declined his parents' arrangements and enrolled in an ordinary school, aiming to evade the entanglements of his rivals and to prove his worth to those who had once conspired against him or looked down upon him. The devastating news of his parents' tragic accident arrived unexpectedly, and several significant projects were abruptly halted for various reasons, causing supporters to defect to other factions. Lin Yuan, who had nearly depleted all his personal assets due to penalties and compensation fees, had yet to fully recover from these blows when another calamity struck. A set of photos, the origins of which remained obscure, depicting a large-scale debauchery party, was maliciously circulated online, featuring several images capturing a profile strikingly similar to Lin Yuan's. Due to his previous successes, Lin Yuan had been frequently in the public eye, and it was not long before someone recognized him, igniting a wave of public scrutiny and condemnation. The pressure from public opinion weighed heavily on Lin Yuan, rendering him unable to hold his head high. Despite his repeated declarations asserting his disconnection from the scandal, disbelief prevailed, and the fervor of the outcry only intensified. In desperation, Lin Yuan resorted to drowning his sorrows in alcohol, aimlessly drifting through life like a mere shell of his former self. One fateful day, while idling at a bar, he inadvertently consumed a drink laced with narcotics, leading him down a path of addiction that spiraled out of control. This not only obliterated the remnants of his meager savings, but also resulted in the erasure of Lin Yuan's name from the family lineage. Ultimately, Lin Yuan succumbed to an overdose in a damp, shadowy alley, bringing an end to his 3-month battle with addiction. Ironically, the day of his demise coincided with his 26th birthday. After finishing reading, Ouyang Sun let out a long sigh. The life of this individual has truly been a tumultuous journey, oscillating from a victorious existence in the first half to a state of despair in the latter half, culminating in a tragic demise at a tender age, evoking profound sympathy. Please, host, promptly commence the task upon gaining a clear understanding to alter Lin Yuan's life. What constitutes the completion of this transformation? Ouyang Sun stretched his limbs, preparing to rise from the bed. Having witnessed Lin Yuan's life, he had resolutely decided to change Lin Yuan's fate for the better, achieve the objectives of head of the Lin family and pinnacle of life. Ouyang Sun casually nodded, realizing that after the statement, 0419 vanished without a trace. He chose not to pursue it further and walked directly into the bathroom. Standing enveloped in a cloud of steam, warm water cascaded eagerly upon his tall, slender figure, flowing gradually down. The black tattoo, responding to the rising temperature, began to emerge from his left lower back, gradually spreading across his fair skin to his left chest, ultimately curving beautifully at the corner of his left eye. It depicted a rose in full bloom, its intricately layered petals and elegantly shaped leaves accentuating the enviable physique of the man, bordering on the enchanting. Ouyang Sun gazed somewhat speechlessly at this tattoo, symbolizing the heir of the Lin family. Although the unique pigment only revealed itself when his body temperature reached a certain level, the sheer size of the floral design was still a sight he found difficult to accept. He lifted his gaze to the mirror, veiled in a delicate mist, and extended his hand to wipe away the obscurity. The reflection revealed a figure with damp, disheveled black hair cascading beside the face, striking almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, adorned with droplets of water poised to fall. The pronounced dark circles beneath those eyes were particularly conspicuous, yet the amber irises shone brilliantly under the light. Below the prominent nose, a pair of thin lips bore a faint blush, lending an inexplicable allure to the pallid and gaunt visage, reminiscent of his own countenance. It was the 3rd day since Lin Yuan's parents tragically perished in a car accident. Soon, several of Lin Yuan's key projects would face dire complications, leading to their cessation. What a remarkable coincidence! Not to mention the peculiar circumstances surrounding the untimely demise of Lin Yuan's parents. Struck down by a speeding vehicle just 2 blocks from home on a bustling street, the abrupt halt of projects that had already been significantly advanced was baffling, especially since no one had detected any issues prior. Furthermore, the emergence of a scandalous party incident following Lin Yuan's compensation left Ouyang Sun utterly confounded, for the original owner of this identity had no recollection of attending any such revelries. The origin of those incriminating photographs was indeed thought-provoking. Adding to the intrigue was the cup of tainted wine. If there were no unseen hands orchestrating these events, it was inconceivable that Lin Yuan, with his intellect, could have fallen to such depths? A series of names flickered through Ouyang Sun's mind, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. In the struggle for dominance, the victor remains uncertain. Chapter 2. The Transformation of the Misfortunate Young Master. 2. A heavy and monotonous palette of black and white enveloped the entire venue. Visitors, each holding a white chrysanthemum, gradually approached the center of the hall. In the oppressive atmosphere, they cast sympathetic glances at the man kneeling before the portraits of his parents. Once a spirited and radiant figure, the handsome man remained silently on his knees, his posture straight, yet betraying a hint of fragility. His eyes, resembling stagnant waters, harbored profound sorrow. The visitors, in tacit understanding, refrained from disturbing him, gently placing their white chrysanthemums before the portraits before turning away, offering a compassionate pat on the man's shoulder before quietly departing. He remained oblivious to their gestures, akin to a stone statue, fixated on the photograph of his smiling parents. Motionless. He had been kneeling there for an entire morning. According to protocol, the next step was a memorial ceremony for the deceased. Yuan Ge, a man, bearing a slight resemblance to Ouyang Sun, approached and called out to him. Ouyang Sun glanced at him and caught a glimpse of the barely concealed glee on his face. He recognized this man as Lin Qi, the cousin of Lin Yuan, a quintessential young scion who, bolstered by his family background and decent looks, indulged in a life of excess, neglecting nothing from revelry to gambling. The rapid downfall of Lin Yuan could be attributed in part to this cousin, who had recommended numerous places and acquaintances. Witnessing this scene, many averted their eyes in discomfort. Ultimately, it was Lin Qi, impatiently waiting, who forcibly pulled Ouyang Sun up from the ground. Expressionless, he shook off Lin Qi's hand, suppressing the needle-like pain surging through his gradually awakening legs as he staggered toward the assembled crowd to bow in unison for the deceased. 1 bow. 2 bows. 3 bows. Ouyang Sun slowly straightened, turning to face the Lin family members gathered behind him. Their eyes, laden with pain, sorrow, anger, and a touch of resentment, pierced through the air like daggers, mercilessly striking each face, burrowing straight into their hearts. I believe my parents are watching over me from above. Grinding his teeth, Ouyang Sun moved to a nearby lounge and collapsed onto the sofa, gripping the fabric tightly, his expression contorted. Goodness, it hurts so much. Ouyang Sun grimaced, feeling his legs and lower back alternating between numbness and a relentless sting, his muscles involuntarily twitching, cold sweat forming as he bit his lip to stifle any sound. Time passed, and gradually the pain subsided. He trembled as he released the sofa, slowly standing to stretch a bit, ensuring he had sufficiently recovered before wiping away the sweat and exhaling a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, Ouyang Sun adjusted his attire and exited the lounge. Passing through the funeral venue, he noticed several Lin family members engaging in networking, prompting a scornful smile. He had no desire to engage in pretense with them and opted to leave directly, heading to the company to investigate the projects that were inexplicably on the verge of being halted. However, as Ouyang Sun departed with decisive grace, he failed to notice an individual standing in a corner of the venue, frowning deeply upon observing his reddened eyes and pale complexion. The road was clear, and Ouyang Sun swiftly arrived at the company to tackle various tasks. Although he had never encountered such matters before, he quickly adapted, relying on the memories of his predecessor and his innate numerical acuity. After reviewing and signing several documents from that day, he called his secretary to retrieve the initial files and the latest progress on the projects. 3 investment projects and 1 collaboration project. Each project's documentation was a hefty stack, and Ouyang Sun spent several hours merely reading through them, let alone comparing the subsequent progress. The overwhelming data left him dizzy, his vision blurred, and he couldn't help but lament that this was no ordinary workload. He meticulously compared the documents multiple times, ultimately concluding that these proposals were indeed commendable upon completion. They promised substantial profits, and there had been no issues during the process. It was evident that the entire company had placed significant importance on these projects, with every decision being the result of careful deliberation among the senior management. Furrowing his brow tightly, Ouyang Sun pondered that projects nearing completion would not be so easily terminated, especially those with immense profit potential. Unless the owner were utterly foolish to force a halt, no one would engage in such a senseless act. Yet how could this be? His gaze swept over the papers strewn across the table, and suddenly, he recalled something, beginning to rummage through the documents. After considerable effort, he unearthed the collaboration project materials. He pointed to a name on the list, revealing a familiar smile: Lin's New Energy Technology Company, a business owned by Lin Qingzhong. One was Lin Qingzhong's Lin's New Energy Technology Company, and the other was the newly partnered Shin Group. It was evident who was behind this maneuver. Ouyang Sun clicked his tongue, recognizing that Lin Yuan was Lin Qingzhong's nephew. The ruthlessness displayed in vying for the family head position was indeed chilling. Frankly, the position of family head resembled a throne from ancient times, where familial bonds were cast aside in a relentless struggle, with each individual resorting to any means necessary. Ouyang Sun could not fathom the Lin family's obsession with this position. Nevertheless, having witnessed the underhandedness of the entertainment industry, he had risen above such muck. If some sought conflict, he would gladly oblige. After all, why not engage in a spirited contest? President Ouyang. Just as Ouyang Sun was immersed in his contemplative scheming, his secretary, Xiao Chun, knocked on the door, announcing that someone from the new energy side had arrived and requested to see him. Lin Qingzhong's people? Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, intending to respond when his long-neglected phone rang. He pulled it out to see Shen Xiaoza's name flashing on screen. President Shen? Chapter 3. Transforming the Misfortunate Young Master. 3. Upon recognizing the caller, Ouyang Sun decisively instructed the young Chen waiting at the door. Have the personnel from New Energy wait in the lounge. I shall join them shortly. He then answered the call. Hello, this is Lin Yuan. His voice tinged with the remnants of suppressed tears. The person on the other end hesitated before responding. At the company? His deep voice resonated like a cello, unexpectedly gentle. Ouyang Sun was momentarily taken aback. Shen Xiaoza, a titan of the business realm, a man heralded as a resounding success, had always appeared to Lin Yuan as an ostentatiously cool and aloof character. Had that icy demeanor during the signing of their collaboration agreement merely been a facade? Why the silence? Oh, it's nothing. I am simply surprised that Mr. Shen would call me. Ouyang Sun cleared his throat. Is there something you need, Mr. Shen? He had not anticipated that the busy CEO would take the time to call him regarding this matter. It seemed they shared a rather amicable relationship, but they rarely communicated directly. Their assistants usually handled all correspondence. Confused, Ouyang Sun followed Shen Xiaoza's lead, saying, It's all in the past. Thank you for your concern, Mr.
Shen.
Perhaps the earlier silence had led Shen Xiaoza to misconstrue something, as his voice softened further, offering a few words of comfort before he concluded. I won't disturb you any longer. Please take care. The line went dead. Ouyang Sun, still in a state of bewilderment, thought to himself, who claims that Shen Xiaoza is cold and aloof? Who dares to assert that he is ostentatiously cool? Step forward, and I guarantee I won't harm you. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Shen Xiaoza stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, watching as the sun slowly descended, casting a golden hue upon the towering edifices outside. His phone, now dimmed, lay on the desk. He could not quite fathom why he had requested Lin Yuan's number from his secretary, or why he had initiated that call. It was merely a chance encounter with the news of Lin Yuan's parents' funeral, and he had inadvertently learned that Lin Yuan had knelt before their portraits for the entirety of the morning. Witnessing the proud and handsome man reveal such vulnerability stirred something within him. By the time he realized it, the call had already connected, and he could only engage in a few hasty remarks before hanging up. Yet, as he recalled Lin Yuan's hoarse voice during that call, a pang of inexplicable sorrow gripped his heart. Had he unwittingly overstepped? With the call abruptly terminated, Ouyang Sun pondered for an extended period, attempting to decipher Shen Xiaoza's intentions, but ultimately decided to dismiss it. He gathered his materials and proceeded to meet the individual awaiting him in the lounge. To his surprise, it was Lin Qingzhong who had come personally. Fortune was indeed favoring him. Ouyang Sun forced a smile and inquired, Uncle San, what brings you here? Lin Qingzhong gestured toward the sofa, inviting him to sit. I merely came to take a look. There is nothing pressing. Take a look? To see how to ruin your nephew's company? Ouyang Sun rolled his eyes inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior as he settled in front of Lin Qingzhong, his demeanor betraying a hint of fatigue. He sighed. To be honest, Uncle San, the company has indeed been quite busy lately, especially with my parents. Well, it was likely that Lin Qingzhong had taken the document he had intentionally left behind, a carefully curated business proposal tailored for this cunning old fox. This was a project Lin Yuan had conceived during his studies abroad, not a monumental investment, but lucrative, fitting for someone like Lin Qingzhong with his insatiable appetite for profit. Its sole drawback lay in its considerable risk. A single misstep could lead to the plan's collapse. Upon discovering this proposal, Ouyang Sun had an idea. He refined its contents to enhance its viability, significantly mitigating the risks, and sought a way to present it to Lin Qingzhong. To his astonishment, Lin Qingzhong's personal visit today allowed him to feign deep concern for his nephew, while subtly probing into the company's current status and the contents of the document. Recognizing the opportunity, Ouyang Sun deftly navigated the conversation with Lin Qingzhong, allowing the document to be inadvertently left behind in the lounge, ensuring Lin Qingzhong would relish this unexpected treasure. Given Lin Qingzhong's nature, he would eagerly examine any valuable acquisition, particularly one from his esteemed nephew, and would likely hasten to implement it. Ouyang Sun's plan was straightforward. Since Lin Qingzhong had previously attempted to halt a project to undermine Lin Yuan's company, he would now return the favor, using a business proposal to ensnare him. While it would not severely harm Lin Qingzhong, it would certainly irk him for a considerable time. Regarding the collaborative project, withdrawing investment seemed challenging given the current circumstances. Nevertheless, Ouyang Sun remained vigilant. Although Lin Qingzhong might be preoccupied with the proposal for the moment, he could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen repercussions. Furthermore, Ouyang Sun was not well acquainted with Shen Xiaozi. The enigmatic phone call did little to clarify his stance, and he doubted Lin Qingzhong possessed the clout to sway someone as formidable as Shen Xiaozi, particularly at the critical juncture of their mutually beneficial project. What if this was a scheme orchestrated by both companies? Yet, would Shen Xiaozi, a titan of industry, really conspire against a smaller firm? If he were truly displeased, a few words would suffice to resolve the matter. Ouyang Sun narrowed his eyes, recognizing that in this ambiguous situation, he must ascertain Shen Xiaozi's current attitude and perspective. Any sign of anomaly would necessitate preemptive caution to avoid being stabbed in the back while dealing with Lin Qingzhong. Thinking of Shen Xiaozi brought Ouyang Sun some vexation. The man was nothing short of an enigma. In social settings, he was a charming and charismatic CEO, while at work, he adopted a distant demeanor. Today, however, he projected a warm and gentle persona over the phone, a stark contrast to his usual self, a trifecta of disparate identities. Had Ouyang Sun not been capable of similar performances, he might have begun to question Shen Xiaozi's sanity. Ouyang Sun sat up from his bed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He first called several project leaders at the company, urging them to expedite their progress, then requested his assistant, Xiao Chen, to provide him with the week's schedule, contemplating a moment to gauge Shen Xiaozi's disposition. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the final item, a grand gathering encompassing all the elite figures of the business world. Chapter 4. The Transformation of the Miserable Young Master. 4. In preparation for the upcoming gathering, Ouyang Sun not only burned the midnight oil for 2 consecutive days to meticulously organize the affairs of the company, resolving most issues, but also busied himself with the crucial task of identifying the best candidate for the most significant aspect of his plan, becoming increasingly engrossed in his work. Merely perusing the introductions of various factories left him mentally fatigued. "Mr. Lin, this is a package that arrived in the mailroom this morning, addressed to you," Xiao Chen announced as he entered the room, handing Ouyang Sun a thick envelope. Ouyang Sun nodded in acknowledgement, carefully unwrapping it, while Xiao Chen placed a cup of coffee on the table before exiting the office. Upon opening the package, a substantial folder was revealed. Ouyang Sun methodically extracted its contents and began to skim through them. This was an annual summary report regarding the operational status of a factory. Anqing Technology Factory, a venture initiated by Lin Yuan with a spirit of experimentation, was established for the production and research of technological products, having commenced operations last year. Currently, it was flourishing and seeking suitable partners. It was as if his thoughts had materialized. Ouyang Sun set the document down, a cunning smile gracing his lips. The emergence of Anqing had seamlessly completed the most crucial component of his plan, transforming the previously greatest uncertainty into the sturdiest pillar. All was in readiness. Only the favorable winds, embodied by Lin Qingzhong, were needed to propel the entire endeavor forward. However, Ouyang Sun narrowed his eyes and called the person in charge of Anqing. After hanging up, he resumed attending to the remaining company matters. 5 days later, a grand business gathering commenced at the Jinxi International Hotel. The opulent and spacious hall was ablaze with light, and the long tables were adorned with exquisitely arranged dishes emitting tantalizing aromas. Business elites from various regions adorned themselves in splendid attire, showcasing their finest selves in hopes of capturing the attention of the attending magnates. Uniformed waitstaff busily navigated through the crowd, serving exquisite beverages before discreetly retreating. Ouyang Sun leaned against the wall, holding a glass of red wine, observing each attendee with a discerning eye. The deep slate-gray suit accentuated his tall, slender figure, and the dim light from an angle cast a sculptural quality to his features. His every movement exuded an elegance that captivated many gazes. With a faint smile playing on his lips, he casually engaged with those who approached him, collecting an array of business cards while memorizing names along the way. Look, he actually came. Really? Didn't they say he rarely attends gatherings like this? My goodness. It's truly him. If he takes notice of me, the crowd suddenly stirred, and Ouyang Sun followed the sound to see a tall, handsome man surrounded by a throng of admirers entering through the venue's entrance. Greetings and compliments cascaded around him, and the atmosphere, previously subdued, ignited with fervor upon his arrival. Shen Xiaoza? Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, casting a cursory glance before disinterestedly shifting his gaze away, leisurely sipping his red wine while redirecting his attention to Lin Qingzhong, who was engaged in animated conversation with others. The individual conversing amiably with Lin Qingzhong was none other than the current head of Anqing. Ouyang Sun pursed his lips, a deeper smile forming. If his instincts were correct, Lin Qingzhong was likely discussing the emerging product proposal he had deliberately left behind. Although Anqing had swiftly entered Lin Qingzhong's radar within just over a year since its inception due to Ouyang Sun's subtle influence, its quick selection was not merely coincidental. It met Lin Qingzhong's criteria on multiple fronts and, more importantly, Lin Qingzhong's attitude towards the proposal was far more serious than he had anticipated. It seemed the favorable winds would soon be at play. Ouyang Sun turned in surprise, meeting Shen Xiaoza's profound gaze. Thank you, he said, dismissing the murmurs around them with a smile directed at Shen Xiaoza. Not at all, Shen Xiaoza replied, casually placing his empty glass on the tray of a passing waiter. I thought you wouldn't attend, especially considering the recent events in your family. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Sun's expression darkened slightly. His hand absent-mindedly rubbed the rim of his glass, revealing a hint of pain in his eyes, though his tone remained detached. After all, it must be faced eventually. With that, he downed the contents of his glass. Shen Xiaoza offered a comforting pat on his shoulder, sincerely apologizing. Ouyang Sun waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the wall, and when he reopened them, a playful smirk graced his features as he regarded Shen Xiaoza standing before him. Did you come to find me just to discuss this? Of course not, Shen Xiaoza quickly denied. I am here as a partner to extend my greetings. Ouyang Sun chuckled, teasing, I hardly possess the fortune to have you, Mr. Shen. Come to greet me. What nonsense. Ouyang Sun rolled his eyes internally. Was it really a coincidence that the busy CEO Shen happened to have time to attend a gathering like this? Yet, since he had said so, Ouyang Sun saw no need to contradict him, as long as it did not interfere with his plans. With these thoughts, Ouyang Sun relaxed into the conversation with Shen Xiaoza, during which both were pleasantly surprised to discover their mutual interests and hobbies. The initial formalities and distance had dissipated, and they conversed as if they were longtime friends. By the way, Shen Xiaoza suddenly inquired, are you free tomorrow? A friend of mine is celebrating the 1-year anniversary of his entertainment club, and he wants me to attend. Would you like to join me? It could be a nice way to unwind. After a moment's contemplation, Ouyang Sun nodded in agreement. Sure. Great then, Shen Xiaoza replied. Chapter 5. Transformation of the Miserable Young Master. 5. Ouyang Sun stood on the balcony, his gaze fixed on the car of Shen Xiaoza, which gradually faded into the night. After a prolonged moment, he turned and walked into the bathroom, casually taking a shower. Upon returning to his bedroom, Ouyang Sun lay on the bed, his hands clasped behind his head, not bothering to turn on the lights. He quietly stared at the ceiling, his slightly squinted eyes reflecting the luminous patterns of the wallpaper, akin to shattered stars. Xin Shaozi evoked in him a sensation markedly different from the aloof and formidable demeanor he had recalled from their brief encounters. It was not the suave charm he had heard of through others, but rather a different kind of humor and elegance, infused with a hint of dominance and a touch of tenderness. This blend, rather than being contradictory, was irresistibly captivating. Reflecting on this, Ouyang Sun stroked his chin. If that were the case, the individual who had caused Lin Yuan's company so much trouble must not be closely related to Xin Shaozi. Yet it seemed contradictory. Although the direct contact for the project was Shin's secretary, could a mere secretary possess enough authority to halt a company project without Xin Shaozi's signature? No. He would need to investigate further. Anything was possible, and caution was the key to longevity. Resolute in his decision to personally clarify the matter, Ouyang Sun closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Ouyang Sun was awakened by the persistent ringing of his phone. After a while, he groggily reached for it and pressed the answer button. "Hello, are you still in bed?" Xin Shaozi's deep voice, tinged with amusement, flowed into his ears like an electric current, sending a shiver down his spine. Hearing the faint, drowsy tone of Ouyang Sun, Xin Shaozi felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, his tone unconsciously softening. "Did you forget? Who was it that agreed so readily yesterday?" At this, Ouyang Sun paused for a second, his eyes snapping open as he abruptly sat up in bed. His foggy mind cleared, and glancing at his phone screen, he dashed to the bathroom, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Xin. I overslept." Xin Shaozi chuckled lightly. "No rush, take your time. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be there shortly." When Ouyang Sun hurried to the door, he instantly spotted that striking man. Xin Shaozi, wearing sunglasses and with his hands tucked in his pockets, leaned against his black Maybach. Upon seeing Ouyang Sun approach, a slightly mischievous smile crept across his lips. Ouyang Sun ran up to him, panting slightly. "I truly apologize. I forgot to set my alarm last night." Xin Shaozi, noticing the disheveled hair atop Ouyang Sun's head, could not resist reaching out to smooth it down, playfully ruffling it as he said, "It's fine. I haven't been here long. Let us go." With that, he opened the passenger door, gesturing for Ouyang Sun to enter first. Though Ouyang Sun found Xin Shaozi's affectionate gesture somewhat perplexing, he did not question it, and obediently took his seat in the car. Xin Shaozi followed suit, and they set off. Ouyang Sun assumed they would head directly to their destination, yet to his surprise, Xin Shaozi stopped in front of a neat and tidy breakfast shop. Before he could voice his curiosity, Xin Shaozi had already exited the vehicle and was making his way inside. How long had it been since someone had shown him such concern? Ouyang Sun mused, reflecting on the superficiality of those he had encountered since entering the entertainment industry. People would shower him with false affection while he was in the limelight, only to vanish at the slightest hint of decline. After his parents passed away, no one had genuinely cared whether he was eating well or sleeping soundly. Wearing a warm and amiable facade, he had coldly observed the tumultuous chaos of the industry, wandering alone for far too long. Now, due to an inexplicable system, he found himself in a completely foreign world, experiencing a warmth he had almost forgotten, a warmth born of genuine concern. Whether this was fortune or misfortune, he could not quite discern. As the traffic light turned red, Xin Shaozi brought the car to a steady stop. Turning to Ouyang Sun, he noticed him staring blankly at the food container in his hands and, with a hint of worry, gently inquired, "Lin Yuan? What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Amused, Xin Shaozi blurted out, "Then you might as well repay me with your body." The moment the words left his lips, both men were momentarily taken aback. They tacitly chose to disregard the incident, and Ouyang Sun quickly regained his composure, leisurely enjoying his breakfast while engaging in light conversation with Xin Shaozi. By the time he finished his meal, he realized they had unknowingly arrived at their destination. Stepping out of the car alongside Xin Shaozi, Ouyang Sun looked up to see the grand sign of Qianyi Entertainment City suspended in the air. He silently criticized the owner's taste in naming the establishment while waiting for Xin Shaozi to make a phone call, taking the opportunity to observe the expansive entertainment complex. Designed by professionals, the modern architecture was a marvel, housing a plethora of entertainment facilities. It featured a playground beloved by children, a shopping paradise for the young, luxurious venues for the affluent, and even a large park dedicated to the elderly. Qianni Entertainment City was bustling with life, and those who had visited could not help but marvel at the owner's wealth while praising the quality of the amenities and service, eagerly anticipating their next visit. Lin Yuan, Shen Shaoze concluded his call, his expression tinged with resignation. It seems the person who was supposed to meet us won't be coming. We'll have to go in ourselves. Ouyang Sun shrugged nonchalantly, following Shen Shaoze into the entertainment complex. He searched for Qianni Entertainment City on his phone, scrolling through a multitude of positive reviews from visitors. However, he found no information about the owner on the official website, arousing his curiosity. Remembering Shen Shaoze's earlier invitation about bringing friends to support him, his curiosity intensified. Who could possibly persuade Shen Shaoze to lend his assistance? Yet, when he inquired, Shen Shaoze merely replied cryptically, "You'll know when the time comes." With no choice but to suppress his curiosity about the owner's identity, Ouyang Sun shifted the conversation, engaging Shen Shaoze as they walked. Being a weekend, the entertainment complex was teeming with people, laughter, and joy echoing throughout. Even as they entered through the high-consumption area, they were not spared the crowding. Then, in a twist of fate, a young boy inadvertently stepped on his untied shoelaces, causing the ice cream he was holding to fly through the air in a graceful arc, landing directly on Ouyang Sun. As the boy finally regained his balance, he looked at his empty hands and then at the ice cream sliding down Ouyang Sun's clothes, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Ouyang Sun. Having witnessed the entire scene, Shen Shaoze could not help but burst into laughter at the comical expressions of both the boy and Ouyang Sun. Chapter 6. The Transformation of the Miserable Young Master. 6. Ouyang Sun removed his coat and took the napkin from the woman's hand, hastily wiping away the remnants from his trousers. He cast a fleeting glance at the jovial Shen Shaoze, then gently patted the boy who was nervously clutching his own clothing. To the woman, whose face was awash with apologies, he reassured, "It's quite all right. Please take your child to play. I assure you, I am not seriously affected." The woman, glancing at her soiled attire, hesitated before offering, "Perhaps I could replace your outfit?" After several polite refusals from Ouyang Sun, the woman insisted on compensating him, and eventually, he reluctantly provided the name of the hotel where he was temporarily staying. The woman noted the name down and, after another round of apologies, departed with her child. The hotel was conveniently located nearby, and Shen Shaoze led him effortlessly to their room. Upon entering, Ouyang Sun, initially bewildered, soon found his composure as he surveyed the room, astonished. The space was exquisitely and comfortably decorated. Even someone as discerning as he could find no fault. The warm yellow light cascaded from the crystal chandelier, illuminating every corner of the room, with a large bed at its center appearing irresistibly soft under the gentle glow. However, what truly surprised Ouyang Sun was the array of personal belongings that clearly indicated someone had resided there for an extended period. Given the distinct style of these items, he needed no further deduction to ascertain their owner. Why was Shen Shaoze living in a hotel long-term? Ouyang Sun furrowed his brow, turning to see Shen Shaoze extracting 2 garments from the wardrobe and placing them beside the bed. He then approached Ouyang Sun, offering him a pristine bathrobe. "You should wash up, if you don't mind. Feel free to wear my clothes for now." Feeling the sticky sensation on his legs, Ouyang Sun swallowed his inquiry and accepted the robe, heading towards the bathroom. As the sound of running water filled the air, Shen Shaoze seated himself on the edge of the bed, staring blankly away from the bathroom. Ever since their chance encounter at the Lin family memorial, he had sensed a significant change in Lin Yuan, the man he had briefly met regarding a potential collaboration. The once proud figure, akin to a gleaming sword, seemed to have sheathed his brilliance, his arrogance transformed into a gentle sea of warmth. The composed facade now graced with a subtle smile truly embodied the essence of a refined gentleman, akin to jade radiating warmth. Unconsciously, he found himself drawn to Lin Yuan, particularly after the banquet where Lin's extensive knowledge had left him in awe. Discovering their mutual interests only deepened his admiration, and the eloquent figure who spoke with such ease had left an indelible impression on his memory. He couldn't deny that being in Lin Yuan's presence was remarkably comforting. The sound of water ceased abruptly, followed by the creak of the door. Ouyang Sun emerged, towel drying his hair, the bathrobe hanging loosely around him, radiating freshness. His damp hair lay neatly against his head, revealing a smooth forehead, while his enchanting phoenix eyes, enhanced by the moisture, captivated all who beheld them. The exquisite rose tattoo, sprawling from the corner of his eye down to his left chest and abdomen, culminated enticingly at his waist, blooming vividly against his fair skin. Shen Xiaozi inhaled deeply, realizing he had been somewhat flustered moments prior, his ears burning with an unusual warmth. After regaining his composure, he lifted his gaze to find Ouyang Sun, now impeccably presented, standing before him. An uncontrollable image of Ouyang Sun as appearance just after his bath flashed through his mind, prompting him to snatch the hairdryer from Ouyang Sun's hand and toss it onto the bed. "Let us go." Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, responding affirmatively as he followed Shen Xiaozi out the door. The entertainment city was indeed teeming with variety, and with the anniversary celebration in full swing, numerous activities unfolded. As the two emerged from a pool hall, they realized the sky had darkened imperceptibly. The city lights began to twinkle, weaving a luminous ribbon around the towering buildings, painting a scene of vibrant splendor against the night. Shen Xiaozi sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "It's nothing. Just a few recent matters that have prompted me to stay here temporarily." Ouyang Sun was skeptical of his explanation, yet seeing his reluctance to divulge further, he refrained from pressing. Instead, he decided to voice a lingering question that had been on his mind. "Shen, which department is currently overseeing the planning project? My secretary has been complaining about not being able to reach your team's lead." "Can't reach anyone?" Shen Xiaozi replied, surprised. "I recall that project was under Luo Sun's management. I'll make a call and inquire on your behalf." "Luo? Vice President Luo? Is it him?" Ouyang Sun noted silently, responding, "No need to trouble yourself. I initially assumed it was under your purview. I'll have Xiao Chen approach Vice President Luo directly tomorrow." Shen Xiaozi smirked. "Very well, as you wish." His expression shifted, a complexity shadowing his features. Luo Sun is someone the board has placed in a significant position. Many matters tied to the board are attributed to him, and I can't directly intervene. Please bear with me. How scandalous! Ouyang Sun exclaimed, momentarily dazed by the revelation. Nonetheless, he was taken aback by Shen Xiaozi's willingness to share such confidential information. "You would confide this to me? Are you not concerned I might leak it?" Shen Xiaozi calmly countered. "Would you?" "Not at all. There's nothing in it for me," Ouyang Sun admitted candidly. Shen Xiaozi chuckled softly, then it settled. "I trust you. Furthermore," a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, his tone sharpening. Luo Sun won't be dancing around for much longer. Chapter 7. The Transformation of the Misfortunate Young Master. 7. Ouyang Sun could not help but marvel at the man who had single-handedly founded the Shin family business and created a legend in the commercial world. He soon shifted the topic to divert the conversation. Beneath the gentle glow of the lights, amidst the shimmering starry backdrop and the crisp clinking of cutlery, the whispers exchanged between the two radiated warmth. The following morning, when Ouyang Sun alighted from Shen Xiaozi's car, he left many in the company utterly astonished. Calmly bidding farewell to Shen Xiaozi, he turned and entered the office, casting a fleeting glance at the murmuring employees, who promptly returned to their tasks, suddenly engrossed in their work. He then strolled to his office. After reviewing documents, assigning tasks, and scrutinizing various departmental reports, Ouyang Sun realized, only belatedly, that he had long surpassed the end of the workday. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sipped from a cup of coffee that had grown cold, letting out a long sigh. Xiao Chen rushed over, standing breathlessly before Ouyang Sun's desk, the folder he dropped revealing his excitement. "President Lin, we've finally completed it. When shall we announce the news?" Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, his slender fingers tapping the desk, and chuckled lightly. "Calm down. At your age, must you be so excitable? Speak slowly." Xiao Chen's face flushed, stealing a glance at the smiling Ouyang Sun, surprised that their workaholic boss could joke, then cleared his throat and said, "President Lin, our collaborative project is essentially complete. We are just a few finishing touches away from perfection." Ouyang Sun was taken aback, then inquired, "So soon? This progress is nearly a third ahead of schedule. There wouldn't be any issues, would there?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Yes, President Lin. I personally checked the progress just now, and it is indeed completed with impeccable quality. Everyone has placed great emphasis on this project from the start. It is not surprising that it was finished so quickly. As he spoke, he pushed the folder towards Yang-sun. It seems we can prepare for the next steps. Yang-sun mused, his fingers tapping the desk. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Calculating the time, he anticipated the impending storm of gossip surrounding the ambiguous figure resembling Lin Yuan in the earlier photographs. Yang-sun had already identified a suspect, Lin Qi, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yuan and reveled in indulgence, conveniently maintaining silence to exacerbate the situation. Then there was Rosen, who had been confirmed as responsible for most of Shun's project plans, including the collaboration between the three Shin families. It was clear that the initial decision to forcibly cut the project must have originated from Rosen. But what was the motive? After much contemplation, Yang-sun deduced that the only plausible link was between Rosen and Lin Qingzhong, a relationship that must be quite profound. This connection explained everything. To seize control of the Lin family, Lin Qingzhong first needed to eliminate Lin Yuan. He orchestrated the tragic accident that led to Lin Yuan's parents' demise. Then leveraged certain conditions to persuade Rosen to sacrifice company interests by severing ties with Lin Yuan's company, thereby cutting off Lin Yuan's financial lifeline and removing the most significant obstacle. Each move was meticulously calculated, a step-by-step strategy. Lin Yuan was indeed unfortunate. Ensnared in such a treacherous family environment, where conspiracies thrived, forcing him to tread carefully and live warily. No matter how talented he was, he could not fully realize his potential. Had he been born into a more ordinary family, perhaps his fate would have been different. Having organized his thoughts, Yang-sun extracted a phone number from his contacts and sent a text message. Once completed, he tidied up and prepared to leave. As the clock approached 7, Yang-sun leisurely sat before his computer, savoring a bowl of instant noodles while perusing an email detailing Lin Qi's itinerary for the upcoming 2 weeks. Although each item on the agenda appeared gravely serious, a closer examination revealed none were genuine business engagements. The schedule was rife with banquets and meetings held at various private clubs. It was evident that despite holding a seemingly prestigious title at Lin Qingzhong's company, Lin Qi was merely a figurehead. Such a person could hardly have so many meetings to attend, which were clearly a guise for his escapades with a group of unscrupulous friends. After scrutinizing the itinerary for some time, Yang-sun circled several potential dates and locations, anonymously sharing the information with various media outlets and paparazzi. He then called the head of Anqing to inquire about recent developments. Receiving confirmation that Anqing had reached a partnership with Lin Technology and was in the preliminary stages of preparation for a new project. "Have you eaten?" Shun Xiaoza's deep voice, slightly husky over the line, resonated warmly. Yang-sun blinked, a smile creeping into his tone. "I just finished." "What's up?" "Nothing much. Just checking in. By the way, the press conference has been scheduled for next Thursday at 9 in the morning on the 4th floor of Jinxiu." "Next Thursday? Jinxiu?" Yang-sun slightly paused, hastily scanning Lin Qi's itinerary in hand, and, as expected, found an engagement at Jinxiu on the same day. How fortuitous. Shin Xiaoza hesitated before chuckling softly. "How did you know I hadn't eaten yet?" "Just a guess," Yang-sun replied, only to hear the sound of a door closing on the other end. Shin Xiaoza's tone suddenly turned serious. "Let us set that aside for now, Lin Yuan. I have something to hand over to you." "What is it?" "It concerns the accident involving your parents." Chapter 8. Transformation of the Miserable Young Master. 8. On the appointed day, when Yang-sun arrived at the private room 10 minutes early, Shin Xiaoza was already waiting there. Suppressing a few lingering doubts, Yang-sun nodded and took the notebook to peruse its contents. He had previously contemplated a thorough investigation into this matter, but lacking a trustworthy organization, he had postponed the idea. Surprisingly, he found the results presented by Shin Xiaoza. Within the thick investigation notebook, nearly a dozen pages bore bright new labels, likely affixed by Shin Xiaoza, concerned that Yang-sun might struggle to locate the necessary information. Yang-sun focused intently on these pages. Shin Xiaoza clearly understood the strategic principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy, having thoroughly uncovered Rosen's background. Next was an account of Rosen's activities over the past 3 months. Excluding company-assigned plans, Rosen frequently visited a bar, which Yang-sun recognized from his past, as it was the place where he had unknowingly consumed drug liquor. The notes detailed the times of Rosen's arrivals and departures from the bar, each timestamp accompanied by a photograph. The images varied in size but were somewhat blurry. Nonetheless, the central figure was undeniably Rosen, with someone consistently seated opposite him. Ouyang Sun fixated on the familiar yet indistinct face of the individual who always sat across from Rosen. Following this, the notebook detailed Rosen's network of connections and his performance within the company. Over the same 3-month span, the variety of projects under Rosen's management had suddenly increased, enhancing his influence within the upper management to the point of rivaling Xin Shaozi, the legitimate CEO. This shift hinted at potential collusion among certain individuals or enterprises, leading to a short list of names and companies, including Xin Shaozi's secretary, Li Xueqing, and Lin's new energy technology company. The investigation revealed that Li Xueqing had recently become Rosen's lover, clandestinely transferring numerous company affairs under Xin Shaozi's jurisdiction to Rosen's name. The situation with New Energy was even more alarming, as most of Rosen's projects involved collaborations with New Energy or companies associated with it. "Take a look at this," Xin Shaozi said, handing Ouyang Sun another document. Upon reading it, Ouyang Sun inhaled deeply, his expression revealing a sense of inevitability. It was unclear how Xin Shaozi had obtained the detailed information about Rosen's bank account, but it revealed that 1 million had been transferred from Rosen's card into the account of an individual named Qi Sheng, who was identified as the driver responsible for the Lin couple's car accident. Furthermore, the individual who had frequently transferred funds to Rosen was identified as Lin Qingzhong. Setting down the materials, Ouyang Sun leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, only to hear Xin Shaozi's resigned sigh. "That bar also belongs to Lin Qingzhong." As expected, after organizing the documents spread across the table, Ouyang Sun smiled gratefully at Xin Shaozi, saying, "Thank you for allowing me to see this information." Noticing Ouyang Sun's calm demeanor, Xin Shaozi remarked with curiosity, "You seem oddly unfazed." Ouyang Sun nodded. "I have long harbored suspicions about him. I just lacked evidence. There have been rumors for some time regarding the mysterious misfortunes befalling his competitors since Lin Qingzhong's rise. Today, those suspicions have been confirmed." "What do you plan to do?" Xin Shaozi inquired. Ouyang Sun's lips curled into a cold smile. "I cannot let this go. I will personally avenge my parents." Xin Shaozi frowned at this, genuinely concerned that Ouyang Sun might be blinded by rage and act recklessly. "Do not act impulsively. Rest assured," Ouyang Sun replied, meeting his gaze. "I am not that foolish." He then selected some useful materials and asked, "May I take these with me?" "Of course. Thank you. I owe you a favor." Ouyang Sun sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xin Shaozi for helping him resolve his most pressing dilemma. With Lin Qingzhong's greatest weakness now firmly in hand, it was merely a matter of time before he would be brought down. Reflecting on the imminent completion of a task he had been assigned upon entering this world, Ouyang Sun's spirits lifted significantly. The daily grind of investigation and caution had been wearisome, and at last, there was a glimmer of hope for liberation from his predicament. How could he not feel elated? "Let us wait and see, Director Shen." Ouyang Sun smiled, his beautiful phoenix eyes gleaming with confidence, resembling a sovereign poised to command the world, radiating an air of authority. "Allow me to demonstrate what true warfare without bloodshed entails." Xin Shaozi, observing Ouyang Sun's smile and the determination in his words, felt his heart skip a beat. At the entrance of the Jinxiu International Hotel, countless gazes converged once more. Today, under the auspices of the Shun Corporation, a new product launch event featuring 2 emerging industry leaders would take place here. Beginning at 7 in the morning, media personnel gradually arrived at the hotel, securing their positions while awaiting the event. By around 8 o'clock, numerous guests entered the venue, taking their seats in anticipation of the commencement. The virtual clock projected on the large screen finally struck 9 o'clock. As the clear chime echoed, the lights in the venue illuminated brightly, and the host, donned with an appropriate smile, took to the stage to officially announce the beginning of the launch event. The event proceeded smoothly according to the scheduled agenda and soon approached its conclusion. Xin Shaozi, alongside Lin Yuan, the head of Lin Design Company, and Lin Qingzhong, the CEO of Lin's new energy technology company, appeared before the audience to engage with the media. The event culminated in Lin Qingzhong's revelation that the new energy company would soon recommence the development of new products. After the event, Ouyang Sun treated his hardworking employees at a highly praised restaurant, and after a few rounds of drinks, the young guests quickly became familiar with one another. The meal was lively, filled with selfies, drinking games, and competitive drinking. Even Ouyang Sun, their immediate superior, was pulled into numerous photos and had his share of drinks. Once satiated, the group moved on to a KTV, where the private room was filled with a cacophony of wildly off-key singing. As excitement escalated, the attendees chatted, drank, and sang. However, Ouyang Sun's capacity for alcohol was not commendable, and it wasn't long before he found himself with a flushed face, half-dazed, nestled into the soft sofa while watching others engage in drinking contests, unable to resist the effects of the alcohol. Yuanga, do you want to call someone to pick you up? One of the younger attendees beside Ouyang Sun suggested cheerfully while fiddling with his phone. Who could come to collect him? After a moment of muddled thought, Ouyang Sun fumbled to retrieve his phone, squinting his bleary eyes as he randomly dialed a number. Hello. Lin Yuan? Chapter 9. Transforming the tragic young master. When Shen Xiaoza arrived at the KTV, he spotted Xiao Chen supporting the dazed Ouyang Sun as they exited a private room. Upon seeing Shen Xiaoza, Xiao Chen broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, Mr. Shen, what a surprise to see you. Shen Xiaoza nodded in acknowledgement, moving closer to assist Ouyang Sun, who was leaning heavily against him. How much has he had to drink? He seems completely intoxicated, he inquired. Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head and replied, actually, he hasn't drunk much, just a few glasses. But it turned out to be unexpected. Shen Xiaoza raised an eyebrow in mild surprise but refrained from further comment. After giving Xiao Chen a few instructions, he led Ouyang Sun towards the exit. Ouyang Sun's cheeks and the corners of his eyes were flushed crimson from the alcohol, and as he blinked his misty eyes, a mixture of allure and innocence inadvertently radiated from him, captivating all who beheld him. Seemingly uncomfortable, he emitted a soft whimper, attempting to struggle. Yet his lack of strength rendered his efforts akin to a spoiled kitten, every movement tantalizingly enticing. Sensing the movements of the man in his embrace, Shen Xiaoza turned his head to look at him, pausing momentarily. A shadow crossed his gaze, igniting a fervor within him that he was unaware of. He carefully laid the unconscious Ouyang Sun on the bed, and for the first time in his life, the normally composed Shen Xiaoza tenderly removed Ouyang Sun's outer garment to ensure his comfort. He then retrieved a fresh towel from the wardrobe, dampened it with warm water, and awkwardly began to wipe Ouyang Sun's face. The gentle warmth seemed to awaken the alcohol coursing through Ouyang Sun's system, causing him to furrow his brow in discontent as his body temperature gradually rose. The tattoos barely visible on his reddened skin added an exquisite allure to his appearance. Shen Xiaoza's hand trembled slightly as he held the towel, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Lin Yuan, he murmured softly. Adjusting the bedside lamp to a dim glow, he gazed at the tranquil visage of Ouyang Sun, suppressing the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, and quietly stepped away from the bed. The night sky was beautifully adorned with a tapestry of stars, casting a brilliant glow against the deep blue expanse. Shen Xiaoza settled onto the sofa in the outer room, the cool starlight mingling with the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently illuminating his chiseled features. He found himself lost in thought, pondering the peculiar sensations that had recently enveloped him, a feeling akin to being poisoned, a toxin named Lin Yuan that ensnared his gaze and ignited an insatiable curiosity about the man as thoughts and actions. Why was this? They had barely known each other for a month, hadn't they? With a long sigh, Shen Xiaoza slowly closed his eyes. When Ouyang Sun awoke, pressing his temples to alleviate the throbbing pain, the sun was already high in the sky. He tugged at his clothes. A wave of alcohol fumes assaulted his senses, prompting him to grimace in distaste. Scanning the room, he found the surroundings eerily familiar. To confirm his suspicions, he spotted his jacket hanging nearby, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and checked the call log from the previous day, where he indeed found Shen Xiaoza's name. Realizing this, Ouyang Sun quickly sat up, experiencing a moment of dizziness before thoroughly surveying the room. Finding nothing amiss, he exhaled in relief. Shen Xiaoza, charmed by Ouyang Sun's disheveled state, approached and gently ruffled his tousled hair, his voice softening further. Now that you're awake, come eat. Understood, Ouyang Sun replied, removing Shin Xiao's hand from his head and rubbing his eyes. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shin Xiao's eyes, but he handed Ouyang Sun a set of clothes that he had set aside. These are the clothes from that lady who wished to compensate you. I hadn't had a chance to deliver them, but today is perfect. Wear these, and I will wait for you outside. Ouyang Sun nodded, and after Shin Xiaoza left, he made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, washing away the lingering scent of alcohol. Though his head still throbbed slightly, it was manageable. After changing into the new clothes and tidying himself up, he exited the room. Shin Xiaoza was leisurely enjoying a bowl of congee when Ouyang Sun emerged. He pushed the bowl and utensils towards him, indicating that he should sit. The fragrant congee, accompanied by golden fried bread slices, was simple yet appetizing. Ouyang Sun quickly finished his breakfast, pleasantly surprised by the taste, and turned to Shin Xiaoza, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for yesterday. Shin Xiaoza withdrew a napkin, gently wiping away the remnants of rice at the corner of Ouyang Sun's mouth. It was nothing. No, you didn't do anything, Shin Xiaoza remarked with a smile. You were just sleeping soundly. No, that's not what I meant, Ouyang Sun replied, rolling his eyes, clearly detecting Shin Xiaoza's playful teasing. Fine, thank you, he conceded. Before they could leave, Ouyang Sun received a call from Xiao Chen, her tone frantic. President Lin. Where are you right now? I'm with Mr. Shin. What has happened? Ouyang Sun asked, puzzled. Oh no, it's serious. This morning, news broke that there was a sex party at Jinxiu last night, and many people were taken away. It's on the news. Xiao Chen's voice trembled, nearly in tears, leaving Ouyang Sun bewildered. So, how is this related to me? The key issue is that someone posted photos from the sex party online, and several of them feature someone who looks strikingly like you. It's gone viral, and people are viciously attacking you online. Oh, it's begun? Ouyang Sun glanced at Shin Xiaoza, who was waiting by the door, and as he approached, he continued, It's likely intentional. I have nothing to fear if my conscience is clear. Let them make a ruckus. But, there's no but. Let the company handle it. You don't need to worry. I'll manage this, Ouyang Sun concluded, hanging up the phone. It appeared that Lin Qingzhong could no longer restrain himself from taking action, although the timing seemed rather ill-fated. Standing in the dappled sunlight, Ouyang Sun watched as Shin Xiaoza's car slowly came to a stop before him, a sly smile gracing his lips. The show was about to begin. Chapter 10. The Transformation of the Miserable Young Master. 10. Once Ouyang Sun departed, numerous individuals gathered in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves, Why is the boss in such high spirits today? Did something good happen? Perhaps. Did you hear what the receptionist Xiao Li said? She saw the boss being personally escorted by President Shin today. President Shin? The one from the Shin family? Indeed. Goodness. Who would have thought? Setting that aside, have you seen the morning news? The incident regarding Jinxiu. I did. Do you think that person could really be the boss? Surely not. I believe the boss is quite decent. How could he attend such an event? That is hard to say. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Upon returning to his office, Ouyang Sun was oblivious to these discussions, and even if he had heard them, he would likely remain indifferent. He was currently occupied scrolling through several trending posts online, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous delight. He truly admired the eloquence of these original posters. As Ouyang Sun gazed at the prominently featured posts and trending topics on Weibo, a smile spread across his face. The commotion created by Lin Qingzhong was quite the spectacle. How satisfying it would be to see his face when he realizes that the public opinion he painstakingly manipulated has become the very trap that ensnares him. The thought alone was entertaining. He closed the webpage and opened his recently activated Weibo account, uploading photos from last night's dinner with employees, tagging a few acquaintances, and adding a comment before posting. Shortly after, a densely packed document awaited his attention as he continued to type away. Not long after his Weibo post went live, many noticed they had been tagged in a post stating, Celebration Dinner, where a group was lost in their own merriment. Upon clicking to view, they discovered photographs of the gathering, each featuring their boss prominently. As a wave of admirers fawned over their boss's handsome visage through various shares and comments, someone suddenly noticed the poster's name and the myriad of verified tags, realizing that this was indeed their esteemed boss. The realization caused many to nearly drop their phones. My boss tagged me on Weibo. What should I do? Waiting online urgent. I retweeted and commented on the boss's Weibo during work hours, utterly despondent consequently. This post rapidly circulated throughout the company. While others envied the planning department for their stroke of luck in dining at the boss's expense, they scoffed at the rampant gossip regarding the Jinxiu incident. Among these employees were several influential Weibo users. Once they shared the post, it attracted considerable attention. Soon, many discerned that several photos prominently featured Lin's CEO, who was at the center of the controversy, igniting yet another heated discussion, particularly surrounding previous posts that had targeted Lin Yuan. Post 131. Image. Isn't it shameful to accuse Lin Yuan of being involved in the Jinxiu incident? How can one slander someone like that? Post 132. To the poster above. Those claiming a connection between Jinxiu and Lin Yuan should really think it through. Lin Yuan is currently in the spotlight. Does he really have the leisure to create such a scandal at this time? Post 317. Linda, the CEO, involved in the Jinxiu incident? Is there any substantial evidence? Don't just brandish a few blurry images and make wild claims. Look at what he was doing yesterday. These photos are far clearer than those released by certain others. And there are witnesses. Is it possible Lin Yuan was partying with his employees while sneaking off to Jinxiu? Post 377. Could it not be that Lin Yuan posted old pictures to mislead? Jumping to conclusions like that is quite naive. Besides, he could have dined and then returned to Jinxiu. Who really knows? Post 380. Setting aside whether Lin Yuan participated in the Jinxiu incident, I just want to ask, is this restaurant 4Cs? The decor of the private room looks familiar. Post 381. To the poster above. I live right next to 4Cs. The restaurant in the picture is indeed 4Cs. Post 382. Wow. He took so many people to 4Cs for dinner. Truly a president. Post 383. Indeed, a true president. As the forum erupted in chaos, another bombshell was dropped, drawing in a multitude of previously passive onlookers. Poster. Last night at midnight, I coincidentally encountered two handsome gentlemen at KTV, my heart racing. Image. Image. Post 2. Sofa. Post 3. So handsome. Lucky poster. Post 5. Those two are adorable. Drunken play, hee hee. Post 6. Poster. Don't be so lewd. But really so heartwarming, hee hee. Post 11. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like these two look familiar? Post 16. If I'm not mistaken, the one being embraced is Shen Shaoza? And the one in his arms is Lin Yuan. Post 17. Oh my goodness, I think I've stumbled upon something. Post 18. Oh my goodness. Post 19. Oh my goodness. Post 56. Didn't they say that the Jinxiu party was already under police control by 11 last night? How did Lin Yuan end up at KTV? Post 57. I can almost hear the sound of slaps on the faces of those claiming Lin Yuan was involved in the Jinxiu incident. Moreover, within 5 minutes of Lin's statement being released, Shen Shaoza, the president of the Shun family, also posted on his personal Weibo, corroborating some of the claims made in the statement, lending it further credibility. At 8 o'clock, the police released a process list, which included a Lin surname individual holding the position of vice general manager, belonging to Lin's new energy technology company. By 10, a post entitled Uncovering the Identities of the Participants of the Jinxiu Incident topped the homepage, revealing the background of each person involved in the Jinxiu incident, shocking netizens. Most notably, the police's list included a wealthy second-generation individual named Lin Qi, disclosed in the post as Lin Qingzhong's son, who was, by lineage, Lin Yuan's cousin. He was characterized as arrogant and domineering, relying solely on his status. Moreover, he was confirmed to be the one resembling Lin Yuan in the scandalous photos, effectively absolving Lin Yuan of suspicion while dragging Lin Qi and Lin Qingzhong into the public discourse. This revelation unearthed numerous scandals regarding Lin Qi and Lin Qingzhong, including evidence of improper competition linked to Lin Qingzhong's new energy technology company. The public relations department of the energy sector was thrown into disarray, especially as Lin Qi continued to stir the pot, brazenly revealing to the media that the orchestrator of the Jinxiu incident was none other than his father, Lin Qingzhong. Upon receiving the news, Lin Qingzhong was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood, promptly igniting a fierce public feud that rivaled any annual drama, providing ample fodder for gossip among onlookers for the next several months. Ouyang Sun finalized his last entry and clicked send, observing the fervor online. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Qi's lack of intellect, seemingly filled only with indulgence and revelry, truly a top-tier liability. Witnessing this ally's blunders allowed him to bypass many of his own plans. Casting a glance at the time, he retrieved the contact number for the head of Anqing and simply sent 2 words: withdraw. Chapter 11. The transformation of the tragic young master engrossed in the implementation of subsequent plans. Ouyang Sun could hardly have anticipated that the rift between Lin Qi and Lin Qingzhong last night stemmed not from Lin Qi's notorious tendency to undermine his teammates, but from a deeper issue. In the afternoon prior, having just emerged from the interrogation room, Lin Qi received an anonymous email. After reading it from beginning to end, he felt as if the world was spinning around him, a chilling sensation enveloping his entire being. The email was extensive, detailing Lin Qi's life trajectory from childhood to the present, accompanied by a comparative account of Lin Yuan's experiences. It contained both narrative and photographic evidence, so meticulously detailed that it instilled a sense of dread in Lin Qi. Remarkably, aside from the differing paths they had taken, the two were nearly identical. They both donned checkered shirts and dark blue jeans at the same school, yet one was diligently studying while the other was preoccupied with romantic pursuits. Clad in lee-gray suits, they stood in the center of a venue, one attending a celebration hosted by multiple publicly traded companies, while the other was at a gathering tainted by dubious transactions. Lin Qi recalled how Lin Qingzhong had always forbidden him from wearing outfits he chose himself upon leaving the house, insisting that he wear only what was prepared for him, even down to the accessories. Lin Qi had often pondered the rationale behind Lin Qingzhong's stringent control, but he lacked the proper comparisons to discern the insidious nature of this lifelong imitation. As for the reasons behind it, Lin Qi had not forgotten the so-called incriminating evidence against Lin Yuan that had recently surfaced online, which had been suppressed by Lin Qingzhong. The proof of his past escapades was now weaponized against him, released at a time when its implications were crystal clear. Feeling despondent, Lin Qi noticed a phone number in the bottom right corner of the email. After much hesitation, he dialed it. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, the conflict between the Lin father and son had yet to abate. Numerous authoritative media outlets seemed to have coordinated their efforts to simultaneously expose the numerous scandals surrounding the new energy technology company, presenting irrefutable evidence that incited widespread public outrage. Lin Qi stepped through the door only to be met with a torrent of vitriol from Lin Qingzhong. As he gazed at the man who vehemently proclaimed himself his father, a surge of anger ignited within him, and he retaliated with equal fervor, filling the house with shouts and accusations. Are you brainless or simply devoid of intelligence? What have I told you before? Lin Qingzhong's hand struck Lin Qi's face, leaving a vivid red mark in his wake, his fury palpable. Lin Qi wiped the blood that seeped from the corner of his mouth, casting a cold, derisive glance at him, his tone laced with sarcasm. Ah! Did you not foresee this when you organized that gathering? Where are your trusted associates now? How did the police uncover everything and expose so many of your secrets? As if recalling something, a faint smile crossed his lips, but his voice remained frigid. Did you truly believe I was still that obedient little child? From a young age, you dragged me into various debaucheries, striving to mold me into a wastrel, dressing me in your carefully selected outfits, and letting me lead a life of excess while your hired paparazzi captured it all. Did you think I was oblivious to all this? Is it merely because I bear a face so similar to Lin Yuan's? For the sake of a pathetic family head, you would exploit your own son. With that, he stripped off all the accessories and the jacket he wore, tossing them into a disheveled heap on the floor, creating a massive web-like pattern on the marble surface. Lin Qingzhong stepped on the watch that protruded from the pile, the glass face shattering with a sharp crack, pieces scattering across the floor. He inhaled deeply, his expression darkening, disbelief mingling with suspicion in his voice. Who told you? I have already confirmed it. Lin Qi's voice was subdued, heavy with melancholy. I know, but after all, he is still my father. Fine. As long as you promise not to make things difficult for us afterward, I will comply with your wishes. The assistant hung up the phone and nodded to Xin Shaoza. Xin Shaoza handed over a file, instructing, deliver this to Lin Yuan, then wait and see how it unfolds. Without surprise, he raised an eyebrow, dismissing the assistant and reminiscing about the once confident youth who had stood before him, radiating self-assurance. Now it's your turn, Lin Yuan. Lin Qingzhong arrived at the company, suppressing a tempest of anger, only to be greeted by chaos. Employees scurried about, and several representatives from collaborating companies sat in waiting rooms, their faces betraying impatience. He urgently directed his assistant to manage the discontented representatives while he rushed to convene an emergency board meeting. As the attendees gradually assembled, Lin Qingzhong surveyed the group, noting their expressions of either schadenfreude or indifference, nearly losing his composure. Containing his surging rage, he rapped the table with a grim expression, prepared to speak, when a cold voice interjected, "Mr. Lin, you need not summon me to such meetings in the future." "What? Planning to abandon ship now?" Lin Qingzhong's fury transformed into a derisive laugh. "Do you think you are so innocent? How many schemes have you orchestrated? I wouldn't mind dragging someone else into this mess with me. Mr. Lin seems to have forgotten that none of your troubles have passed through my hands." "I merely offered a few suggestions," the individual replied, casting a dispassionate glance at him. "Is that so? Oh, it appears I have mistaken you. Since you feel it unnecessary to attend this meeting, kindly take your leave." Lin Qingzhong's expression momentarily twisted, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure, donning an unsettling smile as he courteously ushered the person out. "Since you lack benevolence, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." What a fool. As the individual exited the meeting room, he muttered a curse under his breath. Lin Qingzhong was now entangled in a web of his own making. Fortunately, the prior incidents had left little evidence behind, or he would not dare confront Lin Qingzhong so openly. It would be wise to extricate himself soon to avoid unnecessary trouble. With that thought, he turned and departed from the new energy office building. Had Ouyang Sun been present, he would have recognized the individual as Luo Sun, the vice president of the Shun Corporation. Chapter 12. Transformation of the miserable young master. At 9 in the morning, Ouyang Sun, just awakened from his slumber, closed the door, holding an inexplicable package in hand. Had he purchased anything recently? Returning to the living room, he settled into the perfectly cushioned sofa. The package bore no name, a blank slate, and after thoroughly inspecting it, he leisurely opened it to discover a small USB drive nestled within a large bag. Bewildered, he entered his study and plugged the USB into his computer, eagerly awaiting to uncover the sender's intent. The USB was astonishingly devoid of content, save for a solitary encrypted folder resting on the screen. Ouyang Sun paused, momentarily silenced by the password prompt. How absurd, to receive an encrypted file without a password. Surprisingly, it actually opened. He had entered the name and birthday of Lin Yuan, and a smirk tugged at his lips. Who, then, could the sender be? His curiosity regarding the sender intensified, and he hastily opened the sole document contained within. The document sprawled over more than 10 pages, detailing events with remarkable clarity. Recognizing the familiar style, Ouyang Sun understood immediately. The document meticulously outlined the dynamics between Lin Qingzhong and his son Lin Qi, leaving Ouyang Sun astounded. Lin Qingzhong truly was a scoundrel, exploiting his own son. Or perhaps, he merely regarded Lin Qi as a pawn to tarnish Lin Yuan's reputation. After thoroughly perusing the extensive document, Ouyang Sun felt a wave of gratitude towards the sender. Armed with this information, he could transform it into the final straw that would break Lin Qingzhong's back. Shen Xiaozi had certainly put effort into this. A gentle smile spread across Ouyang Sun's face. He could not afford to disappoint him. By 10 o'clock, more than half of the partner companies had announced their cessation of collaboration with New Energy, including the recently valued partner, Anqing. How could this happen? What had gone awry? Frustrated, Lin Qingzhong paced his office, unable to comprehend why a trap aimed at Lin Yuan had ensnared him instead. To make matters worse, his son had uncovered clues about the plan he had meticulously crafted for nearly 2 decades, jeopardizing the company's future. Lin Yuan had acted with alarming swiftness and precision, leaving Lin Qingzhong with no opportunity to redirect public opinion, as if he had been preparing for this all along. The echoes of Lin Yuan's hoarse voice and piercing gaze at the funeral, the carelessly discarded plan, his sudden assertiveness in managing company affairs, and the rumors of an increasingly cordial relationship with Shun's president. Wait, the plan. Lin Qingzhong's eyes widened as he recalled the moment he had no choice but to sign the termination contract, noticing the pity in Anqing's representative's eyes. He frantically retrieved the previous collaboration contract with Anqing, scrutinizing each clause, his expression darkening with each line. Article 17 stated that if either party terminates the collaboration due to reputation or credit issues, that party bears full responsibility. Article 23 indicated that the funds invested by Party A would remain with Party B until the first dividend payout, at which point it would be fully returned. Article 31 detailed that penalties for breach of contract would commence the day after the contract's termination, with interest calculated at the average market rate. Lin Qingzhong's grip on the contract tightened, crumpling the paper in his hands, his expression inscrutable. Initially investing $8 million with Anqing, the first product launch had received excellent market feedback, yielding nearly $10 million in net profit and establishing a strong reputation. The agreed-upon dividend day was still a week away. Yet today, Anqing demanded termination due to significant issues regarding New Energy's reputation. This meant he would not only forfeit his previous investment of $8 million but would also lose any anticipated profits and additionally owe Anqing a hefty penalty. Yet he could pinpoint no fault. Anqing's actions adhered strictly to the contract, leaving him no grounds to contest the penalty or reclaim his investment and the dividends owed to New Energy. The responsibility lay squarely with New Energy. How had he failed to notice? Despite repeated reminders from Anqing's representative and his secretary to confirm the details, he had reviewed the contract multiple times. Refusing to relent, he examined the contract once more, ultimately uncovering the cause, nearly tearing the document in his frustration. The crucial clauses had been strategically placed outside his habitual scanning range, easily overlooked amidst the usual terms. It was evident someone had orchestrated this. Clenching his teeth to suppress his seething anger, he sought out a private detective agency, willing to spend lavishly to investigate Anqing and the individual who had revealed the truth to his son. And then there was Rosen. This hypocrite, believing himself to be blameless, likely had no inkling that his scheming had been meticulously recorded. He wished to target the Shin Group, his ambitions exceeding even his capabilities. He ought to reflect on his own standing. Recalling his past dealings with Rosen, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Surely there would be no issues. Even if there were, he could easily shift the blame onto Rosen. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled him. Taking a deep breath, he allowed the visitor to enter. The assistant, entirely focused, addressed Lin Qingzhong directly. The company's liquid funds are nearly exhausted.
What?
Lin Qingzhong spun around, seizing the assistant's shoulders, his face a mask of shock. New Energy had approximately $20 million in liquid assets. How could they deplete it so rapidly? With 8 companies requesting to terminate their partnerships, following contract compensations, only a little over $200,000 remained, far from sufficient to cover Anqing's penalty. Collectively, the penalties from the other companies would barely reach $10 million. With $20 million in liquid assets, how could it not suffice? Sir, have you forgotten? The cooperation with Anqing directly deducted from that amount, so how much did they still owe Anqing? $750,000. Lin Qingzhong nearly crushed the pen in his hand. Why had Xin Shaozi suddenly begun scrutinizing the operations of various departments? Did he know something? Rosen felt a wave of anxiety. He had recently diverted some funds to cover gambling debts and hadn't yet had the chance to repay them, hastily neglecting to verify if the accounts were in order. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired about Xin Shaozi's location and proceeded to find him. In the conference room, Xin Shaozi wore a knowing smile as he stared at the pale, sweat-soaked faces before him, gesturing to the documents strewn across the table, waiting for their explanations. Meanwhile, Ouyang Sun perused the report submitted by Anqing's representative, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Lin Qingzhong, how do you find this gift? Yet, this was merely the beginning. He had meticulously compiled evidence over the past month, anonymously submitting it to the police. Chapter 13. Transformation of the Miserable Young Master. 13 Soon. Ouyang Sun received news from the police regarding new leads in the investigation of his parents' car accident, which would be reopened. Previously, the case had been hastily closed due to deliberate misdirection, forgery, and the negligence of some investigators. However, now he could peel away the layers of deception to reveal the faint outlines of the truth, unburdened by the fear of interference. As the 2 masterminds behind the incident were preoccupied with their own affairs, having passed over a month since the event, some matters are best left to the police for a more satisfactory resolution. Amidst the turmoil surrounding the new energy sector and Lin Qingzhong's various incidents, many eager to distance themselves from a new energy company hastily sold their shares to the Lin family after contacting Ouyang Sun. His discreet acquisitions, though minor, went unnoticed by the new energy company, which was grappling with mounting penalties and operational chaos. As anticipated by Ouyang Sun, the entire operation of the new energy company stagnated due to a sudden withdrawal of investments and disrupted partnerships, prompting a significant number of employees to resign, including several high-level executives who chose to abandon the sinking ship. Lin Qingzhong was far too preoccupied with the staggering penalties he owed to concern himself with these individuals. Having exhausted his personal savings, he resorted to selling his cars and then his properties. By the time he managed to settle the penalties, he discovered that the remaining 2 million in liquid assets had vanished without a trace, with most employees having departed, leaving only those who had yet to receive their wages. Yet, even in decline, Lin Qingzhong's company was still larger than many others. He made significant internal reforms and reinvested the last of his funds into the new energy sector, managing to keep the company afloat and avoiding bankruptcy. It was not only Lin Qingzhong facing difficulties. Rosen was also in a precarious situation. His mistress, Li Xueqing, was abruptly dismissed by Xin Shaoze without warning, resulting in her incessant tears and demands for comfort, which left him irritable. His frustrations manifested in gambling losses and issues within several projects he oversaw, leading to a reprimand from Xin Shaoze. Rosen was not oblivious. He quickly realized this might be a precursor to Xin Shaoze's impending actions against him. He symbolically relinquished some power while plotting his next moves. However, before he could act, many of his associates within the company were dismissed or reassigned by Xin Shaoze for various reasons, resulting in a significant loss of manpower. Simultaneously, Xin Shaoze began a thorough inspection of all departments, creating an atmosphere of anxiety among the employees, compelling Rosen to momentarily retreat. On another front, Ouyang Sun felt a weight lift from his shoulders after placing the final dagger above Lin Qingzhong as head. The company was operating normally, leaving little for him to personally oversee. With the rare gift of leisure, he contemplated pursuing interests that intrigue him, but before he could put his plans into action, he received an invitation from Xin Shaoze, who had not been in touch for quite some time. Early one morning, Ouyang Sun was awakened by Xin Shaoze's call. Still groggy, he was ushered into a car by a smiling Xin Shaoze. The latter drove steadily. Before long, Ouyang Sun succumbed to sleep once more. Missing the gentle gaze Xin Shaoze cast his way. Since the day he had handed over the extensive investigation materials to Lin Yuan, both had been preoccupied with their respective adversaries, leaving no time for communication. Yet, paradoxically, this absence only intensified Xin Shaoze's curiosity about Lin Yuan, his well-being, his thoughts, his progress, and any challenges he might be facing. As Xin Shaoze delved into Lin Yuan's past, he felt a pang of empathy for the hardships endured by Lin Yuan's family. Pride for his remarkable achievements, discontent over his close associations with others, and shared joy and sorrow in equal measure. He yearned to hear Lin Yuan's voice, to see his smile, to have him always by his side, longing for his beautiful eyes to reflect his own image. Xin Shaoze recognized the abnormality of these feelings. Yet they surged within him like a fine wine, becoming richer and more intoxicating with suppression, ultimately bursting forth and enveloping his entire being in the essence of that person. He deceived himself into thinking it was mere emptiness, convincing himself that he regarded Lin Yuan as a friend or brother, avoiding deeper contemplation and fearing the truth. This unconscious evasion culminated in a vivid dream during which he beheld Lin Yuan, his eyes tinged with desire, gasping softly in response to his touch, adorned with intricate patterns of black roses against his pale skin. After awakening from this dream for several consecutive nights and standing in the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face, Xin Shaoze finally grasped the elusive emotions that had been haunting him. He had, in fact, fallen in love. When Lin Yuan appeared before him today, the tumult within Xin Shaoze slowly settled. The emotions surging within him were overwhelming, nearly causing his heart to burst forth. The car came to a gentle halt, and Xin Shaoze roused the still sleeping Ouyang Sun, taking his hand and leading him outside. Ouyang Sun rubbed his eyes, still dazed, following Xin Shaoze without realizing where they were headed. The weather was inexplicably splendid, with warm sunlight filtering through lush green canopies. casting charming little spots of light on the soft earth below. The melodious chirping of birds echoed in the distance, harmonizing with the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, creating an aura of serene beauty. The delicate scent of flowers finally stirred Ouyang Sun from his drowsiness. He inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet freshness of the air. Invigorated. Mr. Shen, he mused as he surveyed his surroundings. Where are we? Shun Xiaozi turned to him, noticing the fragments of sunlight dancing in Ouyang Sun's deep eyes, complemented by his slightly upturned lips, resembling a curious cat encountering something novel, which made him tighten his grip. This is an undeveloped scenic area of the Shun Corporation, he replied, averting his gaze to conceal the fervent emotions swirling within him. Ouyang Sun nodded, impressed that the Shun Corporation had discovered such a beautiful locale. By the way, Lin Yuan, Shun Xiaozi suddenly interjected, let us drop the formalities. Calling me Mr. Shun makes me feel like we're still at work, just call me by my name. Ouyang Sun paused, realizing he had indeed forgotten this detail. He had become accustomed to addressing him formally, failing to recognize that their relationship had evolved into one of close friendship. With an apologetic smile, he responded, Xiaozi. At that moment, Shun Xiaozi felt as though the entire world had brightened. Chapter 14. The transformation of the wretched young master. This scenic area is vast, with dense woods casting shadows and a symphony of sounds resonating above and below. What appears to be a singular expanse of forest is, in fact, intriguingly divided into 4 distinct sections, each possessing its own charm. Oblivious to this, Ouyang Sun walked alongside Shun Xiaozi, observing the dwindling trees with puzzlement. Is this forest coming to an end? It shouldn't be. How could a scenic spot deemed worthy by Shun Xiaozi have such an unremarkable stretch of woods? In an instant, the surroundings brightened. The previously dense trees parted, forming a natural enclosure that cradled an entire flower valley. Sunlight cascaded generously, enveloping the small basin and draping each blossom in a gossamer veil of gold. A myriad of unknown flowers bloomed vibrantly, a riot of colors that dazzled the eyes, while waves of subtle fragrance wafted into the air, refreshing the senses. Despite having traversed many corners of the world for filming and having admired numerous breathtaking vistas, Ouyang Sun was nonetheless awestruck, exclaiming, so beautiful. He instinctively moved closer. Shun Xiaozi relinquished his grip, a hint of regret flickering across his fingers, then shifted his gaze to Ouyang Sun, who had already stepped into the flower valley, a look of fascination in his eyes. It seemed to Shun Xiaozi that it was time to procure some quick-acting heart medicine. Forcing himself to regain composure, he approached Ouyang Sun and inquired, what do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Ouyang Sun nodded vigorously, then took out his phone and playfully tapped Shun Xiaozi's shoulder, grinning, hey, handsome, let us take a picture. Shun Xiaozi readily agreed. Once Ouyang Sun had his fill of the flower valley, they set off for another scenic spot. They had not traveled far when the sound of rushing water reached their ears. Ouyang Sun's eyes lit up as he asked Shun Xiaozi, is there a lake? Shun Xiaozi shook his head, raising an eyebrow. What lies ahead is far more magnificent than a lake. Follow me. The ground beneath their feet became increasingly soft, and the air grew humid, with glistening droplets visible on the nearby leaves. The sound of water intensified, echoing like distant thunder. Ouyang Sun glanced around, searching for the source. But when he turned to ask Shun Xiaozi, he accidentally stumbled over a protruding tree root and fell into Shun Xiaozi's arms. Shun Xiaozi instinctively caught him. Both were momentarily taken aback. The warmth of Shun Xiaozi's breath brushed against Ouyang Sun's neck, and he noticed the blush creeping up the latter's ears. Prompting a soft chuckle from Shun Xiaozi, how clumsy you are. The deep timbre of his voice sent shivers down Ouyang Sun's spine, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Embarrassed, he wriggled free from Shun Xiaozi's embrace, only to be interrupted by Shun Xiaozi's gesture, which made his heart leap even higher. Shun Xiaozi leaned closer. His expression softened with an unfamiliar tenderness. He gently brushed his fingers against Ouyang Sun's cheek, murmuring, you've got mud on you, silly. Ouyang Sun's eyes widened in shock, turning away to avoid looking at him, his heart pounding as he pondered whether he had developed some peculiar heart condition that made it race wildly at Shun Xiaozi's mere words and actions. Shun Xiaozi observed every nuance of Ouyang Sun's reaction, his smile deepening as he naturally took Ouyang Sun's hand once more. leading him through the uneven path until they reached the source of the water's melody. Before them cascaded a magnificent waterfall tumbling from a great height. The cerulean water surged down with unstoppable force, crashing into a shallow basin below, sending up a cloud of white spray that sparkled in the sunlight, forming a radiant rainbow that arched gracefully in the mist, enhancing the scene's enchanting allure. Ouyang Sun, momentarily transfixed, forgot all prior thoughts as he gazed at the turbulent waters repeatedly washing over the smooth stones below. After a while, he gently shook the hand that Xin Shaozi held. When their eyes met, Ouyang Sun sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." This was a sentiment he had long wished to convey. Had it not been for Xin Shaozi's timely interventions, he might still be untangling the web of relationships surrounding Lin Qingzhong. Without Xin Shaozi's late-night rescue during the press conference, he could have found himself ensnared by Lin Qingzhong, and if not for Xin Shaozi standing up for him amidst the turmoil of the Jinxiu incident, he might not have navigated the situation so adeptly. It was undeniable that aside from his parents, Xin Shaozi was the most concerned for his well-being, and he deserved this gratitude. Xin Shaozi gently tugged Ouyang Sun closer to shield him from the splashes, dismissing the incident as trivial. "You need not dwell on it. By the way, how is your progress? Is everything going smoothly? If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask." Ouyang Sun shook his head, replying, "No issues at all, just the final step left." "And you?" Xin Shaozi thought of Rosen, who appeared to have lost significant power but was still scheming behind the scenes. A glimmer of derision crossed his eyes as he replied, "Almost there. Rosen no longer holds any authority. All key positions are occupied by my people. He is merely a figurehead now, unable to stir any trouble." "Well," Ouyang Sun pondered, "what about afterward?" Xin Shaozi mused, "We need to reorganize the Shun Corporation. Eliminating Rosen will inevitably drain some of the company's vitality." "Isn't your father Rosen's godfather? Has he not reacted?" Ouyang Sun inquired. "That so-called father of mine lacks any wit. He turned a blind eye to Rosen's growing influence, believing I would overlook it for his sake. He has no regard for me, even demanding I hand over the company to Rosen. We had a fierce argument, and I walked out." Ouyang Sun recalled Xin Shaozi's prolonged stay at the Qianni Hotel, realizing, "No wonder you've been living away from home. Dealing with such a peculiar father must be quite the ordeal." Ouyang Sun found it remarkable that Xin Shaozi had not been adversely influenced by such a father. "Having said so much about me, let's discuss you." Xin Shaozi suddenly shifted the conversation. "What are your plans moving forward? And what about Lin Qi? How do you intend to handle him? Lin Qingzhong must face the consequences of his actions. I will not let him escape. As for Lin Qi, he is also a victim. I plan to give him some money to start anew." Ouyang Sun shared his premeditated intentions with Xin Shaozi, expressing his desire to develop the Lin family business left by his parents, striving to fulfill their expectations for both him and the Lin Corporation. He did not aspire to become the head of the Lin family, as he had grown weary of such power struggles. He wished only to complete his tasks in this world at a steady pace, enjoying life and learning along the way. A leisurely life as a CEO seemed quite appealing to him. Chapter 15. The transformation of the miserable young master after a considerable distance. Ouyang Sun caught sight of the imposing SUV that Xin Shaozi had driven earlier. Initially puzzled by Xin's choice of such a large vehicle, Ouyang soon realized the reason would soon be revealed. Xin approached the rear of the vehicle and promptly opened the trunk, retrieving several small boxes. Just as Ouyang was beginning to speculate about the contents of these boxes, Xin emerged with an assortment of parts, which, after a brief assembly, transformed into a moderately sized barbecue grill. Without waiting for an invitation, Ouyang instinctively moved to assist, and together they transported the items to a verdant lawn, settling under the shade of an ancient tree to begin their preparations. Observing Xin expertly handling the ingredients, Ouyang felt a sense of intrigue. It seemed Xin was aware of his curiosity as he smiled and explained, "This is all I can offer. If it turns out poorly, don't hold it against me." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Ouyang teased, "That would be unacceptable, Xin. If it's not delicious, you'll owe me for emotional damages. If you refuse, I shall persistently haunt you until you comply." Xin glanced at the grill, now reaching an optimal temperature, and offered, "What would you like me to cook?" The prospect of savoring a meal prepared by the esteemed Xin Shaozi was too enticing for Ouyang to decline. He eagerly selected a variety of items and passed them over to Shen, who placed them on the grill. With a sizzling sound, Ouyang settled cross-legged nearby, watching as Shen skillfully turned the skewers. Soon, the air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat, enticing and irresistible. As the food neared completion, Ouyang dutifully fetched a small plate, and Shen artfully arranged the cooked delicacies upon it before tending to the next batch. Ouyang, undeterred by the heat, picked up a skewer of tenderloin, blew on it gently, and took a bite, his eyes immediately lighting up with delight. Even after a brief encounter with the heat, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious!" This display of enjoyment brought a smile to Shen's face as he wiped the grease from Ouyang's lips with a napkin, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. He then added a few more skewers to Ouyang's plate, chuckling, "No one is competing with you, so be careful not to burn yourself." Unbeknownst to Shen, his gentle demeanor wielded a remarkable charm. Even Ouyang, seasoned by years in the entertainment industry, felt a blush creeping to his cheeks, causing him to cough lightly in an attempt to shift the conversation. "What would you like to eat? Allow me to fetch it for you." Tenderloin? Ouyang glanced at his plate, and then at the solitary skewer of tenderloin in his hand. And without further thought, he extended it towards Shen's lips, saying, "Here." Shen was taken aback, savoring the morsel fed to him by Ouyang with a sense of exhilaration. A peculiar warmth filled his heart, sweet and intoxicating. As they shared the meal, alternating bites with laughter, they unknowingly consumed more than half of their provisions. Having indulged in such delightful barbecue after a long absence, Ouyang soon felt overstuffed and uncomfortable. After assisting Shen in tidying up, he suggested they stroll through the scenic area, ostensibly to aid digestion. While en route, Shen had a sudden epiphany. In response to Ouyang's puzzled gaze, he altered their course, leading them to a hot spring resort. Initially bewildered, Ouyang's suspicions were confirmed upon seeing the mist enveloping the mountains and inhaling the unmistakable scent of sulfur that heralded their destination. He approvingly patted Shen on the shoulder, beaming with joy. Nothing could be more delightful than soaking in a hot spring after a long day of hiking. Shen, momentarily entranced by Ouyang's radiant smile, quickly diverted his gaze and ushered them inside. With only the two of them present, he selected a small pool. Though modest in size, the scenery was enchanting. The swirling mist created a hazy ambience, softening the vibrant flowers that danced gently at the water's edge, their colors subdued yet ethereally beautiful. The mingling scents of sulfur and floral notes became unexpectedly pleasant. Standing at the entrance, Shen hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and stepping into the water. Almost immediately, he felt the carefully constructed walls of his resolve crumble as he became acutely aware of the alluring figure before him. Ouyang, immersed in the water, revealed his lithe form, the warmth of the spring casting a rosy hue upon his fair skin. His damp, soft hair glistened, droplets cascading down his slender neck, tracing over his delicate collarbone and merging with the crimson waters, creating gentle ripples. The Lin family crest unfurled in its entirety, black vines spiraling from his lower back, branching out across his chest, where delicate leaves encircled exquisite petals blooming resplendently upon his left side. A slender vine playfully coiled around his neck, accentuating the curve of his eye, leaving a bewitching silhouette. As Shen gazed at this captivating scene, he rubbed his nose, swallowed hard, and felt the weight of his actions bearing down upon him. This was a perilous venture. With a swift determination, he plunged into the pool, feigning calmness as he engaged Ouyang in casual conversation while battling the turmoil within. Ah, the torment! Shen found himself caught in a whirlwind of discomfort and delight. How long could they continue this charade? True to his word, Shen devoted nearly half a month to entertaining Ouyang, their increasing familiarity culminating in a silent agreement to set aside their playful spirits and attend to the final tasks at hand. In a desperate bid to save the company, Lin Qingzhong led a mundane life akin to that of an ordinary office worker, toiling from dawn to dusk, exhausted and haggard. The once handsome visage quickly withered, dark circles forming beneath his eyes, while his disheveled hair and uneven stubble lent him an air of fatigue and neglect. Yet, he remained restless. Having accrued a substantial high-interest loan from an unknown source, he soon found himself in dire straits, leading him to borrow yet again. However, without sufficient funds to repay, He resorted to embezzling company funds, a practice that steadily escalated. Inevitably, he was courting disaster. Meanwhile, Rosen, having been sidelined by Xin Shaozi, found his influence waning within the company. Once despised, he now faced scorn even from those indifferent to him. With no other recourse, he sought assistance from his godfather, only to be met with rejection and ejection by Xin's father. Undeterred, Rosen attempted to leverage his remaining connections in a bid to reclaim his standing within the company. Yet, his gambling addiction refused to be ignored. Each time he managed to scrape together some funds, he succumbed to the temptation of the casino, resulting in devastating losses that left his prospects in tatters. As both men found themselves in dire straits, the doorbell at home rang, simultaneously heralding the arrival of the police. Chapter 16. The Transformation of the Miserable Young Master. 16. The two individuals taken away sat in the interrogation room, silently contemplating a small stack of papers before them for 3 days. Ultimately, under the relentless questioning of the interrogators, they despondently began to speak. The transgressions they had committed had long been thoroughly investigated by the police, even if they remained obstinate in their denial. The irrefutable evidence was sufficient to condemn them to a lifetime imprisoned in a dark and dreary cell. At last, the case involving Lin Yuan's parents was resolved, and Ouyang Sun exhaled a sigh of relief upon receiving the police's closure report. The tale is long and convoluted. Initially, he and Lin Yuan's parents were in similar positions, both having welcomed a son into the world. As time passed, Lin Yuan revealed prodigious talent, prompting Lin Qingzhong to become increasingly wary. He sensed that Lin Yuan would pose the greatest obstacle on his path in life. In stark contrast, Lin Qi was a wild spirit, unruly and flamboyant from a young age. It was then that Lin Qingzhong conceived the idea of turning Lin Qi into a foil for Lin Yuan. He ceased to constrain Lin Qi's behavior, even indulging him further, while simultaneously engaging paparazzi to capture photographs of Lin Qi's reckless escapades. To ensure the authenticity of the images, Lin Qingzhong styled Lin Qi's attire to closely resemble that of Lin Yuan, who bore a striking resemblance to his brother. His plan was sound. Should Lin Yuan ever vie for the position of family head, he could leverage these photographs as a means of coercion, or even destruction. Lin Qingzhong, who had long believed the position of family head was within his grasp, could not bear the thought of a mere boy usurping it. Eventually, his initial premonitions materialized, and Lin Qingzhong unilaterally declared war on Lin Yuan, igniting a fierce competition. At first, Lin Qingzhong intended to best Lin Yuan through legitimate means, keeping his photographic trump card concealed. However, he soon realized that he could not match Lin Yuan's innovative spirit and willingness to experiment. Lin Yuan's imaginative strategies not only captivated the audience, but also maximized profits. His advanced concepts rendered him exceptionally adept in management, organizing the company with remarkable efficiency during the internship period mandated by the family head. Frustrated and enraged, Lin Qingzhong began to contemplate the use of those photographs. It was then that he received an anonymous email inquiring whether he wished to reassert himself before the clan and crush Lin Yuan underfoot. The proposition seemed deceptively simple. Yet after much deliberation, Lin Qingzhong acquiesced. The sender arranged a meeting to discuss the matter further. This individual was Rosen. The initial stages unfolded smoothly, as Rosen's substantial backing propelled the new energy company toward rapid growth. Yet, it remained insufficient to draw attention away from Lin Yuan. Upon hearing rumors about the impending selection of an heir, Lin Qingzhong could no longer remain passive. Rosen informed him of a method to fabricate a car accident involving Lin Yuan's parents. The original plan was to stage a false accident, disseminating the fabricated news of Lin Yuan's parents' demise while secretly sending them abroad. Unexpectedly, Rosen orchestrated the actual fatal collision. Lin Qingzhong panicked. Despite his unscrupulous nature, having engaged in tax evasion, betrayal, and deception, this time it involved lives. He had arranged the vehicle, hired the driver, and orchestrated the meeting with Lin Yuan's parents. Should the truth come to light, he would face utter disgrace. He confronted Rosen, who calmly assured him that the truth would never surface. He had ample means to silence those privy to it and to pacify the police. Trusting Rosen's assertions, Lin Qingzhong ramped up his support for Rosen's power struggle within the Xin family. while preparing to release the photographs that would deliver a final blow to the already beleaguered Lin Yuan, rendering him utterly incapable of competing. However, Lin Yuan's reaction far exceeded the expectations of both Lin Qingzhong and Rosen. Subsequently, an avalanche of scandals and his son's misdeeds plunged them and their company into turmoil. A massive withdrawal of investments and compensations nearly led to the company's collapse, compelling Lin Qingzhong to deplete his wealth to barely salvage the fruits of his labor. Yet it was still insufficient. Desperate to seek out Rosen, he discovered that his former ally was also struggling under the abrupt restructuring of the Shen family. Unable to reach his erstwhile friend, he was left with no choice but to turn to usury. With an influx of funds, Lin Qingzhong attempted to revitalize the failing energy company, but as repayment day approached, he found himself unable to meet the demands. He resorted to misappropriating operating funds to repay the loans, only to borrow again and repeat the cycle. In a moment of weakness, during one such borrowing, he succumbed to the temptations of the lender and became ensnared in drug addiction. The operating funds were diverted to pay off debts and procure narcotics, leading to a financial drain on the company. As salaries went unpaid, his insatiable addiction drove him to commit even graver crimes, including drug trafficking. When the police apprehended him, he was awaiting payment for his latest drug shipment at home. In the interrogation room, every charge was laid bare, and after confessing to his crimes, Lin Qingzhong uttered but one sentence: "Please convey my apologies to Lin Yuan and Lin Qi." Rosen met a similarly dismal fate, but Ouyang Sun had little interest in his plight. Following Lin Qingzhong's arrest, the energy company faltered, and Ouyang seized the opportunity to acquire nearly 80% of its shares, embarking on a comprehensive overhaul. A complete personnel change ensued, along with a transformation of operational methods and company identity, ultimately rebranding the company entirely. Under the auspices of the Lin family, the newly minted enterprise flourished rapidly, soon securing a foothold in the market. Upon learning of these developments, the head of the Lin family promptly designated an heir, none other than the unexpectedly favored Lin Yuan. Simultaneously, the Lin family forged an alliance with the Shen family, enjoying a period of unprecedented prosperity. Once the dust settled, Ouyang Sun visited Lin Qingzhong in prison, observing the man who appeared to have aged a decade in an instant, evoking a sense of melancholy. "You need not have fallen to such depths," Ouyang remarked as he sat before him. Lin Qingzhong offered a nonchalant smile. "I have sown too many seeds of sin in my past, always seeking shortcuts. In retrospect, many of my actions fill me with dread. I have brought this upon myself. I was blinded by my own greed." "Yes. Is it because of your parents?" Ouyang asked, feigning ignorance. "I apologize. I did not mean to bring it up. In truth, I owe you my gratitude. These past few days have been the most restful I have experienced in years. Since the moment I first aired, I have been haunted by the specters of those I wronged, exploited, and harmed. Not a day passed without their presence in my dreams. I clung to the hope that my transgressions would remain undiscovered, that no one would dare investigate. Yet, the net of justice is vast and inescapable. All of this was merely an illusion." Lin Qingzhong's demeanor was surprisingly relaxed, though his appearance betrayed the toll that addiction had taken on him. After hearing his words, Ouyang remarked, "Had you anticipated this outcome, would you have acted differently?" "I feel as though you have changed considerably," Ouyang observed, his expression a mix of emotions. Lin Qingzhong chuckled softly. "I have come to terms with many things, and naturally, I have let go. May I inquire about Lin Qi?" A sudden silence enveloped Lin Qingzhong. After a pause, he slowly replied, "Let it be. I owe him far too much. I am unworthy to be called his father." Ouyang wished to say more, yet the visiting hours had concluded, and he had to relent. As the door closed behind him, he heard Lin Qingzhong call out, "Lin Yuan, I have lost. And I am sorry." Chapter 17. The end of the world. During this time, Ouyang Sun began to unravel certain truths. For instance, the sudden outcry from Lin Qi during the Jin Xiao incident, which began to expose Lin Qingzhong's past misdeeds, was due to Shen Shaozi revealing to Lin Qi all that Lin Qingzhong had done to him over the past 2 decades. Shen Shaozi had promised that once Lin Qi publicly unveiled these truths, he would no longer trouble them. From what Ouyang Sun understood, Shen Shaozi indeed kept his word. Initially, Lin Qi managed to find stability abroad solely with Xin Shao's assistance, achieving a decent standard of living, while Lin Qingzhong also benefited from Xin Shao's influence. Moreover, the enigmatic owner of Qianyi was, in fact, Xin Shaozi. The entire Qianyi enterprise was under the Xin family. Upon learning this news, Ouyang Sun could not help but reflect on Xin Shaozi's past dealings with Qianyi, exclaiming, as expected. As time passed, tranquility returned, and 3 years slipped away unnoticed. The Lin family, with astonishing developmental speed, swiftly transcended the ordinary realms of business, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Xin family as a formidable entity. The head of the Lin family, having clearly perceived the future's trajectory, decisively relinquished his position, entrusting it to Ouyang Sun, while he retreated to the shadows to enjoy a leisurely life. However, the sudden cold notification that followed the title of family had jolted Ouyang Sun back to reality. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of the Lin family head. Current total task completion rate, 80. Staring blankly at the ancient yet exquisitely crafted ring on his finger, symbolizing his identity as the family head, Ouyang Sun was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Having spent nearly 4 years in this world, every experience, every connection, and every admiration felt profoundly genuine, surrounded by real individuals with flesh and emotions. The long-term interactions naturally fostered deep feelings. He relished this world, its people, and the little moments it offered. But the sudden notification served as a harsh reminder that he ultimately did not belong here. Yet, as Ouyang Sun closed his eyes, myriad emotions swirled within him, rendering his complexion pale. Lin Yuan? In the CAF, Xin Shaozi, seated across from Ouyang Sun, perceptively sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Ouyang Sun shook his head, diverting his gaze from the ring to Xin Shaozi. His eyes, fixed upon the man across from him, bore a newfound intensity. Ouyang Sun was acutely aware of Xin Shaozi's sentiments, having detected them long ago. Though lacking personal romantic experience, he was surrounded by friends deeply in love, allowing him to understand the fervent emotions reflected in one's gaze when looking at a beloved. He discerned the same profound affection, even more intense, in Xin Shaozi's eyes directed towards him. Perhaps realizing that Ouyang Sun had grasped his feelings, Xin Shaozi formally pursued him over the course of a month. Unlike others who showered him with extravagant bouquets and lavish gifts, crafting a saccharine trap of allure with money and sweet words, Xin Shaozi gently integrated himself into Ouyang Sun's life, with daily greetings and considerate interactions, revealing genuine care during moments of illness or fatigue, and even mastering a skillful trade. It was a gentle descent into love, willingly embraced by Ouyang Sun. Reluctance swelled within him. Ouyang Sun's demeanor solidified as he bestowed a dazzling smile upon Xin Shaozi. Xin Shaozi, I. At that moment, Xin Shaozi, awaiting Ouyang Sun's response, felt his breath hitch, his heart racing. Task completion rate, 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice world. Preparations for transmission are now underway. Transmission countdown, 10, 9, 8. Ouyang Sun froze, suddenly realizing something. He turned abruptly to the large screen on the adjacent building, where the news was reporting that the Lin family had successfully entered the Fortune 300. Having avenged his enemies, gained familial recognition, inherited the position of family head, thrived in his career, and found love. Was he truly a winner in life, and had the task been completed? A bittersweet expression crossed Ouyang Sun's face. What was never meant for him would ultimately remain beyond his grasp. Before he could contemplate further, as the countdown continued, a runaway car hurtled towards him from across the street. In a split second, Ouyang Sun exerted all his strength to pull Xin Shaozi aside. Then, an overwhelming pain engulfed him, followed by a disorienting sensation, and his mind went blank. Lin Yuan. The last impression imprinted in Ouyang Sun's mind was a warm yet slightly feverish embrace and the coolness brushing against his face. 1-0. Transmission commencing. Outside the operating room, Xin Shaozi remained in the blood-stained clothes, standing like a silent statue, exuding boundless pain and sorrow. His gaze remained fixed on the red light above the operating room door, unblinking, his tightly clenched hands trembling, veins coursing with blood. The moment the light extinguished, he lunged forward, grasping the doctor as he emerged. Doctor, he. The doctor, removing his mask, revealed a weary expression tinged with reluctance. The patient is no longer in life-threatening condition. But what? Shen Xiao's heart, momentarily relieved by the news of Lin Yuan's safety, plummeted once more. Exhausted, Shen Xiaozi leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down until he sat on the cold floor, covering his face with trembling hands. Tears streamed through his fingers as he laughed, a broken sound escaping his lips. As long as he is alive. As long as he is alive. A silver metallic sphere appeared at the right moment. Ouyang Sun shot it a cold glare, unwilling to utter a word. 0419. Sensing the suppressed fury emanating from Ouyang Sun, dropped a bombshell in an attempt to soothe his anger. Your body in that world is still alive. You can return.
What?
A flicker of light ignited in Ouyang Sun's previously lifeless eyes. He listened intently to 0419's explanation, inquiring, what are the conditions for use? Seeing Ouyang Sun's anger dissipate somewhat, 0419 hastily replied, you must complete at least 7 worlds, with an average task perfection rate of no less than 95, and accumulate over 35,000 points. Immediately, a faintly glowing blue screen materialized before Ouyang Sun, resembling a settlement report at the end of a game. Name: Ouyang Sun Lin Yuan. Gender: male. Worlds completed. Novice world task completion rate: Lin family had 100, life winner 100. Total completion rate 100. Task perfection rate: Lin family had 100, life winner 97, average perfection rate 98. 5 settlement points, 4,500 settlement rewards. Novice gift pack X1. Random reward X1. Access to system mall, system follow rights, practice space unlocked. 0419, who had been observing the settlement report alongside Ouyang Sun, spoke with evident astonishment. Such splendid rewards. System follow rights? How wonderful! I can accompany the host to various worlds from now on. Host, I'm quite useful. You know. It was then that Ouyang Sun noticed the formerly cold 0419 had become remarkably humanized, exhibiting emotions in abundance, and his voice was notably more pleasant. Ouyang Sun, however, felt little interest in the rewards, his curiosity piqued only by the so-called practice space. Thus, he inquired, 0419, could you elaborate on what the practice space entails? Certainly. Host. Upon learning that it could accompany its host, 0419 was evidently exhilarated. The practice space was specifically designed for the host to become acquainted with certain skills inherent to their original form. Within this realm of practice, the host could acquire various skills, facilitating a more proficient execution of tasks. The temporal ratio between the practice space and the external world was 60:1. Thus, a single minute spent in the practice space equated to merely 1 second in the outside world. Ouyang Sun nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent for a moment before stating, so, during the completion of my upcoming tasks, the time on Shen Xiao's side. 0419 hesitated briefly before responding, please allow me to verify. In other worlds, every 50 years equates to 1 month in the novice world. Ouyang Sun's expression relaxed, and after taking a moment to rest, he addressed 0419. Let us proceed to the next world. Certainly, host. Initiating transport preparations. Transport countdown. 10, 9, 8. World selection successful. Commencing transport. Chapter 18. Transforming the wretched cannon fodder. 1. A decaying visage abruptly loomed before him, accompanied by a nauseating stench. The flabby, dark red flesh seemed on the verge of falling away. The hollow socket of the left eye, devoid of a pupil, fixated malevolently on its pale prey, while maggots crawled within, enhancing the grotesque horror alongside the other blood-red eye. A gaping mouth, marred and torn, oozed copious amounts of foul, darkened blood, nearly dripping onto Ouyang Sun's face. The creature emitted a guttural sound, its long, blackened claws lunging toward Ouyang Sun's eye. In a moment of desperation, Ouyang Sun shattered the suffocating restraints binding him and shouted, 0419. Everything came to an abrupt halt. The creature's claw hovered perilously above his left eye, when suddenly, a golden light erupted from its chest, dispelling the pervasive chill. The monster let out a piercing scream that threatened to rupture eardrums and vanished from Ouyang Sun's sight in an instant. Feeling a cold sweat trickling down his body, Ouyang Sun sat up, still shaken, and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a pitch-black, ordinary dormitory shared by 6 people. His roommates lay quietly in their beds, the occasional chirping of insects soothing Ouyang Sun's frayed nerves and lending a touch of vitality to the tranquil night. The earlier experience felt like a mere dream. Forget it. Ouyang Sun exhaled. Please provide me with the information about this world. Understood, host. A torrent of information was forcibly injected into his mind, causing a throbbing pain at his temples. Ouyang Sun pinched the bridge of his nose, discomfort by his damp pajamas clinging to his skin in the cool air. He reached for the disheveled blanket beside him, shook it out, and draped it over himself, feeling slightly better. As he settled into a comfortable position, he began to peruse the material. This was a supernatural tale set against a modern campus backdrop. Unlike the novice worlds Ouyang Sun had previously navigated, which solely pertained to the transformation of his character, this world featured its own protagonists. The main character was named Zhong Sheng, a third-year student at Ji University, rumored to be a descendant of Zhong Kuei. From a young age, he had exhibited remarkable talent in exorcising demons and spirits, earning a notable reputation in the realm of celestial masters despite his youth. However, perhaps due to his early encounters with the supernatural or the loss of his parents, Zhong Sheng's demeanor was aloof, perpetually exuding a cool detachment, maintaining a degree of distance from everyone. He cared only for himself, as his list of concerns currently included no one else. Zhong Sheng adhered to a principle of remaining uninvolved unless matters directly affected him. Assisting others in banishing demons was merely a transactional affair for him. He never owed anyone a favor, projecting an air of disillusionment. Yet, there was always someone who could inadvertently disrupt another's established way of life and weave themselves into it. For Zhong Sheng, that person was Qin Lingling. Qin Lingling, a freshman, captivated attention on her first day at the university with her gentle nature and striking beauty. Her long, lustrous black hair cascading to her waist and her exquisitely crafted white dress added a splash of color to Ji University. One day, while sensing a strong wave of malevolent energy at the back of the school, Zhong Sheng discovered Qin Lingling huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself with her, but he soon realized that she was an exceedingly rare Yin girl. A Yin girl, born during a Yin year, month, and hour, possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to spirits, making her a living radar in the supernatural realm. This revelation compelled Zhong Sheng to devote some attention to Qin Lingling. As a Yin girl, her presence caused quite a stir, and the previously tranquil Ji University became shrouded in an ominous atmosphere, leading to a surge of supernatural incidents. The allure of Yin girls for malevolent spirits surpassed Zhong Sheng's expectations. Within a mere fortnight, numerous faculty and students found themselves entangled in the chaos, with several unfortunate souls suffering dire consequences, sending the entire campus into a state of panic. Qin Lingling, the source of this turmoil, was not faring well either. Though she had narrowly escaped life-threatening danger, the relentless psychological torment had taken a toll, leaving her increasingly frail and despondent. The spirits around her multiplied, and the atmosphere at the school grew ever darker. Eventually, Zhong Sheng could no longer stand idly by, after Qin Lingling was once again beset by a vengeful spirit. He decisively vanquished the grotesque apparition. Grateful for her rescue, Qin Lingling willingly offered herself as bait, drawing wandering spirits toward Zhong Sheng so he could eliminate them. Their collaboration accelerated the purification process at an astonishing rate. In the midst of their exploits, the classic hero saving the damsel in distress trope unfolded, leading to mutual affection blossoming naturally over time. As the university returned to its former clarity, Zhong Sheng prepared for graduation. To free Qin Lingling from the numerous troubles associated with being a Yin girl, he exerted immense effort to craft a protective talisman from his own blood, presenting it to her just before graduating. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qin Lingling shed tears of gratitude in Zhong Sheng's embrace, prompting the typically stoic Zhong Sheng to reveal a gentle smile capable of melting the coldest winter. Ah! Truly a cause for celebration. Ouyang Sun, having finished reading, wore an expression devoid of emotion, feeling utterly incapable of offering any critique. How could a Yin girl wield such immense power, yet Qin Lingling and those around her managed to live unscathed for so long? With so many incidents occurring, including fatalities, How had no one questioned the underlying causes? Was Zhongsheng, as a celestial master, merely turning a blind eye to the chaos until it became untenable? Or was he simply unyielding in his principles? Having endured this cliché, melodramatic narrative, Ouyang Sun was left with a plethora of unanswered questions, ultimately resorting to calling out 0419 to inquire about his current identity. Please prepare yourself for the information. The original identity was that of Li Qi, a second-year student at Ji University, burdened with an exceedingly light fate, leading a life that was indeed quite bizarre. As a child, he suffered frequent colds and fevers. And after years of seeking medical help to no avail, his family resorted to visiting various temples in a desperate bid for protection. By chance, a temple's abbot, upon witnessing Li Qi, expressed astonishment at the rarity of his condition and, motivated by the belief that saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, gifted him an ancient jade talisman for his safety. However, Li Qi had never disclosed that he possessed a natural ability to see spirits, even with the jade. He remained vulnerable to their harassment, albeit to a lesser degree. Unfortunately, with the arrival of Qin Lingling in university, the malevolent energy surrounding him intensified, causing the jade's protective properties to wane, ultimately leading to his demise amid a surge of dark energy. Thus, Ouyang Sun, exasperated, cross-checked the original text and confirmed that Li Qi was indeed one of the unfortunate cannon fodder mentioned earlier who had suffered dire consequences. Please complete the task to ensure a stable life. Ouyang Sun grimaced at the prospect, his heart heavy with concern for the future. How could a materialist raised under the red banner become entangled in this supernatural affair? Was this not courting death? Chapter 19. Transformation of the Troubled Cannon Fodder. 2. Ouyang Sun tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber. Each time he closed his eyes, a chilling breeze brushed against him, rendering him breathless with fear.
Little Gil.
Mimicking the direct internal dialogue style of 0419, Ouyang Sun conversed with it in his mind. Is there any way to shield me from those things? 0419 responded with a perplexed silence. Stop pretending, I'm addressing you. This was an indirect indication that it was indeed incapable of assisting him. Ouyang Sun pondered this. He could not rely solely on the system. If one day it were barred from following him, who would he turn to for solace? Thus, he adeptly entered the training space. The training space, akin to the system space, resembled an expansive sea of stars, boundless and infinite. Just as he hesitated on what to do next, a familiar blue screen materialized before him, adorned with meticulously arranged and elegant calligraphy, filled with various names, diverse and abundant. Ouyang Sun eagerly perused the list, only to find all the names uniformly presented in gray, indicating they were inaccessible for learning. Disheartened, Ouyang Sun scoured the section available for study, but was met with disappointment. The vast screen displayed a solitary entry, Dao Method. I might as well give it a try. He skimmed through the content, his head throbbing from the obscure text and incomprehensible symbols. Yet, for the sake of a more peaceful existence thereafter, he reluctantly clicked to learn. The 2 characters of Dao Method gleamed with golden light upon his selection, gradually intensifying until, at a critical juncture, it erupted into countless glimmers, which swiftly penetrated Ouyang Sun's forehead. The knowledge contained within was limited but aligned perfectly with the maximum absorption capacity he could handle, evidently preordained by the system. Even so, by the time Ouyang Sun digested this fragment, 4 hours had elapsed in the space. Throughout the process, Ouyang Sun felt his worldview being continuously shattered and reshaped. From shock to numbness, he ultimately complied with the teachings, begrudgingly accepting the fantastical nature of this worldview. Several hours later, having thoroughly absorbed this knowledge, he exited the training space, formulated a plan for the future, and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. With newfound resolve, Ouyang Sun slept soundly, unaware that the golden light which had previously repelled the female ghost was now flickering at his chest, emanating a sensation of satisfaction before settling into silence once more. Awakening refreshed, Ouyang Sun felt buoyed by his spirits, even as he noticed his reflection in the mirror, resembling someone who had just recovered from a grave illness. His face, still his own, appeared pale, with faint lips, deep-set eyes, and a dull sheen, as if veiled by a gossamer, lending his slightly upturned phoenix eyes a melancholic aura. He glanced down at his physique, and though he did not bear the frailty of years of illness, this sickly visage must have emerged recently. Nevertheless, Ouyang Sun had no intention of altering his current appearance. It could serve a purpose. At least, if he were to faint from fright, he would have an explanation ready. With this thought, he called out to 0419 in his mind. "Little Joe, where are we in the plot now?" 1 month into the new semester. So the plot had not progressed significantly yet? Ouyang Sun's heart stirred. He now had ample time to learn the Dao method and perhaps even engage with the male lead. "All right then, I'll wait for you in the cafeteria." "Okay." After a while, once his roommate had departed, Ouyang Sun tidied himself and stepped out. The original personality was unexpectedly gentle, and Ouyang Sun marveled at how this child, who had been frightened for so long, maintained such a good temperament, a miracle in itself. This was one of the chief reasons for the original's good rapport with others, the other being, of course, his looks. G University was a well-known institution, nestled amidst mountains. Exquisite in scenery, with towering ancient trees lining the pathways, their vast canopies casting sprawling shadows in the sunlight. Ouyang Sun ambled toward the cafeteria, donning the original's signature smile, greeting acquaintances along the way, responding to inquiries about his health. Why on earth would one encounter a ghost in broad daylight? Ouyang Sun made every effort to forget the scene he had just witnessed, turning sharply to leave. Amidst strange laughter blended with eerie sighs, he felt goosebumps rise on his arms and quickened his pace. A gust of wind swept through, and the surroundings fell eerily silent, save for the rustling leaves. A layer of white mist gradually enveloped the path. Upon turning, he discovered that the area behind him had morphed into a dense thicket. Thank goodness it works. Ouyang Sun felt a slight relief. This proved that what he had learned in the training space was indeed effective. Suddenly, a droplet of moisture brushed past his peripheral vision. He shut his eyes, mentally fortifying himself, then bolted forward, hearing a chorus of growls echo behind him. Ouyang Sun swore this was undoubtedly the fastest he had ever run. However, mere speed would not suffice to escape. Feeling a chilling wind close in behind him, bitterness filled Ouyang Sun's mouth. Could I be so unfortunate as to meet my end before I even begin? I still need to hurry and fulfill the conditions to find Shinshauza. His mind raced with thoughts, and as he rounded a corner, the daylight flooded in. With no time to ponder, he dashed down another path. But after only a few steps, a sticky entity whisked past him, causing him to stumble. Reflexively, he leaped aside, glancing back only to find the several hanging ghosts, who had relentlessly pursued him, now ignoring him entirely as they surged toward the woods ahead. Ouyang Sun finally relaxed, though his calves tightened from the exertion. He paused to catch his breath, leaning against a nearby tree to rest and massage his cramping legs. It appeared that his frantic escape had led him to the back mountain of the school, perhaps due to the direction or simply the dense foliage. The back mountain of G University always exuded an ominous aura, the shadowy woods resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, lying in wait for prey. A shiver coursed through him. It was peculiar how the ghosts that had pursued him had suddenly relinquished their chase. Had he known that he was so close to being caught just moments ago? Was there something in that forest, with a lore surpassing that of a fresh soul? Wait! Ouyang Sun suddenly recalled that in the original text, Qin Lingling was discovered by Zhong Sheng in the back mountain. The timing. Perhaps it was indeed within these few days? The back mountain was as foreboding as its appearance suggested. The dense foliage obscured any hint of sunlight, creating an oppressive atmosphere. With an assortment of unknown flora chaotically sprouting from the earth, tangled and devoid of vitality, Ouyang Sun stumbled toward the location that sent a shiver down his spine, instinctively sensing that something extraordinary awaited him there. From the thicket, a flash of white suddenly emerged. Reflexively, Ouyang Sun assumed it was yet another ghostly entity, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a standing figure, dressed in a white gauzy dress, with hair cascading to her waist, a few trees away. Several envious hanging ghosts lurked, fixated on the figure. Qin Lingling? Chapter 20. Transforming the misfortunate cannon fodder. 3. Zhong Sheng's expression turned grave as he pursued a fleeting wisp of dark energy to the back mountain. This marked the 7th instance of malevolent aura detected on campus. Ever since he had eradicated the lingering souls within G University 2 years ago, such occurrences had been unprecedented. Although the dark energy was sparse and appeared on the verge of dissipating, the resentment it harbored was alarmingly potent. Initially, Zhongsheng had no intention of involving himself. To him, the eventual entanglement of this resentment with another was irrelevant, merely others' karma. Yet this time, he lifted his gaze towards the direction in which the dark energy dissipated, his brow furrowing. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within him, intermingled with a fear he had not yet recognized, akin to the impending loss of something invaluable, equivalent to his very life. This unfamiliar emotion stirred a sense of restlessness in Zhongsheng, compelling him to quicken his pace. In an instant, the dark energy vanished into the woods of the back mountain. Unperturbed, Zhongsheng strode into the shadowy forest, his acute senses guiding him deeper within. A gentle breeze stirred, casting a twilight hue upon the path obscured by dense foliage. The leaves rustled in the wind, producing a sound reminiscent of distant applause, an eerie, persistent patter. He formed a hand seal, his steps unceasing. A faint white light enveloped him, effectively isolating him from the beguiling sounds that surrounded him. Zhongsheng's expression remained impassive, yet when a distinct silhouette emerged before him, ripples of emotion flickered across his typically serene black eyes. He approached silently, inching closer. A sliver of daylight penetrated the canopy, allowing Zhongsheng to discern the scene before him. Twisted ancient trees formed a semicircular barrier, within which stood a maiden adorned in flowing white, her long hair cascading down her back. Her delicate features exuded an unsettling tranquility amidst the sinister atmosphere, particularly when one disregarded the grotesque figure of a hanged ghost lurking behind the trees. Zhongsheng's gaze briefly skimmed over the woman before settling upon a figure not far from him, a wave of calm washing over him, accompanied by a tinge of satisfaction. The figure was none other than Ouyang Sun. Zhongsheng lowered his eyes, concealing his astonishment, and quietly approached Ouyang Sun from behind, placing a hand gently on his shoulder, feeling the sudden stiffness of his form beneath his touch. Before Ouyang Sun could react, Zhongsheng leaned in, whispering softly in his ear, "Do not move." The warmth of his breath grazed Ouyang Sun's neck, triggering a subtle tremor that resonated through Zhongsheng's hand. He slowly narrowed his eyes, forcibly dispelling the fleeting moment of delight. "Who are you?" Ouyang Sun's breathing slowed, and his rigid body gradually relaxed as the warmth and soft voice from behind indicated that a man stood there, holding his shoulder. Zhongsheng hesitated, about to speak when the hanged ghost, hidden behind the ancient trees, twisted its face towards them, its expression more ravenous than before. The previously motionless woman suddenly erupted in a piercing scream, startling a flurry of birds into flight, crows, clad in dark plumage. After the scream subsided, she collapsed limply to the ground, and the hanged ghosts, as if summoned, lunged towards the two men. The nauseating stench of decay filled the air, and the overwhelming visual horror startled Ouyang Sun, causing him to instinctively retreat, colliding directly into Zhongsheng's embrace. Zhongsheng instinctively wrapped his arms around him, retreating to evade an attack. A pale yellow talisman fortuitously struck the ghost's forehead, erupting in a brilliant golden light that immobilized the specter in its place. He led Ouyang Sun out of the hanged ghost's encirclement, swiftly subduing the remaining souls in a similar manner. Amidst the shimmering golden glow, a flicker of anger crossed Zhongsheng's handsome features as he formed a decisive hand seal and coldly uttered a single word: "Explode." The resounding explosion of gold scattered countless butterflies, fluttering through the air, imbued with a warmth that contrasted the earlier horror, causing the fearsome, hanged ghosts to vanish without a trace. Yet, their grotesque visages lingered in Ouyang Sun's memory with an unsettling familiarity. Zhongsheng heard Ouyang Sun's query and turned to meet his gaze, his voice frigid. "You can see them?" "What?" Ouyang Sun inquired, meeting Zhongsheng's dark eyes. "Are you referring to those entities you just obliterated? I have been able to see them since childhood. I possess the innate yin-yang eyes." A flicker of unrecognizable emotion crossed Zhongsheng's features. The rarity of one born with yin-yang eyes was a well-known consensus among the exorcist community. Even he had received his sight through his master's intervention. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How did you end up here?" I was being pursued by those entities. Zhong Sheng abruptly halted. Given that Ouyang Sun was supporting someone and could not move erratically, he reached out, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Ouyang Sun's collarbone as he extracted a red thread from his collar, his brow easing instantly. It was a teardrop-shaped, ancient jade pendant, smooth and creamy white, shimmering with a faint luminescence in the light. The intricate carvings on the jade depicted an archaic character, familiar to Zhong Sheng, though Ouyang Sun did not recognize it. It was a character for Zhong. Stepping out from the back mountain, the gentle warmth of sunlight enveloped them, bathing Ouyang Sun as he comfortably squinted his eyes, dispelling the shadows from his heart. At that moment, the girl he had been supporting stirred, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings until realization dawned upon her. With a flush of red coloring her cheeks, she struggled slightly, prompting Ouyang Sun to release her. Unaware of Zhong Sheng's suddenly clenched hand as he observed the girl's rosy complexion. Thank you, she stammered, stepping back, a shy and innocent smile gracing her face as she bowed to the two handsome seniors before her, her tone earnest. Ouyang Sun waved his hand, exuding a warmth similar to his nature, helping her to her feet. It's no trouble at all. The girl blushed even more, mumbling, I am Qin Lingling. I truly appreciate both of you seniors for your help. Indeed, Ouyang Sun's smile deepened with a profound meaning, noticing Zhong Sheng's unwavering gaze upon Qin Lingling, his understanding growing clearer. It seemed that even with his unexpected presence, the protagonists would still follow the narrative's course. Thus, Ouyang Sun decided not to linger further, exchanging a few more words with the two before taking his leave. Be careful, Zhong Sheng called out suddenly. It's not safe lately. I will be cautious. Ouyang Sun replied, waving as he gradually faded from Zhong Sheng's view. Qin Lingling's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly reverted to her previous gentle demeanor. Just wait, she murmured, fixating on Zhong Sheng's retreating figure, a wicked smile curling upon her lips. Chapter 21. Transformation of the Bitter Cannon Fodder. 4. Though the original self was not particularly bold, he took his studies seriously and had a wide array of interests, filling his days with numerous classes. As the bell rang for class, Ouyang Sun stepped into the classroom and found a seat by the window. Host 0419 suddenly exclaimed. Ouyang Sun, who had been idly gazing out the window, was startled, causing the pen in his hand to leave a deep mark on the paper. He tossed the pen onto the desk, irritated. Now you decide to speak up? Actually, 0419 stammered, struggling to articulate what he hadn't clarified during the day. In a fit of embarrassment, he resigned himself to the situation and admitted it outright. Ouyang Sun rolled his eyes in response. You threw me here, didn't you? Was that intentional? Is this my fault? 0419, feeling wronged, hurriedly explained. The world's choices are beyond my control. I truly did not foresee this turn of events. Ignoring him, Ouyang Sun mentally noted 0419's grievances and turned his attention to the teacher who had just stepped onto the podium amidst a palpable tension. He blinked in disbelief upon recognizing the smirking counselor at the doorway and the stern-faced Zhong Sheng preparing to commence the lesson. Momentarily dazed, Ouyang Sun found humor in the deepening scowl on Zhong Sheng's face, resembling a moving iceberg, exuding coldness while distributing materials, each gesture revealing his displeasure. As Zhong Sheng approached Ouyang Sun, their eyes met, his dark, obsidian gaze glimmering with a hint of amusement. Zhong, Senior, it's good to see you again, Ouyang Sun greeted. Host 0419 muttered. Didn't he say he wouldn't meddle in others' affairs? Ouyang Sun's smile transformed into a subtle curve, exuding calmness. Perhaps it's merely due to those eyes. After all, the initial intrigue with Qin Lingling stemmed from her being a Yin girl. 0419 hummed in agreement. Ouyang Sun paused, then quickly inquired Zhong Senior, is there something you need? Zhong Sheng nodded, gesturing for Ouyang Sun to follow him. They made their way to the scenic lake beside the teaching building, where the shimmering golden waves danced under the sun, and the distant green mountains were veiled in ethereal mist. A few clouds lazily floated across the clear sky, reflected in the lake's surface, while a golden-scaled koi occasionally leaped from the water, an embodiment of the proverbial fish leaping over the dragon gate. Even Ouyang Sun could not decipher Zhong Sheng's intentions. Yet he instinctively felt that Zhong Sheng meant him no harm. They stood by the lake, and Zhongsheng faced Ouyang Sun, asking, "Have you considered solutions?" Ouyang Sun, perplexed, responded, "Solutions to what?" Zhongsheng pointed to Ouyang Sun's eyes. "There's no way." Ouyang Sun sighed. "I've tried many methods before, but to no avail. One cannot easily conceal the innate yin-yang eyes." Zhongsheng remarked, "That's a gift." Ouyang Sun exhaled. "So, what then?" After a moment of silence, Zhongsheng suddenly turned cold, stepping aside. Qin Lingling appeared where Zhongsheng had just stood, her sweet smile frozen in surprise, her right hand awkwardly hovering in midair. She opened her mouth, but the words of greeting never came forth. "What are you doing here?" Zhongsheng asked bluntly. Qin Lingling, seemingly taken aback by Zhongsheng's tone, stood frozen, prompting Zhongsheng's impatience to show as he shot her a glance and began to walk away. This action jolted Qin Lingling from her stupor, and she hurried forward, clutching at Zhongsheng's sleeve, pleading, "Senior, I know you are a celestial master. Therefore, I wish to assist you." Zhongsheng reluctantly turned his gaze toward her. Seeing a flicker of acknowledgement, Qin Lingling pressed on, "Senior, you must have noticed my unique constitution. I can surely be of help. Consider it a repayment for your earlier rescue on the mountains." Then, unexpectedly, she declared, "I am a Yin girl," with a note of defiance. Ouyang Sun, sensing the peculiar atmosphere between them, glanced back and forth, about to speak when Zhongsheng firmly pulled him away in another direction. Once they departed, the previously aggrieved Qin Lingling's face transformed into one of malice, a crimson glint flashing through her eyes. Reluctantly, Ouyang Sun trailed behind Zhongsheng, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was happening? Had the male lead mistakenly chosen the wrong person? Why was he dismissing the female lead so callously? "Ah." Zhongsheng glanced back, stiffly instructing, "Be obedient." Zhongsheng's tense expression finally relaxed slightly. Following 0419's hint, Ouyang Sun caught sight of Qin Lingling's signature white gauzy dress fluttering toward them, and he couldn't help but think of how many people she would startle that evening. However, it was fortuitous. He turned to Zhongsheng with polite composure and asked, "Zhong Senior, do you have further matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave." Zhongsheng's gaze lingered on Ouyang Sun's face for a moment before drifting to the distant white figure. After some contemplation, he released his grip on Ouyang Sun's wrist, stating, "Very well." Chapter 22. Transforming the pitiful cannon fodder. 5. After Ouyang Sun departed, Zhongsheng turned to face the hurriedly approaching Qin Lingling. "Speak quickly," he urged. Qin Lingling bit her lip, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Zhongsheng, presenting a pitiful visage that effortlessly tugged at the hearts of men. She blinked, a glimmer of moisture at the corners of her eyes, her voice trembling slightly, betraying her sorrow while feigning resolve. "Senior Zhong, I genuinely wish to assist you." Zhongsheng remained unmoved. Internally, Qin Lingling cursed him repeatedly, nearly grinding her back teeth to dust. If it were not for her desire to obtain that particular item, would she truly have to demean herself in such a manner to appease this unfeeling ice block? Ordinary individuals witnessing a delicate and beautiful girl like Qin Lingling, frightened yet striving to maintain composure, would inevitably feel a pang of sympathy. Regrettably, Zhongsheng did not spare her even a glance. His deep black eyes remained fixed on a singular point, unwavering. He retrieved a small bag of fish food from his pocket, casually sprinkling some onto the lake's surface. Fish leaped from the water, their scales shimmering in the sunlight, while Zhongsheng leaned against a pillar, exuding an unexpected charm. If Ouyang Sun were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for Zhongsheng's posture mirrored that of Xin Shao's habitual seating. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, leaving a long ripple in its wake. It danced through the pavilion, tousling his hair, before vanishing into the unknown distance. Zhongsheng sat in quiet contemplation, his thoughts inexplicably occupied by the junior with innate yin-yang eyes, Li Qi. He could not fathom why this individual had captivated his mind so. Despite their brief encounters, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Li Qi, yearning to understand him, to touch him, to embrace him, to ingrain him into his very being. As if only then could he feel complete and meaningful. Why was this so? Zhongsheng pondered deeply, yet found no answers. This unfamiliar, overwhelming, and even frightening emotion lingered within him, undefined and unexplainable, compelling him to bury it within the depths of his heart, to avoid contemplation and entanglement. As time passed, besides this inexplicable emotion, another source of distress plagued Zhong Sheng. Heaven knows how displeased he was upon hearing the discussions around him. While onlookers found the gossip intriguing, Zhong Sheng felt utterly harassed. Yet Qin Lingling remained oblivious, steadfastly convinced that Zhong Sheng's rejection stemmed from shyness, unaware of the source of her unwarranted confidence. Her incessant intrusions, combined with the muddled feelings towards Li Qi, rendered Zhong Sheng's days torturous, the oppressive atmosphere he exuded palpable enough to chill an entire class. Firstly, there was the system mall. As described by 0419, it overflowed with an overwhelming array of items, leaving one dazzled and breathless. However, none of the items were available for purchase. Ouyang Sun, observing the exorbitant point costs of the items, expressed his exasperation to 0419. After a prolonged silence, 0419 hesitantly proposed that perhaps these items were intended to serve as motivational goals for the host to earn points, only to be met with a disdainful glance from Ouyang Sun. Then came the novice gift pack. With hopeful anticipation, he opened it, only to find a 5-slot storage space and a system avatar card, nothing more. Ouyang Sun, expressionless, instructed 0419 to prepare the storage space, watching as it excitedly utilized the avatar card, summoning a plump, snow-white kitten before him. Oh! Ouyang Sun lifted 0419, scrutinizing it with mild disdain, questioning its utility in such a form. This is rather impractical. 0419, eager to divert Ouyang Sun's reproachful gaze, cleverly suggested he open the last remaining random reward to capture his attention. It turned out to be an ambiguous jade pendant and a disposable lucky halo. You truly are the most unfortunate host I've ever encountered, 0419 remarked. Is that my fault? Ouyang Sun retorted. The verdant jade pendant spun gracefully in Ouyang Sun's hand, sunlight filtering through it, casting a brilliant emerald glow. Observing Ouyang Sun's fixation on the pendant, 0419 eagerly researched its purpose, bounding with excitement upon discovering the results. Ouyang Sun offered it a reluctant glance, encouraging it to continue. 0419 placed its tiny white paw on the pendant, gazing up at Ouyang Sun as it explained, "This pendant grants one usage in every world, allowing you to exchange it for any item within that realm, with no time limit." Ouyang Sun absent-mindedly stroked 0419's fur, replying nonchalantly, "As long as you don't falter at a crucial moment, that will suffice." With a paw covering its face, 0419 wriggled out of Ouyang Sun's embrace and sulked in a corner of the room, flicking its tail in dejection. Amused by its antics, Ouyang Sun chuckled, ruffled 0419's head, gathered his belongings, and exited the dormitory, with 0419 promptly trailing behind. Chapter 23. Transforming the Suffering Cannon Fodder. 6. The power of the Lucky Aura is truly as remarkable as its reputation suggests, thought Ouyang Sun, rubbing his sore lower back. "Xiao Jiao," Ouyang Sun said, gazing at the long queue formed by the crowd before him. He turned to 0419, who was perched on his shoulder, and proposed, "Let us make a bet." With a glance from her enchanting emerald eyes, 0419 replied, "No bet. With your aura. By the time it's your turn, it will certainly be gone." Ouyang Sun. "In about 2 months. That's good." Ouyang Sun's eyes brightened at the thought of not having to endure the torment of waiting until this task is completed. He wandered over to a long bench by the roadside and sat down, placing 0419 beside him while resting his chin on his hand, watching the students come and go. A few dark clouds gathered above, darkening the already dim sky, and a humid breeze swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the wind intensified, raindrops began to fall intermittently, splashing against the ground and prompting the students, sensing the change in weather, to grumble and hasten their steps in an effort to avoid becoming drenched. Noticing this, Ouyang Sun stood up, preparing to leave, but suddenly felt the protective jade amulet he had been wearing grow increasingly warm. Initially, it merely escaped the chill, but soon it became pleasantly warm, even hinting at further elevation in temperature. Frowning, he pulled the amulet from his collar and held it in his hand. The unexpected situation left him puzzled. Before he could inquire with 0419, a sudden pain shot through his fingers as he pressed on the intricate patterns of the amulet, a drop of crimson emerging and staining the design. Ouyang Sun opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and gave 0419 a reassuring glance, redirecting his focus to the jade. The amulet had returned to its original state, but upon closer inspection, the luster it once possessed had significantly dimmed. He gently rubbed the amulet. Its smooth and delicate texture remained unchanged. Yet, Ouyang Sun sensed a strange new power within him and bit his lip. He attempted to invoke a minor spell he had learned called Water Mirror. The newfound power obediently flowed through his fingers as he formed the hand signs, coalescing into countless droplets that ultimately formed a shimmering mirror, clearly reflecting Ouyang Sun's visage. Indeed, it was spiritual energy. This realization was even more shocking than the tattoos he had seen in his previous life, which had left him speechless. He tucked the amulet back into his collar, dismissed the water mirror, and, as he picked up 0419 to leave, he caught a fleeting glimpse of something white. Deciding it was best to avoid unnecessary complications, he chose to ignore it and headed straight into the rain toward the nearest library. He needed to investigate the origins of this amulet. Meanwhile, in the library, Zhongsheng looked up from his research. Outside, the sky was dim, and large raindrops relentlessly pelted the glass, creating streams of water that trickled down. The bright lights flickered ominously, followed by the sound of several bulbs bursting, plunging the room into sudden darkness. Hee. Zhongsheng made no move, merely observing with indifference. As if dissatisfied with his lack of reaction, the swirling black mist thickened, enveloping the windows and allowing no light to escape. Shadows danced within the fog, clawing and writhing. A cacophony of sounds, resembling both weeping and laughter, echoed in Zhongsheng's ears, attempting to stir the violent emotions within him. Overconfident, sensing a fatal threat, the black mist dissipated instantaneously, revealing a distorted figure that fled in panic, leaving a trail of chilling wind in its wake. A talisman appeared between Zhongsheng's fingers, the symbols glowing a fiery red as spiritual energy infused it. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman shot toward the direction of the fleeing shadow, blocking its path in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, the shadow emitted a piercing shriek. Abruptly silenced in the golden light, the used talisman crumbled into ashes, and Zhongsheng's gaze swept over the still darkened floor, where a faint aura of malevolence lingered, causing him to frown deeply. Typically, vengeful spirits would not manifest in this area. Even if they did, they would not recklessly seek him out. It was a universal truth that those who sought trouble would prefer weaker targets, even in the realm of the dead. Yet, that spirit had acted unusually brazenly in presenting itself before him. What was it trying to conceal? If the target was not him, then who could it be? Zhongsheng wrapped his fingers on the table in contemplation, two names surfacing in his mind, Li Qi and Qin Lingling. However, if it were Li Qi, his yin-yang eyes allowed him to sense the spirit world more acutely, coupled with his unique 8 characters, making him an ideal candidate for spirit possession. Zhongsheng's expression darkened as he realized that Li Qi had remained safe for this long solely due to the amulet he carried, which had already lost much of its power during their last encounter on the back mountain. Not daring to think further, Zhongsheng quickly produced a talisman and swiftly inscribed Li Qi's birth details upon it, folding it into a delicate paper crane and infusing it with spiritual energy. A layer of azure light enveloped the paper crane, and to his astonishment, it flapped its wings and took flight. Zhongsheng immediately rose to follow in its wake. The paper crane descended the staircase, the air growing increasingly humid and cold, heavy with the accumulating malevolence. Zhongsheng's expression grew graver with each step. No wonder a vengeful spirit had been deliberately sent to grab his attention. It turned out Li Qi was also in the library. Following the paper crane, Zhongsheng arrived at the library's basement level, his brow furrowing deeply. The crane fluttered weakly before crashing to the ground. With a snap of his fingers, he ignited the crane, watching it vanish without a trace. Reaching for the doorknob, Zhongsheng slowly opened the door. A surge of spiritual energy washed over him, momentarily stunning him, and then a warm object collided directly into his embrace. Looking down, he was met with the familiar face of Li Qi. Fortunately, he had made it in time. Chapter 24. Transformation of the wretched cannon fodder. 7. Before any words could be uttered, a ghastly white claw lunged towards Ouyang Sun's face. Observing this, Zhongsheng swiftly wrapped his arm around Ouyang and retreated rapidly, while his other hand began to weave intricate seals, boldly countering the claw's assault. As azure light flickered, a series of sharp cracks echoed, and the claw disintegrated into a fine powder, vanishing without a trace. From a distance, a piercing howl resonated, prompting Zhongsheng to wave his hand, dispersing much of the obscuring black mist. A fearsome figure emerged, a disheveled, red-clad female specter, her wild hair swirling towards the duo. Attempting to ensnare them, Zhongsheng's gaze sharpened, and the bracelet around his left wrist shattered spontaneously. 7 copper coins strung together by a crimson thread encircling them in an instant. The moment the hair made contact with their skin, it was torn apart, a black ichor splattering across the ground and walls, sizzling as it created shallow depressions. Ouyang Sun swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Wiping the sweat from his brow, casting a worried glance in the direction Zhongsheng had gone, he clicked his tongue softly, suppressing his rising anxiety, and stepped forward to pursue. The black mist enveloped them, rendering their surroundings indistinguishable. A faint yellow light gradually expanded from a corner, and guided by the sounds of combat, Ouyang Sun approached, the battlefield coming into view. Zhongsheng darted around the female ghost, the copper coins swirling with his movements, occasionally colliding with the specter and emitting puffs of white smoke. Ouyang Sun's keen eyes spotted several anomalies. He whispered an incantation to reveal the truth, unleashing his spiritual energy. The moment 4 twisted faces materialized, they were shattered instantly. Meanwhile, the central confrontation shifted. Zhongsheng drew a delicate peachwood sword, channeling a vast amount of spiritual energy into it. The palm-sized sword expanded to 3 feet in length, the faint scent of sandalwood piercing through the grotesque stench, invigorating the senses. Grasping the hilt, he executed a graceful turn, positioning himself beside the female ghost, severing numerous strands of hair. Intricate formations glimmered along the sword, amplifying its offensive power. The clash between the peachwood sword and the specter's claws resonated with the sound of metal striking metal. As Zhongsheng adeptly evaded the ghostess attacks, deftly driving the sword into her brow. Just as the ghost and the surrounding black mist began to dissipate, a glimmer of cold light crossed Ouyang Sun's vision. Warning! Zhongsheng is under lethal threat. Warning! Zhongsheng is under lethal threat. Warning! Zhongsheng is under lethal threat. A hollow, mechanical voice abruptly echoed, startling Ouyang Sun. With no time for contemplation, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Be careful! Zhongsheng caught the staggering Ouyang Sun, ignoring the blood splattered across his face, his complexion pale and his emotions tumultuous, causing a disturbance in his spiritual energy that knocked several items to the ground. Ouyang Sun tugged at him, signaling him to remain calm. But the movement sent pain coursing through his wound, causing him to wince. A pitch-black dagger was embedded in Ouyang Sun's left shoulder, blood gushing forth. The malevolent energy dissipated like snow under the scorching sun, and the lights on the floor flickered, ultimately casting warm yellow shadows. Ignoring Ouyang Sun's protests and struggles, Zhongsheng, albeit awkwardly but gently, lifted him horizontally and seated them in the brightest part of the light, allowing Ouyang Sun to lean against him as he proceeded to extract the dagger. An icy blue spiritual energy surged forth once more. Though lacking the initial overwhelming force and intensity, it enveloped the dagger, sealing it tightly, before yanking it out in one swift motion. Ouyang Sun shuddered, biting his lip to suppress any sound, as the removal of the dagger released a significant amount of foul, black blood, which soon transformed to a more normal hue. Zhongsheng then covered the wound with his spiritual energy, hastening its healing. He glanced at Ouyang Sun's slightly pale lips, which had bled from the pressure of his bite, and softened his tone as he inquired, "Does it hurt?" The same determination and tenderness emanated from him. In that moment, Ouyang Sun found himself momentarily lost in thought, his gaze lingering on Zhongsheng's typically expressionless handsome face. The resemblance to Xin Shaozi sparked a bold notion within him. Could Zhongsheng truly be him? Ouyang Sun hesitated, uncertain of this ludicrous thought. After all, Xin Shaozi did not possess the ability to traverse different worlds, How could he possibly be here? Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Zhongsheng rummaged through his small bag and produced a tiny vial. Ouyang Sun instinctively removed his shirt to facilitate the application of the medicine. Zhongsheng carefully applied the milky ointment to Ouyang Sun's wound. The cool salve provided a soothing relief to the fiery pain, and Ouyang Sun could even feel the medicinal essence seeping in. Leaning against the bookshelf behind him, Ouyang Sun noticed Zhongsheng examining the dagger and attempted to summon 0419. "Come out, little nine. What was that warning about?" 0419's trembling voice came through, hinting at a relieved escape from peril. "That female ghost has finally departed. She terrified me." "Hey, host, what did you just say?"
"Oh,
"You're asking about that?" 0419 replied earnestly. "Some small worlds are based on specific novels, or are derived directly from them. Generally, these worlds operate normally due to the presence of a fated individual, the protagonist. If the protagonist dies, the world collapses. To prevent such occurrences, the main system has set up this warning to alert the host. It's just a precaution." "Does that mean this situation has occurred before?" Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, pondering the potential dangers. "So, we must complete our mission while also ensuring the protagonist's safety?" 0419 responded lightly. "I can't say for sure, but the likelihood is minimal. Small worlds usually provide some degree of protection to the protagonist to ensure their continued functioning." With this reassurance, Ouyang Sun felt somewhat relieved. The ointment Zhongsheng applied gradually warmed, the heat radiating from his shoulder coursing through his veins, infusing warmth into his previously cold body. Before long, a thin sheen of sweat appeared, and he felt significantly more at ease. Ouyang Sun halted his conversation with 0419, looking up to respond. "What?" Zhongsheng's breath hitched. The young man's complexion remained pale. Beads of sweat formed at his temples due to the medicinal effects, and a faint blush graced his cheeks. His enchanting phoenix eyes glimmered, the crimson at their corners standing out vividly, while the dark vines snaked across his bare torso. The wound on his left shoulder had transformed into a delicate pink mark, hidden beneath the darkness, where the blooming roses and the white jade pendant hanging at his chest created a captivating contrast. Noticing the questioning gaze Ouyang Sun directed towards him, Zhongsheng cleared his throat and opened his palm, revealing a grayish bone fragment resting quietly within. Steadying himself, he stated, "This incident was orchestrated by someone." Ouyang Sun reached out to touch the bone, feeling its chilling aura, and inquired, "Is this the dagger?" Zhongsheng nodded. Ouyang Sun then nodded in satisfaction. Intent on verifying the origin of the familiarity Zhongsheng evoked within him. As Zhongsheng cradled the bone, a faint green flame erupted around it, crackling as it consumed the bone, and a small puff of white mist rose above the flames. Both men leaned closer to observe. There, a pale hand with a vermilion birthmark in the palm emerged. Chapter 25. Transformation of the Relentless Pawn. 8. Those hands, with their slender fingers, appeared delicate and fragile, as if devoid of bone. Though their alabaster hue was reminiscent of jade, the fingertips subtly revealed a hint of bluish gray. While the cinnabar mole at the base of the thumb stood out against the skin, an eerie red resembling a droplet of blood poised to fall. However, with only such a hand to rely on, the two could glean no further information and decided to proceed cautiously, remaining vigilant for individuals bearing similar traits. Given the relative calm of recent times, Ouyang Sun expressed no objections. This approach not only afforded them a measure of security, but also allowed them to observe the unfolding narrative in real time, thus enabling them to ascertain whether Zhongsheng had any connection with Xin Shaozi, a trifecta of benefits that was hard to resist. After a brief discussion, Zhongsheng unwittingly noticed the darkening sky and paused to ask Ouyang Sun, "Are you hungry?" Ouyang Sun was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile, responding, "Let us go eat together." With that, he lifted his foot to depart. Yet, Zhongsheng reached out to grasp his wrist. The instant their fingers met, a familiar yet foreign sensation coursed from his fingertips to his heart, as if he had performed this gesture countless times before. His grip on Ouyang Sun's wrist tightened involuntarily, and although his mind was clouded with fragmented images, he felt an inexplicable joy. In response to Ouyang Sun's puzzled gaze, Zhongsheng reluctantly released his hold, then removed his coat and draped it over Ouyang Sun's shoulders, attempting to mask his slight tension with a teasing remark. Are you really going to go out like this? Hearing this, Ouyang Sun glanced down at himself and realized he was still bare from the waist up, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. The previous garment had long since been incinerated by Zhongsheng under the pretext of it being stained with blood and negativity. Fortunately, the tattoo had vanished as well. Seeing Ouyang Sun obediently don the coat, Zhongsheng finally led the way out. As they walked, their conversation flowed easily, and during the meal, they continued to exchange words, enjoying a delightful dining experience. Ouyang Sun observed that Zhongsheng was not as aloof as described in the original text. Aside from his somewhat reserved demeanor and fewer words, he exhibited no negative traits. Moreover, Zhongsheng had saved him twice and showed genuine concern for him, which starkly contradicted the original portrayal of him as indifferent to others, treating them as if they were mere air. Overall, Zhongsheng emerged as a rather gentle soul, albeit somewhat reserved. After swallowing the last bite of his meal, Ouyang Sun silently assessed the situation. The system, 0419, interjected with a thought. Host, do you not realize that this gentleness of the male lead varies with individuals? It lay curled up in the system space, observing the harmonious atmosphere between the two through a large screen, a small white paw tapping its forehead in contemplation. As a system, it routinely scanned individuals whom the host encountered upon arriving in a new world to verify data accuracy. It was during these scans that it detected a peculiar set of data, two soul data chains with an astonishing 80 similarity across both worlds. Though merely a system, 0419 was acutely aware of the emotions its host harbored for this particular soul data chain from the previous world. Unable to ascertain whether the detected data belonged to the same entity due to its rank limitations, 0419 ultimately decided to withhold this information to avoid a catastrophic misunderstanding that might lead to its downfall at the hands of its host. Perhaps the host might discover it on his own. After all, he had already begun to harbor suspicions. With a soft sigh, 0419 curled into a ball. Perhaps due to the time spent with Zhongsheng today, Ouyang Sun encountered no incidents along the way, a smoothness that felt remarkably different, especially considering the aura of good fortune he carried. In reality, he was rereading the original text while pondering questions for 0419, who remained silent. Ouyang Sun did not press, his amber eyes turning as he suddenly asked, if the protagonist were replaced, would the small world continue to operate automatically? Upon receiving an answer, Ouyang Sun's lips curled into a smile, disregarding 0419's frustration as he continued. So, Zhongsheng would still be Zhongsheng. If that is the case, could there be some hidden circumstances behind the considerable deviations from the original setting? In the system space, 0419 trembled slightly, hesitating. Perhaps the small world's automatic repair mechanism is at play. After all, the author's design may have its imperfections. Despite this reasoning, 0419 discreetly wiped away non-existent sweat, feeling a surge of anxiety regarding its host's perceptiveness, which heightened the pressure to conceal the soul data chain's matter. Ouyang Sun tapped his fingertips gently on the table, unconvinced by 0419's rationale. He mused, if I am not mistaken, the small world's automatic repair should only address bugs in the original narrative. For instance, rectifying an incomplete backstory, it cannot alter character personalities, especially since Zhongsheng is the protagonist. 0419 found itself at a loss for words. I suspect that not only Zhongsheng but also Qin Lingling and other characters may have undergone changes. Perhaps the story is not as straightforward as it appears. Ouyang Sun's tone remained calm, laced with a hint of eagerness. Host, you might consider seeking the answers yourself, 0419 suggested cautiously. As long as you can ensure the completion of the main quest, the system will not hinder you in any other endeavors. With nothing else to occupy its time, 0419 turned to observe its host. It sat up, flicking its tail, captivated by Ouyang Sun's earnest profile. Indeed, the host was handsome, intelligent, capable, and possessed a near-terrifying intuition regarding certain matters, with a personality that was not entirely unkind, though perhaps overly guarded. 0419 could discern that Ouyang Sun's trust in it had yet to reach its peak, even when interacting with others across various worlds. Though his expressions and actions were impeccably flawless, each word carried an air of scrutiny. He concealed himself well behind the original character's persona, often anticipating the worst outcomes. 0419 suddenly thought it miraculous that Shen Shaoze from the previous world had managed to carve out a place in Ouyang Sun's heart in merely 3 years. Unaware of 0419's myriad thoughts, Ouyang Sun concluded his rereading of the original text, identifying several suspicious elements. First, in the original narrative, Qin Lingling did not exhibit the ability to attract spirits upon arriving at school. This phenomenon only began after being rescued by Zhong Sheng on the back mountain. Second, the text mentioned that Zhong Sheng had established protective formations, yet incidents persisted in the school, and the formations inexplicably vanished, leading to tragic outcomes for several individuals, including Li Qi. There were also various other bugs, both significant and minor, that could be addressed later. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Ouyang Sun noted that it was nearly time to wash up before lying down to enter the training space. Today's experiences had profoundly highlighted the agony of lacking strength, a sensation that was exceedingly uncomfortable. Discarding the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, he devoted himself to learning. Chapter 26. Transforming the Hardship of a Cannon Fodder. 9. Having remained in the training space until midnight, Ouyang Sun finally emerged, swiftly descending into a deep slumber. The ancient jade pendant hanging from his chest emanated a gentle white glow that gradually dimmed, until only a faint shimmer lingered within, eventually vanishing into the pure white of the jade. Upon awakening the next morning, Ouyang Sun was astonished to discover that his internal spiritual energy had significantly intensified compared to the previous night's rest. Should he encounter the female ghost in the library again, he was confident he could escape using his own strength, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even vanquish her. This revelation lifted his spirits considerably as he sluggishly made his way to class, preparing for the lecture ahead. A glance at the girl seated diagonally across revealed her preening before a mirror, causing Ouyang Sun to instinctively touch his face. He was suddenly reminded of the tattoo that had reappeared while washing his face, causing him a pang of discomfort. Upon accepting this body, he had possessed no tattoos. And given the original owner's docile nature, one would not expect him to have inked the family crest of the Lin family, a symbol that had no place in this world. Sensing his host's turmoil, 0419 began to elucidate. Host, this tattoo has accompanied your soul's data chain. Typically, the main system randomly selects a portion of the host's first world body as a mark, and thus, the tattoo is preserved. Ouyang Sun's expression darkened. Why choose a tattoo of all things? He remembered how much he loathed this very tattoo during his time as Lin Yuan. With a hint of frustration, he inquired, is it not possible to change it? Furthermore, what does this insignia signify? Can the main system not pinpoint your location through your portable system? Raising an eyebrow, Ouyang Sun did not conceal his skepticism. 0419 had no choice but to divulge. The portable system gets shielded upon entering a small world. It can only attempt to connect through spatial communication tools, which may not always succeed. Generally, queries can only be made in the form of messages, rendering tracking impossible. Thus, the main system resorted to this method. Reluctantly, Ouyang Sun acquiesced to this explanation. He ceased conversing with the system, and his mind raced with thoughts. 0419's words had sparked a new line of reasoning, the soul's data chain, a specific insignia. The familiarity he felt with Zhong Sheng could not have been an illusion. Could it be boldly conjectured that Zhong Sheng was connected to Shen Shaoze? He recalled a small leaf-shaped birthmark located on Shen Shaoze's collarbone, an incidental discovery during a visit to a hot spring hotel. If Zhong Sheng bore a similar mark, Ouyang Sun's eyes darkened. The original narrative had seen Zhong Sheng end up with Qin Lingling, a conclusion that now unsettled him. The thought that Zhong Sheng might also be Shen Shaoze only intensified his discomfort, akin to having a cherished possession forcibly taken away, leaving him utterly vexed. It was imperative to confirm this early, should his hypothesis hold true. Ouyang Sun narrowed his eyes, prepared to take decisive action to disrupt the narrative. Unquestionably, 0419, as a system, possessed a keen understanding of Ouyang Sun's capabilities. Soon enough, the fortunate aura he had cultivated began to manifest, leading to a series of minor mishaps that, while not lethal, were irksome. After yet another incident of misstepping and twisting his ankle on the stairs, Ouyang Sun could endure no longer and resolved to remain cooped up in his dormitory. After all, the upcoming days consisted of elective courses, and skipping a class or two would be inconsequential. Noticing his pallor, his roommates presumed he was unwell and refrained from probing further, efficiently requesting leave on his behalf and urging him to rest. Yang-sun found their continuous displays of concern amusing yet heartwarming, stirring a genuine warmth within him. Despite his sedentary existence in the dormitory, chaos persisted. He glanced at his bruised body, weary from the incessant mishaps, which had even begun to affect his roommates. Resigned, he dedicated any spare time to studying Taoist arts within the system space, thus mitigating the frequency of injuries while solidifying his excuse of being unwell. Before he knew it, nearly a week had flown by until Zhongsheng reappeared before Yang-sun, prompting him to realize the passage of time. Although he had been absorbed in the training space, the peculiar occurrences unfolding within the narrative piqued his suspicion. Before he could inquire with his roommates, Zhongsheng succinctly outlined the situation upon his arrival. Starting from the accident in the chemistry laboratory 3 days prior, the campus had been plagued with bizarre incidents, ghostly apparitions in the restrooms, unexpected staircases, and haunting melodies at midnight, classic supernatural events that had manifested within G University, inciting a cacophony of belief and skepticism, resulting in utter pandemonium. So, the plot had progressed to this stage? Calculating the timeline in his mind, Yang-sun realized that it was not long before the original narratives, Li Qi, would meet with misfortune. However, with the Taoist arts he had begun to master, he felt confident in his ability to evade the clutches of most supernatural entities. As Zhongsheng withdrew his hand, Yang-sun noticed the furrowed brow of his senior and felt compelled to remind him, "You need not call me senior." Yang-sun blinked, stifling a chuckle as he feigned ignorance while gazing at him. Zhongsheng remained silent, and the two held their ground in a standoff. Ultimately, Yang-sun broke the impasse, nudging Zhongsheng's arm with his elbow, inquiring then, "What should I call you? Ah Sheng?" Zhongsheng pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. Yang-sun let out a soft laugh, a flicker of nostalgia and affirmation crossing his eyes. The stern facade of Zhongsheng softened, his gaze becoming gentler as he addressed Yang-sun, "As long as you are well." Yang-sun recognized that Zhongsheng's words were incomplete and chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the continuation. After a brief pause, Zhongsheng asked, "You can perform Taoist arts, correct?" "Just a bit," Yang-sun replied. "I have a favor to ask of you," Zhongsheng said, his tone turning serious, prompting Yang-sun to adopt a more earnest demeanor. Without evasion, he questioned Zhongsheng directly, "What is it? Is it related to the recent anomalies at school? If there is anything I can assist with, I will do my utmost." Zhongsheng did not beat around the bush, stating plainly, "We need to repair the defensive formation." Chapter 27, Transforming the Relentless Cannon Fodder. 10. It was truly uncanny. He tightened his grip on the notebook, his suspicions regarding Zhongsheng's identity solidifying further. Were it not for the need to maintain his facade, Yang-sun would have already reached out to tug at Zhongsheng's collar to confirm whether he bore that birthmark. Very well. Once again succumbing to Zhongsheng's piercing gaze, Yang-sun rubbed his flushed earlobe with one hand, coughed discreetly, and then sat down at the desk to peruse the notebook, adding, "I will do my utmost." A smile finally graced Zhongsheng's face. Yang-sun studied the notebook for a while, recalling the earlier incident in which the array inexplicably vanished, leading to the untimely demise of his original self and several other cannon fodders. He inquired, "Ah Sheng, could you enlighten me on how these arrays were damaged?" Zhongsheng did not withhold information and slowly revealed his findings. Some were weakened and aged due to insufficient spiritual energy, while others were deliberately sabotaged. Yang-sun's eyes widened, an understanding dawning within him. The narrative was indeed more complex than it appeared. Stealing a glance at Zhongsheng, who was intently observing him, Yang-sun paused his attempts at sketching a mini-array, simultaneously comparing it with the original text and pondering the current situation. Considering Zhongsheng's mention of intentional damage to the arrays, Yang-sun was now certain that a hidden mastermind lurked behind these ongoing events. Although the motive remained unclear, he could think of no other suspicious figure aside from Zhongsheng and Qin Lingling. What could this unseen adversary desire from them? Propping his chin on his left hand, Yang-sun traced the intricate lines of the array with his right, his slender fingers delicately sketching a palm-sized model in the air. His elongated phoenix eyes slightly arched, The amber hue of his gaze shone brightly under the soft light. He focused intently on the notebook, softly enunciating the words inscribed within. His naturally curved lips forming a gentle smile, the pale hue of his lips contrasting beautifully against his fair complexion. Zhong Sheng found himself momentarily entranced, his heart racing. Echoes of a hazy dream flashing in his mind, as if a voice was attempting to convey something to him, though it remained indistinct. Li Qi. He murmured the name, closing his eyes, the subtle tremor of his fingertips betraying his inner turmoil. The anxiety of not having seen the other for 5 days, coupled with the fear of something happening to him, dissipated in this serene interaction, replaced by a warmth capable of soothing his very soul. Perhaps he had placed too much importance on Li Qi. Zhong Sheng sensed an unsettling intuition. Those like him, who traversed between the realms of yin and yang, ought to avoid entangling too deeply with the mortal world. Yet, he found it unbearable to let this person beside him slip away. His wandering thoughts, ignited by the rising heat within him, threatened to consume his rationality. Memories of aiding Li Qi with his injuries in the library surfaced, a knitted brow, tear-filled eyes, and the exquisite rose tattoo adorning his snow-white skin. "Stay here. I will return shortly," Zhong Sheng uttered hastily before departing. Ouyang Sun looked up in surprise, catching a glimpse of a retreating figure that bore the air of someone fleeing in haste. What had come over Zhong Sheng? Puzzled, Ouyang Sun shrugged and resumed his study of the notebook. Once outside his dormitory, Zhong Sheng's mind was a chaotic whirl, filled with visions of Li Qi. The desire to see him, to embrace him, to possess him had been a persistent echo in his thoughts since their first encounter, intensifying with each passing day. Zhong Sheng was not naive. Perhaps he could once deceive himself into believing that he had been too unperturbed for too long. But his body's reaction had shattered that pretense. He had, indeed, developed feelings for Li Qi, a man. Covering his eyes with one hand, Zhong Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him upon reaching this conclusion, even as the pressures stemming from the recent incidents at school lightened considerably. Just then, a sudden and intense surge of spiritual energy emanated from the back mountain, causing Zhong Sheng's expression to shift. His most formidable defensive array had been triggered. With no time for contemplation, he sprinted toward the back mountain. "Help, help! Senior Zhong!" A girl, upon recognizing the figure before her, radiated hope. Her pace quickening as she dashed behind Zhong Sheng, tears streaming down her face as she clutched his sleeve, trembling in fear. Zhong Sheng, witnessing her terrified state, felt a surge of annoyance, especially as the spiritual energy fluctuations grew increasingly violent. In an effort to protect the innocent, he intended to shoo her away, but she shrieked in his ear, pointing frantically toward her escape route. Suppressing the urge to slap her, he pulled her aside, patiently affixing a few protective talismans to her, urging her to leave quickly. Noticing his evident irritation, the girl realized his disdain but was too frightened to flee alone. The horrors of the back mountain had shattered her courage. She clung to Zhong Sheng's sleeve once more, her voice quivering. "Senior, over there are so many." Zhong Sheng shook his hand, realizing he could not shake her off, and turned his gaze towards the direction she indicated, his countenance darkening further. The entire back mountain was engulfed in a putrid stench, a swirling black mist revealing eerie shades of green. As if the wails of the damned from the depths of hell echoed throughout. Fragments of a dimly golden chain lay scattered, and the grand array on the ground had been marred beyond recognition by an unidentified liquid. "No," Zhong Sheng interrupted her. "If you wish to live, leave immediately." The girl bit her lip, glancing at the increasingly dense black fog, and finally, with a determined stomp, she fled. Zhong Sheng flexed his fingers, and a palm-sized peachwood sword expanded rapidly in his grasp as he advanced toward the back mountain. As he stepped into the black mist, a delicate silhouette emerged from the shadows of the trees at the entrance, revealing only a curvaceous outline. The figure meticulously wiped the filth from their fingertips with a handkerchief. Then a wisp of eerie green flame engulfed the blood-stained cloth. The fire danced in the crimson pupils, a sanguine smile curving upon their lips as they watched Zhong Sheng venture forth. As the flames flickered out, one hand, illuminated by the sunlight, displayed a strikingly vivid vermilion birthmark at the base of the thumb. Chapter 28. transforming the struggling cannon fodder. 11. The entire back mountain had undergone a remarkable transformation. The dense fog rendered visibility so poor that even the tree trunks a few meters away were indistinct. Zhongsheng ignited a light talisman, which dispelled some of the darkness. He weighed the peachwood sword in his hand, his demeanor returning to its usual calmness. His sleeves and back were drenched from the girl's actions, and with a gesture of disdain, he cast aside his outer garment. The fitted black vest accentuated his perfect physique, a leaf-shaped mark imprinted beneath his collarbone. The fleeting blue light within its patterns a testament to his formidable strength. Countless pale hands emerged from the mist, their dark, sharp nails reaching for Zhongsheng. Accompanied by gusts of wind. Without even glancing at them, he allowed their incessant strikes to collide with his protective golden shield as he strode purposefully toward the core of the formation he had initially set up. Of the 7 formations, 6 had lost their responsiveness, and a profound sense of unease began to swell within him. With a sharp motion, he cleaved through the blood-red barrier, revealing an even darker scene beyond. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped through. The instant he crossed into the area enclosed by the barrier, Zhongsheng felt a sudden rigidity seize him. An overwhelmingly terrifying power, akin to a colossal beast awakening from slumber, locked its scarlet gaze upon him. Sensing an unfamiliar aura rapidly approaching, Zhongsheng instinctively leaped forward. The golden talisman he had affixed to himself erupted with blinding light as it absorbed the impact, while his peachwood sword barely defended against a purple-black vine that shot at him from a peculiar angle, the clash echoing with metallic resonance. The formations inscribed on the sword, along with its innate ability to repel evil, effortlessly shattered the vine's tough exterior, revealing a dark, viscous interior. A foul liquid, mingled with remnants of corpses, gushed forth from the rupture, swiftly transforming into tendrils of blue-black mist that merged with the surrounding darkness, thickening the air's chill. Corpse Vine. Zhongsheng furrowed his brow, voicing the name of the vine with a hint of perplexity. His confusion stemmed not only from the unexpected peculiarities of the back mountain but also from the fact that this plant thrived on a substantial amount of vengeful souls and decaying corpses. Why was it present here? He deflected another strike, his gaze heavy as it fell upon the corpse vine, which seemed to take on a protective stance before him. What exactly was it guarding? The copper coin bracelet around his left wrist unfastened itself, once more, 7 small coins replacing the peachwood sword, spinning to block the relentless assault of the corpse vine. Zhongsheng tightened his grip on the sword, channeling his energy into his feet. With a specific sequence of steps, the soil beneath him began to emit threads of blue light. The copper coins firmly contained the vine's attacks within a 3-foot radius around him. As he took his final step, the blue light points scattered across the ground ignited like stars in a vast expanse. Towering blue flames enveloped the struggling corpse vine, gradually extinguishing amidst a cacophony of crackling sounds, leaving behind a pool of foul-smelling black liquid that hissed as it corroded the earth, creating a modest pit. Suddenly, a flash of white light. Zhongsheng halted his retreat, squatting down to face the pit once more. He cautiously used the sword's tip to pry open the unusually soft soil corroded by the black liquid, while his other hand pulsed with blue light, ever vigilant for impending peril. That feeling of being watched returned. As the last layer of soil was removed, the malevolent gaze that had previously fixated on him bore down upon his back like a tangible weight. Silently, he pressed a golden talisman against himself, enveloping his entire being with spiritual protection. Switching the sword to his left hand, he placed his right palm against several talismans, then carefully grasped the object lying at the bottom of the pit. It was a chain thicker than a grown man's arm. The moment his hand brushed against the chain, the talismans ignited fiercely, transforming into a handful of ash that drifted down onto the chain's surface. The thick, pure energy of Taoism surged forth. Just as Zhongsheng intended to reach out to the chain once again, it flickered with the same white light that had initially drawn his attention. The white points danced upon the chain, coalescing into a luminous river that shimmered against the dark metal. The chain began to tremble slowly, causing the ground to quake. Zhongsheng's expression shifted as he sensed a torrent of energy surging from the earth, intensifying the surrounding black mist. He drove the peachwood sword deep into the ground, its wooden blade more resilient than iron, gripping the hilt tightly as the world around him quaked violently. Yet he remained steadfast. Countless chains erupted from the earth, their white forms tracing intricate patterns in the air. To Zhongsheng's astonishment, they rose high, forming an immense net that enveloped the entire back mountain. It was a top-tier suppression spell. Zhongsheng inhaled deeply, unable to fathom the array of spirits of varying levels being contained beneath him, and the fact that he had been oblivious to it for the past 3 years. The tremors intensified, the patterns on the chains becoming increasingly pronounced, the taut chains stretching ever tighter, on the brink of breaking. Something was about to burst forth. As the iron net teetered on the edge of collapse, the swirling black mist writhed violently, the terrifying aura that had unsettled Zhongsheng becoming clearer in his perception. Even as it remained shackled by the suppression spell, the Yin energy enveloped his body, and for the first time, Zhongsheng felt a sense of helpless defeat. His resistance against the encroaching black mist seemed trivial, quickly depleting his energy reserves. Crack, crack, snap. The black mist filled his vision, plunging him into darkness. He heard the chains nearing their breaking point, the exhaustion rendering his grip on the sword weak, the peachwood sword threatening to revert to its original state. As his mind grew hazy, he failed to notice the leaf-shaped birthmark on his collarbone emanating a gentle glow. On the verge of losing consciousness, a familiar smile flashed before Zhongsheng's eyes. It was Li Qi, reaching out a hand, as if to pull the faltering Zhongsheng back from the brink. A peculiar hum echoed from afar, reaching Zhongsheng's ears, restoring a semblance of clarity. A heavy, pure energy surged from the direction of the sound, forcefully pressing down upon the back mountain. The chains, now riddled with cracks, regained their brilliance, the suppression spell resuming its function, while the damaged defensive formation reignited. 3 powers converged, forming a hemispherical shield that encased the black mist, ultimately thrusting it back underground. He almost believed that his previous ordeal had been nothing more than a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, and Zhongsheng resolved to uncover the secrets buried within the back mountain. He wondered how Li Qi was faring. Exhausted, he rubbed his temples and made his way toward the dormitory building. How familiar yet loathsome the energy felt. Regrettably, the key's power had become insufficient. After a while, a hoarse voice resonated from the darkness, vaguely feminine. She expressed some regret. So the key is not with him? I miscalculated and wasted so much time on him. Thankfully, his blood still holds some value. However, a realization struck her, and she chuckled sinisterly. If it is not with him, then it must be with that person. Her red eyes gleamed with intrigue as she gazed toward the distant dormitory buildings. Her voice transformed into a lilting whisper, reminiscent of a lover's murmur. Isn't that right, Li Qi? Chapter 29. Transforming the Struggling Pawn. 12. Ouyang Sun gazed blankly at the ancient jade in his hand, its warmth contrasting with the pallor of his complexion. He had been engrossed in the study of how to combine the defensive array he learned in the practice space with the one provided by Zhongsheng, when an unexpected wave of trepidation interrupted his thoughts. His hand trembled, causing the pen to carve a deep mark on the paper. It felt as though an invisible hand had clenched tightly around his heart, rendering him breathless. The jade pendant, which had quietly hung at his chest, suddenly radiated heat, startling him into pulling it out for inspection. To his astonishment, as soon as he touched the surface of the pendant, the spiritual energy within him surged forth uncontrollably like a flood, pouring into the jade without return. The sudden drain of his energy left him feeling profoundly weakened, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Before he could react, the pendant trembled in his grasp, releasing an unfamiliar sound that echoed into the distance, only to be suppressed by the immense pressure emanating from the jade. Ouyang Sun rolled his eyes in frustration, maintaining his awkward position while handling the pendant. Soon, it returned to its original state, a faint glow flowing over the engraved characters, and the turmoil in his heart dissipated along with the pendant's anomaly, replaced by tranquility and serenity. What was happening? Perplexed, he examined the pendant from various angles, but lacking any clues, he reluctantly turned to 0419 for assistance. Ouyang Sun. What use is a system that sleeps all day in cat form and falters at critical moments? Oblivious to his host's exasperation akin to guarding a treasure, yet unable to utilize it, 0419 continued to sleep soundly. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Sun had begun to grow accustomed to the presence of Zhong Sheng, learning to rely on him. Disregarding any further reactions from the jade pendant, he focused on restoring his spiritual energy. The sensation of being drained was unpleasant, a weakness that tested his endurance. Exhausted and filled with questions, he stepped through the door, only to forget his fatigue upon seeing the familiar figure inside. The person he had long been concerned about was peacefully meditating with eyes closed, the warm glow of the bedside lamp casting a gentle light over him. The soft white jade pendant shimmered under the illumination, beautifully complementing his slightly upturned lips. On the desk lay several books and notebooks, their pages filled with elegant handwriting, alongside diagrams of formations that appeared vaguely familiar, yet strange to Zhong Sheng. Crafted with meticulous strokes. Zhong Sheng pressed a hand to his chest, unable to suppress his emotions. Having recently flirted with the edge of danger, he was struck by a profound sense of crisis, fearing the potential loss of his beloved. This desire to express his feelings overwhelmed his thoughts, every fiber of his being urging him, tell him, embrace him, kiss him, claim him. Zhong Sheng cautiously approached, hesitantly reaching out to caress Ouyang Sun's slightly cool cheek. The unnatural pallor of his lips and the beads of sweat at his temples filled Zhong Sheng's gaze with concern and tenderness. Fortunately, Ouyang Sun's recovery was swift, his complexion regaining its color at a visible pace, his faint breath becoming more pronounced. Zhong Sheng felt relieved. Yet his fingers could not help but tenderly trace Ouyang Sun's cheek, reluctant to withdraw. Thus, when Ouyang Sun opened his eyes, he was met by Zhong Sheng's deep black gaze, capable of drowning countless souls. That gaze was a tapestry of emotions, so thick that Ouyang Sun could scarcely discern them. Yet it could not obscure the profound affection and deep love shining through. Ouyang Sun found himself momentarily breathless. It was strikingly familiar. The sound of his heartbeat thundered in his ears, igniting the blood coursing through him, causing it to boil with fervor, sending tremors through his very soul. As dark patterns emerged on his warming skin, he sensed Zhong Sheng's gaze lingering on his tattoo, noticing the softening of those penetrating eyes. As he gazed downward, his sight fell upon the leaf-shaped birthmark beneath Zhong Sheng's collarbone, causing time to seem to freeze. Indeed, it was him. The unchanging eyes, similar features, familiar gestures, and matching birthmarks. The speculations of days past crystallized into reality, and the unexpected joy left him momentarily disoriented. Ouyang Sun parted his lips, yet no words emerged. Could this be considered a reunion of sorts? He pondered, lost in thought. Li Qi? Zhong Sheng sensed his distraction. Lil Qi? You are my destiny. His words carried a commanding weight. Ouyang Sun stared at him, this being the second time he had heard such a declaration from the man. Although far shorter than the previous proclamation in another world, the stripped-down directness of his words made the sentiment all the more fervent, leaving Ouyang Sun disarmed and vulnerable. Upon hearing those words, Ouyang Sun felt his previous social finesse, honed through countless gatherings, evaporate in an instant. The calm composure that had once been his armor against any situation was now cast aside. If his feelings for Shenxiaoza had been more gratitude for years of companionship, tinged with regret over an abrupt departure, what about now? This time they had not entangled themselves too deeply. Yet, even so, thoughts of one another lingered, and the joy and surprise ignited within him upon hearing the confession created an ache in his chest. This time, Ouyang Sun thought, he could finally touch his racing heart and unhesitatingly tell this person, I like you. With clarity, a sense of relief washed over him. After a moment, Ouyang Sun nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yes, destined. There could be no more fitting term. As for why Zhong Sheng resembled Shenxiaoza, he would inquire further with 0419 later. Suddenly, 0419, lost in slumber, felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition stirring within. After Ouyang Sun finished speaking, he pointed at the jade pendant, remarking, the voice and spiritual energy you mentioned should be its doing. Zhong Sheng glanced at the character Zhong inscribed on the pendant. I have a few hypotheses regarding the jade pendant, particularly concerning the back mountain. The back mountain. The initial disturbances had occurred there, where the pawns met their demise, and where Qin Lingling's allure to the supernatural had also intensified. The original text did not elaborate on the reasons behind the emergence of spirits in the back mountain, merely recounting the process of Zhongsheng and Qin Lingling's collaboration to resolve the issues. Now, it was clear that Zhongsheng could no longer partner with Qin Lingling. Wait, Qin Lingling. As a female ghost, Qin Lingling thrived without Zhongsheng by her side, even as the spiritual energy in the campus thickened. Other events from the original narrative had unfolded one after another, yet she remained unscathed in such circumstances. How was this possible? A thought surged in Ouyang Sun's mind. Zhongsheng, have you encountered Qin Lingling recently? Ouyang Sun inquired, his voice low. Zhongsheng shook his head. He had been preoccupied with school affairs, barely finding time to summon Ouyang Sun, let alone pay attention to inconsequential individuals. Ouyang Sun stroked his chin, seriousness settling over him. I have some suspicions regarding Qin Lingling. Zhongsheng regarded him, awaiting an explanation. Just as Ouyang Sun was about to speak, Zhongsheng suddenly pulled him aside. The familiar black blade grazed his shoulder, embedding itself into the wall with a depth of over half an inch. Who? Chapter 30. Transforming the dismal cannon fodder. 13. Ouyang Sun swiftly cast a manifestation talisman towards the direction from which the dagger had flown, while Zhongsheng gathered his lethal strike. Yet there was no trace left of it. Zhongsheng's complexion turned ashen. He was dismayed at having let his guard down, failing to notice the approaching threat, allowing it to escape. Had he not reacted quickly just moments ago, the dagger would have pierced not the wall but Li Qi's chest. He grasped Ouyang Sun's hand tightly, as if clinging to a precious treasure he had thought lost. Ouyang Sun permitted him to pull him along, squinting towards the doorway, where he could only see lingering wisps of blood. Turning back, Ouyang Sun intended to retrieve the dagger embedded in the wall, but Zhongsheng yanked him into his embrace, holding him tightly. A warmth spread through Ouyang Sun's heart, and he gently patted Zhongsheng's back in reassurance, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Zhongsheng remained silent, his grip around Ouyang Sun's waist tightening further. With a sense of helplessness, Ouyang Sun mimicked the way Zhongsheng had previously drawn the dagger, enveloping it with his spiritual energy and slowly extracting it. He then boldly sat astride Zhongsheng's lap. Zhongsheng seemed pleased, nuzzling his cheek against Ouyang Sun's. After a moment, he murmured, "I'm sorry." The deep, tender tone resonated in Ouyang Sun's ears, sending a shiver through him. He shook his head and met Zhongsheng's gaze, saying, "It's not your fault, so why apologize? If blame is to be assigned, it should fall on the true culprit." He shook the dark dagger in his hand as he spoke. After a brief embrace, Zhongsheng gradually released his hold, allowing a small space between them. Ouyang Sun brought the dagger closer to examine it. Upon closer inspection, both were convinced that this dagger had been crafted using the same method as the one that had ambushed them in the library, and that the individual behind it was undoubtedly the same. Thus, they resolved to replicate their earlier approach. Zhongsheng freed one hand and ignited an ice-blue flame beneath the dagger. As the flames licked its surface, they immediately shifted to a ghostly green hue, emanating an eerie chill. Ouyang Sun keenly noticed Zhongsheng's trembling hand and the flickering flames. Sensing Zhongsheng's strain, he urged him to stop and took over. Having spent hours practicing in the training space each day, Ouyang Sun had a solid foundation, and with Zhongsheng's guidance, he swiftly mastered the use of spiritual fire. Resuming the forging of the dagger, the white flames danced at his palm, and soon, thick purple-black smoke billowed from the dagger, accompanied by a foul stench, as the sounds of anguished wails echoed from the dark haze. After a while, the black smoke began to dissipate, becoming translucent, revealing hands adorned with vermilion birthmarks once more at the center of the fog. This time, the view was broader, and they could faintly discern a graceful figure clad in a white dress. Ouyang Sun involuntarily recalled Qin Lingling, who was often seen in a white gown both in the original narrative and reality, and skepticism began to creep in. With a crack, the dagger's black exterior crumbled away, revealing the gray-white bones within. Disgusted, Ouyang Sun waved his hand, and the bones were consumed by the surging flames, leaving no trace behind. The first target was you, yet I disrupted that. The second time, for some reason, the focus shifted to me. Ouyang Sun pondered aloud. This reason might be retaliation for thwarting his plans, or perhaps his ultimate objective is me? Zhongsheng suddenly interjected with a seemingly unrelated remark. What is engraved on it is Zhong. Ouyang Sun was taken aback. glancing down at the jade pendant hanging from his chest, and asked, "Zhong? You're Zhong?" Zhong Sheng nodded, explaining, "The core members of the Zhong family bear it. Protected by the power of our ancestors, serving to signify identity." Ouyang Sun touched the pendant, feeling its cool surface, and remarked, "So, it was aimed at the pendant? Does your family's jade have any unique properties?" It was rare to hear Zhongxing speak so much. Ouyang Sun struggled to suppress a smile. Not wanting to disrupt the atmosphere, he contemplated and shared the pendant's peculiarities with Zhongsheng. As Zhongsheng listened, his expression grew increasingly grave until he appeared wholly serious. Once Ouyang Sun finished, Zhongsheng stated, "I have never heard of such effects associated with the pendant." Ouyang Sun understood, finally identifying the source. It was indeed targeting the pendant, but for what purpose? He lifted the pendant to the light for a closer look. It appeared no different from ordinary jade, albeit more refined and lustrous. The special aspect, the back mountain, the suppression spell, both realized simultaneously, shock coursing through them, especially Zhongsheng, whose mind was a tempest. If the pendant could reinvigorate the suppression spell, it could also potentially extract it or even breach the formation directly. Having experienced the horror of what lay in the back mountain, he knew the consequences of its release would be unimaginable. Zhongsheng grasped Ouyang Sun's hand, still holding the pendant, and asked Shao Qi, "Who else knows about the pendant?" Ouyang Sun listed them one by one: "My parents, the old abbot who gifted me the pendant, and you." He had never shown the pendant to anyone proactively, not even his roommates. Thus, he was curious as to who possessed the ability to identify the pendant and know it was in his possession. "Have you taken it out before?" "Yes," Ouyang Sun recalled. "Once when we first met at the back mountain, you examined it. The other time was when it transmitted spiritual energy to me." He paused suddenly. During that expedition to the back mountain, aside from himself and Zhongsheng, there had been a faintly unconscious Qin Lingling whom he had supported. During his surge of spiritual energy, he had glimpsed a white figure. The dagger's owner was also a woman clad in white, leading him to reconsider the oddities surrounding Qin Lingling. Although it seemed hasty to suspect Qin Lingling based on a few tenuous connections, Ouyang Sun resolved to investigate her background, believing it better to eliminate one suspect than risk overlooking a genuine threat. He shared his thoughts with Zhongsheng, who nodded in agreement. They promptly devised their next course of action. Ouyang Sun would delve into the secrets of the back mountain and the pendant, while Zhongsheng would investigate Qin Lingling. As dusk approached, before they could exchange further words, a phone call from their mentor summoned Zhongsheng for assistance. Ouyang Sun urged him to hurry, cautioning him to be careful. Fortunately, Zhongsheng had nearly recovered. Otherwise, Ouyang Sun would have hesitated to let him go alone. Realizing the implications, Ouyang Sun felt mentally exhausted. Perhaps it was best to stick close to Zhongsheng. The burdens of fortune seemed too taxing to bear alone. Chapter 31. Transformation of the Misfortunate Cannon Fodder. 14. Despite the vexing aura of luck that seemed to plague him, Ouyang Sun ultimately found himself unable to step out of his dormitory. He placed a call to his roommate, requesting assistance in procuring a meal, and rummaged through his wardrobe for what felt like an eternity until he unearthed a long-buried notebook. His computer, devoid of a password but lacking power, flickered to life upon connecting to an outlet, revealing an unaltered desktop interface. After a moment's contemplation, he opened a search engine and entered the name of the local area. Ji University, a venerable institution with a history spanning over 80 years, is nestled on the outskirts of the city, sprawling across a vast expanse and flanked by 3 mountains of varying heights. The left mountain, known as Qingming Mountain, is adorned with evergreens, while the right, Fengling Mountain, boasts a vibrant display of autumnal maples. Each autumn, the juxtaposition of the verdant and crimson landscapes draws both visitors and serves as a source of pride for Ji University students. Numerous tales and legends abound regarding Qingming and Fengling Mountains, and these narratives are a favorite topic among students. However, when it comes to the rear mountain, few can elucidate its origins, and even its name remains largely unknown. This mountain perpetually exudes a dreary gray hue, shrouded in an air of desolation, as if concealed beneath a veil of mystery that no one dares to unveil. In his search, Ouyang Sun stumbled upon some intriguing clues. Before the establishment of Ji University, this area experienced a 6.2 magnitude earthquake. Due to its sparse population, the impact was minimal. However, the three mountains suffered varying degrees of landslides and collapses, particularly the rear mountain, which lost a significant portion of its summit, now standing a third shorter than before. On the eve of the earthquake, a torrential downpour had occurred, leaving many unable to sleep due to the damp chill. That night, the sky above the rear mountain was illuminated by flashes of lightning, witnessed by countless residents of the city. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bowl, struck the mountain's peak, cleaving away substantial chunks of earth. Strangely, as the thunderous roar of the collapse echoed, the menacing lightning gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing altogether. Following this, a thick fog enveloped the city, rendering the landscape shrouded in darkness, unaffected by the deluge that continued throughout the night, only dissipating with the rising sun the following day. This remarkable spectacle has been recounted by locals for years. Shortly after this event, reports of missing children began to surface in the city, and within half a month, news emerged that Ji University would be established on the rear mountain. Gradually, engineering teams arrived in the central area surrounded by the three mountains, and the number of missing children dramatically decreased. A year later, Ji University was completed, and reports of missing children ceased. The timing of these occurrences is nothing short of astonishing. The history department of Ji University, the largest and most renowned, was also the only department established at the inception of the institution. Most notably, Ouyang Sun's gaze fixated on the list of founding leaders, raising an eyebrow at the name Zhong Mingqi. Could he be related to the Zhong family? Rubbing his tired eyes, he enlarged the image once more, only to find the details blurred beyond recognition. With a slight sigh of frustration, Ouyang Sun resolved to inquire with Zhong Sheng, as families of their stature typically possess genealogical records, which would reveal whether this individual belonged to the Zhong lineage. "You're like a starving ghost reincarnated." His roommate jested as he rummaged for a basketball before heading out. Ouyang Sun, chewing on his meal, felt a chill run down his spine at the remark. "No way." As he turned, he nearly collided with an ominous presence, the shock nearly arresting his heartbeat. Should he blame his roommate's ill-timed jest or the seemingly benevolent aura of luck that had manifested before him? With his eyes closed, Ouyang Sun forcefully subdued the erratic pounding of his heart, steadying himself before discreetly forming a seal with his left hand. Seizing the opportunity while the specter remained oblivious, he pressed his palm against its forehead. A wretched wail escaped the spirit, which cast a resentful glance at the half-eaten meal before dissipating into wisps of white smoke. Truly, a starving ghost indeed. After this unsettling encounter, Ouyang Sun lost his appetite, the lingering stench overwhelming his senses. He pushed his plate aside, opened the window, and returned to his research. For over an hour, he scoured the scant information available online, nearly exhausting all resources. Convinced he could glean no further useful insights, he decided to visit the university library. Admittedly, his previous experience there had left him with lingering shadows. As he approached the library entrance, the pain in his left shoulder, once pierced by a dagger, flared anew. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Sun stepped into the dimly lit library, heading straight for the history section. He began with the university's history, finding it largely consistent with the online information. However, to his relief, he finally discovered the rear mountain's name, Chenin Mountain. This name appeared in the description of Ji University's geographical location, authored by none other than the founding president, Zhong Mingqi. If Zhong Mingqi is indeed a member of the Zhong family, his decision to establish the university beneath Chenin Mountain, following the peculiar events in the city, raises intriguing questions. Coupled with the immense suppression spell atop Chenin Mountain, Ouyang Sun began to form a hypothesis. To validate his theory, he opened the alumni directory, swiftly perusing its contents until a knowing smile graced his lips. Each graduating class at Ji University consistently features 1 to 5 students with the surname Zhong. Thus, combined with the Jade Pendant's purported ability to counteract the suppression spell, Ouyang Sun was confident that among these students, at least one must be a key member of the Zhong family, utilizing the Jade Pendant to prevent the spell from being broken. Ouyang Sun felt he was nearing the concealed truth. Based on the information he had gathered, he could conclude that something lay buried beneath Chenin Mountain, which had triggered the storm and thunder over 80 years ago cleaving away a substantial portion of the mountain and breaking its constraints, leading to the earthquake. The emergence of this entity coincided with the reports of missing children, prompting the Zhong family to take action, resulting in Zhong Mingqi's establishment of Ji University. Initially, Ji University appeared to serve as a guise for the Zhong family to re-establish control over the escaped entity beneath Chenin Mountain, with a colossal suppression spell designed specifically for it. The assault on Zhong Sheng and his associates likely aimed to retrieve this very entity. Thus, the pressing question remains: what exactly lies beneath Chenin Mountain, held in perpetual suppression? Chapter 32. Transforming the Frustrated Cannon Fodder. 15. Ouyang Sun propped his head up with one hand while the other sketched and scribbled on paper, his fingertips lightly tapping on his temples before gliding down the bridge of his nose, a habitual gesture during his moments of contemplation. The computer beside him had long succumbed to sleep mode, its screen a void of darkness. The intricate web of events surrounding this incident sprawled haphazardly in his notebook, yet the most critical aspects remained elusive. The enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows left him with an unsettling feeling, akin to a dagger poised above him, ever ready to strike from behind, which perpetually gnawed at his sense of security. He wondered about Zhong Sheng's well-being. With a sigh, Ouyang Sun pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. The sound of laughter and playful banter wafted in from the doorway as several sweaty young men burst in, carrying a grimy basketball. Upon noticing Ouyang Sun's gaze, they chorused in unison, "Shao Qi." Ouyang Sun's lips twitched, and he promptly shooed these lively characters off to shower and change. By the time they had tidied themselves up, Ouyang Sun had organized the chaotic assortment of papers and writing utensils on the table. "Did you forget?" Lao Er appeared out of nowhere, his hair damp and messy, his expression exaggeratedly astonished. "Tomorrow, the school is giving us a 3-day break, as usual. This is unique to our school. No other institution enjoys such a privilege." "Well then," the eldest sighed in disappointment, "I suppose I shall have to invite you to that restaurant next time." Ouyang Sun chuckled. "It's a promise. I'll definitely do it next time." Noticing that the hour was neither too late nor too early, the group swiftly climbed into bed, settling down to chat. When fatigue set in, they simply drifted off to sleep, a delightful scenario indeed. After exchanging a few words with them, Ouyang Sun had barely settled when his phone buzzed beside him. He reached for it and glanced at the screen. "Zhong Sheng, are we leaving tomorrow?" "Zhong Sheng, all right." "Xiao Jiao," he called out into the emptiness. After a while, 0419, a round little figure, materialized in his line of sight, its voice drowsy and languid. "Host, what is it? Do you still remember your system, Xiao Jiao?" Ouyang Sun remarked, his expression darkening at its lordly tone. After a moment of silence, he added, "I have a few questions to ask you." "Please proceed, host." "Firstly, do you have any insights on this matter? For instance, what exactly is being suppressed?" 0419 hesitated. Host, I apologize, but that exceeds the scope of the original text, and I lack further information. 0419, feeling indignant, fluffed its fur in protest, resembling a fluffy snowball. It hopped in front of Ouyang Sun, exclaiming, "Who says I'm useless? I'm merely a bit lazy." "Well, that's delightful." Ouyang Sun grinned like a sly fox. "Please enlighten me about the relationship between Zhong Sheng and Shen Shaozi." 0419 froze, its tail drooping in defeat. It had hidden so much, yet the host had uncovered the truth. Sitting down, it looked up at Ouyang Sun and said, "You must have noticed that Zhong Sheng and Shen Shaozi share the same emblem." Ouyang Sun nodded. Upon scanning, it was revealed that the soul data chains of Zhong Sheng and Shen Shaozi bore an 80 similarity, indicating they were essentially the same entity, though the data remained incomplete for unknown reasons, preventing a perfect match. Consequently, each data chain's personality traits exhibited certain deviations. How intriguing. Ouyang Sun mused in silence for a moment. Having confirmed their identity as one and the same, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders and began his training for the day. The following day, Ouyang Sun awoke to the sun already high in the sky. His roommates had departed quietly, careful not to disturb his slumber. Grabbing the note left by the eldest, Ouyang Sun smiled faintly, attaching it nearby as he changed into fresh clothes, ready to venture out for a meal. Just then, the door opened ahead of him. Zhong Sheng handed him a bottle of yogurt, stating casually, "You can't come?" No, I was merely curious, Ouyang Sun replied, accepting the yogurt. He twisted off the cap and took a sip, his eyes brightening at the familiar flavor he adored. Zhongsheng's gaze lingered on Ouyang Sun's face, his eyes darkening with intrigue. In a teasing manner, he reached out to wipe the yogurt from Ouyang Sun's lips, unexpectedly brushing against his soft tongue. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhongsheng grasped Ouyang Sun's chin, drawing him closer. Their lips met. Zhongsheng tenderly kissed Ouyang Sun, savoring the sweetness, then pried open his mouth, entwining their tongues in a fierce and possessive dance. The soft tongue glided over the gums, caressing the roof of his mouth, creating a symphony of wet sounds as unswallowed saliva trickled down the corners of their mouths. Caught off guard by the swift kiss, Ouyang Sun found himself firmly held in Zhongsheng's embrace, the yogurt bottle slipping from his grasp and splattering white liquid across the floor. Before he could lament the loss of the drink, his attention was wholly consumed by Zhongsheng. The hand that had pressed against the back of his head transitioned to gently massaging his neck, the struggle between their tongues intensifying. The air between them was depleted as Zhongsheng delved deeper, coaxing a soft whimper from Ouyang Sun. After several fervent exchanges, Zhongsheng reluctantly released him, their lips parting with glistening strands connecting them, shimmering in the light. Ouyang Sun felt his legs weaken, collapsing into Zhongsheng's embrace. Zhongsheng pressed a gentle kiss on his cheek before settling down. Once he managed to steady his breath, Ouyang Sun poked Zhongsheng's shoulder, revealing his recent findings in detail. Upon hearing, Zhongsheng refrained from drawing immediate conclusions. Instead, he called his family to request the family tree. A moment later, Ouyang Sun inquired, "Hey, Asheng, why is there a holiday today?" Zhongsheng replied in a calm, unhurried tone, "Today is the 15th day of the 7th lunar month." Chapter 33, Transformation of the Downtrodden Cannon Fodder, 16. Zhongsheng nodded and cautioned, "Be careful." Ouyang Sun acknowledged with a faint smile, "Today presents a splendid opportunity. I suspect the puppeteer will not let it slip by." Zhongsheng inquired, "Do you have a suspect?" "Yes," Ouyang Sun paused, "but the individual in question differs somewhat from what I know, so I cannot be certain at this moment." Zhongsheng gently squeezed the nape of his neck, his tone composed. "Eventually, the truth will reveal itself." Despite his words, Ouyang Sun remained uneasy. Luring the serpent from its lair was one matter, but resolving the ensuing complications was quite another. Moreover, the ominous forces from beneath Chenin Mountain had been restlessly stirring since their last near breakthrough, gnawing at their nerves. Understanding the nature of what lay beneath Chenin Mountain was imperative, allowing them to prepare for any eventuality. Ouyang Sun straightened, gazing into Zhongsheng's impassive black eyes, and asked, "Asheng, do you know what resides beneath the mountain?" Zhongsheng lowered his gaze, reflecting seriously before finally shaking his head. Ouyang Sun felt a tinge of disappointment. If even the Zhong family was unaware, how would they proceed? However, Zhongsheng's cool voice unexpectedly carried an unrecognized note of affection. "I will assist you." After saying this, he patted Ouyang Sun, signaling him to rise, and then took his place, instructing, "Stay here." Ouyang Sun's fleeting disappointment quickly dissipated as he adjusted his mindset. Hearing Zhongsheng's words, he tilted his head and asked, "Where are you going?" Unable to resist, Zhongsheng ruffled Ouyang Sun's hair, a glimmer of mirth illuminating his otherwise profound gaze. "To prepare in advance," he replied. At this, Ouyang Sun wished to accompany him, but was firmly dissuaded by Zhongsheng. He could only remind him repeatedly to exercise caution. Zhongsheng nodded, utilizing a cleansing talisman to tidy the spilled yogurt on the floor, leaving behind a few protective charms before turning to depart. Ouyang Sun watched the door open and close, subconsciously pressing his slightly swollen lips together with a sigh. After sitting for a while, he reached for a book beside him and began to read, the tips of his ears, still flushed, becoming increasingly prominent against his dark hair. Once Zhongsheng exited the dormitory, he strolled around the campus. With the holidays in full swing, the grounds were deserted, which facilitated Zhongsheng's arrangements. Even nearing noon, the air remained thick with moisture, enveloped in fog, a damp chill eagerly caressing his skin. Zhongsheng's expression grew more frigid, a pale blue spiritual energy swirling around him, dispersing the oppressive cold that surrounded him, creating a striking contrast against the dimness. After a brief walk, Zhongsheng's pace faltered slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He discreetly surveyed his surroundings, his lips curling into a frosty smile as he silently inscribed a formation into the ground, then nonchalantly resumed his stride. His movements were so swift that the pause was nearly imperceptible. Once his figure vanished into the thick fog, a lithe silhouette abruptly appeared where he had just walked, only to disappear like a phantom moments later. Zhongsheng strolled through the campus, his hands tucked in his pockets, his demeanor detached as he meandered seemingly without purpose, yet gradually drawing closer to the direction of Chun'in Mountain. Chun'in Mountain loomed as ever, shrouded in gloom, its dark silhouette resembling a menacing beast. Coldly observing each passerby, the thick, viscous negativity permeated the vicinity, warping the very air around it. Zhongsheng maintained his composure while circling the area, his attitude casual and carefree, as if genuinely indifferent to his surroundings, though none noticed the formations coalescing beneath his feet. Just as Zhongsheng approached, a melodious ringtone pierced the stillness. He retrieved his phone to find a message from his family containing photographs of the family genealogy. The images were clear, with every inscription legible. The genealogy was meticulously detailed, documenting each individual's birth and death dates along with their life experiences. Quickly, Zhongsheng located the name of Zhong Mingqi, the founding principal of Ji University. Furthermore, he discovered the names of every Zhong surname student who had ever attended Ji University, entirely corroborating Ouyang Sun's earlier hypothesis. When he shared this with Ouyang Sun, the latter revealed a knowing smile. To continue their discussion, Ouyang Sun activated his computer, bringing up the previously browsed pages, flipping to the necessary sections. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind rattled the windows. Zhongsheng's expression hardened as a talisman flew from the windowsill, adhering firmly to the glass, stabilizing it immediately. The unexpected wind served as a reminder of the day's significance. Checking the time, Zhongsheng noted they had no more than 3 hours left for preparation and promptly began discussing their next steps with Ouyang Sun. This distraction momentarily pushed aside Ouyang Sun's intended remarks as he quickly contemplated strategies. The sky grew increasingly overcast, a repugnant odor creeping into the air, the temperature steadily dropping. With the winds intensifying, the once dim sky deepened into a somber hue, the orange-red light condensing into a blood-like shade, the sun appearing as a slender thread on the horizon, resembling a crimson noose tightening around the Earth's neck. A heavy aura of death seeped from an unknown source, tainting the white mist with darkness, while the agitated negativity accompanied faint cries and shrieks, creating a chilling atmosphere. As the last vestiges of crimson light vanished from the sky, the world succumbed to darkness. Zhongsheng ignited several illuminating talismans, some surrounding him and Ouyang Sun, while others ventured ahead to scout the path. The summer day, which had never known silence, was suddenly muted. The absence of insect chirps rendered the shadowy campus even more terrifying. Despite Zhongsheng's reminders, Ouyang Sun could not shake off his unease and fear. Noticing his discomfort, Zhongsheng reached out, taking his hand. Ouyang Sun steadied himself, following Zhongsheng out of the dormitory. Before them lay a blanket of thick fog, tightening his chest. The jade pendant against his heart began to radiate warmth. He paused, recalling something, and touched the pendant. It vanished from his grasp for a moment, only to reappear in its original place. As they made their presence known, the mist surged, grotesque spirits with varied ghastly appearances lunged from the shadows, only to be repelled by the simultaneous manifestation of blue and white spiritual energy. Amidst a cacophony of wails, more shadows surged forth, impeding their progress. Simultaneously, the concealed Chun'in Mountain began to transform. The viscous negativity ebbed and flowed like breathing, robust chains resurfacing at the mountain's peak, their pure white patterns appearing alarmingly fragile. A delicate hand rested lightly upon the chains, the vermilion mark at the base of her thumb shockingly vivid, causing the chains to splinter. The owner of the hand lifted her gaze towards the direction of the sudden blue-white glow, letting out a raspy laugh. No one can stop me." A fierce gust of wind erupted, scattering the fog atop Chun'in Mountain, revealing the strikingly beautiful face of Qin Lingling, her expression a twisted mask of pain. Her white dress billowing violently in the wind, black hair thrashing wildly, her red eyes brimming with madness. Chapter 34. Transformation of the wretched cannon fodder. 17. As the surroundings grew increasingly dim, even the various souls emerging from the mist appeared indistinct. Ouyang Sun and Zhongsheng maneuvered through the murky haze, forcefully carving a path out of the dormitory's confines. Zhongsheng scattered several wind talisman papers around them, which ignited in a deep azure flame. As the talismans burned, the oppressive black fog began to writhe uneasily before being forcefully dispelled, replaced by a gentle breeze infused with the faint scent of peach wood, sweeping away the heavy gloom. The hidden specters, pressed by the righteous energy contained within, emitted a chorus of pained howls, reluctantly retreating yet remaining encircled around the two men. Witnessing this spectacle, the two in the encirclement grasped the situation. This was evidently a meticulously orchestrated scheme. It was unclear what method had been employed to lure the souls, who had only just escaped the underworld, into this place at the moment the ghostly gates opened, effectively ensnaring their progress. The intention was unmistakable, to capture them for the purpose of the shadowed Een Mountain. Several vengeful spirits clad in red recklessly lunged forward. Zhongsheng crossed his peachwood sword to block the sharp, dark claws, and with a flash of blue light, the rotting arm of the vengeful spirit was shattered. At that moment, Ouyang Sun stepped forward, plunging a dagger, soaked in the blood of a black dog, directly into the spirit's forehead. Having dispatched the obstacle before them, the two continued their hurried advance toward the shadowed Een Mountain. As the silhouette of the mountain became clearer in their view, the incessantly clinging souls began to diminish, eventually vanishing entirely, along with the heavy, ominous mist. However, the abnormality of the situation raised their suspicions. The once bustling area now appeared deceptively normal. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as the mountain quaked, stones cascading from its walls and stirring up clouds of dust, shrouding their vision once more in obscurity. Zhongsheng swiftly pulled back, narrowing his brows as he observed the mountain's ominous fissures. "Since you have arrived, you might as well stay," a light and ethereal voice resonated, jarringly interrupting the silence. "However, if you obediently surrender what you possess, perhaps you may see the world before your demise." It seemed that the true mastermind had arrived. Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow slightly, following Zhongsheng's gaze to the figure approaching from a distance. A graceful silhouette glided toward them, the temperature dropping sharply in her wake, and the air thickening with a nauseating stench. She clapped her hands lightly, causing the mountainous tremors to abruptly cease. A damp, chilling wind swept through the area, causing the lifeless leaves to rustle, mimicking applause. A sliver of pale moonlight scattered across the ground, barely illuminating the confined space. Ouyang Sun focused intently, noticing the delicate, bone-white hand of the figure, adorned with a vivid cinnabar mole at her thumb, resembling a droplet of blood long suspended in the air. She stepped forward, her snow-white gown appearing even more austere under the spectral moonlight, her long, cascading black hair reflecting a cold gleam. Finally, her strikingly pale visage was revealed, as white as parchment. Qin Lingling. Her crimson eyes fixated intently on the two men before her, shifting briefly before settling on the location of the jade pendant resting against Ouyang Sun's chest. Upon recognizing her, Ouyang Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly followed by a rising confusion. Why did she differ so drastically from the original narrative? Although he had harbored suspicions about Qin Lingling, he had not anticipated her to be the puppet master. This revelation left him grappling with the dissonance between his experiences and the original story, as well as the purpose behind her actions. The discrepancies in the plot were confounding. While Ouyang Sun wrestled with his thoughts, Qin Lingling and Zhongsheng had already engaged in a fierce exchange. She smiled at Zhongsheng, her expression soft and warm. Yet in the eerie atmosphere, it only served to instill dread. With a flick of her wrist, blood coalesced into a grotesque visage that lunged toward Zhongsheng, her face contorting in an expression of agony. Unfazed, she maintained her eerie smile, her voice turning hoarse. "The bloodline of the Zhong family, haha. Combined with the key, that treasure is undoubtedly mine. Ha ha ha." Zhongsheng sprang into action, his sword radiating a brilliant blue light as he infused it with spiritual energy, scattering the sanguine specter into a mist of red vapor. Yet, Qin Lingling's demeanor remained unchanged. The red in her eyes deepened, settling into an ominous dark crimson. resembling black ink at a glance. She deftly evaded Zhongsheng's strikes, the collision of heavy dark energy and potent Taoist righteousness erupting in a thunderous clash. Ouyang Sun, standing nearby, suddenly sprang into action, several talismans enveloped in a layer of shimmering white light, vanishing in an instant. He glanced at the faint glow emanating from the summit of the shadowed Yin Mountain, preparing to stabilize the sealing spell when abruptly, a sharp sound pierced the air. His hastily conjured protection barrier barely deflected a dark dagger that had lunged toward him. Qin Lingling clicked her tongue, her gaze cold as she spared a fleeting glance at Ouyang Sun, seemingly disappointed that he had evaded harm. Zhongsheng, sensing her movement, felt a surge of anger and his spiritual energy intensified, the golden patterns on his collarbone glowing with renewed vigor, quickening his strikes. Now, Qin Lingling could no longer afford to be as complacent as before. After fending off several of Zhongsheng's attacks, she seized an opening, her elongated nails carving deeply into Zhongsheng's arm, crimson fluid gushing forth only to be eerily absorbed by her nails, which transformed into a vivid red hue. Satisfied, she smirked before turning her attention toward Ouyang Sun, who was fervently channeling spiritual energy into the sealing spell. Be careful. Zhongsheng's warning came too late, his voice hoarse with urgency as he trembled, gripping his peachwood sword. Ouyang Sun felt a chilling breeze at his back and instinctively dodged, a cold sensation grazing his neck, leaving a trail of crimson. Before he could react further, a white shadow flashed beside him as Qin Lingling ascended the shadowed Yin Mountain. Zhongsheng, lagging slightly, rushed to Ouyang Sun's side, grasping his wrist with a gentle yet anxious touch, his handsome features shadowed with concern as he checked for injuries. Ouyang Sun reassuringly patted his hand. I'm fine, but this half-baked spell won't hold her for long, and the jade pendant, he touched his empty chest, frowning. Zhongsheng, indifferent to his own injury, felt his wound healing rapidly under the influence of spiritual energy. He affectionately ruffled Ouyang Sun's hair, stating softly, "It won't be that easy." No sooner had he spoken than the shadowed Yin Mountain shook violently once more. Dense, purplish-black mist erupted from its crevices, accompanied by the piercing wails of tormented spirits. Zhongsheng immediately pulled Ouyang Sun away from the encroaching fog as Qin Lingling's laughter echoed ominously from the mountain's peak. Positioned at the core of the sealing spell, Qin Lingling forced the blood from her nails to drip onto the spell's focal point, which emitted a resonant hum. Destabilizing immediately, opening her hand, the jade pendant she had recently seized dimmed in luster. Qin Lingling, momentarily perplexed, shook it gently, but did not dwell on it. Blackish red veins appeared on her face, her skin gradually shriveling, and the red hue in her eyes darkened further. She hurled the jade pendant toward the focal point and swiftly formed intricate hand seals. The pendant radiated a soft glow at the focal point, slowly transforming into a deep crimson hue, spinning in harmony with her hand gestures. The bloodstains on the focal point began to bubble ominously, forming a new array beneath the pendant. The core of the tumultuous vortex radiated ripples in concentric layers as fierce winds surged forth. The iron chains, long ensnared atop the mountain, fractured into countless fissures, splintering inch by inch. A torrent of vengeful energy erupted from the mountain's crevices, engulfing the figure of Qin Lingling, with tendrils of vivid crimson light seeping through, emanating an aura that compelled one to shudder. Soon, very soon, the soul pearl shall be mine. Qin Lingling's voice had morphed entirely, resembling a long silent, cracked gong, its fragmented tones intermittent and harsh, a cacophony that was quite unpleasant to the ears. The jade pendant, stained with blood, erupted with a blinding golden radiance. Ouyang Sun hastily hung the pendant around Zhongsheng's neck, then cast a gaze towards the mountain summit laced with a hint of derision. Zhongsheng's voice quickened, as the golden light radiating from the pendant transformed into pure spiritual energy, continuously surging into Zhongsheng's being. Soon, something in the distant mist was suddenly illuminated. The points of light multiplied, swiftly morphing into a luminous band that stretched towards the base of the silent shadow mountain. It was then that Ouyang Sun realized a series of minor magical formations had been activated. As the final formation commenced its rotation, the entire academy trembled, and a colossal bagua array, composed of various smaller formations, materialized in midair, gradually contracting towards the silent shadow mountain. Ouyang Sun caught Zhongsheng, who had become somewhat weakened from the exertion, finally releasing a breath he had held for far too long. Chapter 35. Transformation of the Relentless Cannon Fodder. 18. Qin Lingling was wholly engrossed in observing the focal point of the formation, utterly oblivious to the anomalies occurring in the sky. Just as the final circle of the jade pendant was about to turn, it came to a sudden halt. Momentarily stunned, she swiftly altered her hand gestures to continue the incantation, but the pendant remained immobile, as if caught in an invisible snare. Just as she prepared to make another attempt, the jade pendant emitted a sharp crack, shattering into countless fragments under Qin Lingling's murderous gaze. The once expansive black mist that enveloped the entire campus had mysteriously dissipated, and the throngs of vengeful spirits had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Qin Lingling let out a piercing scream, clutching her head and frantically darting away, instinctively avoiding the perilous range of the formation, ultimately fleeing to the foot of the mountain. Ouyang Sun and his companion were momentarily taken aback by Qin Lingling's distressed appearance. Before they could comprehend how someone who had appeared so composed could transform into such a state, another change occurred in Qin Lingling. Her jet-black hair began to fade to a desolate yellow, followed by strands falling away, her skin tightening against her bones, presenting a ghastly visage reminiscent of a withered corpse. She squatted on the ground like a skeleton, then suddenly toppled over. In that instant, a brilliant light erupted. Intricate patterns emerged on the formation, radiating both splendor and immense power. The formation began to rotate slowly before forcefully descending upon Chenin Mountain. The mountain erupted with a defiant roar, trembling violently. Yet it remained ensnared by the formation's grip, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming pressure and settling into silence. The formation vanished into the mountain, repressing the malevolent force within. Ouyang Sun and his companion, however, remained fixated on the fallen Qin Lingling, particularly Ouyang Sun, who stood in sheer disbelief. Qin Lingling had transformed into a grotesque sight, her body in a state of decay that was almost unbearable to behold, with tendrils of black gas escaping from her form, gathering ominously above. At that moment, both Ouyang Sun and Zhongsheng instinctively leaped aside as a crimson shadow lunged through the space they had just occupied. Without hesitation, Zhongsheng unleashed a binding spell, ensnaring the blood entity with a golden chain, rendering it immobile. The blood mass let out a chilling shriek, morphing into a distorted figure before the two. Zhongsheng, refusing to grant it a moment to speak, swiftly altered his hand gestures, sealing it within the peach-wood sword resting on the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Lingling's lifeless body disintegrated into a cloud of ash, swept away by the night breeze. It was only then that the tumult of the night drew to a close. After a quiet moment of solace, Zhongsheng's head unconsciously nestled against Ouyang Sun's shoulder, his warm breath brushing against Ouyang Sun's neck, causing him to shudder slightly. Zhongsheng then lifted his gaze, bestowing a fleeting kiss upon Ouyang Sun's lips, before taking his hand in a gentle clasp, declaring, "Let us go." To Ouyang Sun's surprise, the usually stoic Zhongsheng displayed such charm. Illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight, Ouyang Sun caught a glimpse of the subtle smile that graced Zhongsheng's face, a dazzling expression that momentarily left him entranced. Tightening his grip on Zhongsheng's hand, he returned the warm smile as they walked towards the dormitory. The restored campus was aglow under the streetlights. As they strolled halfway, Zhongsheng unexpectedly retrieved the jade pendant from his collar, hesitating as he remarked, "This was taken by Qin Lingling." Ouyang Sun nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "It is a counterfeit." Earlier, when exiting the dormitory, he had felt an instinctive unease about wearing the pendant. Consequently, he stored it within the system space and discovered a long-forgotten lottery item, a versatile jade pendant. Without hesitation, he replicated an identical pendant to wear around his neck, unexpectedly finding it of use. He wished to explain this to Zhongsheng, but when he prepared to disclose everything, including the existence of the system, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the long-absent voice of 0419 echoed in his mind, laden with an unprecedented gravity. 0419 succinctly warned him not to divulge any information about the system to anyone in the small world, with dire consequences for those who defied this edict. Under such a formidable threat, despite feeling uneasy about concealing the truth from Zhongsheng. Ouyang Sun had no choice but to fabricate an excuse, attributing the pendant's resemblance to mere coincidence. Zhongsheng accepted this explanation without suspicion, removing the pendant and replacing it around Ouyang Sun's neck, stating, "Once this matter is settled, I shall gift you a new one." The pendant's power had dwindled significantly after several tribulations, prompting Zhongsheng to contemplate crafting a new protective jade for Ouyang Sun. Although Ouyang Sun wished to decline the unnecessary trouble, he remained silent upon witnessing Zhongsheng's resolute expression. The dormitory arrangements at Ji University differed from those at other institutions, with all buildings standing 8 stories tall, from the basement to the 6th floor. Floors 1 through 6 consisted of 6-person rooms, while the basement housed double occupancy rooms. Zhongsheng's dormitory was located on the first basement level. Although it was designated as a double room, he occupied it alone. The room was impeccably organized and pristine. Zhongsheng invited Ouyang Sun to sit wherever he pleased while he rummaged through the room, preparing to address the blood mass sealed within the sword. Earlier, when Qin Lingling's body began to decay, Zhongsheng had sensed something amiss. The mottled discoloration on her skin resembled the post-mortem changes he had observed on cadavers. Moreover, the emergence of black gas from the corpse led him to recall a forbidden technique he had only heard of, borrowing a corpse to return a soul. The extent of Qin Lingling's decay allowed Zhongsheng to infer the duration of her demise, suggesting that she had ceased to be a living being long ago, serving merely as a vessel for a vengeful spirit, an exploited tool. The mastermind behind this entire ordeal was not Qin Lingling, but rather the blood mass that had manipulated her corporeal form. Zhongsheng doubted that it would divulge the complete truth, leading him to opt for a straightforward yet forceful method to uncover the events, the soul-searching technique. Nevertheless, this technique was sufficient for the task at hand. Once he had gathered the necessary items, Zhongsheng retrieved a copper coin bracelet, arranging it in a circle upon the ground. Just as he intended to proceed, Ouyang Sun intervened. "You're going to attempt that again after collapsing like that?" Zhongsheng placated him with a reassuring pat. "It's all right." Though Ouyang Sun remained anxious, he refrained from further protest. After pricking his finger, blood flowed from the wound as Zhongsheng swiftly inscribed a rudimentary formation. He placed a talisman on each coin before positioning the peachwood sword before him. His bloodied finger traced the blade, and with a decisive motion, a surge of crimson was thrust into the formation, which immediately illuminated, entangling the blood mass with slender red threads, rendering it immobile. The red threads began to illuminate with white light, initiating the soul-searching. As Zhongsheng rose, Ouyang Sun applied a bandage over the wound on his finger, seemingly materializing it from thin air. Before either could speak, a talisman on the formation ignited, revealing the entirety of the events before them. Chapter 36. Transforming the Wretched Pawn. 19. Through the fragmented memories of the vengeful spirit, Ouyang Sun and Zhongsheng painstakingly pieced together a rough narrative. This spirit had lingered in the world for quite some time, committing malevolent acts for years while fortuitously remaining undetected. By a stroke of fate, it learned of a secret concerning the ghost banner imprisoned within the depths of Chang'an Mountain. It was said that this banner not only nurtured souls but also commanded legions of ghosts, making it an invaluable treasure. Thus, the spirit set its sights on the ghost banner. Upon reaching Chang'an Mountain, the spirit coincidentally encountered a seismic event that unleashed the banner's essence from within the mountain. Regrettably, its power was insufficient to fully seize control of the banner at that moment. To avert unnecessary harm, it refrained from taking risks, planning to devise a means to acquire it once it attained peak strength, reasoning that the banner would not simply wander away, thus it felt no urgency. However, this delay was ill-fated. Before it could restore its strength, the Zhong family arrived at Chang'an Mountain with a large contingent. Caught off guard, the spirit was discovered and subsequently sealed, with the ghost banner being subdued by the Zhong clan. 2 years prior, while visiting Fengling Mountain with friends, Qin Lingling inadvertently stumbled upon a wooden box that contained the sealed vengeful spirit. Lured by the spirit's temptation, she opened the box, and the spirit seized the opportunity to usurp her body. As an individual attuned to the Yin, having lived in a predominantly Yin environment, Qin Lingling found herself ill-prepared for the ensuing struggle against the nefarious spirit. Her frail soul was swiftly devoured. and control of her body fell into the hands of the spirit. Consequently, a vivid red cinnabar mole appeared on her tiger's mouth. With a corporeal form, her endeavors became significantly easier. Over the course of a year and a half, Qin Lingling learned of the means to break the ghost banner suppression, the direct bloodline of the Zhong family, and a jade pendant that served as the key. While the bloodline posed no challenge, given that the Zhong family's direct descendants attended Ji University annually, the key presented a formidable obstacle. The Zhong family possessed countless jade pendants identical to the key, complicating Qin Lingling's search until she encountered Li Qi, who possessed innate yin-yang eyes. She sensed a familiar aura about him, leading her to believe he harbored something connected to the Zhong family. As the new semester at Ji University commenced, Qin Lingling devised a plan to enroll as a freshman to facilitate her approach to Li Qi. Although the unexpected presence of Zhong Sheng was not part of her scheme, the outcome remained unchanged. Having identified her target, she persisted in her attempts to get close to Li Qi, even after learning of Zhong Sheng's identity. Undeterred, she fostered a relationship with Zhong Sheng, disregarding the implications of her possession. Upon realizing that her initial strategies were ineffective, she swiftly adjusted her approach. She orchestrated a series of events that spread thick resentment throughout the campus, including the incident in the library and 2 dagger ambushes, all of which bore her fingerprints. Additionally, Ouyang Sun and Zhong Sheng's assault by numerous ghosts was also attributed to her machinations. Despite her intricate planning and years of scheming, she ultimately faced failure, once again falling into the hands of the Zhong family. As Ouyang Sun observed the last talisman paper vanish along with the blood, leaving only a pure white soul glowing faintly, he pondered thoughtfully. Following Ouyang Sun's guidance, Zhong Sheng located a passage reminiscent of tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio. In a battle a century prior, countless soldiers perished on the battlefield, their corpses strewn across the land, weapons shattered, blood staining the earth, while crows cried incessantly. The blood-soaked soil nurtured innumerable heroic souls, and this battlefield was named Feng Yin Mountain. Among the forces in combat was a battalion that bore a large flag adorned with black and red patterns, wielded to command the troops. Even in death, the soldiers remained steadfast in their duty to protect the flag, which was crafted from the rare Yin wood and imbued with the souls of countless heroes over time. This banner ultimately transformed into a soul-devouring entity. Upon its creation, it summoned celestial thunder and caused the ground to tremble, exuding an overwhelming aura of negativity. However, due to the constraints of Feng Yin Mountain, it remained bound within the mountain, never to emerge. Through Ouyang Sun's subsequent comparisons of locations, he could ascertain that the Feng Yin Mountain described in the records was indeed Chun Yin Mountain. After reading the account, Zhong Sheng's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Although the soul-devouring banner, composed of millions of heroic souls, could command countless ghosts, it could only attack living beings. The user of the banner would not only suffer backlash, but also be eroded by its malevolence, leading to mental disarray or even assimilation by the banner itself. Fortunately, the ghost banner had been resealed, requiring only periodic maintenance of the suppression incantation. The array of spells and formations throughout the campus had begun to function, and with the students' vibrant life force and yang energy, the residual negativity would soon dissipate. As the clock struck midnight, the two, fatigued from their endeavors, tidied up briefly before succumbing to the overwhelming weariness and drifting into slumber. Despite knowing the truth, Ouyang Sun and Zhong Sheng were wise enough not to divulge this matter, keeping it as a shared secret nestled within their hearts, continuing with their lives as usual. Once the effects of the fortunate aura faded, Ouyang Sun began to collaborate with Zhong Sheng to address various supernatural occurrences. With his yin-yang eyes and harmonious partnership with Zhong Sheng, they gradually earned a measure of renown. Although Ouyang Sun was aware that Zhong Sheng was safe, he still felt a twinge of anxiety until, 2 weeks later, Zhong Sheng reappeared before him, alleviating the weight on his heart. Having accompanied each other for decades, when Ouyang Sun finally closed his once clear eyes, their hands remained firmly intertwined. Chapter 37. Transformation of the Eye-Rolling Plot 1. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of living a stable life. Current total task completion 100. Congratulations, host, on completing the side task behind the story. Task completion 100. Congratulations, host, on completing Official World 1. Teleportation will commence now. Teleportation countdown 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Teleportation begins as Snow White Kitten leaped and bounded into his embrace, nuzzling against Ouyang Sun's chin. In a good mood, Ouyang Sun scratched its chin and said, "Please provide me with a summary report." The little creature, designated as 0419, nodded and let out a gentle meow. A soft azure light swirled in the air, gradually coalescing into a massive screen that displayed elegant calligraphy. Name: Ouyang Sun Li Qi. Gender: male. Completed world: Official World 1. Task completion: main task stable life 100. Side task behind the story 100. Total completion 100. Task perfection: main task stable life 100. Side task behind the story 98. Average perfection 99. Settlement points 5,500. Main 500. Side settlement rewards: fragment of soul data chain X1. Main task completion reward X1. Side task completion reward X1. Such an abundance of points? Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise after reading the report. 0419 nudged him gently, its voice soft and melodic due to its small size. Of course, the points in the official world are higher, especially since we discovered a hidden side task. And what about this? He inquired, pointing to the reward section. Soul data chain? Whose is it? And why is it just a fragment? As he pondered the soul data chain, Ouyang Sun narrowed his eyes, a vague thought forming. 0419 tapped the screen with its tiny paw, its emerald eyes reflecting curiosity. However, it was informed that it lacked the necessary permissions to retrieve the item. After a prolonged struggle, it finally looked up at Ouyang Sun and said, "I apologize, host, but I am unsure of its origin. However, I can assure you it poses no threat to you. I will inquire with the main system later." Since there was no immediate danger, Ouyang Sun shrugged nonchalantly and placed all the rewards into his storage space, deciding to verify his earlier thought at a later time. He patted 0419, still mulling over the source of the data chain, and said, "It's time to go. Let's proceed to the next world." 0419 gasped in surprise, expressing concern. "Aren't you going to rest for a moment, host?" Ouyang Sun shook his head, replying, "No, let us move directly." He sensed that a tremendous surprise awaited him in the next world. All right then. 0419 leapt to the ground, gracefully spinning around. Ouyang Sun watched with interest, noting the cat's adaptability. 0419 settled down, diligently grooming its paw as the mechanical prompt echoed once more. Preparing for teleportation. Teleportation countdown 10, 9, 8. World selection successful. Teleportation commencing. Teleportation successful. A hoarse roar echoed from a distance, and a chilling sensation seeped into his skin from behind and beneath him. Ouyang Sun discerned that he was seated and coughed lightly, feeling a burning discomfort in his throat. Exhaling slowly, he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. He found himself nestled in a corner of a cramped room, cluttered with various items, resembling a storage facility. The gray cement walls were crumbling, shedding dust with the slightest touch, and bore dark, moldy stains scattered across their surface. Others occupied the warehouse, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion, huddled in various corners, eyes fixed intently on the doorway. Without fully grasping the situation, Ouyang Sun chose not to engage with them. Instead, he retreated deeper into the corner and called for 0419. "Little 9, data please." He divided his attention between the anxious group nearby and closed his eyes, tightening his clothing against the chill. Soon, as a torrent of information flooded in, a familiar pain throbbed in his head. Ouyang Sun grimaced. This was an all-too-familiar sensation. Once the data transfer concluded, he pressed his aching temples, familiarizing himself with the background of this world. What a significant surprise indeed. He silently face-bombed. This could certainly be classified as horror. The prospect of facing hordes of zombies daily left Ouyang Sun feeling a pang of sorrow, as if he had just escaped from a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair. After mentally preparing himself, Ouyang Sun continued to read, only to find himself further disheartened. This was a 1v4 apocalypse narrative. Yes, a 1v4. A month ago, an unidentified virus outbreak heralded the arrival of the apocalypse, transforming numerous creatures into zombies. Unprepared, humanity suffered significant casualties within a mere month. However, as the virus spread, a small fraction of the human population experienced genetic mutations, unveiling extraordinary abilities, referred to as superhumans. Superhumans exhibited a distinct advantage in battling zombies, establishing themselves as the primary force in exterminating the undead and garnering respect and attention from ordinary people and various factions alike. In this context, the protagonist, Chun-Chen, who awakened healing abilities, seemed somewhat inconsequential. Yet, he was the protagonist after all. When the apocalypse struck, Chun-Chen awakened his powers almost immediately. In the beginning, those with healing abilities were revered like ancestors, as their presence essentially represented an extra life. It was during this time that Chun-Chen encountered Han Zizhong, the captain of a team with an average power level above the threshold. Han Zizhong possessed strength-type abilities, and after Chun-Chen saved an injured team member, he invited Chun-Chen to join his squad. Thus began the protagonist's journey, where he charmed everyone he encountered. Through numerous life and death experiences with Han Zizhong, the latter gradually recognized Chun-Chen's importance, while Chun-Chen grew increasingly reliant on Han Zizhong, leading to a delightful romantic entanglement. As the team progressed, Chun-Chen rescued the second love interest, Qin Hao, during a resource-gathering mission. Qin Hao was surrounded by a horde of zombies when Chun-Chen heroically saved him, but he fainted before uttering a word, initiating his own awakening of abilities. Under Chun-Chen's attentive care and Han Zizhong's growing frustration, Qin Hao eventually awoke, manifesting fire-type powers. In gratitude for his rescue, Qin Hao joined Han Zizhong's team, gradually developing feelings for Chun-Chen beyond mere gratitude. However, he was aware of Chun-Chen's relationship with Han Zizhong, thus suppressing these emotions. A complex love triangle ensued. Had Han Zizhong firmly eliminated rivals and Chun-Chen remained resolute in his loyalty, Ouyang Sun might not have found the story so distasteful. However, the plot took an unexpected twist. The three of them reached a consensus to simultaneously become Chun-Chen's boyfriends. Astonishingly, Chun-Chen accepted. This was essentially a tale masquerading as an apocalypse narrative. Ouyang Sun was utterly flabbergasted. How could one tolerate sharing a partner with others? What kind of mindset was that? And it didn't end there. As humanity began developing a vaccine, Chun-Chen's final love interest emerged, the research team leader, Xiao Ran. This led to a chaotic struggle. And ultimately, Chun-Chen ended up with 4 boyfriends. 4. Moreover, the incessant emergence of unspeakable plotlines has reached a level of sheer discomfort, particularly the scene in which the final 5 individuals engage in such acts, which is nothing short of breathtaking. Ouyang Sun has been left with a profound psychological scar as a result. His first course of action will be to drag 0419 out and give him a severe beating. Ouyang Sun resolutely decided, gritting his teeth. Chapter 38. Transforming the Blinding Plot. 2. Ouyang Sun had yet to emerge from the depths of his profound psychological trauma. His countenance lost in a haze as he undertook the task at hand. The pain in his throat intensified, a fiery sensation spreading through him. With some difficulty, he opened his eyes, only to find that everyone in the warehouse had succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Among them, 2 individuals exhibited flushed faces, evidently suffering from a high fever. He attempted to rise, but found his limbs utterly devoid of strength, rendered immobile as a deep-seated chill collided with the boiling heat coursing through his veins, plunging his mind into a chaotic fog. It dawned on him, albeit belatedly, that he too seemed to be burning with fever. While one person falling ill could be deemed a coincidence, the simultaneous affliction of 3 individuals warranted suspicion of a greater cause. Ouyang Sun sniffled and mentally bellowed, 0419. Come forth. 0419 appeared before him, tumbling forth uncontrollably, its pristine white form rapidly becoming a dull gray. Host, this truly isn't my fault. The world are chosen at random by the main system. Please bear with it. Ouyang Sun inhaled deeply, the discomfort brought on by the fever forcing him to take several shallow breaths. His voice trembled slightly, yet it brimmed with indignation. Let us set that aside for now. First, elucidate the current situation. 0419 hesitated before hastily scanning the surroundings. Its tense demeanor relaxed as it comfortingly patted Ouyang Sun's leg. Fear not, host. This is a normal occurrence. You are awakening your special abilities.
Ah,
Hearing 0419's explanation, Ouyang Sun recalled his identity, which had momentarily slipped his mind amidst the bizarre narrative that had so startled him. He closed his eyes once more, mentally revisiting the information regarding his original self, Zhang Shuhan. Although undeniably handsome, he was known for his icy demeanor, remaining aloof in his interactions. Due to this disposition, he garnered both admirers and detractors. Some regarded him as a rare bloom atop a lofty peak, beautiful yet untouchable, while others perceived him as arrogant and disdainful, inciting frustration in those around him. Had Zhang Shuhan not awakened his powers, he likely would have been discarded to a horde of zombies, meeting a glorious demise. Yet, fortuitously, he had awakened, possessing the rare ice-type abilities. Consequently, none dared to challenge him. Instead, they vied for his favor, their rapid shifts in demeanor nothing short of astonishing. Perhaps due to the compatibility of his character and powers, Zhang Shuhan's abilities progressed swiftly. Upon encountering Han Zizhong's team at the critical juncture of advancing to the second tier, he successfully ascended with their assistance and chose to join their ranks. Ouyang Sun initially found it perplexing that such an impressive character was scarcely mentioned in the original text. However, subsequent developments clarified his confusion, inciting a deep frustration within him. Upon joining the team, Zhang Shuhan quickly became its core member due to his second-tier ice abilities, even earning Han Zizhong's favor. Despite Zhang Shuhan's cold nature, the team maintained a warm regard for him, acknowledging his formidable strength. Their reliance on his second-tier abilities allowed them to escape perilous situations, further solidifying their respect for him. Then, by unfortunate happenstance, they encountered Chen Chen. Initially, Chen Chen had set his sights on the more powerful Zhang Shuhan rather than Han Zizhong, propelled by an inexplicable audacity. Time after time, he provoked Zhang Shuhan, each encounter igniting further ire, leading to an inevitable conclusion. With the team leader unattainable, Chen Chen shifted his focus to Han Zizhong, swiftly succeeding in his pursuits. Having secured the team captain and the second most powerful member, Chen Chen then sought to deal with Zhang Shuhan. Perhaps out of humiliation or another motive, he compelled Zhang Shuhan to lead the charge against zombies before a raid, inadvertently or perhaps intentionally shattering the glass of a jewelry store. The ensuing alarm shattered the silence, summoning a horde of the undead. Ultimately, the entire team managed to escape, while only Zhang Shuhan fell victim to the ravenous horde. Such cunning and audacity. Ouyang Sun ground his teeth, utterly exasperated by the ridiculousness of the plot. Was it truly logical to resort to murder out of jealousy when one could not win someone's affection? Moreover, Ouyang Sun mused darkly. If he had been so easily riled by powerful and attractive individuals, how many lives had Chen Chen extinguished before? The original text depicted Chen Chen's inner turmoil amidst competition. Perhaps he had secretly reveled in his conquests all along. Such a person could hardly be deemed anything but contemptible. Coughing a few times, Ouyang Sun felt as though he might melt away in the heat. The anger only heightened his disorientation, leaving him in a daze, his thoughts a cacophony. After an indeterminate time, clarity surged through his mind, a refreshing coolness spreading throughout his being, dissipating the fever's aftereffects almost instantaneously. At that moment, the others in the warehouse remained in an uneasy slumber. Ouyang Sun slowly rose, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through a crack, revealing just 3 others besides himself. 2 men were burning with fever, presumably awakening their powers as 0419 had indicated, while a woman lay on the ground, previously unnoticed, her eyes shut tight, her face and lips exhibiting hues of dark red and purple, devoid of any signs of life. Summoning his courage, he checked for her breath, his complexion paling as he realized she had perished. He swallowed hard. As a law-abiding citizen throughout his life, witnessing death before him was a harrowing first experience. Yet he had managed to remain conscious. 0419 suddenly perched on his shoulder, its fluffy face nuzzling against him. Fear not, it consoled. He suppressed an eye roll in response to 0419's antics. The training space remained unchanged, yet now offered 3 additional learning modules: physical techniques, marksmanship, and special abilities. Ouyang Sun mused that this world truly was perilous, as the skill offerings had expanded. After some contemplation, he opted for special abilities. recognizing their paramount importance in ensuring survival in this apocalyptic landscape. A shard of coolness within his mind gradually coalesced under a strange force, gathering at his fingertips. A flash of icy blue light shimmered as a chilling aura emanated from his fingertips, reminiscent of the radiant blue energy of Zhong Sheng's spiritual power. Recalling past events, a faint smile graced his lips as he adjusted himself and immersed in practice. It wasn't until 0419 prompted him to rest that he finally paused, rubbing his damp hair. "What's the matter?" he inquired, having depleted his last vestige of power. With a swift motion of its paw, 0419 restored Ouyang Sun's dryness. It ambled over and remarked, "Host, you have yet to claim your rewards from the previous world. To ensure greater safety in the future, I recommend you open them now." Ouyang Sun, however, was quite indifferent. Recalling the items obtained from the last world, he had grown despondent about his luck. Rather than yearning for a seamless transition to the next world, he preferred to pray for a simpler experience ahead. Thus, he decisively chose to let 0419 take the lead. 0419, exasperated, rubbed its face with its paw, feeling immense pressure under the expectant gaze of its host. Main quest completion rewards have been unlocked. Please check, host. Side quest completion rewards have been unlocked. Please check, host. Ouyang Sun, filled with enthusiasm, opened the storage space. Upon seeing the contents, he immediately cast a grateful glance at 0419, a firearm accompanied by 40 rounds of ammunition and a box of assorted snacks. Chapter 39, Transforming the Blinding Plot 3. Seeing how 0419 had so generously procured such splendid items, Ouyang Sun naturally felt compelled to appreciate its goodwill, handling them with great curiosity. 0419, having witnessed the usually astute host acting foolishly, took pleasure in observing him for a moment before unceremoniously waking the dazed Ouyang Sun with a swift paw. It turned its face away as if unable to bear the sight, remarking, "Host, calm down. It's merely a gun, is it really that significant?" Ouyang Sun sighed, clicking on the shooting option on the screen, and replied helplessly, "As a law-abiding citizen for many years, it's my first time touching a real gun." 0419 said nothing in response and curled up in a corner, promptly falling asleep. Ouyang Sun, feeling reassured, immersed himself back into training. When he exited the practice base, the two individuals in the warehouse were still asleep. As he rubbed his chin and shifted his gaze, he suddenly remembered the figure lying on the ground, and his expression stiffened. How could he have forgotten? He recalled the woman who died in agony, feeling somewhat flustered. Although he had reluctantly accepted the apocalyptic backdrop, witnessing someone die before his eyes, coupled with the bizarre roars echoing from outside, still made him uneasy and fearful. 0419's voice broke through Ouyang Sun's spiraling thoughts, urging, "Host, now is the time to contemplate how to complete your task." The butterfly effect? What butterfly effect? Is it the one he knew or the system's own deduction? Wait. Butterfly effect. Butterfly. Suddenly, Ouyang Sun had a flash of inspiration. This is a 1v5 narrative. So could this butterfly effect be urging him to disrupt the plot? Oh, how delightful that would be. He feigned a punch against the ground. Having long harbored disdain for the so-called main character, he found those love-struck types utterly revolting. He attempted to share his hypothesis with 0419, who was rudely awakened from its slumber, flicking its tail in irritation and retorting, "If you know, why not hurry and act?" Before turning back to sleep, Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, surprised by the system's temper. However, recalling his own morning irritability and having received the desired answer, he wisely chose to remain silent. Since he was to disrupt the plot, he intended to do so with utmost diligence. After all, there were few people he found as intolerable as Chin. It would be remiss not to entertain him properly. To mingle with the narrative from the outset, joining Han Zizhong's team was undoubtedly the way to go. Given his current identity as an ice elemental ability user, joining should pose no problem. He stood from the corner, walking slowly to the tightly secured roll-up door, which was bound by several chains of unknown origin. Peering through the few gaps, he caught a glimpse of the pale moonlight casting a thin layer on the ground, making the slowly shuffling zombies outside appear all the more terrifying. Their bloodied faces and mangled bodies merged with the faint, ghostly glow, and the distant roars echoed closer, resonating through the desolate area. Fortunately, having traveled extensively with Zhongsheng in his previous life, he had encountered numerous strange and grotesque creatures, each more hideous than the last. Thus, upon seeing the startling visage of the zombies, he felt little more than a sense of familiarity. Amused by his own thoughts, Ouyang Sun's residual fears of the apocalypse dissipated entirely. Perhaps due to excessive movement in the practice space, he now felt wide awake and alert, pondering his next steps. The two gentlemen suffering from fever remained peacefully laid out, one of whom seemed to be recovering, likely on the verge of awakening. Ouyang Sun rummaged through himself and retrieved a finely crafted watch, its hands still diligently ticking away. He marveled at its resilience in such harsh conditions while glancing at the time, ultimately deciding to wear it on his wrist. The clock read 5 in the morning, and dawn was not far off. After some contemplation, Ouyang Sun resolved to wait for the other two to awaken. More individuals would equate to greater strength, which was preferable to facing the situation alone. With that in mind, he conducted several thorough inspections of the warehouse, ensuring everything was in order before returning to his designated corner. The current situation was not too dire. There were not many zombies outside, at most a dozen. With a bit of caution, he could easily navigate around them. The primary concern was the uncertainty of supplies like food and medicine outside. Although he possessed a snack pack, he was wise enough not to reveal it before two strangers, uncertain of whether he might be captured for experimentation or, more likely, coveted and robbed. With a sigh of frustration, Ouyang Sun rubbed his face and rose once more to the door, meticulously observing the terrain outside in preparation for future actions. The warehouse was situated in a remote location, with the left side overgrown with wild grass, where several grotesque zombies aimlessly lurked. To the right lay a dilapidated asphalt road stretching into the unknown. He pressed himself against the door, barely discerning a few scattered buildings in the dimness, one of which bore a flickering, nearly lifeless sign that Ouyang Sun squinted to identify as a convenience store. Judging by its appearance, it likely held little of value left. Ouyang Sun thought regretfully, but he still decided to investigate. Any small find would be worth the effort. Just as he contemplated how to maintain his original character's demeanor to persuade the two to team up and safely navigate to the convenience store, one of the feverish gentlemen abruptly coughed twice and stirred awake. Ouyang Sun, catching the moonlight, finally glimpsed the man's face. Earlier, he had only taken a cursory glance at the people in the warehouse, dividing them by gender without much thought. His attention had been drawn primarily to the deceased woman, leaving him with no clear impression of the other two. Now, upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow slightly. This man bore a striking resemblance to Han Zizhong as depicted in the original text. Thanks to the relentless descriptions in the narrative, he could now confidently recognize individuals with precision. For instance, the amiable figure smiling at him was undoubtedly Han Zizhong. However, Ouyang Sun had not anticipated encountering him here. Logically, he had just awakened his abilities and had not yet entered the narrative's phase of involvement with Han Zizhong. Could it be that his butterfly effect had already disrupted the plot? At that moment, Han Zizhong approached him, extending his hand and introducing himself. "Hello, I am Han Zizhong. My brother and I did not see you when we arrived at the warehouse earlier." Indeed, he had not been mistaken. Ouyang Sun internally scoffed. Truth be told, he had never been fond of this individual. In the original narrative, Han Zizhong was the first to propose sharing Chun Chen's plan. Had it not been for the convenience of completing tasks alongside him, Ouyang Sun would likely have avoided any dealings with him throughout his life. He extended his hand perfunctorily to shake Han Zizhong's, maintaining a neutral expression and succinctly stating, "I arrived when no one was here." This implied he had arrived earlier? Yet, Ouyang Sun had seen no one upon his arrival. Thus, Han Zizhong abandoned the inquiry into what the man had done during his unconsciousness, his smile becoming more genuine as he said, "If you don't mind, once my brother awakens, shall we travel together? The more, the merrier, wouldn't you agree?" His eyes flickered momentarily before he continued, "Permit me to inform you, if my instincts are not mistaken, I have, by chance, awakened a unique ability. Accompanying me would not be a misfortune." In response, a glimmering shard of ice flashed before him. Han Zizhong's expression stiffened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, his heart swelling with elation. An ice elemental user. What a significant boon. Moreover, his gaze swept over Ouyang Sun, and even beneath the waning moonlight, It was evident that the other was a striking beauty, filling him with even greater delight. Ouyang Sun, with his discerning eyes that had seen countless faces, effortlessly perceived the flicker of emotion in Han Zizhong's gaze, regarding it with disdain. He finally understood why Qin had initially been drawn to this individual. They were evidently of the same ilk. He let out a silent sigh, truly reluctant to engage with Han Zizhong, yet recognizing the necessity of his presence along the main path, as it would save him considerable trouble in his search. Observing Ouyang Sun's subtle gestures, Han Zizhong felt a mix of resignation and intrigue, his lips curling into a higher smile, his voice a mere whisper meant solely for his own ears. Indeed, what a captivating ice beauty. Chapter 40. The Transformation of the Blinding Plot 4. Thus, it seems that after Zhang Shuhan entered the warehouse, another group of individuals visited, departing before he awoke and resolving the nearby zombie threat. It appears that this group must be Han Zizhong and his companions, who successfully awakened their powers. Ouyang Sun stroked his chin, realizing that the plot deviation was not his doing, but rather a result of his premature awakening. Initially worried about the potential repercussions on the subsequent narrative, he felt reassured. However, tranquility did not last long. Han Zizhong, unable to bear the silence, wrestled with his thoughts before finally deciding to speak to Ouyang Sun. Your name remains a mystery to me, Zhang Shuhan, Ouyang Sun replied, slightly turning his head to offer Han Zizhong a reluctant glance. The moonlight filtered through the intricate floral patterns on his face, casting a beautiful, glass-like hue over his light brown eyes, shimmering with brilliance. Han Zizhong found himself instinctively swallowing as he gazed into those captivating eyes. Fidgeting with his hands, he feigned nonchalance and continued to converse. Mr. Zhang, are you a local? What did you do before? I was contemplating whether there might be alternative methods to directly engage with the main storyline aside from following you. After a moment's thought, he inquired, do you have any plans now, Mr. Zhang? Finally, a pertinent question had been posed. Ouyang Sun turned around, leaning against the wall beside the roll-up door, facing Han Zizhong, who sat in the center of the warehouse. At dawn, we'll depart for the convenience store. Han Zizhong was taken aback. He had merely asked casually. Yet it appeared that Ouyang Sun indeed had plans. After assessing his brother's condition, confirming he showed no signs of awakening, Han Zizhong approached Ouyang Sun. Peering out from the vacant space where Ouyang had been looking, and after a prolonged gaze, he finally spotted the convenience store in the distance. Astonished by Ouyang Sun's keen eyesight, Han Zizhong began to seriously consider the feasibility of the plan. The warehouse was devoid of any food, and they would inevitably need to venture out to scavenge supplies. Their location was relatively remote, suggesting a scarcity of zombies along the way. They could avoid or eliminate the few that might appear. With 3 superhuman abilities on their side, surely they need not fear the scattered zombies. Having concluded his contemplation, Han Zizhong nodded towards Ouyang Sun. I agree. Furthermore, Mr. Zhang, if you don't mind, we could practice on the zombies we encounter along the way, as we are still quite inexperienced with our abilities. Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that despite Han Zizhong's somewhat crude demeanor, his thoughts were comprehensive. Currently, the distribution of zombies was sparse, and the ample space provided an excellent opportunity for novices to hone their skills. Very well, he replied. What is your ability? Han Zizhong smiled sheepishly, rubbing his nose. It appears to be a form of physical enhancement. I feel significantly stronger than before. Ouyang Sun glanced at him, signaling his understanding. After Han Zizhong finished speaking, he leaned against the roll-up door once more, gazing into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, his inattentiveness caused the door to rattle, producing several clattering sounds. Nearby, a few zombies immediately turned their heads towards the warehouse and began to approach. Cursing silently, Ouyang Sun swiftly grabbed Han Zizhong by the collar and pulled him aside, positioning them against the wall while cautiously observing the advancing zombies. Realizing his mistake, Han Zizhong remained silent, watching Ouyang Sun's actions. The intermittent low growls drew nearer, accompanied by the uneven sound of heavy footsteps. As Ouyang Sun beheld the zombies, their rigid forms and grotesque faces fully revealed in the light, his icy blue powers condensed the water elements in the air into ice, slowly forming 5 uniformly thick ice spikes. One by one, they shot out through the gaps of the door, piercing the zombies' brains. With muffled thuds, the previously slow-moving zombies became statuesque, collapsing one after another before Han Zizhong's astonished gaze. Han Zizhong turned to Ouyang Sun, initially intending to express his admiration. But upon seeing the paleness of Ouyang's countenance, he quickly changed his words. "I apologize, I didn't mean to, you should rest." Ouyang Sun waved his hand dismissively and moved to sit beside the unconscious figure in the center of the warehouse, closing his eyes to recuperate. In truth, he did not feel as fatigued as he appeared. He had only expended about a third of his powers. His pretense was merely a strategy to prevent Han Zizhong from harboring unnecessary suspicions and to evade a barrage of questions. For the next few hours, Han Zizhong dutifully waited beside his brother until he awoke. Ouyang Sun enjoyed the tranquility, only opening his eyes when he heard a soft voice nearby. Han Zizhong then proceeded to introduce the two of them. Yang Nan, the one who had been unconscious for a considerable time, reported his abilities. After sharing, the three of them pried open the warehouse's roll-up door and set off towards the convenience store. Leading the charge was Yang Nan, endowed with speed-related abilities. Wielding a metal rod, he swiftly approached a zombie, mercilessly jabbing the rod into its eye socket and eliciting a spray of black blood. Before the zombie fell, he was already behind another one. Ouyang Sun stood nearby, occasionally using ice spikes to impede the other zombies that rushed forward. As Han Zizhong or Yang Nan dispatched a zombie, he would allow another to approach. Before long, the area was littered with dismembered zombie remnants. After eliminating the threat, the trio hurried towards the convenience store, dispatching any oblivious zombies they encountered along the way. Upon reaching the store, they paused to catch their breath. Once sufficiently recovered, they ventured inside the convenience store. It was modest in size, with sunlight streaming through the shattered glass door, illuminating the interior. Aside from a few pools of dark red blood and several zombie corpses, the store appeared relatively safe. The shelves in the center were toppled, and goods were scattered haphazardly, with various seasonings spilled on the floor, emanating a peculiar and overwhelming odor. Only the shelves on either side remained standing, albeit precariously. Ouyang Sun surveyed the scene, noting that most food items had been taken, leaving behind mainly useless household goods. Nonetheless, this did not dampen their spirits. After exchanging glances, they dispersed to scavenge through the remnants. Ouyang Sun chose a still-standing shelf, where some items remained. Approaching it, he reached for a package, only to catch sight of a curled figure hidden behind the shelf. He halted, quickly setting the item down and maneuvering around the stacked shelves to reach the figure, revealing a man clad in deep green military attire. Furrowing his brow, Ouyang Sun knelt beside the man, reaching out to check for signs of life. A faint, warm breath brushed against his fingers. He was still alive. Sighing in relief, he gently propped the man up, his attention drawn to the blood-soaked fabric of the man's abdomen. The bandages were drenched in blood, and even the slightest movement elicited a painful groan from the man. The injuries appeared severe, presenting a dilemma for Ouyang Sun. He extended a hand to examine the wound's cause. If it was the work of a zombie, he would have no choice but to leave the man behind. The fabric clung to his skin due to the gradual coagulation of blood. He cautiously tugged at the material, creating a small gap that revealed two deep crimson wounds beneath. Just as he intended to proceed, he was abruptly seized by the hand. The grip, though not overly forceful, was undeniably insistent. Ouyang Sun looked up in surprise, only to find himself ensnared by the depths of the other person's pitch-black eyes. Chapter 41. The Transformation of Blindingly Obscene Plot. 5. Once again, those pitch-black eyes. You. Cough, cough. The man's voice was hoarse, resembling a broken windbag desperately gasping for air. As he coughed, fresh crimson blood trickled down his wounds. Yet he persisted in speaking, asking, "Who is it?" Ouyang Sun furrowed his brow as he observed the man's injuries and replied, "Zhang Shuhan." "How did this happen?" Cough, cough. Gunshot wound. The man released his grip on Ouyang Sun's hand, seemingly exhausting his last vestige of strength, and closed his eyes once more. Gunshot wound. Ouyang Sun was taken aback, realizing he had been ambushed. However, it was clearly not the time for such discussions. If this injury went untreated, the consequences could be dire. He shifted his body, scanning the convenience store's surroundings before gently laying the man down, careful not to disturb the wounds, and hurried toward a nearby shelf to rummage through supplies. Korean Zizhong, who had been scavenging in the vicinity, spotted Ouyang Sun and rushed over, his clothes stained with blood. Assuming something had gone awry, he hurriedly inquired, "What happened?" Ouyang Sun cast him a fleeting glance, continuing his actions as he replied, "Saving a life." "Saving a life? Who are you saving? Are there others here?" At this point, the man had propped himself against the wall, his complexion as pale as paper, blood dripping onto the floor. Upon hearing the commotion, he merely opened his eyes slightly before wearily closing them again. Fortunately for him, the entrance of the convenience store had been cluttered with debris, blending various scents that repelled any approaching zombies. The store, by chance, still contained some supplies. Otherwise, the wound would surely become infected. "Bullets?" Ouyang Sun asked while tending to him. "Aren't you going to remove them?" In the past, Zhong Sheng had occasionally sustained injuries, and over the years, Ouyang Sun had honed his skills in wound treatment, adhering to a principle of speed, precision, and steadiness. In response, the man shook his head and hoarsely replied, "I can no longer feel it." What does it mean to be unable to feel? This face, this hairstyle, the location of the injury, this attire. No, that wasn't what he should be fixating on. Finally noticing the man's face, Ouyang Sun, though constantly mindful of maintaining his persona, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at this revelation. He suddenly felt as if the plot was about to gallop away, like a wild stallion. Leaving behind this gentleman, wasn't his entrance rather premature? Could it possibly be his fault again? It seems it truly was. He expressionlessly tied off a bandage, his thoughts racing like a whirlwind through the original narrative for clues. The result was, he had inadvertently led Han Zizhong and Yang Nan away from their original course, arriving at the convenience store. Ouyang Sun. Well, it seems this time he couldn't even muster a struggle. "You know that's not what I meant," Han Zizhong explained. "I couldn't have just barged in here alone. What about my subordinates? We haven't seen any corpses along the way, just a few dismembered zombie limbs, and not even remnants of a battle. How did he end up here, sustaining a gunshot wound?" Now, over a month had passed since the outbreak of the virus, and the number of zombies had only increased. Even in a remote hillside village, the zombie population was not negligible, let alone in the city. Even the most secluded areas could not be as sparsely populated as the street they found themselves on, where only a few solitary zombies wandered, as if someone had cleared the area ahead of time. Upon returning, he found Han Zizhong still standing in place and couldn't help but remark, "Why dwell on it? He probably won't follow us." Han Zizhong looked up with a complex expression and said, "I know, but if I don't figure these things out, I feel quite unsettled." "You have obsessive-compulsive disorder." Ouyang Sun pursed his lips, suppressing the impulse to roll his eyes, and remarked, "You certainly didn't pry into my affairs." Suddenly, Han Zizhong chuckled, a somewhat rogue grin spreading across his face. "The treatment for a beauty is certainly different." He then received a frosty glare from the beauty. Could it be him? As the locator flickered with a faint red light, a mysterious smile graced his lips. Those little rascals have finally shown their tails. And then there was this man. He touched his well-bandaged abdomen, his expression softening considerably. Zhang Shuhan, Chapter 42. Transforming the eye-watering plot. 6. Ouyang Sun followed the sound and approached, finding Han Zizhong and Yang Nan already seated in a cleared area, indulging in their meal. They waved at him in a gesture of invitation. Without much thought, he joined them, slowly savoring a small packet of snacks. Han Zizhong and Yang Nan were engaged in a discussion regarding their next steps. Han Zizhong intended to gather the usable supplies and head straight to the neighboring city, hoping to find his sister along the way. In contrast, Yang Nan believed that they would be much safer if they made their way to a nearby base. After a prolonged and foolish staring contest, they both turned their gaze towards the third member of their small team. "Mr. Zhang?" Han Zizhong called out cautiously, as if afraid to disturb him. Seeing the latter's lack of response, Yang Nan simply reached out and tapped Ouyang Sun on the shoulder. Awakened by the sudden touch, Ouyang Sun turned, his misty eyes meeting those of the two men, revealing a look of inquiry. Although Zhang Shuhan bore an uncanny resemblance to Ouyang Sun, his perpetually cold demeanor imbued his features with a certain aloofness. Thus, when he occasionally displayed an expression, it appeared remarkably striking. Han Zizhong was taken aback by this unexpected reaction, suppressing the burgeoning thoughts of admiration, and recounted the core of their earlier dispute, asking, "What is Mr. Zhang's opinion?" "Of course, we should strive to align with the original narrative," Zhang Shuhan replied. Upon hearing the beauty's endorsement, Han Zizhong's eyes sparkled with a sense of pride. He turned to the exasperated Yang Nan and decisively proclaimed, "Then we shall head to the neighboring city." With that, he dashed out of the convenience store to search for a suitable means of transportation. Yang Nan, feeling somewhat disgruntled, inquired of Ouyang Sun, "Does Mr. Zhang have any reasons for his choice?" Initially, Yang Nan merely asked out of frustration, not expecting a response. To his surprise, Ouyang Sun nodded earnestly and stated, "The base is too far, and we lack sufficient strength. It is best to gather more people. Most importantly, this is the main storyline." This reasoning indeed made sense to Yang Nan. Although the three of them possessed special abilities, they would undoubtedly perish if confronted with a massive horde of zombies. He understood the adage that strength lies in numbers. As for management and organization, that was not his concern. After all, the title of team leader rested upon Han Zizhong, who was notably adept in this regard. Thus, he felt content to remain a loyal team member. Duan Lingfeng, seemingly oblivious to the situation, lounged carelessly against the shelf. His blood-stained shirt was now reduced to half, as he had torn it for bandaging after sustaining an injury. His abdomen was now wrapped in fresh, white gauze, accentuating the vibrant red of his shirt. The jacket Ouyang Sun had draped over him hung loosely on his shoulders, creating a rather mismatched ensemble that, combined with his roguish grin, exuded an air of charm. Ouyang Sun sighed, opting not to comment further. After a brief moment of preparation, he settled into the vehicle. They would encounter each other again. Perhaps due to the car being long neglected, it emitted an unpleasant odor, compelling Ouyang Sun to turn his face towards the window, inhaling the relatively fresher air outside. The journey to the neighboring city was neither particularly short nor exceedingly long, but to be prudent, the group searched for potential sources of gasoline along the way. They managed to gather over 20 liters, supplemented by what remained in the vehicle, ensuring they had more than enough fuel to reach their destination. 3 hours after Ouyang Sun and his companions departed, an armored vehicle, appearing formidable from any angle, came to a halt in front of the convenience store. The camouflaged behemoth loomed like a fierce predator, quietly dominating the road and occupying the vast majority of the space. Perhaps they should express their gratitude to them. Oh, indeed. Chapter 43. The Transformation of Disturbing Plot. 7. The asphalt road had split open, revealing a gaping chasm akin to a profound, dark wound. Piles of wrecked vehicles lay strewn along the sides, occupying nearly half the roadway, while patches of blackness spread across the already abandoned machinery, with decaying flesh scattered everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench. The overcast sky cast an oppressive gloom, and distant, sharp caws pierced the silence. Wandering zombies shuffled through the desolation, their murky yellowish eyes vacantly gazing towards an unknown horizon. Grass, towering to the height of an adult's knee, took root in the crevices, its slender, pale stems swaying gently in the breeze, accentuating the bleakness of the present scene. An SUV crept along one end of the road, laboriously navigating through the wreckage. The once sleek black body now bore the marks of wind and dust, kicking up clouds of debris as it sped past. The sound of the vehicle did not escape the notice of nearby zombies. The scent of living flesh, carried by the faintest of winds, roused their insatiable hunger for fresh blood. From their cracked throats emerged guttural howls, their grotesque faces twisted in malevolence, with rotting skin and unsteady gaits. Even with their intelligence reduced to the singular drive to consume flesh, their yearning for sustenance urged them to inch closer to the vehicle, brandishing their claws as makeshift weapons. Ouyang Sun remained seated in the back, licking his parched lips, his gaze cast towards the roadside, though his expression betrayed an undeniable weariness. They traversed the road, stopping intermittently to circumvent numerous damaged sections, encountering 2 zombified animals along the way. A rat, originally a mere few inches long, had grotesquely expanded to over 2 meters. Its shrill cries and enhanced speed causing significant trouble for Ouyang Sun and the others. Another creature, a greatly enlarged domestic rabbit, charged out from the shadows, almost causing the SUV to overturn as it collided with a nearby wreck. The three of them felt a surge of relief upon seeing the massive truck that had been toppled by the rabbit, now lying several meters away. Due to such unforeseen events, a journey of barely 300 kilometers turned into a convoluted trek, and they barely spotted a colossal shadow before running out of fuel. Soon, they halted in a barren park. Although designated as a park, it lacked any facilities or greenery, merely demarcated by a stone monument at the entrance. Fortunately, its emptiness provided a clear line of sight, allowing anything that appeared to be easily spotted. Surrounding the park were old residential buildings, many with shattered windows revealing darkened interiors. And tattered curtains hung limply. Time-worn houses stood shoulder to shoulder, unable to conceal their air of decay. After stopping the vehicle, Han Zizhong remarked to the others, "I used to live in this area. This park was supposed to be completed by the end of this year. But the outbreak of the zombie virus halted construction shortly after it began, leaving it desolate." Ouyang Sun rolled down the window and peered out, noting the visibility is good. But there's nowhere to hide. Yang Nan vigorously nodded in agreement. This area is defensible if there aren't too many zombies. But if we encounter a horde, this SUV, with its low fuel, won't stand a chance. Han Zizhong sighed, "We have no choice. Other places are swarming with zombies, and we can't get in. The density of people in the city correlates directly with the number of zombies. It's a fool's errand for just the three of us to delve deeper into the city." Ouyang Sun turned to him, suggesting, "What about searching for survivors? Expanding our team?" Han Zizhong pondered the feasibility. The team can't be too large. It complicates management and slows us down. The members need to be competent and able to follow orders. After a flurry of chaotic thoughts, he waved dismissively at Ouyang Sun. "Let us see if we encounter someone suitable." Ouyang Sun fell silent, shifting his gaze to the surrounding residential buildings. If memories served correctly, the other two team members should be within these structures. Those two team members were brothers, Shui Yan and Shui Bing, both veterans. They were not supernatural beings, but their close combat skills and sharpshooting made them among the most formidable in Han Zizhong's squad. Han Zizhong had stumbled upon them purely by chance. Shortly after the newly formed team set out, they encountered a massive zombie horde. Thankfully, they managed to escape in time, but Shui Bing still bore a scratch from a zombie. In a neighboring hideout, they met Chin Chin, who was also evading the horde, and he subsequently healed Shui Bing and joined their team, marking the commencement of the central plotline. Replaying the events in his mind, Ouyang Sun gently tapped on the car door, the sound drawing the attention of the other two. "Need any assistance?" Han Zizhong and Yang Nan exchanged bewildered glances. "Thanks." The aged residential building housed numerous occupants across its floors, with 6 rooms on each side of the staircase. Knowing that Han Zizhong was not present, Ouyang Sun headed straight to the floor where the Shui brothers resided, methodically checking each door, akin to a lottery, occasionally encountering the unfortunate situation of zombies behind some. "Who is it?" Finally, as he knocked on the last door, a low, stern voice emerged from within. Ouyang Sun sighed in relief. The plot remained intact. He halted his knocking, raising his voice slightly in mock surprise. "Survivors?" Silence enveloped the room. Ouyang Sun leaned against the door, calmly waiting, and counted to 132 before he heard the click of the lock. As he stood up to face the door, he narrowly avoided the unfortunate fate of being knocked over when it swung open. One of the Shui brothers stood before him, brandishing a gleaming kitchen knife. Ouyang Sun swallowed hard, maintaining a facade of calm. His indifferent gaze reflected the figure before him, his voice notably cold. "Alone?" Shui Yan, undeterred by Ouyang Sun's demeanor, felt a surge of joy at finally seeing another living person after so many days of isolation. He shifted the knife behind him and gestured towards a direction with his other hand. "I have a brother. Do you plan to stay here?" Ouyang Sun rubbed his aching temples, the fatigue from a day's exertions revealing its toll. His powers were dwindling, and his stamina was waning. He regretted not allowing Han Zizhong and the others to rest before continuing their search. Shui Yan shook his head slowly but firmly. "Not really, but just my brother, and I can't get far." They were ordinary individuals, and despite their skills, facing a horde of zombies was an insurmountable challenge. The idea of escaping the city to reach the base was pure folly for just the two of them. "If you are willing." Although Ouyang Sun's expression remained stoic, a flicker of hesitation and compassion in his eyes did not go unnoticed by Shui Yan. "You can join me. I have a team of 3, all of whom possess abilities. A team of 3 supernatural beings? Shui Yan managed to maintain a composed facade, suppressing any signs of surprise that might betray him. Striving to steady his voice, he inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" Although the advent of the apocalypse rendered most communication facilities inoperative, individuals could still glean information about the current situation through radio transmissions. The government broadcasts updates every 3 hours, making the names of several large bases familiar to the survivors. These bases, constructed by the state and designated by numbers, include Base 3, which stands alongside Base 1 as one of the 2 largest and most well-equipped facilities. The other 2 bases serve different purposes, yet their significant contributions to the protection of survivors cannot be overlooked. Notably, Base 3 is the closest to their location, and upon hearing that this group had set their sights on it, Shui Yan found no cause for concern. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that his food supplies at home were nearly depleted. Even without encountering this group, he and his brother would need to venture out in search of provisions. Thus, he deemed it prudent to join them, as the only thing he and his brother had left to lose was their lives. He addressed Ouyang Sun, stating, "I am Shui Yan, and this is my brother, Shui Bing. We are both veterans. If you do not mind, we would like to join you." It appeared that recruiting them into the fold was rather effortless. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Sun, had it been Shui Bing who opened the door instead of Shui Yan, the process of joining would have been far more complicated than a mere exchange of words. Chapter 44. The Transformation of the Dazzling Plot. 8. The Shui brothers have long understood the significance of division of labor and collaboration since childhood. Thus, one has honed his intellect while the other has cultivated his martial prowess, resulting in a flawless partnership. Elder brother Shui Yan, being astute, naturally assumes the role of the strategist, while younger brother Shui Bing adheres unwaveringly to his brother's plans, executing commands without hesitation. Initially, these brothers were renowned experts within the military, had it not been for an unforeseen incident during a mission that left the younger brother injured and necessitated his retirement. They would likely have been key members of the elite forces. However, Shui Bing possesses a flaw. His temper is volatile, particularly exacerbated after his injury, becoming increasingly explosive. Without Shui Yan's calming influence, it would be nearly impossible to pacify him, relying solely on confrontation, and one would need to contend with him physically. In the original text, Han Zizhong was unfortunate enough to encounter Shui Bing during one of his temperamental episodes when he was fervently banging on their door. Naturally, upon witnessing someone violently assaulting their home, Shui Bing rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, delivering a kick without hesitation. Han Zizhong had never faced such a predicament, and their ensuing altercation was therefore entirely predictable. As they prepared to leave, Shui Yan emerged, accompanied by a man who bore a striking resemblance to him, his features marred by an unmistakable aura of hostility. The Shui brothers resided on a modestly low floor, and Ouyang Sun retreated to the corridor to peer down. Spotting Yang Nan dashing out from another building, his expression clearly one of distress. He picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it at Yang Nan's head, startling him into looking up just in time to see Ouyang Sun waving at him, momentarily bewildered. "Come up," came the cool voice from above. Yang Nan rubbed the spot on his head where he had been struck and proceeded to count the floors as he walked toward Ouyang Sun. Shui Yan did not inquire further. He leaned in and whispered a few words to Shui Bing, whose fleeting expression of dissent did not escape Ouyang Sun's notice. But ultimately he acquiesced. Ouyang Sun observed the indignation in Shui Bing's eyes, maintaining an outward calm while secretly amused. The childlike expression of sulkiness, akin to a child whose cherished toy has been snatched away, was peculiarly entertaining when displayed by Shui Bing. Once Shui Yan had conveyed his instructions, he stepped aside to allow entry, saying, "Please come in." The interior was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Upon entering, Ouyang Sun refrained from surveying the surroundings, taking a seat opposite the brothers once they settled onto the sofa, and stated, "I apologize for the trouble." Shui Yan waved off the concern, indifferent since they were all preparing to depart. After a brief pause, he inquired, "May I have your name?" "Zhang Shuhan," Ouyang Sun replied, conjuring a transparent ice pillar in his hand, revealing his ice-based abilities. It was the first time the Shui brothers had encountered a genuine ability user, eliciting a mix of astonishment and curiosity, though they restrained their reactions out of decorum. Before long, Yang Nan and Han Zizhong, who had been fruitlessly searching for his sister, arrived outside the door. Ouyang Sun opened it to let them in, succinctly clarifying the proposal for the Shui brothers to join their ranks. Upon hearing this, Han Zizhong's eyes lit up. As a soldier, obeying orders was paramount, so he would naturally follow the captain's directives. Given the impressive capabilities of the two brothers, he would not turn down such a rare opportunity. As they exchanged information, Han Zizhong felt a surge of joy within, realizing he had found two excellent teammates. Affirming Jiang Yiran's exceptional judgment, his fortune was indeed remarkable. When morning arrived, he awoke to find a blanket draped over him, while the others remained lost in slumber. Ouyang Sun, cocooned in the blanket, rose and yawned, sluggishly making his way to the window to assess the situation. The watch on his wrist indicated it was already 10 in the morning, yet the outside world remained shrouded in gloom. A thick fog had risen, casting an oppressive pall over the sky, blending with the muted light to render the heavens indistinct, as if they had been tossed into a sandstorm. The weather was dreadful. Ouyang Sun gazed down at the empty street, where numerous zombies wandered aimlessly and unidentifiable stains marred the ground, remnants of mechanical devastation scattered about. A few zombies were also meandering around the parking area from the previous day, their swaying movements and grotesque visages invoking both humor and horror. Calculating the time, he recalled that the zombie tide was expected to erupt by dusk, meaning they had ample time to maneuver. The supplies in the vehicle were scant, and with the influx of new individuals, it seemed unlikely they would last long. With these thoughts in mind, Ouyang Sun began waking the others, urging them to prepare for departure. Yang Nan, who had been gazing out the window, nervously wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and hesitantly remarked, "I have a bad feeling about this." The rest of the occupants remained silent, well aware of the ominous atmosphere. The vehicle came to a gradual halt by the roadside, and the zombies had mysteriously vanished, leaving only debris as a testament to the prior carnage. The oppressive tension in the air urged the occupants to quickly regain their strength and abilities. A sudden gust of wind stirred up a cloud of dust, swirling through the shattered windows with an eerie moan. As the sun dipped lower, the sky turned a blood-red hue, the peculiar sight resembling an alarm signaling impending assault. With a sudden, chilling roar, Ouyang Sun keenly observed the ground beginning to tremble. "The tide of the undead," he stated flatly, the simplicity of his words sending a pallor across the faces of all present. Driver Han Zizhong, utilizing his local knowledge, navigated through numerous intersections with agility, the vehicle tailing a horde of zombies that had caught wind of the fresh scent of flesh within. The grotesque figures galloped after them, their hoarse cries echoing in a terrifying symphony. As they turned a corner, they were met with another wave of the undead. Han Zizhong gripped the steering wheel tightly, executing a sharp turn, causing chaos within the vehicle, bodies colliding and heads bumping, yet no one voiced any complaints. "Why are there so many?" Han Zizhong exclaimed in exasperation, his foot pressing down hard on the gas pedal, finally indulging in the thrill of reckless driving after years of adhering to the rules. At that moment, Shui Yan interjected, "Our city has a dense population, which naturally leads to a higher number of zombies. However, I wonder why they have suddenly congregated for coordinated movement. Could it be that there are higher-level zombies?" Yang Nan suggested nervously, recalling tales from novels where such creatures commanded the lesser undead. "It's a possibility," Ouyang Sun replied. "We need to find a place to hide. We cannot outrun them." The sheer volume of zombies encircling them was overwhelming. Even ramming through them with the vehicle might not create an escape route. Han Zizhong, in a moment of urgency, chose a path with fewer zombies, charging forward to carve a bloody trail. With a screech of tires, the SUV skidded to a halt before a large building. The occupants exited the vehicle as swiftly as possible, following Han Zizhong up the stairs. Ouyang Sun, positioned alongside him, used ice spikes to clear the way, but as his energy waned, he handed over the task to Yang Nan, while the Shui brothers remained behind to block the oncoming zombies. The staircase was narrow, only allowing two people to ascend side by side, with the most zombies and bloodstains located at the corners. After Ouyang Sun and Yang Nan switched positions, they remained vigilant for any movement behind them, when suddenly, Shui Bing was struck by a claw from a zombie emerging from the shadows at the corner. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Ouyang Sun's pupils constricted as an elongated ice spike shot forth, narrowly missing Shui Bing's left arm. Just as the dark-clawed zombie lunged from the darkness, Shui Yan was drenched in cold sweat. After casting a grateful glance at Ouyang Sun, he hastily pulled his younger brother to follow the main group. Once they selected the appropriate floor and room, Han Zizhong forcefully kicked open the tightly shut door. To their astonishment, the room was remarkably tidy, bearing no resemblance to the desolation one would expect in a post-apocalyptic setting. However, the group paid little heed to such details. After entering, Han Zizhong piled all the tables and chairs at the entrance before collapsing onto the floor, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 45. The Transformation of Trash. 9. This room is remarkably spacious, and judging by the decor, it appears to be an office area. Han Zizhong took a moment to catch his breath at the door and remarked, "My sister used to work here. Though the decor seems quite ordinary. The glass is shatterproof and bulletproof, and the door is custom-made. If it weren't for my awakened power-type abilities, I wouldn't have been able to kick it open. My foot still hurts." He grimaced, pointing to the sole of his foot. "What exactly does your sister's company do?" Ouyang Sun thought to himself, maintaining a stoic expression. Listening to the relentless pounding on the door outside, he felt a twinge of unease and surveyed the others. Shui Bing was being pulled aside by Shui Yan, who was fussing over her to check for injuries. Yang Nan was sprawled on the floor, shaking his sore hand, and Han Zizhong was leaning against the door, resting. No one seemed to have any serious issues. Ouyang Sun settled by the window, massaging his aching calves while gazing outside. The street below had transformed into a veritable ocean of zombies, their heads bobbing together as they pushed and shoved, while enormous mutated creatures barreled through, oblivious to the chaos they caused. The vehicle they had parked at the entrance was engulfed, and had it not been for the roof being slightly taller than the zombies, it might have been entirely obscured. "This is troublesome." Ouyang Sun furrowed his brow, contemplating the difficulty of breaking through if the situation below remained unchanged. With a slight squint, he noticed that everyone was resting, prompting him to immerse himself in the practice space. Upon returning to the familiar environment, he quickly spotted the white ball of fluff curled up in the corner. Without disturbing it, he began his training, opting to practice both his abilities and physical skills. Time passed without him realizing until he was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream from the outside. "What is happening?" The others exchanged confused glances, unable to deduce a plausible explanation. Perhaps, as Yang Nan suggested, a higher-level zombie was controlling the ordinary zombies in the city. After a moment, Han Zizhong broke the prolonged silence, speaking slowly. They all instinctively recalled the scream, acknowledging it as the most plausible theory. "Let us leave as soon as possible," Ouyang Sun stated. "Agreed," Shui Yan nodded. If there was indeed a superior zombie orchestrating events, they would likely face a swarm of zombies in the future. With ample supplies, it was prudent to depart now. Shui Bing grinned and exclaimed, "Brother, what is there to fear? I'll take down as many as come." Shui Yan playfully tapped him on the head, giving him a warning glance, prompting Shui Bing to pout and remain quiet. Yang Nan chimed in. "I also think we should leave soon. We have no idea about the strength of whatever can command the zombies. Staying here recklessly poses too great a risk." After thoughtfully considering his teammates' suggestions, Han Zizhong decisively concluded, "Let us go. We'll rest well tonight and depart at dawn." The teammates all agreed and began to search for comfortable spots to rest. Ouyang Sun, preoccupied with the unfolding narrative, took the opportunity to move toward the room where he discovered Chun Chun in the original story. Just as he leaned against the wall, he heard a clatter from the next room, faint cries intermingled with the noise. Indeed, the corners of Ouyang Sun's lips curled into a slight smile, which he quickly suppressed. He turned to Han Zizhong and said, "There are people next door." "People?" Han Zizhong was taken aback. Ouyang Sun, displaying a hint of impatience, replied coolly, "It's quite noisy." "Oh dear, our beauty is upset," Han Zizhong chuckled, observing Ouyang Sun's expression and playfully inquiring, "Shall we go take a look?" Receiving Han Zizhong's scrutinizing gaze, Ouyang Sun mentally cursed him profusely but maintained a frosty demeanor, stating, "It's bothersome." Han Zizhong's grin widened, clearly interpreting this as a playful pout. He swiftly got up, approached the window, and noticed a modest balcony outside, beckoning Ouyang Sun, "Let us go see." After a moment of silence, Yang-sun ultimately chose to follow. The scene next door contrasted sharply with theirs. Everything was in disarray as 3 zombies chased a man clad in a white shirt, now dust-covered and tattered. Han Zizhong and Yang-sun exchanged glances, leaped through the window, and quickly dispatched the 3 zombies. After Yang-sun kicked down the last zombie, Han Zizhong stood aloof, crossing his arms without offering any assistance. He shrugged, stepping forward. "Are you all right?" he inquired, waving a hand in front of the man to gain his attention. To his surprise, the man seized his hand tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline causing him pain. Han Zizhong felt somewhat helpless as he attempted to extract his hand, only to find it impossible. So he softened his tone to reassure the man. Yang-sun observed from the back, suppressing a derisive chuckle. He noticed clearly that before Han Zizhong spoke, Chun had cast a tearful glance his way, a look so overtly flirtatious that it could have been inscribed on his face. Upon realizing that Yang-sun had no intention of approaching, he quickly shifted his target, grasping Han Zizhong's outstretched hand. Once Yang-sun made his exit, Chun looked up, rubbing his reddened eyes, and asked Han Zizhong, "Brother Han, did that gentleman just now dislike me?" Chun had an adorably innocent appearance, with a fair face that bore a hint of baby fat, complemented by his large, cat-like eyes. His tear-streaked visage was utterly heart-wrenching. Han Zizhong smiled and interpreted Yang-sun's abrupt departure as jealousy. In good spirits, he replied to Chun, "No, that's just his nature. You're Chun, right?" Supportive type, Han Zizhong raised an eyebrow, attributing the discovery of talent to Yang-sun, feeling more inclined towards him and contemplating how to win him over sooner rather than later. After a series of introductions, Chun was officially welcomed into the group. His childlike demeanor quickly endeared him to everyone, who treated him like a younger brother, except for Yang-sun. While Chun familiarized himself with the team, Yang-sun leaned against the wall, pretending to observe the resting group while actually entering the training space for practice. His reluctance to engage stemmed from 2 reasons: maintaining his aloof persona deemed unsuitable for such a setting, and his desire to avoid excessive interaction with someone like Chun, fearing he might inadvertently reveal too much. As midnight approached, Yang-sun exited the practice space, only to discover someone had taken a seat beside him, causing an ice shard to materialize at his fingertips. He glanced down to find Chun, who had fallen asleep on his shoulder, and nearly thrust the ice shard into his head. Startled, Chun woke up, blinking in confusion as he met Yang-sun's noticeably darkened expression. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to." Yang-sun disregarded him entirely, seeking a quiet corner to close his eyes once more. Chun's hand, which hung at his side, slowly clenched into a fist. After taking a few deep breaths, he bit his lip, suppressing his emotions to restore his innocent demeanor before shifting to sit beside Han Zizhong. Employing the same tactic again, Yang-sun discerned the rustling noise and anticipated Chun's intentions. He smirked derisively, waiting for the surroundings to settle before surrendering to sleep. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the glass window, rousing the occupants of the room one by one. As expected, Han Zizhong was startled awake by Chun, instinctively glancing at Yang-sun for his reaction. Although Yang-sun was reluctant to acknowledge either of them, he feigned indifference and shot a chilling glare at them both to fulfill his duty. Han Zizhong naturally attributed this behavior to jealousy, and with great delight, he pushed aside the adjacent Chun and hurried off to find Yang-sun. "Mr. Zhang" displayed the charming smile that had always served him well in the realm of romance, having rested comfortably the previous night. Yang-sun inclined his head slightly and said, "Let us go." The order was received. Chun stood behind, gritting his teeth. A group of men rushed towards the car, and Han Zizhong intended for Yang-sun to occupy the front passenger seat. However, to his surprise, Yang-sun swiftly took his usual place in the back seat, with Chun claiming the front. With no choice but to relinquish this notion, Han Zizhong found the once spacious SUV now felt a bit cramped, with 6 large men inside. As they discussed the possibility of acquiring a larger vehicle for their next outing, they embarked on their journey to base number 3, marking the grand unfolding of the main storyline. Chapter 46. Transformation of the Blinding Plot. 10. Before embarking on this arduous journey, Yang-sun had already mentally prepared himself for the various challenging environments that lay ahead. However, He did not anticipate the extent of the hardships he would encounter. The zombies possessed a crystalline core within their brains, containing energy that could enhance supernatural abilities. Ouyang Sun learned about this after inquiring with 0419, and later stumbled upon it during a battle, prompting him to encourage his team to utilize it. As the strength of the team gradually increased, Ouyang Sun had successfully altered the course of events by preventing Chen Chen from rescuing Shuebing, maintaining a vigilant stance throughout their journey, which left Chen Chen with little opportunity to showcase his abilities. Initially, if Chen Chen had continued to display such a lackluster performance, the team would not have held any grievances against him. After all, with their combined strength, they could easily ensure his safety. However, Chen Chen inexplicably began to flirt with everyone in the team, leaving no one untouched among the 5 members excluding himself. At first, during the day when the group engaged in combat, Chen Chen would quietly hide at the back, but when the fighting ceased, he eagerly transformed into a healer, bustling over to Ouyang Sun, incessantly chatting, handing over items, and using his abilities to alleviate fatigue, all the while exuding a keenly attentive demeanor, if one were to overlook the subtle provocations in his actions. Ouyang Sun accepted Chen Chen's attentions with an inscrutable expression, providing him with considerable care during the journey, ensuring his safety, and allowing him to choose any valuable items first. Yet, Ouyang Sun feigned ignorance towards Chen Chen's underlying hints, completely disregarding them. As time passed, Chen Chen realized that Ouyang Sun harbored no feelings for him, prompting him to shift his focus towards Han Zizhong. Chen Chen had always shared an ambiguous relationship with Han Zizhong, initially hoping to provoke Ouyang Sun's interest by leveraging his flirtations with Han Zizhong. However, upon realizing Ouyang Sun's disinterest, he devoted his efforts to Han Zizhong instead. Their bond quickly deepened, yet they remained stuck in a peculiar limbo, friends with an unfulfilled potential for romance. Chen Chen attempted several times to break the metaphorical window, but Han Zizhong adeptly evaded his advances, leaving Chen Chen perplexed while contemplating other options. Considering the impressive capabilities and striking appearances of his teammates, it became evident that, under normal circumstances, they would attract considerable attention in a world untouched by calamity. Observing Han Zizhong's reluctance to commit fully, Chen Chen's gaze turned towards Yang Nan, whose bold demeanor intrigued him. In doing so, Chen Chen found himself increasingly excluded by the others, a subtle yet palpable shift that did not escape his keenly observant nature. Despite his frustration, Chen Chen found himself at a loss, for as a healer, he could not contribute significantly to combat. Thus, he resolved to elevate his standing within the team through alternative means. Fortuitously, following another intense battle, Ouyang Sun ascended to a second-tier ability. While the team had not initially embraced him, they expressed their gratitude after he aided them in recovery, gathering around him with concern as they awaited his advancement. Chen Chen felt a surge of resentment, further solidifying his resolve to execute his plan. After adjusting the last member, he feigned weakness and maneuvered himself beside Ouyang Sun, appearing to struggle in a bid to offer his support. The others were taken aback, reflecting on their previous treatment of him, but just as they began to feel guilty, Chen Chen stumbled, accidentally crashing into Ouyang Sun. Ouyang Sun let out a muffled groan, his mind clouded and disoriented. The sudden impact elevated his already high body temperature, causing the dark tattoos on his skin to faintly emerge. Fortunately, the dimly lit environment concealed them from view. At that moment, a raucous banging echoed from outside, relentless and jarring. After a brief pause, he added, "It's difficult for just us capable individuals to rush out, let alone." Everyone understood the implication. The door, which acted as a barrier against the horde of zombies, rattled ominously, and it was clear it would not hold for long. Chen Chen had devised a clever plan. If they abandoned Zhang Shuhan, they would surely take him along, especially since he had recently restored their energy. He anticipated that his timely assistance and guidance towards an escape route would foster gratitude among them. However, if they chose to take Zhang Shuhan with them, that too would suffice. Should this individual inadvertently be bitten by a zombie along the way, he could heal him afterward, achieving the same outcome. The subsequent developments took Chen Chen by surprise. The Xue brothers showed no interest in Han Zizhong's decision, positioning themselves protectively beside Ouyang Sun. Xue Bing, wielding his newly acquired long knife, elegantly twirled it and declared, "Mr. Zhang is my savior. If you wish to leave, do so on your own. I must repay this debt." Shui Yan echoed his brother's sentiments, stating, "You may proceed. My brother and I will not leave." Yang Nan, usually carefree, understood the gravity of the moment. He crouched beside the brothers and, with an unrefined grin directed at Han Zizhong, chimed in, "I'm not going either. Brother Zhang has protected us for so long. Abandoning him now would be utterly ungrateful. Besides, what if Brother Zhang succeeds?" Chen Chen retorted. "None of us have witnessed a supernatural being advance. How can you be certain he will succeed, or what he might become afterward?" Yang Nan merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Although he had previously considered agreeing with Chen Chen, in the current circumstances, having a powerful ally to ensure his survival took precedence. Realizing this, Han Zizhong resolved, "Since Yang Nan believes that route is perilous, we shall remain and defend." Chen Chen's face paled at his words. He was acutely aware of the noise his contraption made. He had conducted numerous experiments during his schooling. The zombies attracted by the sound would likely number in the hundreds. With a thunderous crash, the ancient wooden door shattered, and the zombies surged through the breach. As the group shifted Ouyang Sun to safety, they engaged in combat. Helpless, Chen Chen cowered in a corner, terrified by the gruesome spectacle before him. Although the Shui brothers had previously taught him a few moves, fear rendered him paralyzed, making the thought of fighting impossible. As the defenders struggled to hold their ground, Ouyang Sun's presence stirred, prompting the group to look on in astonishment. Having just endured the pain of advancement, he instinctively unleashed a flurry of ice spikes, granting the team a momentary respite. "Let us go." Thanks to his relentless support, Yang Nan surged ahead with renewed vigor, while Han Zizhong felt a significant reduction in pressure. Ouyang Sun, now more alert, summoned towering ice walls that encircled the zombies, effectively creating a pathway and keeping the surrounding horde at bay, though it drained him of all his energy. The others were taken aback. But there was no time for questions. Seizing the opportunity, they hastily fled. By the time the ice walls crumbled into crystals, the group had vanished from sight. In the aftermath, Chen Chen found himself increasingly marginalized, while Ouyang Sun's significance escalated. Initially perplexed by this shift, he soon comprehended the implications after hearing Shui Yan's unembellished account. It became evident to him that sometimes one must avoid death to truly live. Ouyang Sun silently lit a candle for Qin Shan in his heart. Initially, he pondered how to completely sever Han Zizhong's lingering affections for Qin Shan, yet unexpectedly, he found that he had inadvertently resolved the matter himself. Truly, this is a cause for celebration, indeed a reason for joy. Chapter 47. The Transformation of a Stark Plot, 11. Thus, both Qin Hao's awakening and Han Zizhong's advancement proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Qin Hao continued to follow the original narrative, joining the team out of gratitude. Though this time his allegiance was to the entire squad rather than just Chen Chen. After another period of rest, the party expanded to 7 members and set forth on their journey anew. With Qin Hao, a fire element ability user, joining their ranks, the team's strength surged significantly, even accelerating their pace. Chen Chen, displaying a sense of propriety, refrained from causing further disturbances, allowing the group to enjoy a semblance of peace. As the imposing walls of Base 3 gradually came into view, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. They had finally arrived. That night was the most tranquil they had experienced in a long time. The following morning, they were summoned by the base commander to discuss the regulations of the facility. Each individual at the base could visit the mission center daily to select tasks suited to their abilities, with 1/3 of the rewards allocated to the base and the remainder kept for themselves. They could form teams or act independently, as the mission center imposed no restrictions on group size. All ability users were required to join the official base teams, adhering to its commands, primarily tasked with safeguarding the base and handling significant missions. In return, they would receive better benefits than others. Those with notable achievements in combat or research could opt to join relevant base organizations, enjoying similar advantages. Ouyang Sun, already aware of the regulations, expressed no objections. After listening to the instructions, he planned to explore the base before attempting a lighter mission. The tasks released that day were relatively manageable. The most perilous involved clearing the surrounding zombies, and there was no necessity to join the official teams arranged by the base. Venturing out alone posed little risk. Upon receiving the standard military uniform from the logistics department, Yang-sun was preparing to change when he was approached by other members of the squad. He glanced at the uniform and noted that everyone but Chen was ready. Having worked closely with the team, he consented to join them in their endeavors. As the saying goes, a Buddha relies on golden attire and a person relies on their clothing. Previously, while struggling for survival, no one had the luxury to focus on appearance. Now, clad in navy blue military uniforms, they presented a wholly transformed image, an ensemble of tall, handsome figures that could easily be mistaken for celebrities, rather than a group embarking on a zombie-clearing mission. Yang-sun, noticing someone blocking his path, frowned in displeasure. Unbeknownst to him, being interrupted in public intensified the attention he was already receiving. He pursed his lips, his cool demeanor growing even more frosty, exuding an air of chill. The individual, undeterred by the tension, approached him at an opportune moment, smiling amiably. "You must be Mr. Zhang Shohan?" Yang-sun regarded him with a sidelong glance, but remained silent. The man, seemingly unfazed, continued, "I kindly request that you accompany me." "What's this about?" Yang-sun inquired cautiously, refusing to budge. The soldier, somewhat perplexed, scratched his nose and replied, "Our colonel requests your presence." "Colonel?" Meeting this colonel would not cost him anything. Yang-sun nodded slightly, and the soldier promptly led the way. He was taken to a deep office within the base. Gazing at the substantial yet aesthetically pleasing door before him, he fell into a contemplative silence, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. The soldier left him at the door, and steeling himself, Yang-sun knocked. "Come in." The voice bore a striking resemblance to that of his beloved from a past life. As realizations cascaded through him, Yang-sun recognized who this colonel must be. Duan Lingfeng looked up, and upon seeing Yang-sun, a flicker of astonishment glimmered in his deep-set eyes. The navy uniform fitted Yang-sun impeccably, with the top button fastened, accentuating his cool and profound allure. The uniform sculpted his tall, slender form, and paired with his long legs encased in military trousers and black boots, he was undeniably captivating. Duan Lingfeng's gaze darkened, yet a smile broke through his previously stoic demeanor. "Long time no see, Mr. Zhang." He set down his belongings and approached Yang-sun with a beaming smile. "It has been several months since we last met. I have been eager to express my gratitude to you, but your whereabouts were unknown. Who would have thought you would arrive at my base? Truly, we are fated." Only he knew how much he had longed for this person since their last parting. He had never believed in love at first sight until he encountered Zhang Shohan. In that moment, he felt his heart race with an intensity he had never before experienced, captivated by the strikingly beautiful yet cool visage before him. The desire to accompany, protect, and possess this individual lingered in his heart, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. It felt as though he had loved this person for an eternity. A love etched into his very soul, as if he was innately familiar with every subtle gesture. He hadn't anticipated that this individual would stand right before him, within his reach. It was then that his previously unwavering composure crumbled into a mere jest. The thought of this person being so close, the realization of their usually cold expression transforming with emotion, their bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and their cool voice tinged with a husky lilt calling out his name, sent his blood boiling. He could hardly contain himself. What ensued was a passionate and fervent kiss. He entwined their slightly stiff tongues, guiding them across his territory, brushing against their teeth, eliciting a thrilling sensation, and playfully traversing the walls of their mouth, sparking a tempest of emotions. Subject confirmation successful, commencing fusion. What? Everything felt eerily familiar, the warmth, the movements, even the underlying dominance, all matching his memories perfectly. Host. The fragment of the soul data chain is missing. I understand. You may confine it to the small dark room. For the remaining content, please refer to the official platform. Chapter 48. Transformation of the Grievous Plot. 12. Yang-sun glanced down to find a bowl of vegetable porridge before him. Although the rice was not abundant, rendering the porridge somewhat clearer, its fragrant aroma was unmistakably delightful, indicative of the care taken in its preparation. A subtle smile graced his lips as he savored a spoonful. The warm porridge slid down his throat, enveloping him in warmth. As Yang-sun leisurely consumed the porridge, he relished the attentive service of his beloved while listening intently. Following an initial period of chaos, the situation across the nation was gradually stabilizing. Several large bases were experiencing steady and rapid development, with an ample supply of weapons and ammunition. Numerous military and ability user teams had commenced a systematic eradication of zombies beyond the confines of the bases. This ongoing cleansing operation had notably accelerated the enhancement of the ability users' powers. The highest ranked among them had ascended to the 5th tier, becoming a pivotal force within the operation. Although the numbers of 3rd and 4th tier individuals were not vast, they were still significant. Under current regulations, ability users above the 3rd tier were permitted to form their own teams for extermination missions, retaining most of the crystal cores they obtained, with only a small fraction required to be surrendered. Nevertheless, the majority of ability users remained at the 1st and 2nd tiers, typically integrated into military units, necessitating coordination with military operations. Simultaneously, recent reports from Base Number 2, which leaned towards research, indicated that efforts had commenced to develop a serum against the zombie virus. Although progress on both fronts was slow, there was at least a glimmer of hope for the future. In the original narrative, the focus predominantly revolved around the emotional entanglements of Chen Chen and her numerous suitors, with scant attention paid to the overarching backdrop. Aside from the essential introductions, there was little detailed exposition, leaving Ouyang Sun entirely in the dark regarding whether a solution was ever devised and the ultimate trajectory of the world. As for the researcher Xiao Ran, who made a late appearance, as long as he was kept from encountering Chen Chen, his affairs remained inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingfeng buried his face in Ouyang Sun's neck, chuckling softly, before lifting his head to remark, "Clever. Moreover, it seems my darling has considerable faith in me." Reflecting on the past, he recalled how the snacks that 0419 had helped him procure proved quite useful, resolving numerous issues, though they had been lost during a zombie tide, and the snacks had since been nearly consumed. Duan Lingfeng expressed his concern, stating, "I still have some left. You should take them for now." Recently, several nearby major cities have experienced zombie tides, likely due to the presence of high-tier zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Sun declined, "No need. You can rest easy. I will merely take a stroll around the vicinity of the base." However, regarding those high-tier zombies, do they truly possess the ability to control ordinary zombies? And what of their intelligence? Duan Lingfeng was taken aback by Ouyang Sun's sudden inquiry into past events, though he conceded that it was not a sensitive topic, as that group had been thoroughly eradicated. He gathered his thoughts and began, "It was like this. 1 month prior to our meeting, I discovered that some within the base were growing restless, intending to wrest Base Number 3 from the government's control. You are likely aware of the fate that typically befalls bases formed spontaneously by the populace." Ouyang Sun remained silent, recalling his journey to Base Number 3, passing several privately established bases that ultimately disappeared amidst zombie attacks due to power struggles within their leadership. Duan Lingfeng paused before continuing, "At that time, I had not publicly revealed my status as an ability user, so they assumed I was merely an ordinary person with a colonel's rank. They referred to themselves as liberators, covertly attempting to undermine my position. I resolved to eliminate all those with ulterior motives in one fell swoop. Subsequently, I received word that the liberators were plotting to lure me to a remote city to dispose of me using zombies. Thus, my confidants and I devised a plan based on their scheme. I feigned ignorance and accompanied them, while my people took the opportunity to eliminate the remaining members of the liberators. Their convoy headed towards a small city on the outskirts, where they pretended to clear a batch of zombies. Eventually, unable to contain themselves, they deliberately attracted a wave of zombies and shot me, aiming for a more painful demise, striking my abdomen." Duan Lingfeng chuckled in response, teasing, "Yet, if it weren't for them, I might never have encountered you." Ouyang Sun shot him a sidelong glance, extricating himself from his embrace. He set aside the now empty bowl he had held for a considerable time and began to dress, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 49. Revamping the eye-watering plot. 13. Upon awakening in the morning, Ouyang Sun promptly took a stroll around the base. Closing his eyes, he summoned his abilities, and a surge of energy flowed from the crystal core he held in his hand, gradually merging into the vast river of supernatural power. The energy increased, radiating a searing heat that permeated his very bones, while the rising temperature ignited a cacophony of pain within every cell. A prickling agony coursed through his meridians, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as his mind became clouded by the oppressive heat, drowning in an overwhelming sensation of discomfort that churned within every corner of his being. Finally, he endured through it. After consuming a few bites of food, Yang-sun toyed with the cool metal tag in his hand, inscribed with his name and the name of his unit. He affixed the tag to the left chest of his military uniform and, surrendering to the encroaching fatigue, succumbed to sleep. The following day, Yang-sun, restored to peak condition, arrived punctually at the training ground alongside his team. Observing the uniform expanse of deep navy blue before him, they dutifully positioned themselves at the back of the line. Not long into the proceedings, Han Zizhong sidled up to Yang-sun and whispered, "How did Chen get assigned here? With that frail physique of his, how long can he last?" Yang-sun glanced coldly at Chen, drenched in sweat like a waterfall, and replied icily, "Who knows?" Chen, not only small in stature but also raised in affluence, had always been the type who could neither bear burdens nor lift weights. Even in this apocalyptic world, his most strenuous endeavor had been fleeing, and he could scarcely run far before gasping for breath, relying on Yang Nan to carry him. Eventually, when the team grew distant from him, they chose to maintain a semblance of humanity and did not abandon him to his fate. However, apart from the most basic protection, they offered little else, allowing Chen to experience the fleeting joy of running freely until they finally reached the base. This meant that, over the course of several months, Chen had hardly exerted himself. Unlike the others in the team, including the military-born Shui brothers, who thrived in the midst of hordes of zombies, each member had honed their bodies through relentless battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, easily keeping pace with the unit's training. Wiping away the sweat, Yang-sun stood quietly to the side to recuperate, surrounded by the hushed whispers of his comrades, who were openly criticizing their new, delicate teammate. Reflecting on how Chen had stubbornly refused to run away on his own, even resorting to pouting to be carried, Yang-sun couldn't help but smirk coldly. The boy had brought this upon himself. As Chen's already pallid complexion grew even more sallow, Yang-sun remained unfazed, even feeling a hint of amusement. Just when he thought the boy might show some improvement after the group's scorn, Chen suddenly pouted and ran away, sobbing. Yang-sun barely restrained the urge to curse. Casting a final glance in the direction Chen had fled, he forcibly suppressed a sudden twinge of unease that arose within him. Chen dashed out of the training ground and meandered aimlessly around the base, sobbing pitifully as he went. The petite, cute boy, with his tear-streaked face and red eyes resembling a small rabbit, drew plenty of attention along the way. Upon reaching the base's entrance, Chen gritted his teeth and stepped outside. With very few zombies lurking around the base, Chen felt relatively untroubled. However, while wiping his tears with his head down, he inadvertently collided with something. Startled, he stumbled backward, closing his eyes in anticipation of the impending pain, only to be caught in a pair of strong arms. He blinked in surprise and slowly opened his eyes to find a man wearing frameless glasses, possessing a gentle demeanor and an air of scholarly refinement, smiling down at him. Chen froze, sensing a profound energy emanating from the man. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed a bright crimson, and he hastily wriggled free from the man's embrace, stammering, "I am sorry. I didn't mean to." Realizing the figure before him was not a zombie, Chen swallowed the panic that had risen in his throat and scrutinized the man before him. "No harm done," the man replied, his voice as gentle as his appearance, almost delicate. "What brings you out here alone? Are you not aware of the dangers?" Chen sniffled, cautiously meeting the man's gaze. "But you're alone too, aren't you?" The man patiently explained, "I possess sufficient strength. What about you? As a healer, you are quite defenseless." Chen fell silent for a moment. The man sighed softly, observing, "I noticed you were crying. Did someone bully you? Is that why you ran from the base? If you don't mind, would you like to share?" At the man's words, tears welled up in Chen's eyes once more, and he bit his lip, appearing conflicted. After a while, he mumbled a reluctant agreement. So absorbed was Chen in his turmoil that he failed to notice how far they had wandered from the base. Glancing at the pitiful boy trailing beside him, the man ignored the feather-light brush of his hand against the back of his own, and a crimson hue suddenly flickered in his dark pupils. The blood-red color deepened, gradually filling his irises, casting an eerie aura around his face. As the man's crimson eyes twinkled, he smiled broadly at Qin Chen, concealing the unusual nature of his gaze behind lowered eyelids. I suffer from inherent coldness, compounded by my ice-based powers. Have I chilled you? Qin Chen's gaze lingered on the man's face for a couple of seconds, unable to discern anything amiss. He shook his head and replied, "No, no." Upon realizing the man was indeed a power wielder, he felt a flicker of curiosity. He had previously shown interest in Zhang Shohan, often seeking his favor, and had some contact with him. Zhang Shohan was also an ice wielder, yet he never seemed as frigid as this man. As if sensing Qin Chen's thoughts, the man said, "My powers are of a higher level, hence my body temperature is lower than that of ordinary people. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know."
Ah, all right.
Hearing the man's reassurance, Qin Chen finally set aside his doubts. However, just as he took a few more steps, he abruptly halted.
Your eyes.
My eyes? The man touched the corner of his eye with his other hand and suddenly smiled brightly. Do you find them beautiful? Only then did Qin Chen notice that the other hand was dry and mottled with a ghastly purple hue, entirely unlike that of a normal human. Oh dear, you've discovered my secret. The man glanced at his own hand, panic seizing him. What should I do now? Regretting his decision to venture outside the base, Qin Chen tugged desperately at the man's grip, but it was utterly futile. I had no intention of harming you, but you simply had to see, didn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, the man leaned in close, right before Qin Chen's terror-stricken gaze. Chapter 50. The Transformation of the Eye-Stinging Plot. 14. A sudden gunshot rang out, abruptly halting everything. A cold liquid dripped onto his skin, the viscous sensation eliciting a wave of revulsion. The shackles binding him vanished in an instant. Qin Chen tremblingly opened his eyes, only to be met with a menacing visage that sent a shiver coursing through him. A gaping black-red wound appeared on the man's forehead, blood seeping from it and landing upon Qin Chen's face. As if roused by this gruesome sight, he summoned an extraordinary strength fueled by his near collapse, forcefully pushing the man several meters away.
Stop!
Qin Chen stumbled but pressed on, racing towards the base, heedless of the shouts behind him. The captain, noticing Qin Chen clad in military attire, glanced down at the badge pinned to his chest, his brow furrowing deeper with a tone of discontent. This is training time. How did you end up here? He leveled his firearm at Qin Chen's heart. The recent events involving the liberators loomed large in their minds, and encountering someone who should not be present made the captain instantly wary. To avert unnecessary complications, the captain acquiesced to a suggestion from a team member, allowing the vice-captain to continue patrolling while he escorted Qin Chen back to the base. Once everyone had departed, the body of the man, forgotten to the side, suddenly stirred. What a waste of my energy! With a stiff hand, he wiped the blood from his face, cradling his wound as he slowly sat up. His blood-red eyes scanned the distant base before settling on the nearby woods, where the lurking zombies promptly vanished. A smirk crept across his lips. Though the motion was awkward, I was only missing this last piece. Such a pity. This gun was quite accurate, though it struck the wrong target. Ah well, I shall find another. He rose, rubbing his rigid face, and began his stiff march towards a city that had long since succumbed to the zombie apocalypse. Indeed. Ouyang Su mused, a slight smile forming. Though he had twisted the narrative to this extent, the small world would not allow the protagonist to perish so easily. The portrait drawn with remarkable skill depicted a figure so lifelike that Ouyang Sun felt an uncanny familiarity. H City was one of the initial outbreak locations of the virus. Understanding dawned upon him swiftly. According to investigations, the first instances of advanced zombies originated in the source city, followed subsequently by neighboring cities. The further one strayed from the source city, the later the emergence of advanced zombies, and their numbers dwindled. Given that Xiao Ran was a virus researcher stationed in the source city, it was hardly surprising that he had transformed into an advanced zombie. What supplies are lacking? Primarily medication. The following day, the atmosphere at the base was markedly more somber than usual. Security around the perimeter was heightened, and personal entry was strictly prohibited. In the afternoon, a new order was announced. All ability users were reassigned from their original teams to form new units for training, tasked with every supply retrieval mission. 8 individuals would comprise each squad, with balanced member distribution and captains selected independently, executing mission directives in groups. 3 days of acclimatization flew by, and the persistent gloomy weather finally began to dissipate. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the military trucks as they departed from the base. With all ability users prepared within, a city gradually emerged on the horizon, its air heavy with desolation, a testament to the horrors wrought by the undead. The number of zombies wandering the perimeter was significant. As the truck's engines roared to life, the nearby zombies howled and surged towards the convoy, drawing even more from the distance. The leading truck paid no heed to the throng of zombies, accelerating and plowing through them, the convoy forging ahead amidst a gruesome scene of carnage. Chapter 51. Transforming the Dreadful Plot. 15. Breaking through the barricade of zombies. The convoy entered City C in an orderly manner. Blood and flesh splattered against the car windows, obscuring the view, while the crimson sheen revealed a multitude of figures that sent shivers down one's spine, their menacing cries echoing a ravenous thirst for sustenance. The convoy dispersed as planned, each team selecting a street to search for suitable shops or malls. The battle commenced the instant the team members stepped out of their vehicles. Indeed, Chen had undergone a significant transformation following the incident with Xiao Ran. He no longer delegated tasks to others, but took matters into his own hands, diligently completing training and restraining his temperament. During this operation, it was Chen himself who suggested assisting with the collection of crystal cores, greatly enhancing the team's efficiency and bringing much comfort to everyone involved. Before long, they traversed through mountains of corpses and finally reached the hospital grounds. Surprisingly, the number of zombies in the hospital was considerably fewer than those on the streets, likely having fled when the hospital fell out of control. As they moved through the disarrayed lobby and into the corridor, darkness enveloped them. A few flickering chandeliers barely clung to life, casting a pale, weak light that intermittently illuminated the chaotic corridor, now stained with dark blood and suspicious remnants of flesh, rendering it even more sinister. The beams of flashlights sequentially flickered to life, revealing the grim scene. Shattered vials, scattered medical records and billing statements, filthy, tattered linens, and decomposing corpses, with large patches of dried blood darkening the walls. Yang shivered and muttered, "I would rather face a horde of zombies." Ouyang Sun cast a glance back at the cowering team members and stepped forward. The light from his flashlight swept across the signs next to each room, and he walked ahead with an unperturbed demeanor. His past experiences had rendered him immune to such sights, even finding a strange sense of familiarity within it. Duan Lingfeng chuckled softly, giving Han Zizhong a meaningful glance, and hastened to catch up with Ouyang Sun. The remaining members hesitated momentarily before steeling themselves and entering the eerie corridor, which seemed poised to unleash horrors at any moment. Not long after, they discovered the hospital S-floor index on a wall. The upper floors offered little of interest, primarily consisting of departments, offices, and patient wards. Thus, the pharmacy on their level and the basement warehouse became the targets of the team's expedition. The basement was even darker than the upper floors, devoid of light. Ouyang Sun fumbled with his flashlight for a considerable time before finally locating the switch for the corridor lights. A few scattered lights flickered on, barely outlining the shapes of various objects. The zombies on this level were woefully scarce, with more corpses lying on the ground. The chandelier above dangled precariously, entangled with broken light tubes filled with congealed dark red liquid. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the tubes to creak ominously as they swayed in the air. The first sight to greet them was the mortuary. Its door, violently shattered, lay on the ground, revealing a chilling interior. Unexpectedly, only a few bloodstains and a significant amount of dust remained within. Ouyang Sun shone his light at the door. The dense scratches indicated an unusually clean mortuary. The dust stirred in the air, irritating their throats as everyone filed in to begin retrieving the necessary medications. Perhaps, Ouyang Sun mused, casting his gaze down the dimly lit corridor. Suddenly, flames erupted from the zombies at the entrance, spreading rapidly. Ice walls surged from the ground, carving a path through the horde, while the iron door ascended to an appropriate height. With their spoils in hand, everyone dashed out of the hospital. With all their strength, They surged forward, barely taking the time to untie the ropes, emerging from the chaos in a state of exhaustion, sweat dripping from their brows. Ouyang Sun and Qin Hao, their abilities waning, appeared particularly pale. Struggling to regain his composure, Qin Hao took several deep breaths. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ouyang Sun removed the medicinal supplies from his back, leaning against the vehicle to catch his breath, his hand tremoring around the long blade. Fortunately, the dimness of the vehicle concealed the faint trace of a dark tattoo beginning to surface on his face. As the blood-red sun hung low in the sky, the entire team gathered at the rendezvous point, the convoy bathed in crimson, as they embarked on their journey home. Atop the tallest building in City C, a man dressed in a suit stood gazing down at the convoy emerging from the sea of corpses. Adjusting his glasses with one hand, he rested the other on his elbow, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. His blood-red pupils glimmered more vividly under the setting sun. A soft murmur, reminiscent of whispered affection, drifted away on the evening breeze. Chapter 52. Transformation of Blinding Eye Plot. 16. Moreover, many individuals, emboldened by their considerable prowess, took the initiative to explore cities near the base. Mirroring the conditions of City C, zombies were predominantly amassed on the roads, while locations rich in supplies remained devoid of any undead presence. As vehicles could traverse the majority of streets, it became relatively simple to carve out a clear path and procure ample resources. Consequently, a frenzy of scavenging erupted within the base and gradually spread to others. The cities, now reduced to zombie congregations, transformed into a veritable paradise for hunters, prompting many to entertain the notion that humanity was poised to strike back. Over time, the ability users rapidly advanced, amassing substantial crystal cores with each expedition, resulting in a doubling of those at the third tier and above within just half a month. Ordinary individuals also progressed swiftly through repeated battles, accumulating skills and experience. Furthermore, the research team at Base Number 2 reported promising developments regarding the vaccine. However, amidst this optimistic outlook, some vigilant senior personnel at the base felt no solace in the dawn of hope. Duan Lingfeng scrutinized a stack of data against an unfolded map. His brow furrowed in concentration. He set down his materials and approached the window, observing the hunting teams entering and exiting the base, pondering the source of the anomalies. After nearly half a month, the original 6 groups had been restructured as each member evolved, with everyone assigned to their most suitable roles. Even the weakest among them, Chun Chun, had achieved modest success. Fresh from a recent exploration mission, Ouyang Sun bore a faint scent of blood, his usually pristine military uniform stained and soiled, indicating he had rushed over without time for cleanup. He seated himself before Duan Lingfeng, organized his thoughts, and recounted the details of the mission. 3 days prior, Ouyang Sun had accepted an exploratory task at the mission center, and once the team was assembled, they set out towards the vicinity of H City, one of the origin cities for the virus. Base Number 3 remained a considerable distance from H City, necessitating a route through 2 larger cities. To avoid unnecessary confrontations, the team chose to circumvent the area by vehicle. During a brief respite in the first city, Ouyang Sun noticed something peculiar. The ongoing frenzy of scavenging had left numerous teams within the city, among which one composed entirely of ordinary individuals captured his attention. This team was well equipped with a clear objective, advancing relentlessly as if nothing could stand in their way, leaving the corpses of slain zombies untouched, retreating promptly after gathering supplies. Once this team departed, the remaining zombies gradually congregated on the street, engaging in a bizarre struggle over the carcasses of their own kind. After witnessing this peculiar zombie conflict, the initially chaotic scene began to settle, and Ouyang Sun observed that the bodies previously strewn about were now roughly organized into piles before several zombies, while others quietly withdrew. His astonishment at the zombies' cannibalistic behavior was soon overshadowed by the revelation of their emerging intelligence. To his further astonishment, the zombies that had claimed the bodies eagerly tore into their newfound spoils, unhesitatingly consuming the crystal cores nestled within the skulls of the deceased. As the number of consumed cores escalated, these zombies transformed at a visible pace. 2 of them suddenly paused, their bodies swelling with energy from the cores, culminating in a thunderous explosion that erupted into a gruesome spectacle, showering the surroundings with blood and debris, and creating a breach in the encirclement of zombies. Undeterred by the chaos, the remaining zombies resumed their frenzied competition for the crystal cores, the sound of subsequent explosions echoing through the street. By the end, the number of zombies in that area had halved, yet 3 advanced zombies emerged from the fray, swiftly vanishing into the throng. Having witnessed the entire process of zombie evolution, Ouyang Sun's expression darkened. The speed exhibited by the 3 advanced zombies was comparable to that of second-tier speed-type ability users. Notably, they had never conceived that zombies could evolve through crystal cores. During this fortnight, a multitude of zombies had been slain. Many hunting teams habitually extracted crystal cores from the fallen, yet countless others were overlooked. This was primarily due to the fact that zombies predominantly congregated along the roads, leaving a plethora of corpses in their wake. One could only imagine that even if the success rate of evolution through crystal cores was exceedingly low, the sheer volume of bodies inadvertently catalyzed the emergence of numerous advanced zombies. Simultaneously, Ouyang Sun found it perplexing that ordinary zombies initially exhibited no interest in the corpses of their kind. What had driven them to not only claim their share, but also learn to consume crystal cores for evolution. Moreover, he could not fathom where these advanced zombies had disappeared to. Thus far, there had been no reports of advanced zombies appearing in these cities, nor had there been any updates on those that had first emerged in other locations. It was as if someone were deliberately orchestrating these zombies. The chilling thought sent a shiver down Ouyang Sun's spine. Just then both men paused, realizing that the ability to abduct Chun Chun indicated a level of intelligence indistinguishable from that of humans. Ouyang Sun murmured, "But wasn't he shot dead? Could there be another?" The time elapsed since the cleanup team arrived could not have exceeded 10 minutes, indicating that he could very well have been taken or perhaps had departed of his own accord. Duan Lingfeng spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Ouyang Sun fell silent. In H City, at a certain virus research facility, Xiao Ran affixed a somewhat tattered map to the wall. The map, marked with numerous annotations, distinctly outlined his territory, clearly indicating the number of zombies in each area. His gaze traversed the locations of several bases, a glint of intrigue flickering in his crimson eyes. He reached for a nearby marker and made an emphatic mark on the map, then gently brushed over its worn surface, turning to exit the research facility. Outside the facility, a staggering number of zombies stood motionless in every available space, among them a mix of advanced zombies. They bore no resemblance to their former selves, which had once fought savagely for scraps of flesh. Instead, they stood silently, like statues. Standing before the research facility, Xiaoran gazed up at the colossal fireball radiating heat and light, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a cold, unfeeling gleam. His voice, low and laced with a hint of amusement, sent a chill down the spine, evoking a profound sense of dread. Soon. Chapter 53. The Reconstruction of the Eye-Watering Plot, 17. A military truck traversed the overgrown and dilapidated road, the scorching sun overhead imparting an unbearable heat to the earth, distorting the landscape in the hazy distance. Perhaps due to the intense heat, the zombies encountered along the way moved sluggishly, exhibiting an unusual lethargy, while mutated creatures had vanished under the oppressive temperatures. Ouyang Sun gazed at the familiar faces in the truck, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although Chun Chen's inclusion had taken him by surprise, the coincidence prompted him to exclaim about their destined connection. Simultaneously, Chun Chen's rapid progress reaffirmed Ouyang Sun's understanding of the narrative's formidable power, aside from the earlier encounter with Xiao Rand that had deviated from the original storyline. All of Chun Chen's accomplishments since entering the base aligned perfectly with the original work, evolving as a healer to heights few dare to dream of. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Chun Chen remained single. Ouyang Sun found himself uncertain whether Chun Chen's romantic entanglements aligned with their mission. The vague response from 0419 offered little clarity, compelling him to press on with trepidation. He pondered whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate about being paired with a system that only made its presence known during critical moments, rendering it nearly invisible at all other times. On the 4th day of their journey, they arrived in City K, where Ouyang Sun had previously noted the evolution of the zombies. They had visited City C once before, and now, after countless individuals had scoured and cleared it, the city had transformed into a haunting shell of its former self, more unsettling than when it had been teeming with the undead. The crumbling walls, disheveled shops, and nearly deserted streets, all steeped in a chilling stillness, signified that City C had devolved into a ghost town, devoid of even the zombies that once roamed its streets. A palpable silence enveloped the city, lifeless and devoid of vitality, with the wind failing to stir even the slightest disturbance. Not a single thriving plant remained, each shrouded in dust that reeked of decay, casting an oppressive gloom over the landscape. After departing from City C, the group fell into a collective silence, the sense of security unable to quell the icy dread that crept from the depths of their hearts, rendering their hands and feet cold. The desolate imagery of City C weighed heavily on each individual's shoulders, an indescribable burden forcing them to stoop, their vision dimmed by the looming shadows of despair. Upon arriving in City K, their breath hitched at the sight of the piled-up zombies, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. The number of zombies in City K had markedly decreased. At least the roads were no longer choked with them, and many paths were now occupied by only a few solitary figures. They drove along the empty streets, eventually halting at a relatively vacant building to serve as their temporary refuge. Closing the heavy door behind them, the group casually settled in, rummaging through their bags for sustenance. The sun outside remained blinding, and Ouyang Sun and Yang Nan scoured the room, ultimately discovering a tattered curtain with several holes in an old wooden wardrobe. They managed to hang it over the window, filtering much of the harsh light and bathing the room in a warm hue that fostered a sense of comfort. Duan Lingfeng unfolded a map, deliberating over their subsequent route, while the others gathered around him, offering suggestions. Just as their discussion grew fervent, the distant roar of an engine suddenly pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of gunfire blending with the engine's growl. The reconnaissance team exchanged glances before darting to the bed, hastily pulling aside the newly hung curtain to peer outside. In their line of sight lay a street teeming with zombies, where a car was recklessly careening through the horde, its occupants firing guns out of the windows at the encroaching undead. The vehicle sped past, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Before they could intervene and assist those inside, the nearby zombies encircled the fallen bodies, forcing the reconnaissance team to remain vigilant within the confines of their shelter. Base 3 had already instituted a complete ban on leaving the premises. Those still wandering outside and slaughtering ordinary zombies could only be members of other bases. It seemed this group had yet to grasp the gravity of his warnings. Duan Lingfeng scoffed, dismissing further thoughts as he redirected his attention to the ravenous zombies clamoring for the crystal cores. The explosive detonations reverberated incessantly, creating a raucous scene as body parts flew in all directions, the air thick with a grotesque miasma of blood and decay. The once clustered throng of zombies was reduced to unrecognizable remains, and a portion of the street lay barren, save for two zombies that remained standing in place. Seemingly disoriented by the sudden influx of energy, these two successfully evolved zombies took a moment to regain their bearings, slowly beginning to move their limbs, their grotesque heads swiveling as if in search of something. Soon, they fixed their gaze in a singular direction and swiftly darted toward it. Qin Hao scratched his head, observing the fleeting landscape outside the window. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively remarked, "This road likely leads to City H." Pointing toward a diverging path that was becoming increasingly visible, he added, "If my judgment is correct, this fork leads to City G, while continuing forward will take us to City H." Pausing, he further noted, "I used to live in City H, so I should be right." He accepted the water bottle handed to him by Qin Chen, wiping the sweat from his brow as he downed several gulps, gradually regaining his composure. Running such a distance using his abilities was quite taxing. He plopped back into his seat, gasping for breath, while Qin Chen sat beside him, using his powers to stabilize Qin Hao's condition. After a moment, Yang Nan spoke, his voice trembling. "Those two high-level zombies have entered City H." Indeed. Recalling the scene they had just witnessed, Yang Nan trembled uncontrollably from fear. He swallowed hard and haltingly recounted, "I followed them into City H. But there were too many zombies nearby, so I dared not enter, merely circling around the outskirts. Strangely, the zombies in City H are unlike those elsewhere. They all stood still in one place, unresponsive. I chose a less populated area and approached, but none paid me any heed, which struck me as odd. So, I went inside." His eyes widened suddenly, as if he had glimpsed something horrifying. "Inside, there are at least first-level zombies, and the further in you go, the higher their ranks. Although first and second levels dominate, the number of high-level zombies cannot be negligible. The vehicle fell into an eerie silence, the weight of his revelation hanging heavily in the air.
He, Xiao ran.
Chapter 54. Transformation of the Blinding Plot, 18, at night, base number 7. The dark sky loomed heavily, devoid of the twinkling stars, with the moon obscured behind thick, dark clouds. The lights of base number 7 were sparse, with only the towering searchlights on the outer walls continuing their duty. The base, shrouded in silence, was plunged into a deep slumber, and the patrolling soldiers found themselves unwittingly entranced by the encompassing night. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, the soldiers forced themselves to maintain alertness, treading along the designated paths with uneven steps. In a bid to fend off the drowsiness that clung to their minds, they resorted to hushed exchanges, desperately trying to sustain their faltering vigilance. A vague clamor wafted from afar, and as the patrolling soldiers ventured into a shadowy area, their steps faltered at the sound. A chilling gust of wind swept by, sending shivers down their spines. Unable to suppress a gulp, one soldier nudged his companion, and they exchanged wary glances before cautiously approaching the source of the noise. The harsh beams of the searchlights were fragmented by the leaves, scattering their dim light in disarray. The flickering glow of their flashlights danced through the trees, casting distorted shadows that morphed into bizarre shapes. The rustling of leaves mingled with the intensifying sounds, creating an eerie atmosphere. The two soldiers tightened their grips on their holstered weapons, their breaths growing heavier. Their hearts raced as fear of the unknown surged within them. Cold sweat trickled down their temples, sliding down their cheeks and pooling at their collars, leaving a chilling sensation that ignited a series of shudders. Faint silhouettes intruded upon their sight, weaving through the darkened woods. The soldiers halted, weapons drawn, yet the dampness in their palms betrayed their facade of composure. Suddenly, a grotesque face flashed in the beam of light, and in that instant, a piercing scream erupted amidst the gunfire, quickly drowned out by the blaring alarms that filled the night air. The sudden roar reverberated around the perimeter of the base, rousing the patrolmen from their stupor as they hastily sprinted to their posts. Soldiers stationed at the watchtower adjusted the searchlight scope, and upon grasping the dire situation, they felt a bone-chilling dread. An indistinguishable horde of zombies surrounded the base, pressing closer with each passing moment, forming a dark ocean that threatened to engulf them. The members of the base, roused from their dreams by the alarms, stumbled to higher ground to gaze outward, their hearts racing with cold dread as they hurriedly equipped themselves for the impending battle, eager to deliver a devastating blow to the advancing undead. Countless heavy firearms were positioned atop the walls, and with a command from the officer, they unleashed a dazzling barrage of crimson light upon the encroaching darkness. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, a multitude of zombies fell, only to be swiftly concealed by those that followed. The empowered individuals took their positions on the walls, unleashing a spectrum of brilliant lights that, in conjunction with the gunfire, tore through the zombie barricade. Just as the initial wave of success began to relieve the tension, a sudden scream erupted from the vicinity of the base's entrance, followed by the horrifying sight of a soldier's body plummeting into the sea of zombies, leaving no trace behind. Panic rippled through the ranks as they turned to discern the cause, only to overlook the strange shadows that had begun to cling to the walls beneath their feet. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through a soldier's ankle, and a powerful force yanked him downwards, casting him into the expanse of the undead. It was only after the loss of over 20 lives that the origin of the threat was finally unveiled. High-tier zombies had breached the fire line and were scaling the walls. Their long, sharp claws gouged hideous scratches into the surface as they seized the ankles of unsuspecting soldiers, unceremoniously hurling them from the heights. The unexpected intelligence exhibited by these creatures caught everyone off guard. Though few in number, as long as their brains remained intact, they could continue to slaughter, reveling in the warmth of fresh flesh. The standoff at the top of the walls persisted, while below, the zombies were thwarted from advancing. Under the relentless fire of bullets and abilities, they were confined to a 50-meter perimeter, rendered impotent amidst the rain of gunfire. Realizing the futility of their efforts, the horde ceased their advance, instead forming a massive encirclement around the base. A peculiar equilibrium was reached between humans and zombies, but this fragile balance was soon shattered. More high-tier zombies leapt over the fire barriers to scale the walls, and, alarmingly, this new wave exhibited a speed, strength, and intelligence far superior to their predecessors. The air was filled with wails, grunts, and the sounds of collision, as blood and flesh rained down, painting the ground in a horrific crimson. The firepower of the blockade dwindled rapidly, and a distant whistle emerged, oddly clear amidst the chaos. In unison, the horde released a chilling shriek, their tattered throats producing an eerie sound, before they surged forward, dragging their mangled bodies toward the base. The gates of the base succumbed to the fierce onslaught of the zombies, who surged inside, drawn to the scent of living flesh. Chaos engulfed the base entirely. The once bright base number 7 transformed into a hellish nightmare that night. As the sun rose the following day, casting a golden glow that dispelled the cold remnants of the night, the stench of blood lingered, saturating the ground, while countless zombies roamed aimlessly, starkly revealing the grim reality that base number 7 had fallen. Simultaneously, the other bases received news of the fall of base number 7, and the word spread rapidly among the survivors. An atmosphere of panic and dread pervaded their hearts, with higher-ups living in fear that their base would be the next to face annihilation. Yet, the bad news continued to flow. The revelation that zombies could evolve through crystal cores was confirmed by the Research Institute, prompting all bases to enter a state of strict lockdown akin to base number 3. The aftermath of the battle at base number 7 left humanity with devastating losses, as nearly no one escaped, save for a few hunting teams who had been on missions outside. The sudden shift in tension, coupled with the pervasive fear among survivors, hung like a sword over their heads, ever threatening to descend. All were compelled to remain vigilant, channeling their anxiety into training. Researchers worked tirelessly to develop new weaponry, hastening their trials. Upon success, these innovations would be mass-produced and dispatched to other bases for arming personnel. Newly developed communication devices were put into service. And amidst the current crisis, no one questioned previous inactions of certain bases. The higher-ups across all bases were swiftly engaged in analysis and planning, their efforts unyielding. The acute sense of crisis stemming from the fall of base number 7 compelled survivors to hone their abilities further. Ordinary individuals with combat skills flocked to the military, striving to cultivate their strengths through relentless training and sparring. Those unable to engage in battle formed support teams, tending to the medical and daily needs of the fighters. Meanwhile, the empowered individuals dedicated themselves to mastering their abilities, seizing every opportunity to absorb previously harvested energy crystals, striving to elevate their powers without jeopardizing their lives. Under the command of their king, the adversarial zombies were likewise preparing. Initially, their movements were somewhat concealed, masked by efforts to minimize the disturbances caused by their mobilization. However, as time passed, even this pretense was abandoned, and they boldly engaged in their final preparations. Jiang Yiran remained stationed in H City, which he regarded as his stronghold. Behind his frameless glasses, his blood-red eyes sparkled with mirth, and the map affixed to the wall behind him was now adorned with an array of vibrant colors. A neutral pen danced deftly between his fingers, tracing countless elegant arcs. His gaze fell upon his own hands, and he began to hum a cheerful tune. The once terrifying bruises of deep purple and blue had fully healed. His crimson pupils flickered as he gazed into the distance, towards the location of the human base. I shall bring my people to pay a visit. Chapter 55. Transformation of the Blinding Plot, 19. Ouyang Sun awoke once more from the familiar grip of pain. His garments were thoroughly soaked with cold sweat, and a tormenting ache coursed through his meridians, tugging at his internal organs, leaving his limbs weak and weary, and his spirit utterly exhausted. Each advancement felt akin to a form of torture, gradually dismantling him from within before painstakingly rebuilding. A sensation so acutely delightful it was beyond description. He rose, cautiously taking a few steps forward, and upon sensing no significant issues, he slowly gathered his belongings and made his way to the bathroom, swiftly washing away the remnants of perspiration. After changing into fresh attire, Ouyang Sun massaged his still sore arms and opened the bathroom door, only to be enveloped by a familiar warmth. Duan Lingfeng chuckled softly, suddenly lifting his head to place a kiss upon Ouyang Sun's lips, raising an eyebrow as he teased, "Do you dare?" In response, a hand playfully tapped his forehead, accompanied by a light-hearted suggestion to go to sleep. In the increasingly tense atmosphere, they could only find solace in these fleeting moments of warmth that lingered deep within their hearts. On that day, dark clouds loomed ominously, and fierce winds ravaged the land, stirring up clouds of dust that muddied the air. The sun, which had hung in the sky for far too long, was devoured by the encroaching black clouds, stealing away all its brilliance, leaving only a dim, feeble light that barely penetrated the thick blanket above, offering a meager comfort to the world below. Concurrently, the survivors at each base seemed to sense a shift, pausing their tasks to gaze into the oppressive distance, as if they had already encountered the final battle. Without surprise, the air was pierced by a thunderous alarm, prompting everyone to silently gather their belongings, swiftly adjusting their states of readiness, and assembling in their preordained positions. The strategies deliberated for countless days were finally put into action, as the assembled forces calculated the maximum extent of their impending assault, a shared gravity reflected in their varied expressions. Emerging gradually from the shadows, the enemy revealed themselves to the onlookers. Even with their mental preparations, an involuntary gasp of dread escaped their lips. There were simply too many. The subtle fears long suppressed within their hearts erupted at that moment, swiftly taking root and blossoming into a towering tree named despair, overshadowing their innermost sanctum. Clutching their weapons tightly, they sought courage from their trusted companions, striving to steady their racing hearts that threatened to leap from their chests. The daylight grew increasingly dim, with the murky light falling in sparse beams, reminiscent of a dying struggle. The swirling sands whipped around them, and the nearby woods rustled softly, mingled with the sharp sounds of unseen metallic clashes, akin to the mischievous laughter of demons from the depths of hell. The advancing horde of zombies halted at a location neither too close nor too far from the base, a perfectly measured distance that sent chills down their spines. The two sides faced each other, tension thick enough to ignite. Numerous heavy weapons were mounted upon the towering walls of the base, alongside hastily developed new weaponry from the Research Institute, their metallic bodies glinting in the dim light, casting a faint halo that added an air of gravitas. Perched atop the high walls, the abilities users summoned the abundant energy within them, while ordinary individuals made final adjustments to their weapons, poised for action. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the suffocating silence, signaling the commencement of hostilities. The long-prepared heavy artillery erupted in a dazzling display of fire, illuminating much of the sky, while the relentless roar of gunfire echoed around, creating an oddly comforting illusion. Dense bullets surged toward the throng of zombies charging at the base, swiftly reaping the hollow souls that should have long since perished. A spark of hope flickered in their gazes as those wielding weapons roared forth, releasing all the pent-up negativity of the apocalypse into the bullets that pierced the air. The long-hidden darkness gradually dissipating with the dwindling numbers of zombies, as if they glimpsed the dawn of a new future. A vibrant green vine suddenly sprang forth, ensnaring an unexpectedly appearing zombie before the onlookers could react. The jarring sound of bones shattering was drowned out by the ongoing gunfire, and as the vine loosened, the limp body of a high-level zombie fell from the air. At this juncture, the battle reached an impasse, as the evolved zombies proved far superior to their ordinary counterparts. Even the lowest tier posed a significant challenge to eliminate. Many abilities users strained to extract the last vestiges of energy from within, risking their well-being to vanquish the entangled zombies, only to collapse, awaiting the arrival of logistics and medical support. Yet, countless abilities users fell victim to the relentless onslaught of zombies due to the excessive consumption of their powers. Logistics personnel suppressed their grief and anguish, retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades from the high walls, seizing the fleeting window before mutation, incinerating them in the shortest time possible. A handful of ashes were placed in a makeshift box, resting in a corner of a room, leaving behind a lingering memory for their loved ones. The front lines stretched far and wide as gunfire and blood saturated the battlefield. Countless vibrant lives were extinguished in this struggle, yet no one knew where the end lay. Blood trickled into their pristine eyes, yet they persisted in scanning for the undead. Arms wielding heavy weaponry ached unbearably, yet they stubbornly held the fire to the heaps of corpses. Their meridians screamed from the depletion of energy, yet they desperately summoned reserves to hurl at the approaching twisted shadows. They gritted their teeth and endured. Soon, several remarkably swift zombies leaped toward the high walls, while others charged at the tightly shut gates of the base. In response, the last remnants of the base's forces, long kept in reserve, finally stepped onto the battlefield. The powers of several Tier 4 abilities users surged forth, their attacks aimed at zombies clearly exceeding Tier 3, quickly engaging in a fierce struggle. The extraordinary speed and strength of these zombies made them formidable adversaries, causing the high-tier abilities users to focus intently on the battle. Meanwhile, the leader of the zombies traversed the chaotic battlefield, arriving at the front of the previously visited base number 3.
Is it?
Xiao Ran retorted. In the next moment, a seemingly gentle visage suddenly appeared before him. Ouyang Sun stood not far away, rapidly condensing an ice spike in his hand and launching it towards Xiao Ran, who effortlessly evaded it. How swift! A cold chuckle echoed, as all attacks missed their mark. Just as Xiao Ran dodged, appearing at the side of the metallic cage, a thick ice wall adorned with spikes obstructed his path once more. With a hint of impatience, he clicked his tongue and swung his hand to strike. Yet the ice wall did not shatter as imagined. Instead, his hand became ensnared, immobilized. Xiao Ran gazed at the ice enveloping his right hand, then glanced at the metallic panel subtly revealed behind the ice wall, his brow furrowing in acknowledgement. The crimson hue in his eyes deepened, and his pallor, which had only slightly deviated from the norm, suddenly ignited into a fierce red, wisps of white smoke rising from his encased hand. Gunfire erupted, and with a powerful strike, he hit the melting ice surface, causing even the metallic panel behind it to crack like spiderwebs before flickering away to evade the incoming bullets. A bullet grazed past his ear, forcibly altering its trajectory, piercing straight through his temple. Xiao Ran was caught off guard, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 56. The Transformation of the Dreadful Plot. 20. As the bullet pierced through his brain, Xiao Ran's evasive maneuver abruptly froze, caught in an exceedingly peculiar posture. His eyes darted around, and in that moment of impact, it felt as if the world had fallen into an eerie silence. The scene around him became intensely still, the chaos outside completely muffled. In a mere few seconds, it felt as though centuries had passed. However, Ouyang Sun, who was fixated on Xiao Ran, furrowed his brow tighter, a profound sense of impending danger gripping his wildly beating heart, causing his powers to surge with an unprecedented velocity. Stumbling to the ground, Xiao Ran's normally composed face contorted slightly, as if enduring a profound agony, yet it quickly settled back to calm. Abruptly, he turned to the two men on high alert, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "You are truly Navi." His once clear voice now took on a strange rasp, imbued with a unique resonance. Steadying himself, he flexed his somewhat rigid limbs and casually remarked, "You used the same trick last time. Why not try something different?" The existence of zombies was inherently disparate from that of humans. Injuries sustained outside the head could not halt their advance, and severed limbs or grievous wounds that would be lethal to humans were inconsequential to them. Yet this principle did not apply to Xiao Ran, for his head was no longer his weak point. While one might be curious about how he managed to think with a bullet lodged in his brain, it was undeniable that his uniqueness necessitated that they explore every possible vulnerable spot. Aside from the head, any area could be susceptible. Noticing the two men remained silent, Xiao Ran's derision deepened. With a swift step, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Seizing the momentary pause, Ouyang Sun acted swiftly. Ice spikes formed around him and shot toward Xiao Ran's back. Simultaneously, a chilling ice blade manifested in his hand, following the barrage of ice spikes in pursuit of Xiao Ran. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Xiao Ran pressed down on the blade, applying force before releasing it to leap sideways, narrowly evading most of the ice spikes. Though a few embedded themselves into his body, such wounds held no significance for him. The miss did not surprise Ouyang Sun. He quickly readjusted and kept a vigilant watch on Xiao Ran's movements. Xiao Ran extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, raising his steel-like hands to attack the two men. At the onset of his strike, Ouyang Sun, closest to him, noticed unsightly bruises blossoming on Xiao Ran's wrist, starkly visible against his pale skin. It appeared that the previous assault had indeed been effective. This realization flashed through Ouyang Sun's mind, but before he could ponder further, he felt a sudden prickling at his back. Startled, he moved with the speed of a lifetime, barely dodging Xiao Ran's ominous claws as they grazed his shoulder, tearing a rip in his sleeve. The chilling gust that accompanied the near miss pricked his skin, and without a second thought, he spun in the direction of his evasion, aiming the ice blade at Xiao Ran's back. Sensing the impending threat behind him, Xiao Ran lowered his body, then abruptly halted, narrowly avoiding a metallic spike that had emerged from the ground. He rolled aside, yet the icy chill still rent a deep gash across his back. Duan Lingfeng seized the advantage, lunging to Xiao Ran's side, his long blade aimed at the latter's neck. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Ran arched backward, reaching for the descending blade. The contorted motion made Ouyang Sun, poised to deliver a follow-up strike, wince in discomfort. The clash among the three inadvertently accelerated the conflict's progression. The zombie army, now bereft of Xiao Ran's command, descended into disarray, losing the initial order. A portion of the undead strayed from the main group, heedlessly drawn towards the scent of the living, only to collapse under the barrage of gunfire. Simultaneously, the base faced severe depletion, nearing a critical shortage of ammunition. Furthermore, the remaining endowed individuals with powers grew scarce. If the battle dragged on, the base would struggle to maintain its precarious balance. Zombies could endure a war of attrition, but the humans could not. The two combatants rapidly exhausted their abilities amidst the fray, their clothes soaked in sweat, their movements noticeably sluggish. Overworked limbs throbbed with pain. Muscles tightened and twitched, and their breaths came in labored gasps. Continuing down this path was untenable. As they alternated attacks, their minds raced until they witnessed a soldier beside them, caught off guard, impaled by a zombie's claw, the heart ripped from his chest in a gruesome display. High-level zombies had nearly vanished, leaving only a handful persistently assaulting the remaining endowed individuals. The human side had suffered grievously, with casualties mounting and the base's destruction escalating. Fury ignited within them, and their gazes toward Xiao Ran grew increasingly hostile. The heightened urgency of their powers finally induced a hint of disorder in Xiao Ran. Throughout the evasive maneuvers, he consistently dodged strikes aimed at his chest, sacrificing other areas to shield his vital core. Such atypical behavior quickly raised the two men's suspicions. The gunfire around them thinned, and fewer individuals stood atop the walls. Many zombies had breached the fire line and began frantically assaulting the gates. Aware that the base could not endure much longer, Ouyang Sun and Duan Lingfeng resolved to take a desperate gamble, unleashing their remaining binding abilities. Their surging powers unleashed a series of perilous attacks that even Xiao Ran could scarcely evade. Seizing the opportunity, armed with blades on the brink of dissipating due to energy depletion, one struck horizontally at Xiao Ran's abdomen while the other aimed for his heart. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ran risked being cleaved in two, twisting his body amid the various constraints underfoot, desperately attempting to dismantle the traps surrounding him. Yet, he could not evade the strike aimed directly at his chest. Duan Lingfeng's blade, initially aimed at Xiao Ran's waist, grazed his side before transforming the attack into a splendid flourish, plunging the blade into Xiao Ran's right chest. Simultaneously, Ouyang Sun flanked Xiao Ran from behind, driving the ice blade into his other side. With a furious roar, Xiao Ran's muscles tensed, flinging the two attackers several meters away. His distorted visage, twisted in rage, fixed his vivid red gaze on the two men struggling to rise from the ground. Seeing this, Ouyang Sun and Duan Lingfeng felt a chill seep into their bones. Their already pallid faces grew even graver. They fumbled for a discarded firearm, forcing themselves to stand, trembling hands clasping the weapon as they aimed at the beleaguered Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran locked onto the humans who had harmed him, smiling as he took a step forward, only to suddenly halt. He reached for the blade embedded in his chest, his throat emitting a series of unsettling sounds, his legs buckling as he knelt before the ominous barrels of the guns. With Xiao Ran's demise, the horde of zombies outside the base erupted into chaos, scattering like headless flies, the entire army disintegrating as they dispersed in all directions, instantly alleviating the pressure on the base. The ensuing events unfolded with relative ease. The base's defense teams rotated to eliminate the lingering zombies outside. Though the ammunition atop the walls had run dry, the absence of high-level zombies and their overwhelming numbers made the ordinary undead swiftly eradicated by the hunting team's blades. The logistics and medical teams soon followed, assisting in the battlefield cleanup. Survivors of the fray experienced significant growth, and the victorious human faction began to recuperate within the base. As time passed, the territory of the base steadily expanded. 3 months later, the ravages of war began to gradually heal, and life once again returned to a semblance of normalcy as the 6 major bases announced their official merger. Simultaneously, the Research Institute made further advancements in the study and utilization of zombified animals, and the development of a vaccine was once again placed on the agenda. The number of zombies steadily decreased, while humanity thrived. The newfound discoveries regarding zombified animals brought considerable convenience, especially after it was established that these creatures were edible. Consequently, a plethora of restaurants featuring cuisine derived from zombified animals emerged in a short span of time, allegedly offering quite palatable dishes. 6 months later, the initial vaccine was successfully developed and began its experimental phase. 4 months thereafter, the improved vaccine demonstrated a cure rate that doubled that of its predecessor, significantly enhancing its efficacy. The continuous refinement of the vaccine allowed humanity to reclaim their homeland at an unprecedented pace, with the future of reconstruction now within reach. One could seek out a relatively picturesque locale, leisurely savoring tranquil days, cultivating a modest plot of land for self-sufficiency, or venturing into nearby forests to hunt for meat, thus diversifying the menu, living a life of seclusion. As for Ouyang Sun's target, Chun Chun, their initial connections with the 4 designated partners, as orchestrated by Ouyang Sun, gradually waned. Moreover, the subsequent mobilization of troops completely fragmented these ties, nearly severing their communication. Eventually, Chun Chun, endowed with healing abilities, was assigned to a medical unit where he gradually developed feelings for a patient, ultimately culminating in their union. As time flowed inexorably onward, only those who had endured the brutalities of war could truly appreciate the profound happiness found in the simplicity of peaceful days. On the weathered land, people fervently toiled with their own hands to construct a future belonging to humanity. Chapter 57. Transformation of the Beast Clan's Fate. 1. Commencing teleportation. World selection successful. Preparing for teleportation. Teleportation commenced. Teleportation successful. As the sensation of dizziness gradually receded, Ouyang Sun awoke amidst a soft embrace. He blinked, momentarily dazed as he surveyed the unfamiliar room. Its decor was understated yet opulent, exquisite and comfortable, yet it was overwhelmingly vast. Every item appeared magnified 2 or 3 times its original size, rendering what should have been enviable embellishments somewhat grotesque. A massive crystal chandelier hung above, casting a suitable glow that reflected dazzling colors and layers, ultimately merging into a warm, pale yellow that dispersed throughout the room. After a cursory glance around, Ouyang Sun discovered he was seated upon an extraordinarily large bed. He attempted to take a step forward, but, as he extended his legs, he became suddenly aware of an oddity about himself. Lowering his gaze, he nearly uttered an expletive in astonishment. Before his eyes lay a striking tuft of black fur, glimmering beautifully under the light. Leaning out further, he noticed a pair of equally dark, diminutive paws emerging into view, mostly concealed by the fur on his chest and half buried in the thick, soft blanket beneath him. Dazed, he lifted a paw, staring at the delicate, pink pad in bewilderment. At that moment, the voice of 0419 resonated perfectly, infused with a tone of schadenfreude. "Host, do you wish to receive the mission details?" Still immersed in shock over his sudden transformation into a different species, Ouyang Sun clumsily maneuvered with his limbs, tumbling from the bed onto the plush carpet below, nearly rolling out entirely. Stumbling towards a gigantic dressing mirror in the room, he gazed at the small, adorable creature reflected back, rendered speechless. In the mirror, a diminutive ball of black fur squatted, triangular ears perched atop a round head, occasionally flicking about. Its large, bright green eyes resembled exquisite emeralds, shimmering with waves of mesmerizing allure. The 2 short legs supported a considerable portion of its body, while a tail swished gently behind. Ouyang Sun opened his mouth, only to emit a soft, plaintive mewl. Startled by his own voice, the little cat recoiled, surrendering to the situation as he lay down helplessly. Weakly addressing 0419, "You had better explain this to me." A torrent of data surged into his mind, and Ouyang Sun took a deep breath. deciding to process the overwhelming information before confronting 0419. This time, he had entered a world steeped in the backdrop of a war between two races. On this vast continent, two races had coexisted for generations, the Beast Clan and the Insect Clan. The Beast Clan thrived due to their formidable physical prowess and their ability to master and wield magic more swiftly, while the Insect Clan, with their extraordinary vitality and reproductive capabilities, gradually encroached upon other races, leading to a state of perpetual antagonism between the two clans, divided by the Woola River that spanned much of the continent. Upon reaching a certain age, members of the Beast Clan could transform into human form through the mastery of particular incantations. The more adept they were, the closer they resembled true humans. In contrast, members of the Insect Clan required the accumulation of sufficient energy to shapeshift, which they obtained by consuming other energy entities. As time progressed, both clans evolved from their original village-based structures into city-states, eventually becoming two vast empires. The Beast Clan was unified under the lineage of Vito, the progenitor of the Nightshade Beasts, forming a grand empire where the ruling dynasty consisted of Vito's direct descendants. The Insect Clan, however, revered their queen, obeying her commands without regard for lineage. Their society adhered to the law of the jungle, living in a constant state of conflict, only uniting briefly under the queen's orders. It is unclear from which generation the animosity between the Beast and Insect clans began, but they became sworn enemies, perpetually divided by the Woola River, where encounters inevitably led to either death or destruction. As time advanced, the Beast Clan, having experienced an extended period of peace, saw increasingly close interactions among its various factions, leading to a dilution of the Nightshade Beast lineage, once renowned for its purity. Purebred Nightshade Beasts were as black as the darkest night, devoid of any blemish, their radiant eyes resembling the finest emeralds. Young Nightshade Beasts bore a striking resemblance to common black beasts, with the only distinction being a crescent moon mark in the center of their right paw pad. The clearer the mark, the purer the bloodline. As the royal lineage of Nightshade Beasts weakened over the years due to bloodline issues, other factions, unable to contain their ambitions, began covertly assembling armies, preparing for conflict. Furthermore, the Insect Clan appeared to sense the changes within the Beast Clan, increasing their activities and gradually encroaching upon the borders of the Woola River, poised to strike at any moment. This tense atmosphere persisted until a new cub was born into the royal Nightshade Beast lineage. The moment of its birth drew the attention of the entire Beast Empire, swiftly quelling the disquiet that had been stirring within. The reason was simple. This cub's fur was pitch black, its emerald eyes glistening, and the crescent mark on its paw was deeply and distinctly etched. All signs of its noble bloodline. Its immense power displayed from birth further confirmed its identity, and the king promptly established its status as the heir to all. This cub represented the Beast Empire's new hope, potentially restoring the glory of the Vito era and perhaps leading the Beast Clan to vanquish their age-old adversary, the Insect Clan. Its arrival shattered the long-standing stalemate between the two clans. The Insect Clan sought to eliminate this significant potential threat, while most of the Beast Clan focused on nurturing their strongest asset, leading to a fierce contest over the cub. Growing up amidst a backdrop of conflict, the cub lived up to expectations, rising to become a formidable force among its peers. Soon, the cub reached maturity, and the king bestowed upon it the name Cedric, meaning commander of war, hoping it would lead the Beast Clan to annihilate the Insect Clan and dominate the continent. A certain faction of the Insect Clan, known as blood-sucking worms, underwent an inexplicable mutation, their numbers surging, reproduction accelerating, and speed significantly increasing. Upon sensing nearby life, they would swiftly assemble into a vast swarm, capable of consuming their prey within mere seconds, leaving only bare skeletons behind. Upon uncovering the cause, Cedric took immediate action. While minimizing the damage inflicted by the blood-sucking worms, he discovered the presence of other Insect Clan members lurking among them, and, as expected, the Insect Clan began to gather troops, forming legions. Thus, in the second year of Cedric's reign, the war between the Beast and Insect Clans erupted. The conflict escalated with increasing intensity, as the Beast Clan leveraged their superior magic and physical prowess to push the front lines forward several kilometers, nearing the Insect Clan stronghold. The destructive power of the dragons was incomparable to that of the Beast Clan. Within a single day, the casualties suffered by the Beast Clan exceeded those of several previous days combined. The walls they had erected crumbled under the relentless assault of the Black Dragons. And coupled with the Insect Clan's ferocious counteroffensive, the Beast Clan faced devastating losses, their blood staining vast swathes of territory. In a valiant effort to protect the last remnants of the Beastkin, Cedric unearthed a formidable forbidden spell from an ancient tome of magic. After mastering it in the briefest of moments, he engaged in a fierce battle against the Black Dragon, ultimately sacrificing himself to unleash the forbidden magic, resulting in mutual destruction. That fateful day, the catastrophic power of the spell erupted, creating an unfathomably deep chasm at the core of the explosion, its brilliance surpassing even that of the blazing sun. The insectoid hordes, engaged in a brutal clash with the beastkin below, were utterly obliterated. Remarkably, the spell's wrath spared all beastkin, enveloping their gathering place in a vast protective magic circle, a sanctuary potent enough to endure for a century. In the end, merely around 20,000 beastkin remained, struggling within the confines of the protective barrier, while the insectoids, leveraging their formidable reproductive prowess, swiftly seized the vast majority of the land, leaving desolation in their wake as if a locust swarm had ravaged the earth. A century later, as the barrier crumbled due to the depletion of its energy, the nascent beastkin found themselves powerless against the relentless tide of the insect horde, reduced to mere fodder, enduring relentless torment. Even in death, their remains were mercilessly consumed by the insectoids, leaving behind only a scattering of disjointed bones. The final outcome was heavy and oppressive. Ouyang-sun exhaled deeply, still feeling an inescapable sense of unease. Upon confirming the identity of his original self, the weight of impending adulthood loomed even larger for Cedric, whose coming-of-age ceremony was merely 2 years away. Chapter 58. Transforming the fate of the Beast Tribe. 2. As time gradually passed, the Nightshade Beast, lying on the carpet, had unknowingly curled itself into a small ball, its breathing becoming increasingly shallow. After a while, the little cat slowly opened its eyes and clumsily maneuvered its unaccustomed short legs to hop over to the edge of the bed. After several awkward bounces, it managed to snag the corner of the blanket and clamber onto the bed. Choosing a suitable spot, the black cat squatted down, and a flash of violet light flickered across its forehead. The once palm-sized nightshade beast swiftly expanded its limbs and underwent a transformation. Its body elongated and grew, soon morphing into a fully naked youth. The boy, though still youthful, bore a hint of baby fat on his face, which now vaguely hinted at the handsome figure he would become. His emerald green cat eyes were elongated at the corners, lending a fierce elegance reminiscent of a phoenix. Below the high bridge of his nose, his thin lips were tightly pressed together, displaying a rather childish displeasure that rendered him utterly adorable. In the mirror, the boy certainly appeared charmingly innocent, almost a spitting image of Ouyang-sun's own childhood, if one were to overlook the pure black cat ears sprouting from his soft, fluffy black hair and the bushy black tail that emerged from behind him. Ouyang-sun helplessly rubbed his face, realizing that the transformation spell he had gleaned from the data transmitted by 0419 was too obscure and complex. Even with the original's memories, he could not fully master it, resulting in his current form, with remnants of the Nightshade Beast's physical traits still lingering. Moreover, perhaps due to the tragic end of the original, consumed by a forbidden spell, the memories left behind were fragmented and incomplete. The recollections of Cedric's life were patchy at best, and he could only discern the general circumstances surrounding it. As for the various intricate magics, spells, and common knowledge, Ouyang-sun remained blissfully ignorant. Sighing, he propped his chin on one hand, managing to extract a few crucial points from the fragmented memories. Cedric's childhood was nothing short of harrowing. Even with Ouyang-sun's limited understanding, the dangers were evident. From a young age, he faced countless assassination attempts from various factions. Though fiercely protected by loyal guards, there were still inevitable oversights. While only a handful of attempts were successful, those instances left Cedric with near-fatal consequences, casting long shadows over his psyche. The traumas of his childhood fostered a series of inviolable taboos. For instance, no one was to touch him from behind, nor was he to enter enclosed spaces alone. Coupled with a few habits and preferences that Ouyang Sun could recall about Cedric, he meticulously noted them down and began to contemplate his future plans. According to the timeline, the beast tribe would begin to experience upheaval 2 years hence. Presently, Ouyang Sun had a somewhat ample amount of time to prepare, albeit Cedric, while publicly recognized as the heir, was barred from participating in any imperial matters until he reached adulthood. This meant that for the next 2 years, Ouyang Sun could only focus on enhancing his own strength and exploring alternative methods to combat the insect tribe. With the practice space at his disposal, he was not overly concerned about improving his magical abilities. The primary issue remained the extermination of the insect tribe. When discussing methods to eliminate the insect tribe, Ouyang Sun could not suppress thoughts of the formidable black dragon. Dragons were the epitome of combat prowess, with their colossal yet agile bodies, expansive wings that could darken the skies, indomitable claws, and resilient scales. Their breath weapon boasted immense destructive power. Such a weapon was undoubtedly the most coveted prize among all factions. Naturally, Ouyang Sun's attention was drawn to the black dragon, for the existence of the system provided him with a wealth of information, conferring a significant advantage that he could not afford to ignore. However, now was not the time. As a novice in magic, he was ill-prepared to pursue such a formidable creature recklessly. The diminutive black ball crouched at the door in an odd posture, adjusting its position before attempting to walk a few steps on its 4 limbs. It nudged the door open with its little head and cautiously ventured outside. With a staggered gait, Ouyang Sun ambled down the spacious, tranquil corridor. The corridor, adorned in a black and gold palette, exuded understated luxury. The plush carpet beneath his feet was delightfully soft, making no sound as he walked. Above, an ornate crystal chandelier hung, casting a warm, gentle glow through layers of rounded crystals, illuminating every corner of the space. On the opposite side of the corridor stood numerous uniquely designed tall vases, brimming with dew-kissed, fresh flowers that blossomed exuberantly toward the sunlight, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. The walls adjacent to the vases were lined with a series of exquisite frames, each encasing vivid oil paintings depicting the rich history of the beast tribe. As the little black ball familiarized itself with walking on its limbs, it stealthily traversed behind the vases towards the royal library, a favored destination of the original. Fortunately, in the past couple of years, the original had rapidly increased in strength, attaining a degree of self-protection. Thus, the king of the beast tribe had acquiesced to the original's request to withdraw the numerous guards that had previously surrounded him, leaving only a few capable guardians to monitor Cedric's vicinity. Otherwise, if Cedric had maintained his previous retinue of guards, Ouyang Sun would have found it much more challenging to conceal his identity. After navigating through winding corridors and laboriously ascending and descending flights of stairs, Ouyang Sun finally arrived at the library, having adapted to and skillfully employed his 4 short legs. The immense wooden doors were intricately carved with breathtaking designs, featuring a mature nightshade beast glaring fiercely at approaching beasts, its bulging eyes adorned with 2 exquisite round emeralds that sparkled brilliantly. Recalling the method to enter the library, the little black ball appeared increasingly minuscule before the wooden doors. It approached the gap, extending its right paw to gently tap twice. The lunar mark on its palm radiated warmth upon contact with the door, spreading a cozy sensation throughout its body. With a creak, the seemingly heavy wooden doors slowly swung open, revealing a space just wide enough for the little black ball to pass through. Ouyang Sun tilted his head and lifted his short legs to enter. Beyond the doors lay a world entirely different. Endless rows of bookshelves filled the room, brimming with countless neatly arranged tomes. Soft light streamed from an unknown source, illuminating every corner clearly. Wandering through the vast sea of books, Ouyang Sun felt somewhat lost, unsure of where to begin. Eventually, the voice of 0419 echoed in his mind, feigning a low tone. Left side, 3rd shelf, 12th row, 7th book. Ouyang Sun patted the floor, his round cat face betraying no emotion as he inquired, "What is it?" "It is what you need." Ouyang Sun ground his teeth, muttering to himself about the system's increasing annoyance. He counted the shelves and, with determination, began sprinting towards the distant target. His soft paw pads fell silently on the luminous, pearlescent floor as the black fur ball darted between the shelves, finally stopping in front of the 3rd shelf. 1, 2, 3. He craned his neck to count up to the specified row, staring up at the shelf that towered far above him, rendered speechless. He had left the house without bringing any clothes. Upon contemplating the prospect of liberating himself by running naked in the library, Yang-sun felt an intense heat radiating from his face. Even though the library was enveloped in a profound silence, devoid of any living soul besides himself, the thought of such an act posed a significant challenge to his sense of modesty. "Are there any other locations for the books?" Yang-sun reluctantly sought assistance from 0419. Without hesitation, 0419 replied, "Indeed," promptly listing a series of coordinates. As Yang-sun listened, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment began to materialize within him. None of the coordinates provided by 0419 were below the 15th row, each one more elevated than the last. He gazed at the towering shelves, feeling utterly despondent, and indignantly remarked to 0419, "Do they not fear that the shelves are too high to reach?" In a calm manner, 0419 delivered a cutting retort to the soon-to-be furious host. "Have you forgotten that the majority of the beast tribe possess magical abilities?" Newly arrived and utterly ignorant of magic, Yang-sun felt as if he had been struck. Ultimately, he suppressed the overwhelming wave of embarrassment that threatened to engulf him and transformed into his human form. The boy's fair skin appeared even more radiant against the backdrop of dark tones, while his black ears twitched slightly, and his short hair playfully obscured the nape of his neck. Not a trace of excess flesh marred his physique. Every contour seemed meticulously calculated to perfection. As he traced his gaze down the slender waist to the long, straight legs, his tail languidly swayed between them. His feet, upon touching the cool floor, instinctively recoiled, and his rounded toes, in response to this movement, appeared surprisingly charming. He slightly lifted himself onto his toes and reached for the book indicated by 0419, its ancient cover adorned with elegant calligraphy inscribing the title Elementary Magic, an introductory guide. Chapter 59, Transforming the Destiny of the Beast Clan 3. The page was filled with dizzying characters and patterns. With the dual assistance of 0419 and the memories of his original self, Yang-sun struggled to slowly digest the text word by word, ultimately awakening to a new world. Once the pain subsided, he rose slowly and, step by step, left the library. As he reached the door, it creaked open slightly, allowing him passage. The thick, soft carpet alleviated the discomfort of his feet against the hard floor as he shook his hind paws, childishly attempting to cast away the pain and numbness from his body. "Your Highness," a deep, resonant male voice called from nearby. Yang-sun lifted his head to look in the direction of the sound and noticed a group of guards stationed at the entrance of the library. The guards showed no signs of surprise at seeing their prince in his original form. For them, as long as he was safe, his appearance was of no concern. Yang-sun's gaze fell upon the one who appeared to be the leader of the group. He remained silent, crouching down to quietly await the other's words while continuing to recover from the lingering pain in his feet. The squad leader approached Yang-sun and knelt on one knee, addressing the small creature with a tone of utmost reverence. "Your Highness, the king requests your presence." "The king?" Yang-sun was taken aback. Nothing had happened yet, so why was the king seeking him already? If he remembered correctly, it seemed that the sun had only just risen when he left his quarters. Yang-sun was momentarily dazed by the concept of time. Unconsciously, he moved his short hind legs again, the fading sting suddenly flaring back to life. He hastily shifted the topic of conversation to distract himself from the discomfort. After painstakingly hiding his unwieldy ears and tail, Yang-sun followed the squad leader into a room that starkly contrasted with the rest of the surroundings. Judging by the facilities, it appeared to be the king's office, though the decor left much to be desired in his opinion. Expanses of golden hues adorned the room. Every corner seemed to scream extravagance and excess, and the brightness was nearly blinding. A mere glance caused Yang-sun's eyes to ache. At the center, the king, resplendent in golden attire, sat behind a massive, jewel-encrusted table, eagerly awaiting Yang-sun's arrival. As soon as Yang-sun entered, the king beamed with warmth and inquired about his well-being. Were it not for the few memories Cedric had shared about the king's overly enthusiastic nature, Yang-sun might have mistaken this aging monarch for someone under the influence of some potion. After enduring the king's pleasantries, Yang-sun was ushered to a sofa that matched the room's garish decor. He squinted slightly, trying to shield his eyes from the glaring gold, and turned to face the suddenly serious king. Seated opposite him, the king's face, etched with the marks of time, radiated a commanding presence beneath his solemn expression. He gazed at the young heir, burdened with the hopes of the empire, and felt a rare pang of nostalgia. Cedric, after all, was a child he had watched grow up, and the impending separation weighed heavily on his heart. Clearing his throat, he addressed Ouyang Sun. "My child, I believe you have surmised the reason for my summons. Are you prepared?" Ouyang Sun. The king, oblivious to Ouyang Sun's bewildered expression, softened his demeanor. He continued, "There is but 1 month remaining. The next time we meet, it may be 2 years hence. You must take this month to recuperate. If there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to consult your mentors. Seaton and Marin have both complained to me about your prolonged absence from their presence." "Wait, what do you mean 1 month? 2 years later?" Ouyang Sun listened in a daze, increasingly bewildered by the king's earnest exhortations. "By the way, has the route for the trial been finalized? You must be cautious. I trust your mentor Seaton has reiterated the wisdom of a cautious journey lasts 1,000 years to you more than once. Remember this." Trial? Piecing together the fragments of information, Ouyang Sun managed to grasp the essence of the situation just as the king inquired about the specific route. The heirs participating in the trial would begin in the imperial capital, allowed to carry only a limited amount of money and the most commonplace weapons. Companions and servants were strictly prohibited. However, allies encountered during the trial were exempt from this restriction. This practice had significantly reduced the internal strife arising from the competition for the throne and had been refined through generations, incorporating numerous provisions for special circumstances. Continuing to this day, in the scant memories left by Cedric, there were indeed references to the trial, albeit too few and fragmented to catch Ouyang Sun's attention initially. He mentioned a few locations that had been etched in his memory, and in doing so, he outlined the general course of the trial. Suddenly, he recalled the sealed black dragon that had been hidden for years. If possible, this journey could serve as an opportunity to seek out clues regarding the dragon. The descriptions provided by 0419 were too vague, and he would need to search diligently within a broad area. Coincidentally, this region included a chasm known as the Abyss, which was listed as a trial location. He could simultaneously complete this trial while searching for the black dragon. 0419 mercilessly revealed the truth about Ouyang Sun's current abilities. Stating bluntly, with your current level of magic, you would likely be unrecognizable before you even reach the trial grounds. If you continue on this path, you won't even leave behind a trace. Ouyang Sun grimaced, resolutely deciding to enhance his knowledge within this month and make the most of his practice space. Finally, after the king had conveyed all he wished to impart, Ouyang Sun quietly rubbed his ears, which were nearly calloused from the king's incessant chatter, and followed him to the dining hall for a meal. Thus, Ouyang Sun spent an entire month in this routine, and his rate of improvement was nothing short of astonishing. So much so that even 0419 had not anticipated his rapid learning. Ouyang Sun himself felt little difference, diligently preparing day by day for the impending trial. Time flew by, and soon, the day of departure arrived. Chapter 60, Transforming the Fate of the Beastmen 4. The gentle dawn unfurled from the distant horizon, cascading softly like a delicate satin fabric, enveloping the sleeping world in a veil of ethereal light. The bright tiles atop the rooftop shimmered, reflecting the faint glow of early sunlight. The streets lay tranquil, still echoing the scenes of the previous night. Ouyang Sun, lightly equipped, strolled leisurely down the deserted avenues, diligently noting the surrounding sights. As the light grew clearer and brighter, the thin morning mist gradually dissipated, revealing strands of white clouds scattered across the sky. The sun ascended steadily, awakening the early risers who unveiled the promise of a new day. Subtle sounds began to emerge from afar, blossoming into vibrant chatter and lively commotion, breathing life back into the bustling capital. Witnessing this transformation, Ouyang Sun felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. He steadied his emotions and made his way towards the gate, which was becoming increasingly visible in the distance. The market for mounts had opened at the city gate, where the roars of magical beasts intertwined with the clamor of the crowd, creating a cacophony that resonated from afar. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to venture inside. The market was a riot of colors, filled to the brim with throngs of people and an array of magical beasts, each more unique than the last. Ouyang Sun navigated the bustling tide, keenly observing the restless creatures on either side, matching their appearances with knowledge of their names and traits in his mind, while weighing their merits and drawbacks as potential steeds. Creatures with low intelligence but possessing certain magical abilities are known as magical beasts, considered the predecessors of the beastmen. If a magical beast's intelligence can be cultivated sufficiently, it stands a significant chance of evolving into a beast man, acquiring a humanoid form. There are various methods to enhance intelligence, each suited to different species of magical beasts. However, the success rate is notably low, and the risks are substantial. Consequently, only a handful of magical beasts with exceptional innate qualities dare to take such risks. Returning to the matter at hand, Ouyang Sun meandered through the market, purchasing some spices and essentials. Ultimately, he was drawn to a tall, robust black griffin horse. Its glossy, deep fur felt exquisite to the touch. With piercing eyes that blended loyalty and defiance, it radiated a captivating brilliance. Its swift hooves kicked up dust, and its broad back was adorned with magnificent wings, dark as night with hints of deep purple, reminiscent of a griffin. With a resounding neigh, it flapped its wings, stirring a gust that swept the ground clean of dust. Satisfied, Ouyang Sun patted the griffin horse's head, handing nearly half his coins to the grinning shopkeeper before mounting its back and exiting the city. The horse's warm, soft fur cushioned the jolts of travel, propelling him forward at a speed far surpassing his own walking pace. This expenditure felt justified, he mused. Beyond the capital, his planned route bore few towns, and sleeping beneath the open sky was likely to become routine, rendering coins rather useless and merely occupying space. As he journeyed, the vibrancy of civilization faded into tranquility. The wide, smooth roads gradually transformed into rugged paths, flanked by lush wild grasses that thrived in abundance. Morning dew clung to the verdant blades, sparkling like tiny jewels in the sunlight. Unnamed wildflowers, adorned in vibrant hues, mingled with the grasses, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance that wafted through the cool breeze. The griffin horse trod gently along the path, carrying its master leisurely onward, embodying a sense of serenity and ease. Their first destination was a place known as the Sage Forest, not far from the capital, estimated to be a 2 to 3 day journey at the horse's pace. The Sage Forest sprawled expansively, its ancient trees towering majestically, casting profound shadows over the land that had long been deprived of sunlight. In this somber realm, even the crystalline streams bubbling from springs appeared muted and gray. However, the forest was not renowned for its gloom, nor was it merely included in the royal trial grounds due to its shadowy nature. The Sage Forest could be broadly divided into 3 distinct regions. The largest was the gathering area, which encompassed the majority of the forest's front half. This gathering area was not a hub for beastmen or insect tribes, but was entirely the domain of magical beasts, teeming with various species in vast numbers. Next was the dispersed area, located towards the rear of the forest. Although the number of magical beasts here was significantly smaller than in the gathering zone, each beast was a formidable contender within its group. While their intelligence may not be exceptionally high, they were not inferior to many beastmen. Most established their territories within the dispersed area and, barring necessary predation or territorial disputes, remained contentedly within their domains. Further along lay the Misty Zone, perpetually shrouded in an impenetrable white fog through which not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. Thick humidity and low temperatures coalesced at the boundary between the misty and dispersed areas, forming a glistening, translucent barrier. No one knew the origin of this fog, its arrival, or why it lingered year-round, nor could anyone ascertain the cause of the sudden temperature drop within the Misty Zone. Once, audacious adventurers and trial-seekers, emboldened by their strength, penetrated the layers of the forest to reach the Misty Zone, but none returned. Even the insect tribes, most familiar with the terrain, and the magical beasts that had dwelled in the Sage Forest for generations were not exempt from this fate. Consequently, tales of the Misty Zone's predatory nature spread like wildfire across the continent, and gradually, it became a place shunned by all, enveloped in a veil of mystery and terror, recognized as a forbidden ground by all races. Ouyang Sun's intention for this journey was to delve deep into the dispersed area to acquire the dual horns of a magical beast known as the MASU-MANHUA, and then traverse directly through the sage forest towards a trial ground located to the east. From dawn until the sun dipped low in the west, the crimson clouds blazed across the sky, casting a blood-red hue over everything. As he traversed the path, the traces of civilization faded completely, and he hastily consumed a meager lunch and dinner. Glancing at the darkening sky, he decided to stop for the night nearby. Finding a relatively flat knoll, he retrieved the compressed tent he had purchased that morning from the small pouch at his waist, channeling a measure of magical energy into it. The tiny fabric swelled in the wind, expanding into a small tent suitable for one. As the light dimmed, the deep blue of night spread across the sky. A bright full moon, accompanied by a few scattered stars, slowly ascended into the deepening night, casting a gentle glow. Gathering some dry twigs around the tent, Ouyang Sun casually conjured a fireball and tossed it onto the woodpile, igniting a warm orange flame that dispelled the surrounding darkness, offering solace against the chill that had begun to creep in. The night in the wild was cool, with the distant chirping of insects mingling with the night breeze as it flowed through the land that gradually transitioned into the forest. Ouyang Sun rubbed his exposed arms, lowered his sleeves, and inched closer to the fire, finally feeling some warmth return. For the first time, he spent the night alone in the wilderness, and a subtle unease stirred within him as he had never engaged in actual combat with magic before. The unknown path ahead beckoned him with an aura of danger. Yet, he was resolute and unwilling to concede defeat. He sensed that a profoundly significant place awaited his arrival in the distance. Moreover, he sought to find his beloved. With a gentle sigh, he tethered his griffin horse to the stout trunk of a nearby tree and cautiously stepped into the tent. A faint light flickered within, illuminating a solitary sleeping bag that lay quietly on the ground. Ouyang Sun nestled into the sleeping bag and shut his eyes, yet slumber eluded him. A delicate mist had unknowingly enveloped the area, gradually seeping into the tent that stood in serene stillness. Oblivious to this phenomenon, Ouyang Sun suddenly yawned with fatigue, closed his eyes, and succumbed to sleep. At that moment, in an obscure darkness, a pair of vast golden eyes opened, shimmering brilliantly in the absolute blackness. Chapter 61. Transforming the Fate of the Beast Tribe. 5. The night on this small hillock was extraordinarily serene, with even the soft murmurs of insects and birds and the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind seemingly isolated from this land. A delicate white mist intertwined with the silvery moonlight, creating an ethereal and hazy atmosphere. The air gradually turned damp and cold, as beads of glistening dew formed on the grass surrounding the tent, silently dripping into the soft earth beneath the moonlit and mist-laden space. Inside the tent, a layer of mist lingered, consuming the faint glow emitted by the tent itself, cautiously enveloping the sleeping bag that lay quietly in the center, gradually seeping in and entwining with the figure nestled within. Tiny specks of golden light peeked through the mist, tentatively brushing against the body of the sleeping individual, as if probing for something. After a while, the golden light nearby joyfully leaped and rushed into Ouyang Sun's brow, leaving behind a small yet exquisite golden dragon pattern. Those eyes, long shrouded in darkness, suddenly shimmered with an indescribable emotion, swirling within the golden pupils before settling back into tranquility. Oblivious to this change, Ouyang Sun remained deeply asleep, failing to hear even the system notification that echoed in his mind. Subject confirmation successful. Beginning fusion. As dawn broke, sunlight pierced through the night, casting a radiant glow across the ground. The mist that lingered throughout the night dissipated with the moon's departure, as if it had never existed. Ouyang Sun abruptly awoke from his slumber, cold sweat sliding from his forehead into his startled eyes, causing a sharp pain in his pupils. He wiped the sweat from his brow, striving to steady his rapid breaths, haunted by remnants of fear. In his dream, he found himself enveloped in vast white mist, unable to discern a path or find his way home. He wandered aimlessly, yet was completely unable to escape the clutches of the mist. The ever-present fog obscured all vision, as if he were the sole wanderer in a world of white, trapped with no means of escape. Unconsciously quickening his pace, he instinctively chose a direction and began to run. This monochromatic realm threatened to drive him to madness. All he could do was flee. Before him lay an unfathomable abyss, gaping wide like a terrifying maw, revealing the deep, oppressive darkness that lay within. The surrounding air seemed paralyzed by this darkness, suspended above the area. Ouyang Sun approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the profound blackness without blinking. The purest shade of black stretched within the chasm, as if beckoning him to be consumed, resembling a passage to hell. Imbued with indescribable terror, it felt as though something deep within the abyss was calling to him. Ouyang Sun reached the edge, crouching down, swallowing hard as he leaned forward to peer into the depths. Nothing but darkness greeted him. As he pondered this, he faintly heard indistinct whispers drifting through the air, fragmented phrases that eluded comprehension. He could only vaguely sense that the voice seemed to be conveying something significant, a sound he felt he had encountered before. For reasons unknown, he sensed that the closer he drew to the abyss, the clearer the whispers became. Thus, he unconsciously inched forward, only to suddenly find himself plummeting into the void beneath him. His clothes, drenched in sweat, clung uncomfortably to his skin. Ouyang Sun squeezed his eyes shut, striving to detach himself from the dream's lingering effects. Struggling out of the sleeping bag, he exited the tent without changing his clothes, bathing in the warmth of the sunlight. The griffin steed flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, and the small hillock quickly vanished amidst the vast landscape, leaving no trace behind. The dragon pattern between his brows flickered incessantly, radiating a beautiful golden hue, yet Ouyang Sun remained utterly oblivious, his entire focus dedicated to his journey. The griffin, seemingly attuned to its master's mood, accelerated once more, and together they raced tirelessly toward their destination. As dusk approached, Ouyang Sun caught a glimpse of a vast forest in the distance. A sigh of relief escaped him, as if he had accomplished something of utmost importance. Signaling the griffin to slow down, he steadied himself, scrutinizing the nearby seg forest with keen interest. Renowned for its ferocity, the seg forest appeared no different from other woodlands at first glance. Towering ancient trees with sturdy, dark trunks stretched their branches outward, adorned with clusters of thick, deep green leaves that cast a shroud of profound shadow over the forest floor. The densely packed foliage clung together tightly, coated in a layer of dusty, lifeless residue, while the ground cover comprised stunted yet flourishing plants. The intertwining branches of nearby flora nearly blocked all potential entrances into the forest. Ouyang Sun clicked his tongue, dismounting from the griffin and retrieving a seemingly well-crafted sword of mediocre material, expertly clearing the obstructive vegetation in his path. Years spent in a post-apocalyptic world had honed his close combat skills and enriched his outdoor survival experience, elevating his vigilance to its highest level, always prepared for battle. The griffin was released shortly after he entered the forest, for navigating the densely interwoven roots and limited space between trees was far easier alone than with the steed. This way, he would possess more options should danger arise. The ground beneath him grew increasingly soft and muddy, in some places threatening to swallow half of a shoe. Ouyang Sun grimaced, finding the task of forging a path exceptionally arduous as he waded through the muck. Some plants bore sticky leaves, others had serrated edges, while some fruits were adorned with barbs and certain flowers emitted a nauseating odor. His garments suffered immense damage along this journey, becoming utterly unrecognizable and infused with an indescribable stench. The fabric tore, leaving his skin exposed to the elements, scratched and stung by the plants. Tiny beads of blood oozing from the wounds, yet before they could congeal, they were re-injured by the razor-sharp leaves. To conserve unnecessary magical energy, Ouyang Sun cast protective spells only on critical areas. It was only when he began to feel a series of sharp pains in his legs that he expanded the protective magic to cover his limbs with a thin layer of defense. Meanwhile, he continued his forward momentum, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, concerned that the scent of his blood might attract sensitive magical beasts. Having confirmed he had not strayed off course, Ouyang Sun resolved to press onward, aiming to find a suitable resting place before nightfall enveloped the land. However, he barely took a few steps when a faint sound of rustling reached his ears. Instantly, Ouyang Sun turned his head toward the source, his eyes fixated on the quivering branches ahead, entering a state of readiness. Hiss, hiss. As the plants trembled more violently, Ouyang Sun's grip on his sword tightened. He had considered evading the threat, but the dense undergrowth dissuaded him from this notion. should he dash into uncleared territory. The noise of branches cracking would only hasten the approach of the magical beasts. Rather than be pursued in a panic, it was better to confront the challenge head-on. An opportunity to gauge his current strength. Ouyang Sun lowered his breathing, his body leaning slightly forward. The moment the nearest cluster of plants was disturbed, he surged forward with all his might. A terrifying giant python, its entire body cloaked in a deep green hue and measuring at least 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter, lunged forth from the underbrush. Its cavernous maw gaped wide, revealing elongated, razor-sharp fangs that shimmered with a sinister, deep purple glow, unmistakably indicative of its venomous nature. Ouyang Sun's lips quivered as he swung his long sword, which erupted in a brilliant blaze upon striking the python's scaled hide, producing a resonant clang that echoed through the air. This strike, however, merely grazed the python's formidable armor, igniting its ferocity rather than inflicting pain. Yet, Ouyang Sun had no intention of breaching the python's defenses with that single blow. Instead, he utilized the recoil generated by the impact to propel himself into the air, twisting his form to launch a renewed assault on the creature. Observing this, the python lowered its colossal head, its tail whipping violently towards the audacious beast-man. Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, silently reciting the incantation for wood manipulation as the surrounding flora swiftly unfurled their branches and leaves, aggressively ensnaring the python. Simultaneously, the long sword, now glimmering with an increasingly profound firelight, advanced towards the python's vital point. Chapter 62. Transforming the Fate of the Beastmen. 6. The giant python coiled its massive body with an astonishing swiftness, enduring the relentless lashes of the whistling vines that struck its form, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The fiery sword, propelled by the vine's impact, cleaved into the python's hardened, deep green scales, ripping open a significant wound and charring the surrounding flesh. Intense pain surged through the injury, igniting a searing heat, prompting the python to emit a piercing shriek and struggle fiercely. Ouyang Sun, caught off guard, was thrown from its back, the creature's gaping maw opened wide, and its elongated fangs shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the diminutive beast-man suspended in midair due to a levitation spell. Simultaneously, a cloud of bluish-gray mist billowed from its mouth, swiftly enveloping a vast area of the battlefield. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Ouyang Sun raised his sword without hesitation, successfully blocking the serpent strike. The immense force behind the attack caused his arms to ache painfully, despite having cast multiple defensive spells. As the mist spread, Ouyang Sun altered his incantation, summoning a fierce wind that propelled the azure fog towards the python, which, unyielding, allowed the mist to diffuse around it. The dispersing vapors corroded nearby vegetation, sizzling ominously. The fiery sunset streamed through the gaping holes in the foliage, casting a pool of crimson light on the ground. Gazing up at the pallid, lifeless leaves overhead, Ouyang Sun couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. With the intent of honing his skills against the python, every strike he delivered was meticulously calculated, inflicting pain without endangering its life. A riot of colors erupted in the forest: ice shards, fireballs, vines, and earthen walls, all showcasing a dazzling array of magic. A thin sheen of sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his breathing grew heavy and erratic, yet the fervor in his eyes and the exhilaration within him only intensified. As time wore on and his magical energy dwindled significantly, the python continued to resist stubbornly. With dusk approaching, Ouyang Sun resolved to unleash his full power and swiftly vanquish the serpent. The night in the sage forest was fraught with peril. Nocturnal beasts would be more numerous than during the day. If he failed to find a suitable place to camp and remained vigilant before nightfall, he might very well meet an untimely demise. Estimating his remaining magical reserves, the magic circle beneath him blazed brightly. While evading the increasingly desperate attacks of the python, he poured the majority of his remaining energy into the earth below. Instantly, an elusive arc of light flickered beneath the python. The creature, oblivious to the transformation occurring beneath it, continued to lash out fiercely with its thick, barrel-like tail and rapid strikes of its forked tongue at the agile beast-man. The azure mist swirled around, fueled by its fury. Before the mist could reach its target, it was abruptly dispersed by a gust of wind. wreaking havoc on the surrounding flora and leaving the environment in utter disarray. The magic circle beneath the python shone brighter, and Ouyang Sun's face paled slightly. It was then that the python finally sensed something amiss. Alas, it was too late. A flash of bluish-purple light surged forth, and the magic circle erupted in a dazzling display of electric arcs, enveloping the python's head and much of its body with blinding speed. As the scent of searing flesh wafted through the air, the python thrashed wildly, causing the very ground to tremble. Its wretched cries gradually weakened, and its writhing form, engulfed in a storm of dust and debris, eventually stilled. The spiraling arcs of electricity subsided, vanishing alongside the magic circle. Ouyang Sun surveyed the lifeless python, swiftly dismantling and collecting its valuable parts before hastily departing the scene. The commotion created by the dying creature was far too loud. Even the dullest beasts of the forest would be aware of what had transpired, and soon, others would likely arrive. True to expectation, shortly after Ouyang Sun's departure, a massive beast with the head of a lion and the body of a leopard appeared beside the mangled carcass of the python. It sniffed the air in the direction Ouyang Sun had fled, then turned its gaze toward the bloodied remains, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, upon hearing the approach of other predators, it chose to seize the python's remains, leaving behind scattered chunks of flesh, awaiting the arrival of the next hunter. By this time, darkness had enveloped the land, and a few timid stars peeked through the dense cloud cover, only to shyly retreat. Nearby, a gentle stream flowed silently, its waters dark and unfathomable, exuding an eerie chill. The soft, low vegetation blanketed the gentle slope, adorned with peculiar flowers that shimmered with an ethereal glow, evoking a sense of foreboding. Standing at the edge of the slope, Ouyang Sun gazed at the seemingly treacherous surroundings, contemplating for a long moment before finally stepping forward. The sensation of treading on the slope was entirely different from that of the forest. The soft earth and yielding grass beneath his feet were surprisingly comfortable. Even after preparing everything for his camp, nothing unusual transpired on the slope. Still feeling uneasy, Ouyang Sun set up several defensive magic circles outside his tent, incorporating minor tricks to alert him of any intrusions. Having completed these preparations, he finally relaxed his mind and entered the tent. This marked his first night in the sage forest. Fortuitously, he had gleaned a glimpse of this ability from the memories of his original self. During a fierce battle against the insectoid race, Cedric had utilized his formidable strength and this very vision to lead countless troops into bloody combat. The exhilarating sensation was akin to a blooming poppy. Once experienced, it was impossible to forsake. Regardless, self-improvement remained paramount. As the night deepened and the moon ascended above the treetops, the sage forest retained its shrouded appearance. Suddenly, Ouyang Sun's eyes snapped open, a deep green flickering within his gaze. Just as he did, a tumultuous white mist surged through the trees, and as it spread, the forest fell eerily silent, as if all living beings had been separated by an invisible barrier, particularly the desolate atmosphere on the slope that sent shivers down his spine. The mist thickened more than before, obscuring much of the landscape in an instant. It seeped into the tent, unhesitatingly enveloping the figure seated within. Having just emerged from the magical elements, Ouyang Sun had no time to comprehend the situation before darkness engulfed him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Once again, he found himself in that place saturated with white, his world devoid of color. Another dream? Yet he distinctly recalled awakening from his meditation. How could he be ensnared in a dream, unable to fathom where he was or why he was there? Ouyang Sun decided to abandon such thoughts. He ventured a few steps forward, only to find himself suddenly plummeting into the abyss below. Magic was of no use. Ouyang Sun yearned to cast a levitation spell to cushion his fall, lest he land in a grotesque heap, yet before he could summon his energy, he discovered his reserves were entirely depleted. The wind whistled past his ears like 1,000 knives, slicing through his skin with a painful sting. The fierce gust battered his face, nearly robbing him of control over his features. The unknown destination and the thrill of the fall coalesced into droplets of sweat that formed on his brow. The only sound accompanying him was the howling wind. A heavy stone seemed lodged in his chest, suffocating him. He immediately dismissed the previous notion that this was merely a dream, If it were, such a harrowing experience would have surely awakened him by now. The suspicion that this was a trap gradually took precedence, causing him to furrow his brow as unease and gravity surged within him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Ouyang Sun had grown numb from the wind that swept across his skin, the air carrying a faint metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Gradually, he perceived that the winds around him had notably diminished, their force against his face no longer so fierce. The downward momentum slowed, ultimately descending to the ground with an astonishingly languid pace. At the moment the wind ceased entirely, he made contact with the solid earth beneath him. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible, save for a conspicuous purple orb flickering in the distance. Ouyang Sun stood still, inhaling deeply, before taking stiff steps towards the source of the violet glow. Perhaps that was the very reason he had come here. He hesitated momentarily, then surged towards the direction where the air was in motion. The purple luminescence intensified, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to become viscous. Ouyang Sun sprinted toward the heart of the purple light, and with a soft pop, the vibrant hue that had dominated his vision abruptly dimmed. He squinted uncomfortably as his nightmarish beast's eyes, sharper than those of a feline, rapidly adjusted. Upon discerning the scene before him, he found himself momentarily stunned. A pair of golden eyes, radiant like stars, bore down upon him with a domineering presence and an air of haughty superiority, locking directly onto his gaze. Chapter 63, Transforming the Fate of the Beast Clan 7. Beneath the ethereal glow of violet light, a pair of massive forms loomed quietly at the center, their obsidian scales reflecting a surreal shade of dark purple that seemed otherworldly. The shadowy outlines of colossal wings draped over their sides, and a mere glance could evoke the awe of their titanic presence. Two currents of searing energy swept past Ouyang Sun, as if intent on igniting everything in their path. The furrowed brow that had etched his face since his arrival in this peculiar realm finally relaxed, hinting at a faint smile. If his intuition held true, the golden-eyed entity before him was the very target he had longed to encounter. The black dragon, sealed away for a century. Although the circumstances that led to this moment were unclear, it felt like a fortuitous turn of fate. Ouyang Sun, sensing the authenticity of his surroundings, was unable to articulate the reasons behind his conviction. He merely accepted the extraordinary as he felt it deep within his heart. Rising from his contemplative state, he noticed the dawn had broken. Absently, he gathered his belongings and ventured deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to him, the dragon tattoo on his forehead shimmered with an increasingly radiant gold, its intricate patterns vividly apparent. He could not suppress a sound of disbelief. How had he acquired such detailed information about the black dragon's whereabouts? Not only had he unraveled the seal, but he had also discovered ways to command the dragon clan. Pausing to inhale deeply, he composed himself before continuing onward. For months later, deep within the dispersal zone, with a thunderous roar, a surge of terrifying electric arcs erupted, enveloping a fiery three-tailed fox, hindering its escape. A lithe figure darted into the electric storm, and from the earth sprang forth vines that ensnared the fox's limbs. Sharp ice crystals formed into a sword, which swiftly pierced the fox's neck, shattering upon impact and unleashing a frigid tempest that ravaged its body. The fox emitted a pained cry as the lightning gradually dissipated, yet the vines tightened their grip. Suddenly, the fox shrieked fiercely, its fur igniting with orange flames, fervently attempting to incinerate its restraints. Before the vines could be consumed, the figure before the fox began reciting an obscure incantation, freezing the creature in place as a layer of ice slowly enveloped it, ultimately transforming it into a glittering ice sculpture. Ouyang Sun approached and gently patted the ice-cold fox statue, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. The efforts of the past 4 months had not been in vain. Through countless life-and-death challenges and perilous environments, he had rapidly evolved, delving deeper from the border of the gathering area into the heart of the dispersal zone, gradually nearing the boundary with the fog-laden region. Although he could not claim to master all the magic he had acquired, he had at least learned to adapt his attacks according to his opponents and had begun to harness some abilities of a shadow beast. As he meticulously collected the useful parts from the ice sculpture, he felt a wave of gratitude for the small bag the king had pressed into his hands before his departure. Little did he know that this seemingly shabby bag contained a spatial magic array, offering ample storage capacity along with preservation capabilities, a true essential for any traveler. After clearing the contents of the bag, Ouyang Sun pondered that it was time to leave the forest in search of his next trial location and to sell off the beast pelts and other items he had collected, intending to linger in town for a few days. Remaining in this desolate wilderness, where beasts and vegetation were the only companions, would surely lead him to forget the very meaning of rest. Just as he leaned against a tree to recuperate from the magical energies expended in his battle with the fox, a thunderous roar shattered the silence, startling a flock of flying beasts. The sound, infused with boundless rage and ferocity, reverberated ominously close. Ouyang Sun's expression shifted, and he hastily cast several acceleration spells, fleeing at the utmost speed. Alas, which fool had dared to provoke the explosive dragon? Ouyang Sun cursed inwardly as he sprinted away. Despite its name, the explosive dragon was not a true dragon. Rather, it was a hybrid, resembling a massive lizard, its fiery crimson body embodying a savage temperament. Among all beasts in the dispersal zone, its combat prowess ranked within the top 3. Moreover, the explosive dragon possessed an irksome trait. Once provoked, it would relentlessly pursue any creature it deemed a threat, refusing to relent until its quarry lay lifeless. The wind howled past him, and a bloodied avian beast stumbled nearby, its frantic flight punctuated by the earth-shaking roars and tremors of the explosive dragon approaching rapidly. Gritting his teeth, Ouyang Sun pivoted and dashed toward a different direction. Moments later, a piercing bird's cry echoed through the air, tightening his chest as he layered another acceleration spell upon himself. Before he could exhale in relief, the explosive dragon's roar shifted toward his location. His gaze darkened. He had indeed been discovered. Since escape was no longer an option, he caught sight of a glimmering spot nearby and dashed toward it, revealing a patch of ground scattered with ice shards. There was no time to ponder their presence. The grotesque silhouette of the explosive dragon loomed into view. Ouyang Sun focused intently, his magic simmering with anticipation. The first attack came in the form of a noxious green flame, reeking with a putrid stench, aimed directly at him. Disgusted, he conjured a protective barrier just in time to deflect the vile flames. With a flick of his wrist, a multitude of icy blades formed into a net, surging toward the explosive dragon. The dragon scoffed at the icy assault, releasing plumes of black smoke from its nostrils, mingled with embers. With a sweeping motion of its tail, it shattered a significant portion of the ice blades, shielding its face while the remaining shards harmlessly embedded in its armored tail. Undeterred, Ouyang Sun unleashed a barrage of magical attacks upon the explosive dragon, simultaneously cloaking himself with several concealment spells. Dazed by the chaotic onslaught, the dragon felt a twinge of irritation despite the minimal damage inflicted. Just as it prepared to unleash another fiery assault, the creature realized its prey had vanished. Meanwhile, Ouyang Sun crouched on a high tree branch nearby, anxiously observing the confused explosive dragon spinning in circles, uncertain if it could outwit the renowned tracker of the continent. After several agitated revolutions, the dragon began to regain its composure, sniffing vigorously to catch the unique scent of its quarry. Suddenly, its eyes gleamed with ferocity, and it unleashed a torrent of green fire toward Ouyang Sun's hiding place. Sighing in resignation, Ouyang Sun evaded the flames, acknowledging that he could not underestimate such a formidable beast. The flames have yet to extinguish when yet another wave of fire surges forth, accompanied by the ferocious claw strikes of the explosive dragon. The dark green pillars of fire collide with the formations of red and blue, releasing an odd scent that spreads from the point of impact. The tumultuous shockwave sweeps away a plethora of vegetation, causing Ouyang Sun to be thrust back several steps, a sharp pain gripping his chest. He coughs, a faint trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remains fiercely fixed on the tumultuous battlefield. A wild wind sweeps through, dispersing the dense sandstorm that obscures his vision, revealing a vague silhouette standing motionless amidst the chaos. Ouyang Sun's pupils constrict sharply. With resolute determination, he conjures multiple protective shields at his side, only to be stunned as the outermost layer begins to fracture, the cracks inexorably creeping inward. With a resounding crack, the shields shatter catastrophically. A sharp, dark gray beak is perilously close to his arm, mere inches away, and his back is drenched in cold sweat. Clenching his fist, he conjures a whirlwind that sweeps away the swirling dust, seizing the opportunity to retreat several more steps. Faced with the two monstrous beasts that glare at him with predatory intent, Ouyang Sun is overwhelmed by a bitter sense of misfortune. The venomous bird, a creature of speed and cunning, casts a long shadow over countless beast and insect clans, rivaling the explosive dragon in strength, particularly thriving in situations of conflict to seize its prey. How could these two beasts, whose territories are so far apart, converge at this moment? Ouyang Sun is utterly perplexed, yet this confusion offers him no aid in evading the assaults of these formidable creatures, narrowly escaping their grasp on several occasions. As he defends himself while retreating, he remains oblivious to the chilling air that begins to envelop the surroundings, the ice crystals forming ever thicker on the plants. Upon stepping into an area shrouded in thick fog, both the venomous bird and explosive dragon abruptly halt their attacks, fear etched upon their once mighty visages, marred by various magical injuries. Their eyes reflect an unmistakable terror, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Exchanging a wary glance, the two beasts vanish in the face of the mist. However, for Ouyang Sun, already ensconced in the dense, white fog, this spectacle holds little significance. Chapter 64. Transforming the fate of the Beast Clan. 8. A vast expanse of white enveloped the world, as the sounds of fierce beasts faded into the distance. Ouyang Sun, feeling both bewildered and relieved, let out a heavy sigh. If this stalemate continued, he would undoubtedly be the first to succumb. The origin of this white mist remained a mystery, its power so formidable that even the two tyrants in the vicinity were frightened away. After confirming that there were no immediate dangers around him, he casually wiped the sweat from his brow, disregarding propriety, and sat down to massage his slightly twitching leg muscles, seizing the moment to rest. Beneath the veil of white mist, unknown dangers danced about, and obscure terrors entwined in the shadows, tugging at every nerve in his body. A gust of wind swept through, causing the thick fog to coalesce into grotesque shapes, reminiscent of ancient beasts roaring amidst the fading whiteness. Everything felt eerily familiar. Ouyang Sun glanced around, the desolate landscape a stark reminder of the strange nightmare that had haunted him for nearly half a year. He took a moment to steady his breath, and a whimsical thought crossed his mind. Could this be the mysterious place where the black dragon was imprisoned? As his body regained strength from the earlier flight, he hesitated for a long while before rising with determination to explore. Steeling his resolve, he followed his instincts as he had done in his dreams, choosing a direction and walking forward without hesitation. The ground within the mist was surprisingly flat, allowing him to traverse without fear of injury due to impaired vision. He walked intermittently, time slipping away unnoticed in the sea of white, his energy consumed by the strain of resisting the visual fatigue and psychological pressure brought by the overwhelming whiteness. At times, he questioned the validity of his choice. Whenever this doubt arose, the dragon markings on his forehead would faintly glow, the beautiful golden light flowing along the patterns before vanishing into his skin, silently erasing his thoughts of surrender. Time passed, and at last, a color other than white emerged, a pure, deep black. Ouyang Sun's weary spirit surged with renewed vigor as he hastened toward the black streak, his heart racing upon witnessing an imposing abyss stretching across the land. Affirming his earlier conjecture, could it be that he had stumbled upon the Dragon Clan, which had eluded discovery across the continent for so long? Ouyang Sun found it hard to believe, yet he felt a wave of relief wash over him, his lips curling into a slight smile that he quickly suppressed, unable to conceal the joy bubbling within. He took a couple of steps toward the abyss, its dark depths evoking a chill within him. Standing at the edge for the first time, he leaned forward to peer down into the unfathomable chasm, which resembled a gaping maw lying in wait for its prey, exuding an aura of danger. It felt as though something deep within the abyss was softly calling out to him. Instinctively, he turned to survey his surroundings, a powerful and unprecedented emotion surging within him. His heart skipped a beat, overwhelmed by this sudden eruption of feeling. The dragon markings on his forehead shone brilliantly, light swirling within, yet curiously, none of its radiance escaped his gaze. The patterns became increasingly vivid, akin to a young dragon awakening from slumber, leaping in joy for its newfound existence. Ouyang Sun found himself drawn closer to the abyss, his toes crossing the land's edge as he resolutely took that final step. Instantly enveloped by the weighty darkness, the wind howled like thunder. Yet he was astonished to discover that he had grown accustomed to this stark sensation of falling from his repeated dreams. He even had the presence of mind to conjure a protective shield before him, allowing him to observe the abyss below. As he descended, the width of the chasm narrowed with height, the walls seemingly converging towards the center, forming a single entity. Although the abyss was shrouded in darkness, he could discern faint glimmers of light on the stone walls, twinkling like stars scattered across the night sky, creating an eerie yet beautiful ambience. His descent abruptly slowed, and as he adjusted his posture, he landed softly as the winds calmed. At the bottom, the darkness was profound, but with the unique vision of the nightshade beast. He strained to peer into the gloom, finally catching sight of a nearly submerged shade of purple. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the source of the purple glow. As the color became more vivid against the black backdrop, the calling grew clearer, a deep, resonant male voice, imbued with a multitude of emotions, yet predominantly filled with unexpressed anger and the loneliness accumulated over countless years. Upon stepping into the purple light, Ouyang Sun immediately felt the air around him momentarily stagnate, a strange and potent presence enveloping his limbs, paralyzing him with its murderous intent. Gradually, he calmed his breath, striving to relax his tense body, presenting himself as harmless. The frigid aura lingered around him, seemingly weighing its options, before dissipating into nothingness after circling his forehead several times. Ouyang Sun exhaled softly, tentatively taking 2 steps forward. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted, a metallic clang resonating in the silence, while scorching air grazed past him, nearly igniting his clothing. His nerves tensed instantly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the vague outline of the purple light, filled with anticipation. In the purplish glow, dark scales shimmered, exuding an enigmatic allure. This coincidence felt too uncanny. Ouyang Sun furrowed his brow, sensing that things were not as straightforward as they appeared. Before long, the golden dragon pupils, which had been imprinted in his mind countless times, revealed themselves amidst the purple-black realm, displaying their true colors. The owner of the dragon eyes focused intently on the diminutive, seemingly fragile beast before him, exuding a heat that pierced through the darkness, warming the cold depths. The chilling clang of metal echoed once more in his ears as Ouyang Sun widened his eyes. The nightshade beast's instincts allowed him to see clearly in the purple light, the thick iron chains adorned with intricate runes crisscrossed throughout the area, ensnaring the black dragon in a massive web, binding it tightly. With a subtle movement from the black dragon, the outer purple light burst forth, numerous magical runes flashing across the shield, revealing a vast magical array on the ground before sinking underground. Ouyang Sun understood then that this seemingly inconspicuous array and chain network had confined the black dragon for centuries. Before he could examine further, a sudden sharp pain struck his forehead, and the murmurs that had lingered in his ears crystallized into clarity, resonating with a deep, rich tone akin to a cello. Horse from disuse, the Nightshade clan? So, Victor truly won. He paused before continuing. This place, few know of it. Who sent you here? The last words dripped with a palpable aura of menace. A trespasser? The black dragon let out a cold snort, followed by a derisive laugh. The summoning mark on your forehead shines so brightly that it could serve as a beacon for you, and you dare claim it was an accidental intrusion? Summoning mark? A flicker of confusion crossed Ouyang Sun's eyes. He had never encountered such a thing. Rubbing his painfully throbbing forehead in an attempt to alleviate the sharp pangs, he endeavored to explain calmly, I have no knowledge of this summoning mark. I merely fell into this place because I was being pursued by 2 ferocious beasts. However, as he spoke, memories of that peculiar prophetic dream and the inexplicable agony that had begun to afflict him surfaced, and an idea began to dawn upon him. Humph. The black dragon clearly dismissed this explanation, adjusting his posture, causing the iron chains to clank noisily, a deafening sound that had not been heard in centuries. Never have I witnessed another creature accidentally intrude here. Your luck is quite remarkable. Ouyang Sun found himself at a loss for words. The initial excitement of confirming the presence of the black dragon had dissipated entirely. Enduring the pain, He contemplated for a moment before deciding to recount his entire experience in the siege forest, including the dream that had troubled him for so long. The black dragon listened with growing impatience, but refrained from interrupting Ouyang Sun's narrative, only speaking once the tale was fully told, his voice laced with subtle mockery. I cannot discern whether you are genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. That strange dream you spoke of was a hint from the summoning mark. Have you truly not noticed the imprint upon your forehead? Ouyang Sun shook his head in earnest, eliciting an inexplicable silence from the black dragon. The dragon's gaze dimmed in an instant. Chapter 65. Transforming the fate of the Beast Clan 9. Indeed, he had overthought the situation. A hint of self-mockery flickered in the black dragon's eyes, his slender, obsidian pupils seemingly brewing a tempest potent enough to annihilate him. Upon witnessing the sudden loss of brilliance in those eyes, Ouyang Sun felt a dull ache in his heart. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. The pain in his forehead intensified, radiating throughout his head, compelling him to press his palm against it and crouch, biting his lip to stifle any sound. It felt as though a steel needle had plunged into his brain, leaving him in a daze, only to realize that he was rising involuntarily. He saw himself approaching the black dragon, extending his right hand to gently caress the cold, unyielding black scales. He heard himself whispering an unfamiliar incantation, its complexity beyond anything he had ever encountered. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a surge of golden light erupted before him, and a strange symbol gradually materialized in midair. Simultaneously, the outer violet barrier thickened, and the magical array on the ground reemerged, flickering incessantly. The black dragon was transfixed, a wave of forgotten joy swelling within him as he sensed the shackles binding him loosening with each note of the Beast Clan's chant, an unreal haze threatening to engulf him. Oblivious to the confusion spreading in the black dragon's eyes, Ouyang Sun was immersed in the torrent of knowledge flooding his mind. He half closed his eyes, a golden radiance shimmering within, as the river of knowledge relentlessly washed over him. The overwhelming force caused a dull ache in his brain, reminiscent of the discomfort he experienced during each world transition. He opened his eyes, gazing at the fluctuating characters in the air with pupils now entirely transformed to gold. After articulating the final word, he decisively bit into his fingertip. Crimson blood flowed forth, suspended in midair, forming droplets. Without hesitation, Ouyang Sun utilized these droplets to sketch a unique magical array in the air. As the blood droplets absorbed into the characters, they began to rotate slowly, gradually twisting into a coherent form. Observing this, Ouyang Sun repeated the process, and to his relief, the characters became increasingly distinct, now taking shape. After several iterations, his complexion had turned pale, yet the characters fulfilled his expectations, fully transforming. A miniature golden dragon, coiled elegantly, opened its eyes, focusing on the black dragon, who was barely containing his excitement. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted, the mighty dragon's voice resonating in waves, crashing against the violet barrier, which trembled under the assault but showed no signs of collapse. The little golden dragon remained undeterred, its tail whipping around as it surged toward the center of the barrier. Meanwhile, Ouyang Sun, summoning his remaining strength, joined the little dragon in completing the next steps. He retrieved a dagger from a pouch at his waist, gritted his teeth, and drew it sharply across his right wrist, blood gushing from the wound, which he guided to shape more runes, ultimately forming a compact yet potent magical array. His already waning complexion grew even more pallid due to the exertion. Biting down on his lip, he hastened to the black dragon, drawing a similar magical array swiftly between its eyes under the dragon's astonished gaze. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed against the black dragon, gasping for breath. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he paid no mind to the impending drops falling into his eyes. Covering the wound on his right wrist with his left hand, he whispered, "Break." The magical array emitted a resonant hum, expanding to envelop the entire area shrouded in violet light, swiftly beginning to corrode the array beneath. At that moment, the golden dragon, which had been relentlessly striking the barrier, gathered all its strength and collided fiercely at the barrier's center. Silence enveloped the space. Crack! A slender fissure appeared on the violet barrier. The black dragon felt the chains binding him tighten suddenly. a flash of light illuminating the intricately patterned runes that flickered before gradually dimming. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and a dragon's roar, filled with myriad emotions, reverberated throughout the realm. His massive, powerful body thrashed wildly, straining to break free from the chains that had bound him for far too long. Thunderous sounds erupted as the ground beneath him buckled and cracked, finally yielding some space. Taking advantage of the moment, his vast wings unfurled, unleashing a tempest that battered against the faltering barrier amidst the cacophony of shattering metal. Fortunately, the Black Dragon had not forgotten the Beast clan member who had sacrificed so much blood to free him, shielding the nearly unconscious Ouyang Sun beneath him. Otherwise, in such chaos, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the golden dragon at the barrier's core erupted, blinding light enveloping the entire area. The Black Dragon, summoning all his strength, snapped several chains and stood tall, releasing a torrent of searing dragon breath that burned the barrier. The barrier shattered under the dual onslaught, and the ground's array was consumed entirely by the blood-red magical formation.
Roar.
The Black Dragon bellowed, shaking the stone walls on either side, venting much of his pent-up anguish. His wings struck the walls with fierce precision, sending shards of stone and remnants of shattered chains cascading like petals. Though his fury was earth-shattering, the Black Dragon remained mindful of the small Beast clan member leaning against his side, ensuring that no falling debris harmed him. After a prolonged release of his fury, he finally regained his composure, casting a disdainful glance at the havoc he had wrought. When he turned his gaze to the Beast clan member who had liberated him, a wave of panic washed over him. Ouyang Sun's breath was faint, his chest rising and falling almost imperceptibly, his pallid face furrowed in distress, eyes tightly shut. His once rosy lips had turned a deep shade of blue, beads of cold sweat rolling down his jaw, while blood continued to pour from the wound on his right wrist, staining his already disheveled garments crimson. The Black Dragon watched helplessly as Ouyang Sun, in excruciating pain and weakness, displayed the telltale signs of his true form beginning to emerge. It dawned upon him how dire Ouyang Sun's situation had become. A successfully transformed Beast clan member would not easily reveal their true self. Such a revelation indicated either profound trust in the observer or a debilitating exhaustion rendering them incapable of maintaining their human form. At present, Ouyang Sun clearly belonged to the latter category. With no time to ponder further, the Black Dragon concentrated, his massive form shrinking until, with a flash of light, he vanished into the dense darkness of the abyss once more. Deprived of support, Ouyang Sun tumbled backward into a warm, sturdy embrace. His foggy consciousness found familiarity in the sensation, and the tenuous grasp he had on awareness finally slipped away. One hand secured Ouyang Sun's waist, while the other slipped beneath his knees. Completely unconscious, he was lifted effortlessly, unresponsive to the world around him. A warmth, almost scalding, enveloped him entirely, especially around his bleeding wrist, where it staunched the flow of blood. A pair of Black Dragon wings unfurled behind, and as the arms tightened around Ouyang Sun, the wings flapped, propelling them into the void without a trace. As the figure vanished, the unfathomable abyss gradually began to converge towards the center, and the dense mist enveloping it slowly dissipated. When Ouyang Sun awoke from his stupor, he was besieged by a throbbing headache, feeling as though the meridians within him were tangled together, or perhaps shattered entirely. He possessed no strength whatsoever, and even the slightest movement of his fingers felt extraordinarily laborious. A shaft of light fell upon his face. Though his eyes remained closed, the shifting light brought him a semblance of clarity. Memories began to unravel as the Black Dragon broke free from its seal, leaving Ouyang Sun utterly bewildered by his current predicament. So you finally decided to awaken? A familiar deep voice resonated nearby, momentarily startling Ouyang Sun, who soon realized it belonged to the Black Dragon. He strained to open his eyes, only to be blinded by the dazzling sunlight, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Turning his stiff neck, he sought the source of the voice. As he prepared to speak, his slightly parted lips inadvertently bit down on his tongue. He did not miss the shift in his expression from shock to astonishment, and finally to disappointment, which elicited a quizzical brow raise from the other, who, perceptively, refrained from inquiring further. The figure reached for an empty cup from a nearby table, adeptly filled it with water, and then gently propped Ouyang Sun up, gradually bringing the cup to his lips. The black dragon's wings, breaking free from their fabric constraints, unfurled slightly behind, casting a shadow that shielded Ouyang Sun from the sunlight. Enveloped in this shade, he was captivated by the rich golden hue of the dragon's eyes. And then he heard that deep, mellifluous voice, capable of eliciting gasps from countless young girls, leisurely state, "Xiao, call me Xiao." Chapter 66, The Transformation of the Beastman's Fate. 10. Ouyang Sun leaned against the headboard, gently moving his stiff arms. When he turned to see Xiao shifting forward on his stool to sit beside him, he blinked, only to find Xiao suddenly extending his hand towards him. His brilliant golden eyes fixed intently upon him, freezing Ouyang Sun as if his very soul had been captured. When he regained his senses, he felt a warm presence atop his head. Xiao's hand rested lightly there, and before Ouyang Sun could relax, he was startled as Xiao's fingers grasped his ears, which had emerged unbeknownst to him, and began to tenderly rub them. The warmth of Xiao's hand caressed the sleek, dark fur of his cat-like ears, sending delightful tingles from the tips to his scalp, and then coursing straight to his heart. The ears fluttered restlessly in Xiao's palm, and Ouyang Sun, in a feline manner, narrowed his eyes in pleasure, unable to suppress a soft sigh, which elicited a near-silent chuckle from Xiao. "Xiao." Ouyang Sun quickly freed his ears from Xiao's grasp and hastily redirected the conversation. "Could you explain this to me?" He gestured to his forehead, where his disheveled hair had been brushed aside, revealing a smooth brow. Xiao tilted his head, his golden gaze deepening as he paused before speaking. "What you have on your forehead is not a summoning mark, but a dispelling mark." "What's the difference?" Ouyang Sun instinctively rubbed his forehead, his expression one of innocent curiosity. The handsome youth, no older than 15 or 16, wore such a delightful look that even Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly in response. Gathering his thoughts, Xiao began to recount everything he knew about seals, pouring out his knowledge like beans from a bag. The dispelling mark was entirely different from the summoning mark. It took the form of a dragon, radiating a rich golden light when activated, primarily used to break seals and release the sealed individual. However, the requirements for using a dispelling mark were exceedingly high and varied significantly. There had been instances where certain holders of dispelling marks had been drained entirely, leaving nothing but bones behind. The resemblance between the dispelling and summoning marks had been purposefully designed by the original creator to be strikingly similar, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the two at first glance. Only upon activation could the subtle differences be detected, which is why Xiao had initially mistaken the dispelling mark on Ouyang Sun's forehead for a summoning mark. As Xiao leisurely finished his explanation, he leaned back in his chair, keenly observing the reactions of the youthful night beast. Ouyang Sun, overwhelmed by the influx of historical information, diligently processed it, unconsciously twitching his small black ears, his serious demeanor capturing Xiao's undivided attention, nearly causing him to succumb to the urge to ruffle those ears again. A destined one. Xiao mused, glancing cautiously at Ouyang Sun, whose ears he had been fixated on, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. Could it be possible that he was the one? Before he could ponder further, a large hand once again settled atop his head. Xiao affectionately ruffling Ouyang Sun's hair like that of a small creature, giving special attention to the fluffy ears he had long coveted, effectively interrupting Ouyang Sun's train of thought. Ouyang Sun's mouth twitched, hastily shielding his vulnerable ears as he dodged, only to be half embraced by Xiao again, who continued to stroke his fur. Resigned, he inquired about something that piqued his interest. "Who told you all this back then? Weren't you afraid of being deceived?" Ouyang Sun's eyes widened in astonishment at the implication that Xiao had met the ancestral night beast, his expression mirroring that of a startled kitten. Xiao reveled in the sight, his mood lifting significantly at the sight of Ouyang Sun's shocked demeanor, his smile radiant until he seemed to recall something, his expression dimming, the brilliance in his golden eyes fading, even his hand ceasing its gentle ministrations. Ouyang Sun nearly mistook the formidable dragon for a wronged puppy. For the sight of such a strikingly handsome man wearing such a melancholic expression was enough to stir sympathy in anyone. Amused yet exasperated, Ouyang Sun reached out to pat Xiao's shoulder, softening his tone as he spoke, his voice as clear and gentle as a feather's touch, stirring something within the black dragon's heart. "If you don't mind, could you tell me about your past?" After a moment of hesitation, Xiao nodded and began his tale. The dragon clan's reproductive capabilities were inherently low, and compounded by the joint oppression from the insect and certain beast clans, by Xiao's generation, the dragon clan had dwindled significantly. Thus, as the child of the previous dragon king, Xiao was spoiled beyond measure from birth, receiving everything he desired without ever being denied. At a young age, the black dragon was oblivious to the concept of restraint, reveling in the affection of his kin and the dragon clan's innate combat prowess, causing chaos across the continent for nearly a century without a care. Inevitably, the reckless young dragon found himself in serious trouble. One day, while basking in the sun by a lake, the little black dragon became distracted by a large insect and hurriedly chased after it. In his frenzied pursuit through the woods, he unwittingly stumbled into a meeting area where the beast and insect clans were discussing a peace treaty. It was not so much an invasion as it was a consequence of his excitement, and upon realizing the inappropriate atmosphere, Xiao quickly apologized and departed, leaving the insect he had caught behind. Faced with the situation, Vito had no choice but to order Xiao to be confined. Initially, a few years of confinement seemed sufficient, but an unforeseen complication arose. Whether intentional or not, the beasts tasked with enforcing the punishment received altered orders, sealing Xiao within the depths of the Seg forest using the most potent sealing magic available at the time. Once the sealing array was established, even Vito could not rescue Xiao without the dispelling mark, leaving him to await the arrival of a destined one. Thus, 200 years passed in waiting. This also explained why the now mature black dragon retained several childlike habits, having spent his most vibrant years in the eternal darkness. Ouyang Sun felt a pang of sympathy and gently stroked Xiao's head, offering silent comfort. Xiao's eyes brightened, his mood instantly lifting, and he resumed his playful ministrations to Ouyang Sun's ears. Ouyang Sun silently rolled his eyes, ultimately choosing not to confront Xiao about it. When Xiao finally withdrew his hand, Ouyang Sun felt as though his head had been thoroughly tousled, and his upper body, previously animated, had stiffened once more. Struggling free from Xiao's embrace, he stumbled off the bed, his legs giving way beneath him, and he collided directly into Xiao's chest. The impact caused a sudden ache in his nose, and he lifted his gaze, stifling a sniffle as he pinched his nose to alleviate the sensation. But then, Xiao's next action left him gasping in shock. Xiao had grasped his tail, like a child discovering a new toy. Xiao was utterly fascinated by the lively tail swaying in the air, holding Ouyang Sun securely in his embrace while one hand played with the tail, unable to resist its allure. A jolt of electricity coursed through Ouyang Sun, his body trembling as sensations surged from his tailbone to his mind, overwhelming him with a dizzying thrill. Biting back a moan that threatened to escape, he pushed against Xiao's chest in a futile attempt to break free, but to no avail. Why on earth is my tail a sensitive spot? Ouyang Sun glared at Xiao, whose flushed eyes and glistening green gaze held no malice, yet his body, already weakened, persistently sought to escape Xiao's grasp. Xiao, however, was unrelenting, pressing down firmly on the base of Ouyang Sun's tail. As Ouyang Sun succumbed to a moment of weakness, he failed to restrain a faint gasp that escaped his lips. The low, suppressed sound penetrated deeply into Xiao's ears, igniting a flicker of perilous intrigue in Xiao's gaze. Ouyang Sun bit down on his lip, hesitant to utter a word, fearing that his voice would unleash a torrent of confessions even he could not bear to hear. Overwhelmed with frustration, he pondered why a mere tale could evoke such sensitivity, desperately attempting to signal Xiao to release him. In response to Ouyang Sun's silent cues, Xiao graciously inclined his head and enveloped one of Ouyang Sun's ears with his mouth. Ouyang Sun. What the hell? Chapter 67. Transforming the fate of the Beast Clan 11. The hand, instinctively and skillfully, began to slowly caress the waist, while the warmth enveloping the ear was suddenly met by a soft, moist touch. The tail was dexterously stroked, the fur being gently manipulated, and the unintentional brushing at the base of the tail intensified the tremors that coursed upward from the tailbone. Ouyang Sun let out a soft whimper. His hand that was propped against Xiao's chest unconsciously softened, causing his phoenix-like eyes to glimmer with a hint of moisture, while the sensations traversed from his ear to his forehead, then to the bridge of his nose, where a gentle bite was placed at the tip, ultimately aiming for the delicate, pale lips, Yet the pursuit did not continue, but rather shifted to the emerging dark green vines. It was as if Xiao had activated some special switch. Each movement aimed to ignite the person in his embrace completely. Xiao's face gradually blurred in the misty gaze, merging into the deeply etched visage within Ouyang Sun's heart, struggling as he slowly descended into the whirlpool of desire, his reason dangling precariously. The increasingly pronounced dark green patterns meandered to the corners of his eyes, accompanied by flushed cheeks that revealed a breathtaking allure. A slight chill crept in from the hem of his clothing, the contact with the scorching skin eliciting an even more intense ecstasy. Xiao's disordered hands had already found their way to Ouyang Sun's back, gently gliding along the spine, almost utterly shattering Ouyang Sun's already fragile resolve. I must. Ouyang Sun's muddled mind barely managed to piece together this simple thought, only to find himself further entangled in chaos. Xiao lifted his head slightly, retreating just enough to fix his deep golden gaze upon the now somewhat dazed beast man in his arms, a potent possessiveness swirling within his pupils, contrasting starkly with his previously juvenile demeanor, as if he had exchanged souls. Since the day this beast man had helped him break the seal, he had lain in slumber for a full 3 days, and Xiao had been tormented by his own thoughts for just as long. Half a year ago, at the same time this beast man claimed to have begun experiencing strange dreams, fragmented memories that did not belong to him began to surface in Xiao's mind. Memories of typing away on a peculiar device called a computer in an elegantly decorated room, conversing with someone via a device known as a phone. Memories of wielding a delicately crafted wooden sword, attacking ethereal monsters with green faces and sharp fangs. And memories of slaughtering amidst a horde of creatures, known as zombies, using abilities reminiscent of gold magic, all bearing an uncanny resemblance to the scent of the beast man in his embrace. He lowered his head once more, halting his movements, and obediently wrapped his arms around the beastman's waist, burying his face in the crook of the beastman's neck, inhaling deeply. Yes, it was the scent. This scent was potent enough to evoke every thought within him. An unfamiliar impulse surged within his chest, stirring the desires of the black dragon that had been scarcely restrained. He recalled his previous actions towards the beast man, unable to discern whether his yearning was driven more by a need for confirmation or simply a desire to witness the almost uncontrollable appearance of the beast man before him. He licked his lips, the close proximity causing his tongue to inadvertently brush against the tender flesh of the beastman's neck, eliciting a gentle shudder. Xiao's eyes darkened, and he could no longer contain himself, leaning in to bite down. Not harshly, yet it was unavoidable that pain would ensue. The sharp sting at his neck roused a flicker of reason from the brink of collapse, and Ouyang Sun exhaled fragmented breaths. Barely managing to keep himself from collapsing to the ground, he reached out, his push against Xiao's head somewhat weak, yet undeniably assertive, striving to stabilize his breathing. But after a struggle, he realized that Xiao had no intention of releasing him. Fuming, he lifted his head to glare at Xiao, only to meet the clear golden gaze of the black dragon, which created an odd illusion of being bullied like a child, rendering him unable to vent his frustration. He begrudgingly swallowed his anger and feigned calmness as he said to Xiao, "Let go." However, the tremor in his voice betrayed any semblance of composure. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Xiao's eyes, swift enough that Ouyang Sun, who was still locked in a gaze with him, failed to detect anything amiss. He pouted, feigning displeasure as he slowly withdrew his hand, casting a look of feigned grievance at the still flushed beastman. His gaze lingered momentarily on the vines adorning the left side of the beastman's face, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Ouyang Sun, utterly at a loss, felt the ache of his burgeoning desires, and with no desire to hold Xiao accountable, shot him a fierce glare before darting into the bathroom. Yet, his retreat bore the unmistakable air of hasty escape. The bathroom door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Xiao gazed at the door, his expression earnest, as if he could peer through the barrier and directly observe the person within. The mischievous smile he had displayed upon first meeting Ouyang Sun returned to his lips, now infused with a gentler, more indulgent quality. The once naïve and sweet individual had vanished without a trace after he absorbed those memories, and his ability to disguise his own character had become effortless. Yet, he did not wish to deceive this person. He simply had not yet found the best way to explain everything, opting instead to stabilize the situation for now. He would eventually reveal everything to him after fully possessing him. When Ouyang Sun emerged sluggishly from the bathroom, having concluded his business, he found Xiao languidly sprawled on a chair, sipping fruit tea with a casual air. His expression bore a delightful, childlike curiosity. As if he were an eager child exploring the unknown, yet curiously, he exuded no sense of discord. Suppressing the twitching corners of his mouth, Ouyang Sun, feeling a wave of embarrassment as their eyes met, composed himself and asked Xiao, "What are your plans next?" Xiao tilted his head at the question, a spark of interest igniting in his seemingly innocent golden eyes. He smiled, radiating purity as he replied, "Yes, to follow you." Ouyang Sun, unable to bear the sight, covered his eyes, his ears inexplicably flushing red. Heaven knows why this man, when displaying such a juvenile demeanor, possessed a charm that could exponentially amplify his allure. Regaining his composure, he successfully overlooked Xiao's triumphant expression and, upon raising his head, was met once again with the black dragon, whose body had undeniably matured, yet whose heart remained akin to that of a juvenile dragon. Ouyang Sun contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to seize this opportunity to bind this formidable weapon to his side, for he had not forgotten that a confrontation with the insect clan loomed on the horizon. Furthermore, Ouyang Sun glanced at Xiao, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to someone he once cherished, and saw the unadulterated admiration shining in Xiao's eyes as he sat before him, ultimately finding it impossible to abandon him here alone. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Sun, his treatment of Xiao was entirely different from how he regarded others. The instinctive trust and indulgence he felt for Xiao subtly transformed him, rendering Xiao's occasional slips in pretense unnoticed, which he naively attributed to juvenile immaturity. And now, in a place where Ouyang Sun could not see, Xiao smiled with abandon, joy swelling within his heart. This person was willing to embrace him, bestowing upon him their scarce love and trust. It was indeed a privilege. A stroke of fortune, a blessing he had accumulated over several lifetimes. Such a person, how could he ever bear to let down? Xiao's smile grew increasingly radiant, his expression softening to an astonishing degree, albeit appearing adorably foolish in Ouyang Sun's eyes. Oblivious to how completely he had dropped his mask and what Ouyang Sun was thinking, Xiao felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, a mysterious delight that struck a chord within Ouyang Sun. He narrowed his eyes, playfully slapping Xiao's forehead and exclaiming, "All right, enough with the laughter. First tell me, where are we?" Xiao composed himself, feigning seriousness as he provided the name of a quaint little town not far from the sage forest. Ouyang Sun stroked his chin, realizing that although he was not far from the sage forest, he had completely deviated from the original route he had devised. Swiftly, he rummaged through his mind to locate the map of the continent, pinpointing the town's position to begin replanning his journey. Xiao shuffled closer to Ouyang Sun, wrapping his arms around him and playfully nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Ouyang Sun rolled his eyes, thinking it unworthy to argue with a mischievous child. He merely gave Xiao's head a gentle pat as he continued to immerse himself in the vast map, selecting an appropriate course. Xiao stifled a soft chuckle, his laughter so muted that the person in his embrace remained oblivious. He tilted his head, gazing at Ouyang Sun's quiet and earnest demeanor, feeling immensely satisfied. Once his thoughts were organized, Ouyang Sun considered the dragon skin plaster that had been clinging to him, decisively charting a new route that was considerably more challenging than the previous one. This path would not only allow Xiao to hone his skills, but also maximize his potential, achieving a dual purpose. His mind filled with plans for the future, Ouyang Sun momentarily forgot about Xiao, who had been so close by. As he turned his head casually, he inadvertently collided with Xiao, who had just emerged from his reverie, intending to glance up to assess the situation, their lips meeting in an unexpected kiss. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise. Xiao, feigning innocence, struggled to maintain his composure, discreetly pinching himself to suppress the urge to deepen the kiss. Ouyang Sun was momentarily stunned and quickly pulled away, stammering an unconvincing apology. It was an accident. Just an accident. The moment Ouyang Sun withdrew, Xiao pressed his lips together, carefully concealing his disappointment, as he had always aimed to appear so innocent before this person. However, upon hearing Ouyang Sun's slightly awkward explanation, His sense of loss was swiftly replaced with irritation and reluctance, silently grinding his teeth, determined to hasten the day of revelation. Yet that day would certainly not be today. Xiao thought, maintaining a facade of innocence as he obediently shifted his head back. Ouyang Sun made a conscious effort to disregard the lingering awkwardness and turned to discuss future plans with Xiao. Xiao listened quietly, and once Ouyang Sun finished, he smiled and replied, "I will follow your lead." Ouyang Sun, catching sight of the sparkling light in Xiao's eyes, felt a warmth creeping to his ears. Chapter 68. Transforming the Fate of the Beast Clan, 12. After concluding their discussions, Ouyang Sun wasted no time. He tidied up and directly pushed open the door, ready to embark on their journey. Xiao naturally did not refuse, leisurely trailing behind Ouyang Sun, his gaze brazenly savoring the silhouette of the person ahead, completely oblivious to the possibility of being discovered. The weight of Xiao's gaze made Ouyang Sun feel as if a thorn were lodged in his back. It was not long before he slowed his pace, walking side by side with Xiao. Xiao smirked, raising an eyebrow, and took hold of Ouyang Sun's hand. Ouyang Sun attempted to pull away, but found himself unable to do so. They exchanged a silent look for a long while, and in the end, he succumbed to Xiao's clear, unwavering gaze, allowing himself to be led. Once Xiao had his way, he restrained his exuberance, subtly intertwining their fingers. Ouyang Sun felt the change and hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not withdraw his hand. The small town they arrived in was not large, yet it possessed a unique charm. The clean and tidy roads bustled with people, with houses neatly arranged on either side, their exteriors marked by the passage of time. Though aged, the town exuded a warm, nostalgic ambience. The shops lining the streets were lively, with many beast men selecting items and chatting amiably with companions, creating a vibrant and harmonious atmosphere. Having spent the better part of half a year in the forest, Ouyang Sun and Xiao, who had been confined in the abyss for centuries, were momentarily taken aback by the scene, feeling somewhat out of place. Ouyang Sun was the first to regain his composure, shaking Xiao's hand with a smile and exclaiming, "We're back to life. Did you not see this when we last came?" Xiao pouted, saying, "That day I was too focused on you to notice these things." Ouyang Sun chuckled at Xiao's seemingly bashful demeanor and began to stroll through the streets. Before leaving the town, Ouyang Sun initially planned to purchase 2 griffin steeds for travel, but to his surprise, none of the magical beasts, including the griffins, could bear Xiao's presence. They trembled in fear under the overwhelming aura of the dragon clan. It was fortunate they did not collapse in fear. Reluctantly, Ouyang Sun chose to walk instead. With all preparations complete, the two departed the town, heading towards the next trial site, the deep marsh plain. The seg forest within the deep marsh plain was quite distant, requiring a journey of nearly half a month. True to its name, the deep marsh plain was riddled with small and large marshes, where foul-smelling marsh gases wafted about, and certain areas contained toxic vapors. The environment was exceedingly harsh, inhabited by many magical beasts and plants that thrived in the marsh, all possessing grotesque appearances and poisonous traits. The varieties of poison found here were as bizarre as they were numerous, serving as the source for many toxins and medicinal herbs used across the continent. Although the danger level of the deep marsh plain met the requirements for a trial site, it attracted far more visitors than the seg forest. This was primarily due to the presence of several unique local specialties: the soul-cleansing flower, which could neutralize poisons, and the highly toxic soul-draining grass. These 2 plants were rare and precious, leading to countless searches and disputes over them, ensuring that the deep marsh plain was never at peace. However, Ouyang Sun's motive for choosing this location was not for the soul-cleansing flower or soul-draining grass, but rather because the first town to be attacked by the insect race in the previous timeline was located near the deep marsh plain. Perhaps they could save an entire town and apprehend the insects in the act. The journey proceeded without incident, and when night fell, they selected a spot to set up camp. The tent they had purchased was significantly larger than the one they had before, comfortably accommodating 2 people with upgraded amenities that offered a much higher level of comfort. As Ouyang Sun nestled into the newly equipped bedding, he caught sight of Xiao's serene sleeping face. Gazing at that face, he felt a wave of nostalgia. His eyes inadvertently drifted to the neck of the sleeping black dragon, who remained oblivious to Ouyang Sun's scrutiny, shifting into a more comfortable position and inadvertently uncovering himself from the tightly wrapped blanket. Ouyang Sun shut his eyes for a moment, recalling the impression of the area just below Xiu's collarbone, torn between the urge to seize this opportunity to confirm his suspicions. With a resolute heart, he cautiously extended his hand, gently lifting the blanket that covered Xiu's chest and slowly unfastening the buttons of his collar, peeling back a section of his garment. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in the darkness, and Ouyang Sun swallowed hard, yet he persevered, determined to continue his exploration. Why was he wearing so many layers? After unbuttoning 2 garments, he discovered a pullover beneath, nearly causing him to curse in frustration. He stared at the innermost shirt, contemplating how to pull it down without awakening Xiu. As he pondered seriously, he unconsciously glanced up, only to be met by Xiu's golden eyes, causing Ouyang Sun to break into a cold sweat. Xiu, sensing the coolness of his back and the slight chill on his forehead, silently nodded in response to Ouyang Sun's icy gaze. After closing his eyes once more, Ouyang Sun, feeling too intimidated to move, followed suit and soon fell asleep. As the night deepened, not long after Ouyang Sun drifted into slumber, Xiu opened his eyes again, touching the mark beneath his collarbone, a smile filling his gaze. He shifted closer, pulling Ouyang Sun into his embrace and kissing the top of his head before drifting back to sleep. The following day, Ouyang Sun awoke from his slumber, finding himself cozily nestled in Xiu's arms, momentarily disoriented. A fleeting thought flickered through his mind, but before he could grasp its essence, he was interrupted by Xiu waking simultaneously, and the thought slipped away. In the days that followed, Ouyang Sun found himself caught each time he attempted to sneak a glance at the birthmark, and regardless of how far he slept from Xiu, he always awoke nestled in Xiu's embrace. After several instances, he abandoned the idea of secretly examining the birthmark altogether, even becoming accustomed to waking up held by Xiu. Soon 7 days passed, and they finally glimpsed their first town. The stone gate, barely qualifying as a city gate, stood wide open, revealing its interior to all who passed by. Ouyang Sun approached the gate with Xiu but was taken aback by the eerie scene before him. The streets outside were desolate, flanked by wooden and stone houses adorned with various plants, yet not a single soul was in sight. The shops remained open, but the absence of any human presence rendered the atmosphere unsettlingly silent. Even the ubiquitous sounds of the Spirit Valley birds were nowhere to be heard. Sunlight poured down from above, casting a chilling pallor over the lifeless scene below. With a slight tilt of his head, Ouyang Sun exchanged a glance with Xiu, both sharing a mutual sense of confusion and vigilance. What could be the reason for this? Given the town's construction, it seemed improbable that it was abandoned, especially since it appeared to have been built not long ago. If that were the case, why was it deserted? Ouyang Sun hastily approached the entrance, pushing open the nearest sturdy stone door, which collapsed with a resounding crash, sending dust swirling into the air and causing them both to cough. Startled by the abrupt destruction, Ouyang Sun furrowed his brow tightly, standing at the threshold and carefully surveying the interior of the house. The decor was quite ordinary, with a few simple pieces of furniture scattered about, alongside some everyday items. The dining table remained untouched, with dishes and chopsticks scattered in disarray, as if someone had hastily upturned them in a state of panic. The bowls lay in disarray, a chaotic mess. The food within had long since spoiled and decayed, an unpleasant stench wafting from it. It appeared that the inhabitants of this house had been in the midst of a meal when some unforeseen event led to the abrupt disappearance of the owner. He hurriedly traversed several rooms, each presenting a scene nearly identical to that of the initial stone house. Upon exiting the last room, Ouyang Sun lingered at the threshold, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he observed the various decorations within. The buildings of the town remained unscathed, indicating that the cause was not a natural disaster, leaving only the possibility of something more sinister. He turned to Xiu, who had been closely following him, and asked earnestly, "Xiu, have you made any discoveries?" Xiu glanced at him, then surveyed the wooden house he had just exited. Approaching the structure, he inhaled deeply, taking in the air within. Suddenly, his expression darkened. What's wrong? With Xiu's abrupt change in demeanor, Ouyang Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried to his side, clutching his sleeve with concern. Xiu, in turn, grasped Ouyang Sun's hand, leading him away from the lifeless houses. Once in the middle of the street, he grimaced in distaste, then unexpectedly drew Ouyang Sun close, resting his head in the crook of his neck, inhaling deeply. Before Ouyang Sun could react, Xiao released him and swiftly changed the subject, saying, "I detected a repugnant odor."
What?
Xiao squinted, his radiant golden eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light in the sunlight. The scent of the insectoids. Ouyang Sun's heart plummeted. The author wishes to convey, memorizing comprehensive texts is exhausting. Chapter 69, Transforming the Fate of the Beast Clan 13. The term insect tribe conjured an unsettling association for Ouyang Sun. He pressed his lips together and resumed his search within the desolate city, ultimately discovering a plethora of darkened bloodstains and scattered fragments of shattered exoskeletons in the heart of the town. Xiao leaned against a lamppost by the roadside. The once exquisite, glass-like lampshade now shattered, lying amidst the bloodied ground, stained and sullied. Golden eyes slowly surveyed the chaos, as Xiao methodically recounted all he knew about the insect tribe. The insect tribe had a voracious appetite for fresh blood and flesh, accepting any offering, be it from magical beasts, the beast clan, or even their own kin. Moreover, they could siphon a minuscule portion of energy from their meals, intensifying their insatiable thirst for flesh. Long ago, at the peak of their expansion, the insect tribe had ruthlessly slaughtered 6 beast clan cities in rapid succession, devouring much of the territory held by magical beasts, inciting the ire of both beast and magical factions. Ultimately, the beast clan and magical beasts allied to drive the insect tribe back to their own domain, but at a great cost, taking nearly half a century to recover to their former glory. During that cataclysmic conflict, the insect tribe suffered devastating losses, with even their progenitor gravely wounded. Unable to spawn further offspring, their numbers and varieties dwindled swiftly, yet the remaining insect tribe members evolved through mutual slaughter and consumption. By the time their progenitor regained strength, a plethora of new and more formidable types had emerged. Once revitalized, the insect tribe surged in numbers once more, swiftly conquering vast lands and establishing a precarious balance of power among the beast clan, magical beasts, and themselves. The current state of the city mirrored the aftermath of that historic invasion, evoking memories of the insect tribe's brutal assault on the beast empire. Ouyang Sun remained silent, attentively listening before crouching to pick up a piece of shattered armor, his fingertips tracing the cracks as he gingerly wiped away the blood, restoring its original silver sheen. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly inquired, "How did the insect tribe infiltrate the town back then?" As soon as the beast clan realized that the insect tribe could also assume humanoid forms, a particularly adept mage among them devised a unique magical array. This array served a singular purpose: to reveal the true form of any creature passing through it in the form of light and shadow. The array quickly proliferated throughout the beast empire, and within a year, every town had inscribed this magical formation on their gates and walls, successfully intercepting numerous insect tribe infiltrators. Consequently, if the insect tribe wished to launch an attack on the beast clan's towns, their most straightforward approach would be a full frontal assault. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Sun pushed himself up, feeling a deep ache radiate from his muscles as he gripped the armor fragment tightly. He turned to survey the interior of the town. Aside from the chaos in the central region, there were scarcely any signs of invasion. All structures remained intact, with only slight wear from usage. The likelihood of a forceful entry seemed almost negligible, and Ouyang Sun promptly dismissed that explanation, as if struck by a realization. Ouyang Sun paid no heed to the bloodstains and proceeded directly toward the center. Xiao, watching him walk away, sighed helplessly before following closely behind. The deeper they ventured, the more gruesome the scene became. The ground and surrounding buildings were awash in dark red hues, strewn with the wreckage of weapons and armor, marked by the insect tribe's bizarre blood. Ultimately, they halted by a fountain in what could be deemed the town's epicenter. Xiao felt a jolt of apprehension under Ouyang Sun's scrutinizing gaze, sensing that the latter might already be privy to certain truths. He scratched his head, opting to feign ignorance, thinking that the confrontation had not yet reached a decisive point. As he approached the fountain, he suddenly caught sight of an extraordinary sight within the blood-red waters, a fragmented black magical array. Grasping Ouyang Sun's collar, he pulled him back a few steps. And without waiting for a question, he stepped into the fountain, leaning closer to inspect it. The mingled blood and water rippled, cascading against the fountain's walls and splashing tiny, pale red droplets. Xiao smacked his lips, summoning a pale flame that ignited the surface, instantly conjuring a thick mist that dissipated into the air. Ouyang Sun observed Xiao's actions without interference, though a sense of disquiet, stemming from earlier remarks made by Xiao, grew stronger. He could not shake the feeling that Xiao was far more complex than he initially perceived. Before long, the fountain's water was entirely evaporated by Xiao's flames. He knelt down, peering closely at the magical array's remnants, meticulously deciphering the markings in hopes of recognizing something. Noticing this, Ouyang Sun ceased to dwell on Xiao's peculiarities and joined him by the fountain, examining the largely damaged magical array together. With one hand propped under his chin and the other tracing the array's lines, Xiao noted, it seems to be a teleportation-type formation. Ouyang Sun pondered, so, it must be a form of transportation? Xiao nodded, yet his furrowed brow remained tense. However, the design of these specific points is unfamiliar to me. This is certainly no ordinary teleportation array. Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, replying, so, you've encountered many magical arrays, have you? Xiao paused, then chuckled awkwardly, explaining, well, I had traveled across most of the continent before my sealing, so I've certainly seen my share. Ouyang Sun shrugged noncommittally, then mused aloud. Are the insect tribe adept in magic? Xiao's hand stilled as he contemplated. Are you suggesting that this could have been set by the insect tribe? Ouyang Sun affirmed. The insect tribe cannot enter through the gates, and a direct assault would alert the beast clan, possibly mobilizing troops against them. Utilizing a teleportation array. Indeed, a clever strategy. Moreover, the signs of battle seem to emanate from this point. I believe the possibility is quite significant. Xiao raised a finger, lightly tapping Ouyang Sun on the forehead, saying, your deduction is sound, yet I must inform you that, to my knowledge, the insect tribe seldom employs array-based magic. Their heritage contains little to nothing concerning magical formations. After a lengthy silence, Ouyang Sun slowly straightened up, folding his arms with a bemused expression as he observed Xiao. You seem quite knowledgeable, even about the insect tribe's legacy. Ah. But as you mentioned, the insect tribe's disuse of magical arrays is to your knowledge. That could very well have changed in the last couple of centuries, Ouyang Sun remarked, casually patting Xiao's back. I too hope that is not the case. Otherwise, not only would they have mastered teleportation arrays, but they could also infiltrate the beast clan's towns undetected and lay down their own arrays. How formidable that would be. With that, he stepped out of the fountain, gently placing the long-held armor fragment on the edge, leaving a few blood droplets on the darkened ground. Taking a deep breath, he declared, let us hurry to the next town. We must arrive before the insect tribe. Xiao followed closely, suddenly seizing Ouyang Sun's injured hand, igniting a golden flame at the wound. Ouyang Sun flinched as the injury vanished within the flames. Xiao, still holding his hand, urged him forward, stating, there are things I will share with you, but not at this moment. Ouyang Sun paused imperceptibly, then chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. Xiao sighed silently, adding, if you continue at this pace, it will take several days to reach your destination. By the time you arrive, it may be too late. Ouyang Sun turned his head to look at him, while Xiao attempted to discern any distinct emotions from his face, but alas, he could not detect even a hint. With a click of his tongue, he abruptly halted Ouyang Sun, saying, get on, I shall take you on a thrilling ride. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fierce wind surged forth, propelling Ouyang Sun far away, rendering his eyes nearly unable to open. A colossal shadow emerged at the heart of the tempest, a resonant dragon's roar echoing through the desolate city, reverberating and shattering several clouds. The obsidian scales of Xiao glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and his magnificent golden eyes sparkled with intensity, encompassing Ouyang Sun's entire figure within their gaze. Enormous dragon wings unfurled behind him, crashing through a rooftop, while debris rained down like a torrential downpour. The long, powerful dragon tail whipped through the air, demolishing several standing houses with astonishing force. Ouyang Sun regarded the increasingly chaotic town with a hint of amusement and remarked to Xiao, who was fixated on him, Xiao, with such power, you would be ashamed not to join a demolition team. Xiao. Ouyang Sun chuckled, casting a levitation spell to land upon the broad back of the black dragon. He stroked the icy scales and said, "Let us go, Demolition Dragon." The author wishes to convey, due to academic commitments, the author must prepare for several significant examinations. Therefore, future updates will be fixed on Friday and Saturday evenings, with a total of 2 to 3 updates. I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding. The author will strive to update on time and promises not to abandon the story. Please rest assured. Chapter 70. Transforming the Fate of the Beast Clan 14. The weather remained splendid, with wispy clouds lazily drifting across the pristine azure sky, and the warmth of the sun was just enough to invite one into a state of bliss. Xiao's suggestion proved indeed to be astute. With each powerful flap of its enormous dragon wings, the creature had swiftly left the small town far behind, rendering it entirely invisible. Ouyang Sun held a robust protective shield before him as the howling winds slammed violently against it, producing a menacing sound akin to an explosion. Even though the sunlight was so brilliant that it was difficult to fully open his eyes, Ouyang Sun felt not an ounce of warmth. He gazed at the rapidly fading clouds of various shapes and sizes and suddenly inquired, "Why didn't you use this method to travel before? If you had mentioned it a few days earlier, perhaps." Before he could finish his thought, he abruptly fell silent. In truth, this was not a matter of Xiao forgetting, it was his own complacency that had led him astray. Recalling the blood-red scene that had dominated his vision back in the city, Ouyang Sun momentarily became dazed. It felt as if he had been transported back to a world filled with bloodshed and chaos, where remnants of limbs and ruins flashed before his eyes. And he found himself lost in a haze. The entire city, he thought. Through the information provided by the previous 0419, he was acutely aware of the impending threat the insect clan posed to the deep marsh plains, yet he had overlooked the opportunity to save them. He let out a barely audible sigh, his fingertips quivering slightly. Xiao sensed the shift in Ouyang Sun's demeanor and recalled his earlier, non-accusatory remark. The dragon wings he wielded faltered imperceptibly. He had merely wanted to spend more time with Ouyang Sun and had intentionally refrained from mentioning his ability to fly him along. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously replied, "If I were to say it was simply because I forgot." Ouyang Sun paused, dispelling the vivid images of blood that clouded his vision. Regaining some clarity, Xiao felt a sudden slap on the back of his neck, followed by a cool voice that drifted through the wind. "To forget something like this, you must be quite remarkable." Yet before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ouyang Sun's gaze, already somewhat unfocused, grew even more vacant. He tightened his grip on the dark, scaled armor, his fingers turning pale from the exertion. And he paid no heed to Xiao's seemingly jesting comment, murmuring to himself with a tinge of self-mockery, "No, it's not your fault. It's my oversight. I was too naive." How could he still be so credulous after traversing through so many worlds, fully believing the information provided by the system, completely forgetting the individuals and events that had so drastically deviated from the system's accounts, such as the altered Qin Lingling or the elusive Xiaoran? All of these were inconsistent with the documentation, yet he had chosen to trust the current background information without a hint of vigilance. Perhaps the latter half of his previous life, characterized by a tranquil and warm existence, had dulled his already limited caution, and the initial months of peace in this world had allowed him to lower his guard. Coupled with the system's discreet presence only in times of need, he had unwittingly developed a degree of trust in it. This town, now devoid of life due to a massacre that deviated from the original timeline, served as a jarring wake-up call, jolting him from his comfortable life and blind faith in the system. Ouyang Sun lowered his gaze, silently beginning to reflect. Noticing Ouyang Sun's prolonged silence, Xiao realized that he did not appear as fearless and resilient as he had seemed in the small town. Or perhaps there were underlying reasons compelling him to shoulder much of the blame for the massacre at the hands of the insect clan. Although Xiao was uncertain why Ouyang Sun felt this way, an inexplicable unease transformed into a burning worry that seared at his heart. He slightly parted his lips, yet found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort. After a moment, Xiao spoke softly, "Now is not the time for this. There are others waiting for us." Ouyang Sun raised his gaze slightly, his eyes resting on the dragon soaring through the winds. The amber hue of his eyes regained a hint of clarity under the radiant sunlight, and he blinked, imperceptibly nodding in agreement. The dragon's speed far exceeded that of their earlier walking, and in a mere half-day, they could discern the hazy outline of a medium-sized city on the horizon. Not far from the city, an expanse of dark land, tinged with an eerie hue, lay sprawled across the ground like a massive, unsightly scar. Before they could reach the city, the air was already infused with the peculiar scent characteristic of marshlands, growing stronger as they drew nearer. It was due to the deep marsh plains that this once pitifully small village had rapidly transformed into a colossal entity over the course of a century, acquiring the peculiar name of Source City, indicating its role as a resource hub for the marshland. The streets were bustling, with a cacophony of voices merging into a powerful wave that radiated outward from the city, clearing the few clouds that adorned the sky. It appeared the insect clan had not yet set their sights on this place. Once Xiao had attended to his duties, Ouyang Sun joined him in heading towards Source City. Their choice of destination was simple. Source City wielded considerable power in the deep marsh plains, and the nearby towns were all vassals of Source City, allowing them to issue commands more effectively and minimize the risk of the insect clan exploiting any openings. Although Ouyang Sun held the title of Prince of the Beast Clan, prior to his ascension to the throne, or rather, before he had passed the trials, he wielded little real authority. Therefore, in order to secure Source City as support and protection for himself and the towns, he would need to earn the trust of the city's lord through his own merits. The defensive capabilities of Source City dwarfed those of a small town they had previously encountered. Numerous well-organized and imposing cavalry units patrolled the city, maintaining order throughout. While Source City could be classified as a medium-sized city, its defenses and offensive capabilities, bolstered by the presence of the deep marsh plains, subtly surpassed those of some larger cities within the empire, firmly establishing itself in this tumultuous region. As twilight approached, Ouyang Sun and Xiao entered the city, the fiery red sun igniting the clouds around them, painting the sky in vibrant hues, captivating and stunning. The bustling streets allowed Ouyang Sun to momentarily ease the tension that had gripped him throughout the day. Weary, he rubbed his eyes, his emerald gaze glistening with moisture, reflecting the scarlet sunlight that seemed to sprinkle stardust across his vision. Xiao, catching an unguarded glimpse, felt a stir in his heart, nearly succumbing to the impulse to kiss him. He coughed discreetly, masking his desire, and inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Ouyang Sun pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding that a visit to the Lord's manor was necessary. While it remained uncertain whether the Lord would receive them, failing to act could lead to another town falling victim to the insect clan's malice, and there would be no time left to intervene. However, just as they were about to ask passers-by for directions to the Lord's manor, a sudden commotion erupted at the city gate, interrupting their progress. Ouyang Sun and Xiao instinctively turned to observe the scene unfolding at the gate, where several bloodied Beast Clan members stumbled into the city. One of them was halted by a detection array, which suddenly flared with red light as he approached. Before anyone could react, the detection array emitted a brilliant red glow, conjuring arrows in midair that swiftly shot towards the injured Beast Clan member, who was clearly in no condition to defend himself. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The sight of a reliable array attacking a visibly vulnerable Beast Clan member was unprecedented and sent shockwaves through all present. Was it a flaw arising from prolonged use of the magic array, or had something amiss occurred within this beast man, causing the array to reject him? Before the minds of the onlookers could fully grasp the situation, the beast man, previously barred from entering the city, had already undergone a transformation. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Sharp claws sprouted from his fingertips, glinting ominously in the light, and his jagged teeth were bared in a menacing display, rendering his distorted visage even more terrifying. With a furious roar, the beast man disregarded the arrows that pierced through him and relentlessly charged against the crimson barrier blocking his path. The scraping of his elongated claws against the magic array emitted a shrill, grating sound, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Something was amiss. Su Yuan observed the frenzied beast man with furrowed brows and remarked to Ouyang Sun. Ouyang Sun raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "I'm not blind. It's obvious to anyone with a normal level of intelligence that something is wrong." Su Yuan rubbed his nose and drew Ouyang Sun closer to the city gate, ultimately confirming, a mere dozen meters from the entrance, he bears the scent of soul-eating insects. Ouyang Sun's expression instantly hardened. Soul-eating insects? The author has a message. The endless stream of exams has left me utterly drained. My mind feels wooden. Please forgive this foolish author for the delayed update. I have been overwhelmed with continuous major and minor tests, and assignments have piled up like mountains. Chapter 71. Transformation of the Beast Folk's Fate. 15. The name soul-devouring insect, although reminiscent of the blood-sucking insect, signifies a stark difference. The blood-sucking insect feeds on the flesh and blood of its prey, boasting a larger size and slower speed. Measuring roughly the width of 3 adult fingers, with a blood-red hue. As it ascends in rank, a dark, inky line appears, extending from its head to its tail. And it is known for its gregarious nature. In contrast, the soul-devouring insect is entirely distinct. It feasts upon the brains of its victims, exhibiting a diminutive size and astonishing swiftness, comparable only to a slender charcoal pencil. Its body is a pristine white, becoming increasingly translucent with higher ranks. Upon infiltrating its prey, it secretes a peculiar liquid that paralyzes the senses. Typically, only 1 or 2 soul-devouring insects operate together. Once the brain is invaded, the victim undergoes a rapid personality shift due to the insect secretions, becoming violently aggressive and excessively bloodthirsty, ultimately succumbing to death as the insect gnaws at their brain, rendering them a mere puppet. From a certain perspective, the ferocity of the soul-devouring insect rivals that of the blood-sucking insect, if not surpassing it. Upon hearing the name soul-devouring insect, Ouyang Su's expression darkened. These insects are particularly elusive and challenging to exterminate. During the Beast Insect War, they claimed the lives of numerous elite warriors, their notorious reputation having spread throughout the Beast Folk Empire. During that period, the mere mention of the soul-devouring insect instilled palpable fear within the empire. Had it not been for the insect's low reproductive rate, the losses would have been catastrophic. A hoarse, savage roar resonated continuously as the frenzied beast folk, drenched in blood, relentlessly crashed against the impenetrable magic circle. The inherent repulsion of the magic formation exacerbated the turmoil of the soul-devouring insects within their brains, distorting their expressions to a maddened state, their features seemingly misaligned. Blood seeped from their orifices, while their limbs, twisted and grotesque, clawed and pounded against the magic circle in a terrifying display. The magic circle shimmered with vibrant patterns, erupting into a blinding red light that forcefully propelled the beast folk away. They emitted a piercing, anguished scream as they crashed heavily to the ground, yet remained undeterred, struggling fiercely. Saliva gushed from their torn mouths, mingling with blood as it splattered onto the ground, the chaos blending dust with crimson, creating a scene of utter disarray. The frantically writhing figure gradually slowed, as a misty red hue emanated once more from the magic circle, swiftly enveloping the beast folk's mouth and nose. As the red mist departed from the confines of the magic formation, its brilliance diminished significantly, flickering as if it were struggling for energy. Upon entering its body, the red mist acted as a binding spell, rendering the beast folk's form rigid. Beneath its skin, something writhed, threatening to burst forth, creating visible arcs on the surface that evoked revulsion. With a series of labored gasps, the beast folk, as if someone had seized its throat, emitted intermittent, strange whimpers, repeatedly smashing its head against the ground, then curling up in agony, clutching its head. The intricate patterns of the magic circle appeared on its forehead, sinking into its skin, causing the beast folk to tremble violently before falling silent. The magic circle hovered silently in the air for a time, seemingly confirming the beast folk's demise. The runes on the outer layer glimmered briefly, and the formation gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing without a trace. The city gate was swiftly cleared, leaving only a few fortunate survivors among the beast folk, who were paralyzed by fear, their faces pale and limbs limp, collapsing helplessly before the gate. Covered in numerous wounds, blood mixed with dirt and dust seeped into their injuries with every tremor of their bodies, causing sharp stings, yet they remained oblivious, fixated on the grotesquely twisted corpse, their eyes unblinking. The chaos at the city gate attracted the attention of the patrolling soldiers from within the city. A 10-member light cavalry unit rushed towards the gate, their uniform dark armor and glinting weapons exuding an air of authoritative composure, striking awe. Xiao tightened his grip on Ouyang Sun's wrist, only relaxing slightly once he confirmed that the patrol's intentions posed no threat. He stepped aside, allowing them passage. Upon witnessing the arrival of the patrol, Ouyang Sun's expression eased considerably, his taut nerves unwinding. He followed Xiao's lead, his gaze lingering on the beast folk slumped on the ground, finally resting on the corpse outside the city. The patrol slowed to a halt before the incapacitated figures, dismounting to inquire about the situation. Surprisingly, the leader was a young woman with striking red hair, cascading past her waist even when tied in a neat ponytail. Her wine-red eyes added a touch of vibrancy to her otherwise icy demeanor, and her lightly armored frame accentuated her proud silhouette, captivating many. She surveyed the scene, lingering particularly on the corpse, her pale pink lips pressed into a straight line, her expression gravely serious. After a brief glance at Ouyang Sun and Xiao, she approached them without hesitation. Her movements exuded the decisiveness characteristic of a soldier, complemented by her striking appearance, making her an embodiment of an ice queen. "Greetings. I am Annabelle," she stated, stopping a short distance from them, nodding slightly, her voice clear. Her slender fingers brushed against the hilt of her sword, and with a swift motion, she pointed at the corpse outside the city. "If possible, could you kindly enlighten me about what transpired here?" Ouyang Sun exchanged glances with Xiao, recounting the events precisely as they unfolded. Annabelle listened intently, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she grasped the gravity of the situation. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, nodding in acknowledgement and expressing her gratitude before turning to instruct her fellow patrol members, then making her way towards the corpse. Noticing her intent to examine the body, Ouyang Sun and Xiao stepped forward to follow. Hearing their footsteps, Annabelle glanced back, slightly furrowing her brows, reproaching them. "I advise you to keep your distance. It would be best not to follow." Ouyang Sun smiled but remained silent, resolutely standing before Annabelle, clearly intent on observing the corpse.
"Wait,"
called a member of the patrol named Shuafeng, approaching the two with an air of determination, seemingly intent on forcibly escorting them away. "Hold on," Ouyang Sun interjected, casting his gaze over the extensive bloodstains surrounding the corpse. "We'll just take a quick look. We won't disturb you." Xiao raised an eyebrow, quickly catching on to Ouyang Sun's intention, and echoed his agreement. "Give me a reason," Annabelle demanded, her gaze piercing into Ouyang Sun's, her tone growing colder. After a moment's contemplation, Ouyang Sun sighed and admitted, "I possess a method to ascertain where the deceased last ventured. I can inquire of these individuals and glean the same information." Given that this incident might involve the dormant insect race, Annabelle dared not underestimate the situation. If it indeed pertained to the insect race, she could unearth clues about them from the body. The reason for preventing the two from approaching the corpse was not only rooted in a lingering distrust towards them but also stemmed from a concern that the body might harbor the presence of the insectoid creatures. While she herself was protected by armor, these two appeared to be mere mortals, and should they encounter the insects, their demise would be swift and unforeseen. Ouyang Sun was unfazed by Annabelle's icy tone. He could discern the hidden concern behind her fierce demeanor. He turned his gaze towards the trembling beastmen, who had been too terrified to utter a single word, and softly remarked to Annabelle, "However, they may not necessarily speak, or rather, they may not be capable of articulating their thoughts." Annabelle followed his gaze, observing the cowardice displayed by the group. Biting her lower lip, the delicate pink hue turned pale under pressure. After a moment's contemplation, she strode directly towards the corpse, seemingly accepting Ouyang Sun and the others' presence without further objection. The body was nearly engulfed in a shroud of blood, with dark crimson hues beginning to emerge. Its expression was frozen in a twisted and frenzied grimace, while the grotesquely contorted limbs bore countless dark veins, resembling a massive spider's web concealed beneath the blood-red veil. Drawing her sword from her waist, Annabelle revealed the blade's sharp tip, which shimmered with a faint icy blue glow. With a gentle motion, the sword was placed upon the head of the corpse. Before she could exert any force, the cranium, akin to a tender block of tofu, split open at the point of contact, shattering into countless fragments before the eyes of the three observers. The author wishes to convey, finally, the long-awaited break has arrived. It was suffocating. Chapter 72, Transforming the Fate of the Beast Clan 16, amidst a pile of crimson and ivory, a translucent insect stood out remarkably. The creature was not large, Merely the size of a woman's fingertip, its transparent skin revealing faint blue veins tinged with a delicate shade of red, resembling an intricately drawn pattern adorning its entire body. Beneath the sunlight, it even emitted a gentle glow, exquisite in its beauty. When it remained still, it resembled a finely crafted piece of art, utterly inconceivable as a deadly soul-devouring bug. Annabelle gazed at the seemingly enchanting insect, her expression darkening significantly. The sudden reappearance of the insect race, long absent from the Beast Clan's territory, filled her with dread about what it might signify. Fortunately, she had previously instructed her team to disperse the onlookers. Otherwise, the commotion could have escalated tremendously. Ouyang Sun, understanding the gravity of the situation, brushed his hand against the pouch at his waist and retrieved a small, pale green paper. Strange symbols were faintly visible upon it. He gently dabbed the paper against the insect's corpse, and immediately, the light green surface was engulfed by dark blood, leaving no trace of its original hue. Then, he spread the paper flat in his palm and began reciting an incantation with peculiar pronunciations. As Ouyang Sun's incantation lengthened, the paper trembled slightly in his grasp, and silver symbols began to illuminate from one corner. The bloodstains seemed to be absorbed, gradually fading away until they vanished completely. At a pause in his chanting, the paper erupted with a blinding silver light, slowly unfurling into a moderately sized screen in the air. A flurry of indistinct images flickered momentarily across the screen, ultimately settling on a desolate, sparsely vegetated area. The image was not particularly clear, yet it provided a general sense of the surroundings. The sky was shrouded in a thick, dark yellow haze, and the few scattered plants drooped feebly over the cracked earth, exuding an air of despair. A narrow cave lay concealed behind the meager flora, dark and ominous, as if it were the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, capable of swallowing even the light itself. A vague, blood-red glow emanated from within the cave, hinting at a chilling and sinister atmosphere. Ouyang Sun's complexion paled slightly. This obscure magic, dependent on blood to recreate events, was both taxing and unstable. At times, it could vividly depict the entire sequence of events, while at others, it might only reveal the last known location of the blood's owner, leaving the specifics shrouded in mystery. This time, the projection yielded little more than a vague image of limited utility. Yet it at least provided a clue. Annabelle, deep in thought, tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, deftly entwining them with her fingers. Suddenly, she spoke with conviction to Ouyang Sun, the deep marsh plains. It must be there. Ouyang Sun dispelled the magic, and as he lowered his hand, he was seized by Xiao, who promptly transmitted a warm energy that alleviated the emptiness within him caused by the significant expenditure of magical power. He turned to Xiao, who bore a worried expression, and smiled gently, murmuring, "Thank you." He then shifted his gaze to Annabelle, whose red eyes sparkled with mischief, and sighed helplessly, saying, "The deep marsh plains are vast. How are we to search? Unless those cowards are willing to guide us." Annabelle sighed, gesturing towards the trembling Beast Clan members who screamed at the slightest approach, stubbornly refusing to speak. "I doubt they have the courage to venture near the deep marsh plains." She could hardly resort to torture for answers. Moreover, many had witnessed the state of those individuals. If they resorted to harsh interrogation instead of gentle reassurances, the repercussions on the patrol force's reputation would be dire. Ouyang Sun remained non-committal, yet his demeanor was notably serious. This matter was far from simple. He pursed his lips, slowly articulating, "On our journey from Source City, we passed through an empty town, where we found only an expanse of blood and mangled weapons and corpses in the town center. There we also discovered traces of the insect race." As his words faded, a chill ran through Annabelle. Her expression grew solemn, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She glanced at the two silent figures before her and performed a proper knightly salute. "I thank you for your assistance and insights. I implore you both to accompany me to report this matter to the Lord of the city." Ouyang Sun and Xiao exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Annabelle felt a sense of relief wash over her as she adjusted her expression and instructed her team on the next course of action, before swiftly leading the two men toward the city, Lord's residence. The interior of Source City buzzed with life. Crowds thronged everywhere. Even after the recent uproar at the city gates, the incident barely stirred waves within the city, where most people continued their ordinary lives, regarding the tumult as little more than mundane gossip. Annabelle, evidently intent on concealing the news, maintained an air of solemnity typical of patrol members, revealing no signs of her inner turmoil under the scrutinizing gazes of the passers-by. Following Annabelle, Ouyang Sun and Xiao soon caught sight of the ancient and stately manor. The guards at the entrance, upon noticing Annabelle, instinctively lowered their weapons to allow her passage. However, their surprise was palpable when they noticed the two unfamiliar individuals accompanying her. Despite their rigorous training, the soldiers could not hide their astonishment as they beheld the usually stern and formidable Captain Annabelle leading two strangers into the city lord's residence. Inside, the manor radiated an even stronger sense of antiquity. Every artifact bore the weight of ages, each pattern concealing myriad memories and nostalgia. With a sense of wonder, Ouyang Sun and Xiao followed Annabelle through the manor, pausing to admire its splendor before arriving at a chamber designated for rest, where they awaited the summons of Trick. Ouyang Sun displayed little reaction to Trick's demeanor, concealing his identity as the imperial heir and presenting himself merely as an unremarkable individual in the presence of the city lord. Yet, Xiao seemed distinctly displeased with Trick's behavior. Though his expression remained unchanged, Ouyang Sun sensed a hint of irritation from the slight tightening of his lips.
He sighed,
A flicker of doubt crossing his mind regarding Xiao's earlier discontent, yet he offered soothing words. Let us be patient a while longer. With that, he reached out and gently patted Xiao's head. Xiao's eyes brightened imperceptibly, and the previously heavy atmosphere dissipated entirely, akin to a cat soothed by gentle strokes, settling into tranquility. Ouyang Sun could only shake his head at this somewhat childish behavior, unaware that a subtle smile had crept upon his lips, his expression softening. Trick did not keep the trio waiting long, soon sending word for them to proceed to the main hall for discussions. Upon entering, one immediately perceives Trick seated in the main chair, his demeanor solemn and his gaze piercing. The instant the three individuals cross the threshold, his attention swiftly falls upon Ouyang Sun, who stands behind Annabelle, momentarily furrowing his brow before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Please take a seat, Trick remarks coolly, his tone imbued with the typical aloofness of someone in a position of authority, rendering it all the more frigid. Annabelle, evidently accustomed to Trick's demeanor, succinctly and clearly recounts the events as she knows them, detailing even the appearance of the soul-devouring insect. Ouyang Sun quickly notices that as Annabelle describes the mad beast race, Trick's expression transforms. It grows increasingly cold, ultimately becoming so grim that it seems almost tangible. When Annabelle relays Ouyang Sun's account of the vacant town, Trick's icy gaze once again fixates on Ouyang Sun, a stare so intense it feels like a physical weight, causing even Sun to narrow his eyes slightly. Both individuals concurrently arrive at the conclusion, this man is perilous. After a prolonged silence following Annabelle's narration, Trick finally speaks. Is the information accurate? His gaze subtly traverses the two unfamiliar figures standing not far away, devoid of disdain or derision, merely reflecting an inquisitive scrutiny of strangers. Trick's elongated eyes narrow, revealing a distinctive sharpness, while his fingers rhythmically tap against the armrest of his chair for an extended period before he declares, Very well, Annabelle. I would appreciate it if you could lead the team on this excursion. The author wishes to convey, it is unbearable. The days without a mobile phone feel as lonely as falling snow. The scrolls are overwhelming. My hands have grown weary. I sincerely apologize. The foolish author will make several revisions. Please feel free to voice any opinions.